Kingray, a king who possessed everything in a world dominated by martial arts, spent the final moments of his life alone in an empty room, filled with countless questions about the death that awaited him. In his last moments, he believed his life had ended. However, a faint light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Kingray was reincarnated and began a new life. Would his life remain as lonely as before? Let us await and see the new journey of Kingray after his reincarnation. He thought his life had ended, a lonely life, still filled with many questions about the cause of his demise. Yet what awaited Kingray was a bright light at the end of the path. Deep in his ears, he heard congratulations for some couple on having a healthy baby boy. Kingray tried to open his eyes and look, to listen to all the sounds, the praises close to his ears. The blurry image of a couple gradually became clear. He began to understand that the healthy baby boy mentioned by the strange woman was himself. Kingray strained his eyes, and the blurry image gradually became clear. What he saw was the image of a beautiful woman smiling happily. What a warm smile! Perhaps in his previous life, he had never seen such an enchanting smile. Surely, this was his mother in this new world. Beside him, he heard a man's voice. "Hello, little angel." Although he could call me Papa, so Olo was his new name in this world. He was very happy to meet his Papa. But he wondered if his father was being too ambitious, asking a newborn like him to call him Papa. His new family brought although happiness. He had a warm mother named Alice and a reliable father named Reinhold. Although sensed the difference in this life compared to his lonely life, filled with difficulties and dangers from lurking enemies before. However, sometimes this wasn't entirely wonderful. As a newborn baby, Althau felt bored, with a mature soul in a tiny body, spending all day eating and sleeping. He tried to control his limbs, to avoid embarrassing situations. But alas, his body was still that of a baby needing meticulous care, although couldn't do anything but covered his face with his hands in embarrassment. Despite these embarrassing situations, Althau remained curious about the world he was now living in. His mother often went into town to buy necessary items, carrying him on her back. Each time, Althau observed intently and realized that he had been reincarnated into an ancient era, a time when people calmly carried weapons. Strength-enhancing potions were sold for a mere 2 coins. Everywhere he went, Althau was confident that his knowledge was sufficient to create power, that he had mastered everything. But it only took one playful toss into the air by his mischievous father to exhaust him. Just when he thought the game of flying in the sky was over, his mischievous father gifted him with a series of spinning throws. If it weren't for Alice stopping his father's fun, Althau might have had the opportunity to reincarnate into yet another world. However, thanks to this, he witnessed his mother's miraculous healing abilities. In conclusion, he realized he was still very naive and inexperienced, unable to fully understand this world. Occasionally, Althau thought back to his previous life as a king, with his military command abilities. He had challenged almost every country in the world. You see, that was probably one of the reasons he met an early demise, without knowing exactly why. But let's skip that. Althau never felt proud of his previous life's achievements. But now, he was incredibly proud simply because he managed to escape from his father's heroic achievement. Like a dandy, Althau was quite concerned about his appearance. This was evident when, for the first time, he crawled over to a mirror, looking at himself with fascination, much to his parents' surprise. Do you think Althau was pleased? Look at him. He was thrilled. He was already imagining future encounters with noble ladies. That's not all. Althau had a minor issue with his current name. He thought that, having been a cool king before, his current name was too cute and didn't match his old soul. Yet not long after, he mischievously laughed because of his own cute appearance in the mirror. Althau's daily routine would surprise you. By day, he pretended to be a good baby. But when night fell, after his mother kissed him good night, Althau would embark on a mission to escape his crib and sneak into the study, reading books to gather more information about the world he was living in. Althau discovered that he was born on a continent with 3 major kingdoms. Deep in the forests was the Elven kingdom of Elsano. Beneath the vast underground was the dwarf kingdom of Down. And finally, there was the human kingdom of Sapen. This world also had a monarchy like Althau's previous one, but it was less developed. Althau turned each page of the book, extremely fascinated by the magic in this world. Althau realized that in this new world, similar to mana in his old world, mana existed around them, but could only be harnessed through strict training. Mana could be used in various ways, with the two most common methods being body enhancement and magic usage. For body enhancement, they used mana to strengthen their bodies, increasing their strength, defense, and agility to astonishing levels. However, the limitation was the range of these abilities. In contrast, magic involved manipulating the external world using one's mana, controlling the environment at will. This required replenishing the mana core within the body with mana from the external world. Alice Lewin, a mage capable of emitting mana externally, used her mana to heal others. Although read that a mage's first awakening occurred during puberty. With his understanding from his previous life and knowledge of mana, in this life, although sat down, forming a circle with his hands, and began concentrating his energy to create a mana core for himself. He was excited because it worked. At the crucial moment, the little escape artist, or rather, crit escapee, was caught by his mother, who suspected him of soiling his diaper, which, unfortunately, he had. Oh, the dignity of this former emperor was shattered. Setting aside those not-so-pleasant memories of diaper incidents, time flew by, and although had been in this world for 2 years, his mother, Alice, always kept an eye on him, knowing his likes and dislikes, such as his enjoyment of visiting the small shop in the city center and his fascination with magic and weapons. Although she found him hard to understand, she had to admit he was very handsome, and she loved him dearly. Alice wished Althal wouldn't focus so much on studying, but it was too late. Alpo wasn't just passionate about research and learning. Look at him standing by the window, peeking at his father practicing magic, then gaping in amazement as he watched his father waste 3 minutes of his life just to flick a few stones. Alice came over to the window where Althal was standing, patting his head and complaining about his father messing up her yard. After observing for a while, Althal realized that his father was a martial artist. Look at him, closing his eyes, sensing the smallest movements around him. As a leaf fell, his body began to move. A punch, a series of kicks, his body moving smoothly, finally kicking the leaf far away. Yes, the opponent was defeated, and victory belonged to Reinhold. Althal smiled contentedly, watching the series of cool yet naive moves from his mischievous father. He turned back into the house, facing his fear. Exactly the fear brought by the steps by the window. How small we are compared to the image of a great king, with numerous terrifying achievements. He bent down, trying to crawl down. His mother sat next to him, watching his innocent actions before lifting him up, placing a kiss on his cheek, and planning to put him to sleep. On the way to the bedroom, Althal's attention was caught by the lit study room. He whined to be allowed to read, but his mother refused. In the end, the once great king used his ultimate cute act, and Alice succumbed to his adorableness, agreeing to let him play in the study room, while Althal focused on his book. Alice quickly turned to stop her husband from using any more plants. In the study room, Althal began checking his training progress. He had made significant advancements in forming his mana core over the past 2 years. He successfully moved 10,000 pieces of mana within his body, slowly concentrating them towards the center. He understood why people could only naturally form mana cores at puberty. The process was a significant challenge for both the mind and body. Now, he found the final piece for his mana core. Boom! An explosion blew off the roof, causing his parents in the garden to be incredibly frightened. Behind them was a massive fire. His father whispered and checked on Alice's safety. Alice's eyes widened in shock. Her son was still inside. His father was extremely alarmed knowing Althal was in the house. He bit his lip, using all of his strength to run straight into the fire, hoping his little son was still safe. He used both hands to clear all obstacles in his path. His eyes were vacant as he knelt down, laughing in pain. No, it was a smile of astonishment and bewilderment, seeing his son, who was thought to be dead, floating in midair with a light surrounding him amid the ruins. Althal, a boy not yet 3 years old, had succeeded in forming his mana core. While his parents hadn't yet recovered their spirits, Althal returned to his normal state with a satisfied face, having achieved his mana core. He spread his arms wide, his face turned towards the sky, feeling that everything around him today was wonderful. Suddenly, he froze at the sight of the ruins where he stood. Who dared destroy the castle of a king? Had his family been attacked? Althal wondered, unaware that he was the one who caused this devastation. Truly a troublemaker from a young age. After that achievement, they got a new house. His mother taught him to read and write, allowing him to understand the core of using and enhancing mana. Over the next year, he persuaded his father to agree to guide him in training. From then on, instead of just eating and sleeping as before, his day began by following his father on runs down the road and performing exercises to keep his body strong and flexible. On his 3rd birthday, his father gave him a wooden sword. To him, his father was a wonderful man, at least until the moment his father burst through the door and dragged him off to practice swordsmanship while he was engrossed in his books. He couldn't deny his father's talent with a sword. Look at how easily his father dodged the strikes he swung with a smile on his face, encouraging him to keep going. Although knew his father wouldn't let him rest until his sword strikes could touch him, he closed his eyes, concentrated his mana, and swung a sharp slash that broke the branch his father held. While his father was still stunned, not knowing what had just happened, Alvo took the opportunity to escape and resume his interrupted research. He entered his room, sat quietly on his familiar bed, and focused all his senses. He was refining his mana core. The lighter the core, the purer and stronger it became. The mana core would be refined through stages from black, red, orange, yellow, to white, with each stage divided into 3 shades: dark, gray, and light. Completing this process would result in a super refined mana core. Immersed in thoughts of a future with an impressive mana core, he was interrupted by his mother's voice calling for dinner. Alvo didn't feel hungry, only frustrated at the lack of personal time to study what he wanted. As he grumpily poked at his food with a fork, his father, holding his head in his hands, told his mother they needed to find a suitable tutor for him. Despite his father's concerns, Alice was furious at the suggestion. The argument over whether or not to hire a tutor for Althol officially began. It turned out his father was still in shock at Althol's ability to manipulate mana at just 4 years old. He had tried his best to suppress this power out of fear that his small body couldn't handle it. Hiring a tutor meant Althol would have to go to the distant city of Cyrus, a place far away, and Alice couldn't accept this. All right then, if the two couldn't make a decision, Althol would decide. He quickly got the attention of the 2 soldiers by banging his small hand on the table. His father solemnly asked for his opinion on whether he wanted to go to the big city and learn from a real teacher, not just someone inexperienced like his father. It was a rare opportunity when his father allowed Althol to make this decision himself. Althol wondered whether his father trusted him deeply or just wanted to avoid an argument with his beloved wife, so he entrusted Althol with this weighty decision. Althol swallowed the piece of half-eaten meat and proposed that his parents accompany him to meet the teacher Althol had chosen. The whole family would go to Cyrus, much to the joy and excitement of his parents about this new option, dispelling his mother's worries and fulfilling his father's desire to transfer Althol. Feeling quite tired upon hearing that his parents had prepared everything for the 3-week family trip on the night before the journey began, Althol was still absorbed in his books. Suddenly, his mother caught him red-handed, and Althol had no choice but to hide under the blanket, wondering about the journey that was starting earlier than planned. It turned out that 2 Horns, his parents' old friends, had also arrived in Nexurus. Althol's family would travel together with them. His mother kissed his forehead and instructed him not to stay up late reading books, suggesting he could bring a few along for the journey. The next day, Althol learned that 2 Horns, consisting of Hajuer and Balmantor, were nearby and had previously helped his family rebuild their home after the explosion when he was 3 years old. Finally, Althol would leave the quiet town where he had lived for 4 years to see what this world had in store for him, welcoming a new dawn and a fresh start. As the whole family walked away from the town to meet with the 2 Horns, they waved goodbye from a distance. His father gave Adam a heartfelt hug, a gesture of gratitude for accompanying his family. Althol stood with his hand over his chest, bowing like a true gentleman, introducing himself and thanking them for allowing his family to travel together. Adam, the warrior, used his spear to gently pat Althol's head, teasingly asking whether Althol might be his father since Althol was so polite, unlike his actual father. Before Althol could even grasp the meaning of the question, he was lifted up unexpectedly. Blushing, he found himself embraced by Angela, a sorceress adept in dark magic, who held his face close to her chest. It was a surprising and embarrassing moment for Althol, who struggled to catch his breath. Before he could fully enjoy the moment, he was scooped up again, this time by Walker, a giant earth mage. Jordan, placing him gently back on the ground, wore an amused expression, akin to a proud dog awaiting praise from its owner. Altho's gaze wandered towards a girl With black hair and red eyes, Jasmine, a dual-sword warrior of an introverted nature. Their eyes met briefly before Jasmine turned away and entered the carriage. Helena-san, an archer warrior, greeted her warmly. After introductions, the group gathered their belongings onto the horse-drawn carriage and embarked on their journey towards Cyrus. During the journey, Altho witnessed firsthand the abilities of his companions, each swiftly dispatching a pack of vicious wolves that had gathered during the night. Later, they gathered around a campfire, sharing laughter and food, a stark contrast to Altho's introspective mood. Helena-san expressed concern that the 4-year-old Altho might be tired, questioning the truth behind the boasting claims made by his father, that Altho was a natural-born witch who had awakened a year ago. ADM, wanting to stretch his muscles before bedtime, stood up and jokingly asked Altho's father if he could spar with the 4-year-old, a seasoned warrior with a spear wanting to spar with a young child. What an intriguing proposition. Whether this would end in friendly play or something more serious remained to be seen. Altho's elderly father, in a moment of whimsy, entrusted ADM with Altho, with a brief and cautious message, leaving Altho to ponder the question of whether ADM could possibly be his father. As ADM sat, contemplating with a sword in his lap, Altho found himself being carried away in ADM's thoughts, wondering how a child of 4 could become a warrior in a world where protection and shelter were more common than they should be. Right at that moment, Adam placed a wooden sword on his shoulder, grinning slyly and asking if Altho was ready. Altho swung his arm, warming up with the wooden sword in hand, preparing to fight Adam. Adam assumed a fighting stance and asked if Altho knew how to enhance his weapon. Instead of answering, Altho used his pitiful face to turn towards the adults, seeking help in vain. Unfortunately for Altho, they were eagerly awaiting the match and couldn't be bothered to worry about him once more. Altho strained his eyes, trying to telepathically send a plea to his father to save him from being beaten, but it seemed he had forgotten that the person who brought him to the duel was his father, the very one he was now appealing to for help. Oh, how pitiful it was. His father clenched his fists, cheering for him to defeat Adam. Deciding to stop seeking help, he turned his head, focused on his sword, and concentrated his mana with the determination of a future king. With practical battle experience, he was ready to assume a fighting stance and immediately attacked Adam. He took a big step, launching himself into the air with the wooden sword in hand, lunging towards Adam, who stood confidently, ready to block his attack. Just as it seemed he was about to strike, Adam raised his sword to block, but although suddenly disappeared and reappeared immediately behind him. Adam thought he would strike right away. But no, the little boy almost stumbled and fell. After a moment of surprise, Adam regained his sly smile, looking at Altho, who swung his sword at Adam's stomach, but he blocked it. Adam immediately counterattacked, and of course, with his seasoned experience, Altho quickly evaded, surprising Adam. Altho then began to use his iron head technique, ramming into Adam's left side, causing him to topple over. Before he could recover, he had to fend off another attack from Altho. Adam rolled to dodge and swung his spear towards Altho, who had just landed after his attack. Energy flashed from the spear, and Altho suddenly remembered Newton's third law, knowing he was about to take a painful fall. After the collision, he was flung away. His mother's frantic scream echoed in his ears as he propped himself up. In the distance, Adam was rubbing his head, realizing he had been too rough. Indeed, Adam was an idiot to use full force against a 4-year-old just to stretch his muscles before bed. Adam shouted back at everyone, rebutting Reynolds' comment about Altho not knowing how to fight and asking how he had trained Altho become such a monster. But his father insisted he hadn't taught him that. His mother rushed to Altho, using her power to heal his wounds, and scolding him for secretly learning the dangerous moves he had just used in the fight. Altho, with a pale face, quickly offered an explanation to calm his mother's anger, saying that he had learned it from his father and read it in some books. Hearing this, all eyes turned to him in surprise. Jasmine and Adam demanded that he teach them how to move the way he had, although tried to use his most innocent face to teach them this technique. The result was that Jasmine fell to the ground in vain, and Adam fared even worse, his head hitting a tree trunk, much to Altho's horror. Many days had passed since their journey began. Altho's birthday had just passed, and he received many gifts and lessons from everyone. Jasmine had become more open and gave him a short dagger as a birthday present. Additionally, he'd had training sessions with Adam, Helena-san, and even his father. Everyone made significant progress. with Jasmine's being the most surprising as she had learned some new techniques. The relationships within the group grew closer and more intimate. They bathed and washed by the stream together, chasing each other playfully with nothing but their underwear on. Their long journey continued. As they passed through a valley, although was reading a book when their caravan was surrounded and attacked by a band of robbers armed with bows and arrows. They were ambushed from all sides. The leader ordered them to attack, sparing the children and women to sell as high-priced goods. Although, who had experienced many hardships in his previous life, had grown accustomed to the care and protection of his family since his reincarnation, and for a moment, he forgot that there were always vile people everywhere, like these robbers. He became furious upon hearing them referred to him and his companions as goods. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked towards them. In front of him, his mother, frightened, rushed to hug and comfort him, gradually calming his emotions. Outside, the robbers had begun their assault, firing arrows towards the caravan. His father and the men in the group charged forward to shield him and the women. From above, the robbers shot arrows at their wagon. Angela used the wind to blow away the arrows. Helen Assen joined in, shooting arrows back at the robbers, taking them by surprise. His father relentlessly attacked the robbers as well. While his father was taking down 2 robbers, another suddenly appeared and swung a sword at his back. Luckily, Helen Assen arrived and swiftly dealt with the robber. Jasmine and Adam attacked and eliminated many of the robbers. Adam defeated a tough opponent with a knockout blow from his familiar long spear. Jasmine, a female warrior with a short knife in hand, terrified the robbers. A blonde-haired pervert appeared, eyeing her greedily and swinging a whip at her. But with her skill, she dodged the attack. From a distance, although watched everything, worried as he saw Jasmine in a disadvantageous position. He wanted to help her, but the wagon he and his mother were hiding in was splitting apart. His father lay sprawled on the ground after fighting the leader of the robbers. He shouted at his mother to heal his father, saying he would die otherwise. Her hands trembling, she said she couldn't use her power, and his father reassured her that he was fine and to just do what she could and stay calm. Turning to Although, his father instructed him that he would hold off the leader but couldn't protect both him and his mother. He entrusted this responsibility to Although, telling him to take his mother and run in the opposite direction without stopping. Although refused to abandon his father, insisting that he could fight and help protect his mother and kill the enemies. His father comforted him, saying he believed in his ability to fight, which was why he entrusted his mother to him. He told Although that he wasn't just protecting his mother, but also the baby in her womb. Only then did Although realize his mother was pregnant, understanding why she often felt tired during the journey and couldn't use all of her strength to heal his father's wounds. With determined eyes, he looked at his father and solemnly promised to protect his mother. While his mother healed his father, he readied his weapon. His father signaled to ask if he was ready. At that moment, the leader of the robbers noticed his mother, realizing she was a valuable target. The leader ordered his men to concentrate on attacking his mother, determined to capture her at all costs. Although grabbed his mother's hand and pulled her to run, leaving his father and everyone else behind, fighting off the robbers to buy them time to escape. A robber suddenly appeared behind them. Adam quickly moved in to block and urged him to run faster. Although held his mother's hand and ran quickly down the road, suddenly he sensed danger from behind. An arrow flew towards them. He used his wooden sword to block it, but the sword shattered, surprising the archer. Helenissen quickly came to their aid and took down the archer, urging Although to continue running. He noticed something very strange. There were 4 mages among the enemy, but only 3 were fighting. Where was the 4th mage? Suddenly, the leader shouted, seemingly talking to someone. The last mage, who was preparing something to end the lives of the group. Damn it, he spotted the final mage standing high up, concentrating mana into a circular form, intending to drop the sphere on him and his mother. In an instant, his mind started calculating. He knew for sure that even if he could dodge this attack using mana, his mother would not be able to. He made a decision to push his mother away and dive into the sphere, using mana threads to drag the mage down into the abyss with him. The bastard tried to grab a rock to avoid falling but failed. A giant tried to save Although with his magical stone, but he couldn't reach him. Although fell into the abyss, leaving behind his mother's heart-wrenching cries and everyone's shock. He smiled, knowing he had succeeded, tears of regret welling up in his eyes. He always wanted to be a good older brother, but perhaps he would no longer have that chance. As although fell, images of his past life began to reveal themselves. That world was chaotic, filled with problems like low birth rates, depleted resources, and wars settled by battles or duels by the king. Although was one of them, a king. But in truth, the rulers were the members of the council who managed the country in politics and economics. Although endured it all, and one day decided to abdicate the throne. In that world, he had spent his entire life chasing the illusion called the strongest. And what did he get? Glory and fame. In the end, although was still an orphan who had lost all his loved ones, at that time, he wished if he had the chance, he would give up everything to return, just to see them once more. But that was impossible. Was it the end? Had he died? Looking at the beautiful sunset sky, the light filtering through the leaves, although realized he was still alive, the robber was not so lucky. He was dead, while although was exhausted, his consciousness gradually faded into darkness. He didn't know how much time had passed when a leaf gently fell on his face, waking him up. Looking around, he saw scattered items. He forced himself up, grabbing whatever he could to satisfy his hunger, and then fell back asleep. When although woke up again, he felt better. He struggled to stand up, his body covered in wounds, still unable to believe he survived the fall. He had no idea where he was or how long he had been there, only that he needed to leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, a voice spoke to him, surprising him. "Are you awake?" Startled, although feared the robber's corpse was talking to him. But no, it was a concerned voice from somewhere he couldn't identify. The mysterious person reassured him not to be afraid, assuring him the corpse would not wake up. Hearing this, although sighed in relief, he shouted into the void, waving his knife, demanding to know who the voice belonged to, and if they were the one who saved him. The voice admitted to saving him, and said that if he wanted to know their identity, he would have to come to their shelter. Although was wary but began to waver when the mysterious person mentioned they could help him get home. Images of his parents and his unborn sibling flashed before his eyes. Softening, he asked the mysterious person to lead him to them, so he could get home sooner. The voice complimented, although for his understanding, but slightly admonished him for calling a lady sir. Accepting to guide him, the voice sent a surge of energy into him, allowing his eyes to see where they wanted him to go. His eyes burned with pain, and as he raised his hand, a clear image appeared in the air. This must be the mysterious person's shelter. He needed to make his way there quickly while it was still daylight. Throughout the journey, although kept wondering what kind of magic the mysterious person had used to save him from such a height and why they saved only him. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. He decided to keep moving forward with his small feet. Finally, although reached his destination, in front of him was the place he had seen in the guiding vision. He climbed over the rock face and discovered a crystal-clear stream. Quickly, he jumped in to wash off the dirt and dried blood. Indeed, a gentleman must be clean and fragrant, even with tattered clothes. While he was engrossed in the refreshing water, the mysterious voice spoke again, accompanied by a playful laugh at his innocent demeanor. Blushing, although grabbed his shirt to cover himself. The voice reassured him that there was nothing worth seeing, and he needn't worry. These words pierced his heart like an invisible dagger. The once great king was now so pitiful. But then again, he was only 4 years old, so indeed there wasn't much to see. Although swallowed his tears, reassuring himself, and calmly got dressed to continue his journey. He drank from the stream and ate wild fruits to energize his body. He guessed he was in the territory of the mysterious El tribe. This forest was likely Elsano, but strangely, he didn't see any fog as people often mentioned. Having traveled a considerable distance, his fear of encountering wild beasts in the sparse forest dissipated when he only saw small animals. His fear gradually turned into longing for his parents and a desire to return home. He worried his mother would be devastated thinking he was dead, which could affect his unborn sibling. He hoped they were still alive. After a long journey, he finally reached a jagged cave. He squeezed through a small opening and ventured inside. Although began to feel scared, unsure of who awaited him within, but thoughts of his parents and determination to reunite with them kept him moving forward. Inside, the cave was not as easy to navigate as he had thought. As the mysterious person warned him to be careful, his foot hit a rock, causing him to slip and fall from a 2-story height. He was left bruised and sore, wishing someone had warned about the height sooner. It might have hurt less if he had been prepared. Although stood up, dusted off his clothes, and continued on. No, he continued to slip and fall. This time, it wasn't because of a rock, but because he was startled by the sight before him. What was this? A monster. A large black figure with 2 tall horns and glowing red eyes loomed before him. The familiar voice confirmed that this was the mysterious person who had saved him. Although his mouth hung open, his eyes wide with fear and astonishment, the mysterious figure, noticing his reaction, threatened playfully that if he kept his mouth open like that, something might fly into it. Claws extended, adding to the threat, making although back away in fear. He thought she might harm him, but she actually wanted to heal his wounds. She explained that she would try to create a space portal strong enough to send although home, but it would take a long time. In the meantime, he could eat special fruits that would help him survive until the portal was ready. Following her instructions, although saw many different types of glowing fruits inside the cave. Despite her intimidating appearance, she had helped him a lot since he fell into the abyss. He thanked the mysterious person and moved toward the indicated fruits, planning to pick a round, shiny one. As his reflection appeared on the fruit's surface, he was suddenly reminded of his parents. Startled by a presence behind him, he crushed the fruit in his hand. It turned out to be the mysterious person, who was trying to advise him on a tastier fruit. He suggested that she choose a less frightening way to approach it next time. Despite his fear, although the 4-year-old boy who had just gone through so much accepted her help. They sat together and enjoyed a meal. After they were full, although cautiously asked how to address her, learning that her name was Sylvia, feeling more at ease, although asked many more questions, which Sylvia answered patiently. The initial fear faded away as they talked like old friends. Sylvia explained that they were in a hidden area between Bitcoin and the El Sano forest, a place unknown to others. That's why she lived there undisturbed, and although was the first person to find it. Sylvia shared that she lived alone because she had no one left. Many had sought her out to challenge her for something she possessed. In her final battle, she had managed to escape but had been left with many wounds. Sylvia, a protector of freedom, finally revealed why she had saved him. She admitted she wasn't sure. Perhaps she was moved by his bravery and sacrifice, or simply felt lonely. Her injuries had spread, making it difficult for her to open a portal. She decided to rest and try again the next day, although wished Sylvia a good night, grateful for her help and companionship. Although followed Sylvia's steps, lost in thought about the loneliness she had endured over the years. It reminded him of his past life, surrounded by nothing but solitude. Suddenly, Sylvia turned back to inform him that she couldn't pinpoint exactly where his family had gone, but she assured him that they were safe. Hearing this, although was overwhelmed with joy, knowing his loved ones were safe, tears streamed down his chubby cheeks as he smiled and thanked Sylvia. In the days that followed, while Sylvia busied herself with creating the portal, although spent his time training, they spent countless hours talking about various things whenever Sylvia wasn't working on the portal. As days turned into weeks, although grew to understand Sylvia better. Despite her never talking about her past, she exemplified the saying, "Never judge a book by its cover." Although found her to be kind, gentle, patient, and warm-hearted, he could feel her care as she picked fruits for him while he gathered mana. Sylvia always made sure, although was well-fed, offering him the best fruits she found. She reminded him of his mother, kind, warm, and strict when necessary. He recalled a time when he angrily vowed to hunt down the bandits who had torn his family apart. Sylvia had flicked him on the forehead, sending him sprawling backward, startled and wide-eyed. Furious, he demanded to know why she did that. She taught him a valuable lesson, advising him not to let hatred cloud his judgment, as it would only bring him more suffering. Instead, Sylvia urged him to live with pride, learn from his mistakes, and face the future with a smile. Only then would he truly overcome his adversaries. Her words changed his perspective on life. Of course, he could never forget the sting of that flick, a fiery reminder of her lesson. Lost in his thoughts, although forgot to eat, Sylvia had been calling him repeatedly without a response, her eyes reflecting worry and concern for his well-being. She feared something might be wrong with him, her protective instincts kicking in. Although watched Sylvia's every step, smiling sheepishly as he rubbed his head, trying to hide his embarrassment, he reassured her that he was fine, but couldn't help noticing that her wound was worsening, the crack spreading wider, tinged with fresh blood. Sylvia comforted Althal, telling him not to worry because it was always like this. Then she shifted the topic to him, curious about why he had such an early mana core and could use it more effectively than many seasoned mages. Although, feeling proud, replied that it was innate. He was born a prodigy. Before he finished speaking, Sylvia gave him a close look, and he guessed she might teach him meditation and mana absorption techniques, even during movement or combat if he excelled. His eyes widened in surprise, asking how she could do that. Sylvia explained that understanding mana was still rudimentary for humans, and everything was self-initiated, inefficient, and often required great effort. Hearing this, Altho attempted to focus mana near his ears, as Sylvia instructed, but struggled due to his late awakening, making it difficult to use this method. However, because Altho woke up early with diligent practice, he might succeed. Hearing this, Altho smiled, affirming his determination to give his all. Days passed, with Altho training to control mana under Sylvia's guidance. Eventually, he succeeded. Altho shouted with joy, but his joy turned to concern as he saw Sylvia collapse beside the crack she had created, blood seeping from her body. Altho was in pain, unable to believe his eyes. He called out her name and rushed to her side, tears streaming down his face as he desperately tried to flip Sylvia over using the mana concentration skill she had taught him, exerting all his strength. Altho was horrified to see Sylvia's wound had become so severe, without knowing when it had worsened to this extent. Standing in a pool of blood, he stood motionless beside Sylvia, who looked up at him, her gaze fixed on the crack. She had pieced together memories of the time she had spent intertwining them. Although knelt down, his body seemingly about to collapse when he realized that Sylvia's wound had worsened due to him creating the portal. Altho wept bitterly, filled with regret, knowing that Sylvia had come to this because of him. The scene unfolds as Altho is embraced by Sylvia's comforting hand. She assures him that she's only in a little pain, and everything will be all right, but Altho finds it hard to believe. Overwhelmed with grief, he cries uncontrollably, refusing to accept this reality. Sylvia, with little time left, tells him not to mourn, because it's her release from pursuit and loneliness in the dark cave. Her black armored shell breaks apart, revealing her original form, a beautiful dragon with purple eyes. Altho is astonished by this revelation. Sylvia explains that she needs to use her original form to complete the portal, and her enemies will soon arrive. With no time left to answer his questions, Sylvia moves to the gate and completes it, illuminating light. She hands Altho a glowing egg, surprising him. Sylvia says he can keep it, and then plucks a feather from her body to hide the egg's radiant light. Lastly, Sylvia instructs Altho to endure as she touches his arm with her head, causing strange glowing patterns to adhere to his skin. This is the key she gives him to answer all the doubts in his mind. As Altho looks back, he notices Sylvia's purple eyes turning silver, a sign that her lonely life is nearing its end. Quickly opening the spatial gate, Sylvia urges Altho to go where there are people, as her enemies approach, and neither of them is strong enough to fight back. As the cave collapses behind them, a strange figure appears, demanding Sylvia surrender something in exchange for healing her wounds. Altho, hidden beneath Sylvia's wings to shield himself from their gaze, watches as Sylvia pushes him through the gate. She confesses that she intentionally delayed completing the gate to stay with him longer, hoping for his forgiveness. Before parting ways, she asks him to call her mom one last time, tears streaming down both their faces. In their final moment together, Altho cries out, "Mom." Sylvia smiles contentedly, thanking him. Surely, Sylvia finds peace knowing that in her final moments, she had a companion, and the tiny egg finds a safe place away from their enemies. Altho falls from the gate, his small hand reaching towards the sky, longing to take Sylvia with him, but knowing it's impossible. The sunset cast long shadows under the trees. Altho gritted his teeth, holding back his tears. He knew that Sylvia had truly gone, and he would never see her again. Thinking about this, he cried out in desperate agony, met only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirping of birds. Altho wiped away the tears running down his face. In his mind now were only memories of the days spent with Sylvia in the cavern, a bitter period that felt fleeting. He knew Sylvia regarded him as family, teaching him what he needed to know, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he heard a voice, sounding like Sylvia's. Altho spun around, searching for her figure, but found nothing. It turned out Sylvia had passed her will to him as a parting gift. It would help him become a mage in the future if he knew how to use it properly. And when his mana core turned white, He would receive Sylvia's final message. She promised to explain everything by then. Sylvia's farewell echoed in Althal's ears. Goodbye, King Grey. Thousands of questions flooded his mind after that farewell. Althal pondered, unsure how long Sylvia had known his true identity and how she found out. There were too many questions needing answers. But for now, Althal held the egg wrapped in Sylvia's feather, lost in thought. He knew that if he focused solely on revenge, this life wouldn't be much different from his past lives. Now his task was to move forward. Forward, he said to himself. Suddenly, everything froze. Althal was overwhelmed with confusion, not knowing where he was. Surrounded by ancient trees, the light couldn't penetrate through the canopy. He stepped back, gathering mana throughout his body, leaping onto a tall tree to scan his surroundings. But all he could see clearly was that he was in a forest, surrounded by trees, with mana circulating as Sylvia had taught him, enabling faster spellcasting. Yet he couldn't stop asking himself why he was brought here. Sylvia had said he would be moved closer to where humans were. Althal quietly hoped he could find humans as soon as possible, moving himself through the forest canopy. Althal realized climbing seemed to be his profession now, resembling a monkey more than ever. As Althal was self-satisfied with his climbing ability, he heard a distant scream echoing. Surprised, he turned back and felt joyous because it was the voice of a girl. His natural attraction kicked in, and he swiftly moved towards the source of the sound. Looking down beneath the tree canopy, he spotted the girl with a few men accompanying her. He hoped they could provide him with passage, but something seemed amiss. Althal descended closer, ears perked to every sound. The girl screamed as if she was being gagged. Nearby, a man demanded his cohorts to silence her abruptly. A loud noise followed, and the girl fell unconscious. The four men discussed hastily, deciding they needed to leave the forest quickly, certain they could escape this cursed place within a few days. It turned out the girl had been kidnapped. They believed her ransom would fetch a high price, especially considering her young age, likely from a wealthy family. The leader ordered his men to keep quiet and quickly stowed the girl in the back of their vehicle, preparing to depart. Enraged, Althal clenched his fists tightly around the tree trunk. Perhaps he was furious, thinking of the similar scene involving his own mother years ago. These were certainly despicable slave traders. Althal's face darkened. He focused intensely on the unconscious girl, now taken away by them. Her beautiful silver-white hair swayed gracefully. "This is it, everyone," he muttered. The slave trader convoy began to move, their vehicles pulled by wolves from the forest. They traversed through the paths, appearing comfortable with their spoils loaded on the vehicle. Althal wondered how they could tame such wolves, knowing that if he could acquire one of them, it would be a condition to swiftly escape this forest. Althal continued to trail behind the convoy, concealing himself among the tree branches. He knew that to safely return home, he needed to plan meticulously. Eliminating these human traffickers was essential, but he refrained from acting impulsively now. Dealing with these forswine would be beyond his current abilities. He silently monitored them, patiently awaiting the right moment, akin to a predator stalking its prey. For now, waiting was his best option. As night fell, Althal seized the opportunity to gather mana, waiting until his body was ready. He planned to strike guerrilla style as soon as they let their guard down. Right now, Althal widened his eyes. He knew the moment had come. Althal plucked a wild berry and used it to distract the wolves' attention, causing the convoy to halt. The human trafficker leader, irritated by the noise the wolves caused, immediately ordered his men to silence them, leaving the forest eerily quiet except for their howls. Surely their journey out of the forest would be delayed, dispersing Althal's adversaries successfully. One of the men, carrying a large piece of meat, approached the wolf pack to appease them, suppressing the noise during the night. Meanwhile, Althal focused mana into his right hand, transforming it into a sharp blade. While the tall man was busy advising the wolves to eat their horns, Althal appeared in a blink, launching like a rocket. In an instant, he swiftly slashed the tall man's throat, preventing him from making a sound. Althal retrieved the dagger from the tall man's corpse, which then became a hearty midnight feast for the wolves. He dragged the overweight trafficker's cart, now satiated, and turned back to find the tall man missing. He thought his friend was busy watering the trees, but then heard a small noise. Startled, he turned around, only for Althal to appear from behind, covering the fat man's mouth and swiftly slashing his sharp blade across his neck, ending the second trafficker's life. Althal struggled to breathe. Its small body was exhausted, and he knew he had to act quickly while the other two were unaware. But life wasn't a dream. The girl who had been knocked out in the cart suddenly woke up, loudly wondering if she looked pretty. "Oh, this is bad luck," Althal muttered quietly. His body was soaked with fatigue, and the traffickers wouldn't be as careless as before now that they had noticed the absence of the tall and fat ones. It would be more difficult for him to continue eliminating them. Hearing the commotion, the remaining two traffickers emerged sleepily from their tent, calling out to their companions, but receiving no response. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Even their cohorts didn't reply to their calls. Although drew the attention of the bald-headed man, and both rushed into a brawl. In a swift motion, Altho wielded his long sword, parrying the bald man's attack. He tiptoed, taking advantage of the bald man's surprise at the sight of his tiny figure. Altho gifted him a long wound across his leg. The third man had dealt with his wound. He couldn't do anything to Altho, yelling in pain, which drew the remaining traffickers' attention. He warned his companion about Althal being a mage. Hearing this, the long-haired man laughed gleefully, concentrating mana into his hands step by step, approaching Althal. Althal looked at him as if he were examining a newly precious commodity dropped from the sky, considering himself more valuable than the girl they had captured earlier. Suddenly, the man disappeared from Althal's sight and reappeared behind him, thinking he would catch Althal off guard right from the start. However, Althal managed to evade. The man was amused by this, but his joy was short-lived. Within seconds, he received a blow to the face, catching him off guard. While still bewildered, he saw Althal's dagger, thinking to himself that it was over. He grabbed Althal's dagger with a happy expression, praising his cute trick. Then, he swiftly threw it towards Althal at incredible speed, catching him off guard. Altho fell to the ground, stunned. The long-haired man grabbed his leg, gloating that Althal was his valuable treasure, a high-priced commodity he had just acquired. He held Althal suspended in midair, advising him to give up because with his small body, he couldn't do anything. At that moment, Altho began to calculate, intending to condense mana into a sharp blade, resembling the magic of this world. He concentrated his spirit, condensing mana into fire, right where the long-haired mage lay, under his curious gaze. Altho bid farewell to his dear doll, bidding farewell to his lovely left hand. "Congratulations, you lost your hand." The man went crazy, looking at his lost arm, screaming that Altho would die by his hands. Now, he no longer cared about preserving Altho as a rare commodity. He only had one thought in his mind: how to send Altho to his ancestors. Before he could finish his sentence, Altho's dagger flew through his neck, sending him to the afterlife with his comrades. The only survivor was crippled by Altho, pleading desperately for mercy. But Altho had no intention of sparing him. Congratulations to the teen reunited on their way to the heavenly court. Altho entered the carriage. Seeing the girl curled up inside, he smiled brightly, reaching out to reassure her that she was safe. He asked her to come with him and Ho, knowing she could now return home. Altho approached the girl, blindfolding her with a piece of cloth, and led her outside, leaving this place behind. The girl always wondered why he did that. "Hey, young lady, people feel sorry for you, afraid that you might faint seeing the bloody scene out there. But with the body of a 4-year-old boy, a 4-year-old kid, how could he carry you? Be obedient, and you'll get candy to eat." Altho didn't explain much. He only said, "There are things children like her shouldn't know or see." Hearing that, the girl became even more curious because Altho was clearly not much older than her. He was also just a kid. Although her question wasn't satisfactorily answered, the girl still obediently followed him out of that place. She didn't know how long they had been walking when Altho removed the blindfold from her eyes. His chubby face gradually appeared, and she shyly thanked him. "Cute girl, people. She's still small, but this young lady promises to be a beauty in the future." Yet, Altho turned his back to leave after a simple goodbye. The girl grabbed his tattered shirt without saying a word, looking at him with pitiful eyes as if telling Altho she was very scared. "Why are you abandoning her, a lovely and adorable girl like this? You're terrible. Don't leave her behind." Seeing this, Altho's face turned pale, and sweat started to form. He probably felt he had just escaped one danger only to face another burden. He explained to her that he needed to go home too, and the bad people were no longer chasing her, so she could safely find her way home, and shouldn't follow him. With great effort, Although removed her hands gripping his shirt. He wondered, isn't it safer for her to be in the El Sano forest? The girl shook her head vigorously, answering his question. She said the monsters were only afraid of adults, and she would become their food. She also recounted her parents' warnings that children would be eaten by hunting dogs or tree ghosts. A timid, easily scared little girl, although began to feel a headache and a sense of hopelessness. He gradually accepted the fact that since he had saved her, he would have to take her home. But where was her home? He asked if she remembered the way and how long it would take to get there. He turned pale when he saw her turn her head and mutter that she didn't know anymore. He let out a sigh and coldly said, "If you don't know, then stay here and wait." Tessia was startled and panicked, thinking he would abandon her. But he turned back, gave her a grim smile, and told her he was going to find some food for both of them, hoping he would be gone for too long. The girl shyly nodded in agreement, her thoughts drifting to how she could repay him. Althal returned to the site of the slaver's cart and gathered all the items he thought would be necessary for their journey ahead, as neither of them knew how long it would take to find their way back. Being prepared was essential. He looked much more put together now. His outfit had been changed. He carried a tent and various supplies on his back and held a short knife in his hand. In fact, Althal wanted to use the cart, but it would attract too much attention. So he cut the ropes, freeing the wolves that pulled the cart, and headed back to where Tessia was waiting, hoping to find something there that could help him return to the human kingdom. When he reached Tessia, he handed her a piece of clothing he had found on the slaver's cart and advised her to wear it to stay warm. His thoughtfulness was clear, and it seemed Tessia's heart was already his. She thanked him, and he patted her head with a bright smile, letting her know he was ready to take her home. With her vague knowledge, they set off together toward the place she indicated. Although hoped to learn more about this girl during their journey, he learned her name was Tessia and introduced himself to her as well. Tessia wondered how such a small boy could have ended up in the forest. It would be a long story if he were to explain it to her, so Altho promised to tell her someday, but not now. For the moment, he just told Tessia that he had lost his family. Tessia guessed he was from the human kingdom and asked if all human males were perverts with many wives. Altho was surprised, not knowing who had told her such nonsense. At least his father only had his mother, and Altho planned the same for his future. Tessia explained that her grandfather had told her this, and Altho understood he was probably trying to protect his granddaughter. But wait, did this little girl even understand what a pervert was? Of course, Tessia didn't understand. As they climbed a tall tree to scout their direction, Altho explained that not all humans had many wives. It depended on the person, and some nobles like to have multiple wives. It seemed Tessia understood better now, though Altho wasn't entirely sure. However, now Altho was curious about Tessia's life. Tessia eagerly described her home as a very beautiful place. She spent a lot of time playing with the guards, while her grandfather and parents were very busy. Every day, she would wake up to lessons from her tutor, something she enjoyed and looked forward to. If you pay attention, you might notice that Altho seemed to be afraid of small animals. He jumped back when he saw Tessia playing with insects or an adorable pink rabbit. But at this moment, to deal with their hunger, Altho grimly smiled, holding the knife in his right hand and a poor rabbit by its ears in his left, ready to kill it under Tessia's horrified gaze. Finally, their dinner was ready. The delicious smell of roasted rabbit contrasted with Altho's satisfaction, while Tessia pouted by the fire, using all her facial muscles to show her displeasure with his actions. As they spent more time together, Tessia finally dared to ask about the fate of those who had kidnapped her. Altho didn't dare to tell her the truth. He only said that they had met with an unfortunate accident, and that they were lucky to escape. Tessia wasn't entirely convinced, worrying that they might come after her again. But Altho knew that was impossible since he had dealt with them very carefully. Under the starry night sky, Tessia thanked him once more. They sat by the fire, neither wanting to sleep. Altho had many thoughts, while Tessia was still scared. Altho advised her to sleep, promising to keep watch. Outside the tent, he looked up at the night sky, lost in his thoughts. He wanted to use this time to understand the things that had happened. Tessia peeked out from the tent, pleading for him to come inside for safety, insisting that she was concerned for him, not afraid. But Altho knew the recent events still haunted her, making her uneasy and unable to sleep alone. To comfort her, Altho sat beside her, her hand gripping his pant leg as she slowly drifted off to sleep. He had to admit, Tessia was a bit of a nuisance, but she was adorable. Her steady breathing blended into the night as their journey continued. The new experiences around them helped Althal and Tessia learn a lot along the way. Althal led Tessia through the dense forest, his attentiveness and skills causing Tessia to blush whenever she spoke to him. Althal noticed her reactions and realized he shouldn't rush in finding their way home, as it would worsen his mood. Instead, he decided to enjoy the journey. One evening, as they were having dinner by the fire, Althal suddenly collapsed, clutching his chest in pain. His mana core was having issues, causing sporadic episodes of intense pain. Gritting his teeth, Althal endured, sweat rolling down his face. Concerned, Tessia moved closer and asked if he was okay. Althal assured her he was fine, though she clearly didn't believe him, her worried expression saying it all. That night, while Tessia slept soundly, Althal wrestled with the excruciating pain from within his body. By morning, he was all smiles again, as if nothing had happened. Tessia knew everything and was worried about him, aware that he was not okay, but unable to help. In the distance, wolves lurked, waiting for any opportunity to strike. Althal warded them off with a mana blast, causing them to flee and giving Tessia some peace of mind. While they stood there, Althal's pain struck again. The frequency of his episodes had increased. He slipped behind a tree, not wanting Tessia to see. He was unsure whether to tell Tessia about his condition, knowing it would only worry her more, without her being able to help. As time passed, Althal shared and taught Tessia much about the new world. Though he wanted to speed up their journey, Tessia's weak physical condition required frequent rests, slowing their pace. Althal tried to help her move faster by carrying all the supplies and using mana to strengthen his body. However, the increasing frequency and intensity of his pain made it harder to hide his condition from Tessia. Unknown to him, Tessia would wake up at night to adjust his blanket, aware of his struggles but choosing not to mention it to avoid making him feel uncomfortable. When the sun woke up, it was time for the two young friends to continue their journey. Tessia tugged on Althal's sleeve, shyly asking if she could call him by the nickname Al, instead of Althoth. Naturally, Althal agreed cheerfully, even teasing her by saying he felt honored to be called by a nickname, his mischievous face and sparkling eyes making Tessia blush and turn away. She complained that he talked like an old man, to which Althal smugly retorted, recounting the times she cried and couldn't go to the bathroom without him. Immediately, Tessia, embarrassed, stretched his cheeks with her hands, demanding he never mention those things again. Suddenly, Tessia noticed a glowing green T symbol on a tree behind Althal. Following the marked paths, Tessia excitedly confirmed with her sparkling eyes that they had reached her home. Before Althal could process what was happening, a blue light spread and a portal appeared at the tree's base. It seemed this was the gateway to Tessia's home. She turned back, her eyes gleaming, and extended her left hand to invite him to come home with her. Stepping through the glowing portal led them into darkness. It was a teleportation gate. Althal disliked this, as he immediately fell to the ground, burdened by their mountain of luggage. Before he could recover, he felt someone poking him. It was Tessia, smiling down at him, saying they had arrived. Althal sat up, mouth agape, taking in the scene before him. Below was a vast community dwelling beneath a gigantic ancient tree. The space was immense, with small houses neatly aligned, their round, jade-colored roofs reflecting a soft green light. The clearings interspersed with fountains and lush grass covered the ground. Narrow sidewalks and marble-paved roads traversed the city, which was mostly shaded by enormous tree canopies overhead. Yet the city itself emitted a warm glow from what appeared to be light orbs scattered throughout. As Althal marveled at the scenery, streams of mana from all directions converged before him and Tessia. Instinctively, Althal's hand moved to his sword, readying himself. Tessia's eyes were resolute as she looked ahead, signaling to Althal not to worry. It turned out to be a group of 10 guards, likely warriors of the Alsano tribe. They wore black outfits with green accents and gold-covered left shoulders. Each guard carried a sword at their waist, and what surprised Althal the most was that there was almost no mana aura emanating from them. Before Althal could fully comprehend the situation, the 10 guards suddenly knelt down, placing their right hands on their chests, and respectfully greeted Tessia in unison. "Welcome back, Princess." What the heck? Althal stood there in shock, with countless questions swirling in his mind. This delicate, seemingly useless girl was a princess. He kept glancing back and forth between Tessia and the 10 guards, silently questioning her if they had mistaken her identity. Contrary to Althao's bewilderment, Tessia nodded with a happy smile, confirming her identity. The captain of the guards informed Tessia that they can rush there as soon as the royal teleportation gate had opened. The king and queen, her parents, missed her dearly. Before he could finish his words, Tessia heard her parents' joyful yet worried voices. King Alwyn and Queen Muriel hurried towards Tessia, clearly having been very anxious during her absence. Behind them was Varian, Tessia's grandfather, and the king of Elsano, who had led the army against the human kingdom of Sapen. His eyes were focused on Tessia, smiling happily. Althao gently pushed Tessia forward with his hands, and she ran into the arms of her parents and grandfather, overwhelmed with happiness. At that moment, Althao felt happy for her, and hoped that one day he too could run into the arms of his parents. King Alwyn expressed his deep gratitude to Althao for bringing their daughter back and invited him to their home to rest. He also wanted to learn what had happened to his daughter. Althao realized that the invitation was more of an obligation, given the king's stern gaze. He bowed, placing his right hand on his chest, and thanked the king for his hospitality. Before he could straighten up, Tessia had already grabbed him and pulled him away, much to the astonishment of everyone present. "Tessia, you're a girl. Could you be a little more modest?" Althao thought, though he realized there was little left to be modest about given their shared experiences, including the times he had to assist her with basic needs. With a happy smile, Tessia dragged Althao along, excitedly telling him she had many things to share. She led him on a tour of the palace, her joy evident as she watched his amazed reactions. The Golden Cap Castle was both majestic and splendid, leaving Althao in awe, feeling as if he had stepped into a captivating novel. Queen Muriel gave detailed instructions to everyone in the palace, emphasizing that Althao was their honored guest. She ordered that he be bathed and provided with a comfortable room to rest. However, Althao interrupted, insisting on recounting everything that had happened, knowing they were eager to hear it all. Everyone gathered around a large table, and Althao stood up, introducing himself briefly. He was anxious, unsure if they would take him seriously or dismiss his words as mere tales from a child. But to his relief, they seemed unconcerned with his age, and were ready to listen intently. Althao began his narration, starting with a vague explanation of how he got separated from his family due to bandits. He omitted the part about meeting Sylvia, but couldn't avoid telling the whole truth about his journey with Tessia. He recounted the events honestly, detailing their encounters and the challenges they faced. After learning what had happened to Tessia, the king slammed his fist down on the table in anger, his voice booming with fury upon realizing his daughter had been taken by slave traders. Confirming his initial suspicions, he declared that those behind Tessia's disappearance were surely human, and like all humans, considered villains. Althao felt deeply offended, hoping King Alwyn wouldn't mistake him. After all, slave trading was a profession, not a universal characteristic of humanity. His stern demeanor provoked anger among the surrounding soldiers, who drew their swords towards him. At that moment, Tessia's grandfather intervened, questioning Althao to confirm what he had done to rescue his granddaughter. Althao pleaded and negotiated with them, knowing everyone would wonder how a 4-year-old could save Tessia from 4 cruel slave traders in the forest. He explained that despite his young age, he was a wizard who had defeated the slave traders and saved the king's granddaughter. His words seemed implausible to a disgruntled guard, who couldn't accept such blatant lies, drawing his sword with intent. Varian quickly intervened with a warning glance, assessing the accuracy of Althao's words without needing to speak. Althao stood up from his seat, aware of how incredible this story sounded, but indifferent to their disbelief. Regardless, Tessia had returned safely, and he desired nothing more from them than to be reunited with his own family. Tessia, startled upon hearing this, didn't want Althao to leave at this moment. Her parents exchanged hesitant glances upon hearing her use his familiar name, and her grandfather's eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared at Althao. Sensing danger looming, Althao explained his humanity and the unwelcoming atmosphere, stating he couldn't stay long. He insisted his priority now was ensuring his family's safety and letting them know he was safe, urging them not to worry and to continue living while he tried to find his way home. Tessia pondered deeply on this. Mr. Varian told him that his presence here was not serious, and had nothing to do with the war between the two kingdoms. More importantly, he was the benefactor who saved his daughter's life. Mr. Varian decided to grant him a favor. However, currently, the teleportation gate to the Sapin Kingdom, which opens every 7 years, could only be used once during the summit conference between the three races. It would be at least 5 more years before the gate would open again. Therefore, if he wanted to return home immediately, Mr. Varian could send an escort team to take him home safely. For now, in the kingdom of Elsano, not everyone could forget the hatred for humans and the pain caused by the war. Therefore, temporarily, Altho could stay in the palace. Tomorrow, they would prepare for the escort team to set out. Altho was very happy to hear this and bowed in thanks. After the discussion, Altho returned to the room prepared for him, took a bath, and prepared to rest. But while he was bathing, the pain suddenly appeared again. This time, it seemed much worse than before. He sat on the chair, holding the egg that Sylvia left in his hand, and began to think. What should he do? He wished he could talk to Sylvia, wished she were there so he wouldn't feel lonely, so she could help him. A knock on the door interrupted Altho's thoughts. He quickly went to the door, and it was Tessia, who was frowning. She used all of her strength to headbutt Altho in the stomach. She complained about how coldly he spoke to her family, and why he wanted to leave so quickly when he just arrived at her house today. Altho grabbed Tessia's shoulders and lifted her up straight. He explained to her that the way he spoke to her family was not cold but respectful, because they were not only her parents but also the king and queen, the leaders of this kingdom. He also showed his anger when she didn't tell him beforehand that she was the princess of the Elsano kingdom. Tessia laughed perfunctorily, which made Altho even more annoyed. After hearing a satisfactory explanation from him, Tessia still showed that she didn't want him to go home, because he was her first friend. From behind, Altho saw Tessia's shoulders tremble slightly. He tilted his head and smiled to comfort her, distracting her by asking her to show him around the castle. Tessia, of course, happily agreed. Tessia led him to a garden and introduced it as her favorite place in the castle. She excitedly talked about the vision of spring when the flowers in the garden would bloom, and if he stayed, he would get to see their beauty. Tessia bent down, lifted some fireflies with one hand, and brought them towards him with a radiant face, offering them to him. He cupped his hands to receive the fireflies. Suddenly, he sensed danger from behind. He quickly pulled Tessia to the side, dodging a weapon aimed at his hand, caught it, and threw it back towards where it came from. He swiftly apprehended the suspicious figure, only to realize it was Tessia's grandfather. Astonished, he questioned whether the old man intended to kill his granddaughter, contrary to his angry expression. Tessia's grandfather laughed heartily, saying it was just a toy that couldn't even leave a scar, let alone take her life. At this, Altho calmed down and examined the knife in his hand to check if it was really as harmless as the old man claimed. It was indeed a toy. This old man was as playful as his own father, scaring him out of his wits. Tessia's grandfather leaned in close to Altho, praising his quick reaction and technique. However, he added that just because Altho caught his toy didn't mean he could use it against him. Before Altho could respond, the old man assessed his ability to use mana, saying he believed Altho could defeat those bandits. He could imagine it clearly. Should Altho be happy? Looking at his face, Altho only saw a man who seemed to have lost his sanity, not finding it amusing at all. Seeing Altho being teased by her grandfather, Tessia quickly stepped in to protect and complain, asking him not to tease Altho. Her words made the old man angry. He thought she should know why he was there. This made Altho think, but the old man didn't answer and immediately threw a wooden sword at him, wanting to test his skills. Perhaps the old man found Altho interesting, someone he hadn't met in a long time. Personally, I thought Altho was like a new toy the old man had just discovered. Let's hope he doesn't play too rough, since Altho's health is currently fragile. He's delicate, and we should pray for his safety. Catching the wooden sword with a determined look, Altho immediately lunged, aiming a strike at Tessia's grandfather's neck while he was still seated. Tessia screamed in horror, her eyes wide and mouth agape, as if her grandfather was about to meet his end under Altho's wooden sword. However, as the sword swung, a layer of mana enveloped her grandfather's body. Mr. Varian stood up and asked Altho if he was ready. As soon as Altho took hold of the sword, he was already in a ready stance without answering him. He quickly leaped and swung the sword horizontally towards Grandfather Tessia. But in the blink of an eye, Just as the sword was about to touch him, he disappeared and reappeared behind Althal, swiftly aiming for his neck. However, Althal was not caught off guard. He glanced sideways and quickly swung the sword behind his back to block the attack. Their swords clashed. Althal felt the strength of his grandfather, and unexpectedly, his fist moved towards him. Althal immediately jumped up and dodged backwards. Grandfather Tessia's movement was swift and surprising, but Althal wasn't too hasty. At the moment he moved, Tessia's other arm swept in and struck him, causing the sword in Althal's hand to fly out. He slid across the ground, but quickly used his hand to reduce the impact, creating friction to prevent himself from being thrown too far. Did the sword fall? Althal picked it up. He continued to move forward with a Zix-like motion, the imaginary sword creating a dazzling red glow as it collided with Tessia's emerald mana color. Althal used mana to reduce unnecessary movements, but still couldn't keep up with his actions. During the counterattack, the old man suddenly appeared behind him. Althal quickly noticed and moved forward. There was a chance for him to dodge the attack from Tessia's leg. His hand touched the ground, and he swung the sword towards the sky, then jumped up to seize the sword again. Althal tried to move faster to attack Grandfather Tessia. He succeeded. The wooden sword clashed with his grandfather's forehead, leaving a swollen red mark, while Althal and the sword flew far away. The sword plunged into the ground, and Althal stopped rolling after 10 turns, panting heavily. Tessia rushed over and paused for a moment. "If you thought I was heading towards Grandpa, you're mistaken. I'm fond of handsome men," she teased, running to Althal and helping him up, her gaze flicking towards her grandfather. Althal had succeeded, and Tessia seemed surprised by his recklessness. Her grandfather, Tessia, admitted to being too proud, but acknowledged Althal's talent. Only Tessia could pull this off. She smirked, running to her grandfather and squeezing him tightly, preventing him from what he was planning. Immediately, the second round began. "Ouch!" her grandfather exclaimed as Tessia squeezed him. Tessia complained about his roughness with Althal, but her grandfather disagreed. "Clearly, if I had been gentle, I would have been the one bullied," he lamented, feeling a bit hurt for himself. "Better me in pain than you," he concluded. "This is the mark of affection, isn't it?" Althal dusted off his clothes, his face beaming. He thanked her grandfather for the praise and felt honored. Her grandfather's eagle-eyed anticipation of him as a disciple sparked his curiosity. "Are you serious?" Althal and Tessia were bewildered. He asked her grandfather if he was sure and questioned why, pointing out the kingdom's difficulty accepting humans, let alone a former king accepting him as a disciple. "This could have adverse effects for you," he pointed out, a hint of caution in his tone. Her grandfather's resolute gaze assured Althal that no one would dare to mistreat him under his protection. Althal felt stronger than other children, and her grandfather assured him he understood this. "You don't need to worry about anything else," he assured Althal. "Just know that I can teach you things even the most talented mages in Sapin cannot." While the offer was tempting, Althal's lingering concern was still about his parents' safety and how to let them know he was still alive. Her grandfather nodded thoughtfully, assuring him that he had a way for him to contact his family, allowing Althal to rest assured. Althal wanted to confirm with him, but Tessia was too sleepy. Her grandfather decided to continue the story later. For now, he had to let his little darling go to sleep. After Tessia left, her grandfather expressed his thoughts candidly. "I can't ignore it when I see that Althal is having issues," he said, catching Althal off guard. Althal was deeply surprised when his grandfather mentioned the increasing frequency of monocore pains he was enduring every day. Bowing his head, Althal questioned hesitantly, "How did you know?" His grandfather replied that he knew more than just that, and warned that Althal's condition would worsen if he didn't identify and address the cause. He referred to a problem Althal was completely unaware of, but Althal immediately thought of Sylvia, recalling how she touched his core. Explaining further, his grandfather described how in the hierarchy of beasts, from rank E to noble rank, only creatures of rank A or higher could pass down their mental powers to descendants or someone else, but it would only be bound to one person. He couldn't imagine what kind of beast Althal had encountered, but now the power residing within him was becoming extremely dangerous. Althal was incredulous. Could you also have a beast's mental powers? His grandfather, Tessia, didn't deny it. He was known as the Beast Tamer for having fully subdued the mental power of beasts within him and assured Althal that he would soon be like him if he could tame the mental power within. Knowing Althal was eager to return to his family, his grandfather advised him to handle the inner beast mental power, as his fragile body couldn't endure it much longer. Placing his hand on Althal's chest, he projected an image of a massive dragon's mental power. He warned that if Althal didn't completely tame it, this power would destroy his body from the inside out. After the conversation with Grandfather Tessia, Althal returned to his room and sank into sleep. Suddenly, he felt a heavy weight pressing down on him, as if a monster were lying on top of him. Could it be that this creature was born from his worries and burdens? He shouted for the monster to get off, unaware that the oppressive feeling came from Tessia, who was sitting on him, trying to wake him up. In his drowsiness, Althal mistakenly called her a monster and realized his grave error in labeling someone like her as such. He feared he might lose everything. Even though he was only 4 years old, with a long journey ahead and many beautiful girls to meet. While Althal changed clothes, Tessia asked if he would stay as grandfather had suggested. He teasingly called her a princess, and she pinched him sharply, warning that she would be angry unless he called her Tessia as before. Poor Althal was assaulted before he even fully woke up and expressed his desire to take a bath. He suggested Tessia could join him if she wanted or else leave him in peace. In a moment, Tessia frowned and scolded Althal as a pervert before running off. Blushing, Althal yelled after her, insisting that he wasn't a pervert, though if he were, it wouldn't be fair to him. Tessia asked him not to use such words around her, as she didn't understand their meaning yet. After bathing, Althal returned to the main hall, where he was supposed to be taken to a place to communicate with his family. As he descended the stairs, he overheard the king pleading with his father not to bring Althal into the kingdom, and to stay here. Despite their appreciation for Althal saving Tessia's life, keeping him here went against the country's traditions. Ignoring his son and daughter-in-law's plea, Varian boarded the carriage, prepared with hands clasped before his chest and a determined expression, indicating he wouldn't change his mind. He wasn't swayed by traditions. His interest in Althal as an apprentice was insufficient to alter his decision. Finally, he delivered a final blow to the king and queen that Tessia agreed with this decision. Seeing her vigorously nodding to her parents that she consented to Althal staying, the king clung to the carriage, once again pleading with his father. But Varian wouldn't hear more. He announced his final decision that he would accept Althal as his apprentice and officially teach him, requesting the king to inform the kingdom of this matter. Althal stood on high ground and could hear everything clearly. He found Varian to be truly reliable, a man of his word and deeds. When Althal was still groggy, Varian noticed him and complained that he was late, urging them to hurry up if they didn't want the journey to be delayed. The carriage carrying Althal, Varian, and Tessia ventured deep into the forest, and it had been quite a while since they set off without reaching their destination. Althal asked Varian how much farther they had to go, accidentally addressing him as grandfather. Varian stroked his beard and looked displeased at the familiar term. Althal smiled at him, seeing Tessia sleeping soundly beside him, leaning her head on his shoulder. Varian observed this scene and reproached Althal that Tessia had woken up early just because of him, causing him trouble. Althal was surprised at how affectionate and clingy she was towards him. Varian approached and gently caressed his granddaughter's head, explaining to Althal about Tessia being the sole princess of the Elsano kingdom, hence always lonely. Tessia had been deeply hurt by both adults and children of her age who pretended to befriend her for their own gain, which made her become cold and distant, erecting an invisible wall around herself. But in the short time she had been with Althal, they had seen her laugh more and be happier than she had been in years. That's why they were truly grateful to him. Their conversation ended as they arrived at their destination and got off the horse-drawn carriage. Before Althal was a house hidden under the trees, with a green door and 2 small round windows. Althal was curious about the owner behind the door, wondering who could make the former king travel all the way to this remote countryside. Suddenly, Varian knocked forcefully on the door, shouting that they had arrived and urging them to quickly come out and greet them. This startled both Althal and Tessia, unsure if they might be turned away before they even stepped inside. Immediately, a middle-aged woman appeared, her long curly gray hair yelling at Varian to be patient as she was coming. Varian introduced her to Althal as Madame Media. an old friend and a special Devon who would help him communicate with his family. Although politely greeted Media, who signaled everyone to quickly enter the house because time was running out and they needed to get everything done swiftly. After entering the house, Although took the initiative to inquire whether Madame Media could truly help him communicate with his family, as Varian had mentioned. While addressing Varian familiarly, Media turned and chuckled, asking if he had been lenient with Althal. Although introduced her as a prophetess who could assist him, and if she wanted to know, no one could hide the truth from her. Taking Althal as an example, Media mentioned his uniqueness, some aspects of his life that even she couldn't see. She looked into his eyes, which outwardly gleamed with a bright green, yet inwardly burned with fiery red. Media explained that her eyes had glimpsed a bit of Althal's past and future. Altho was surprised by this revelation. Once Altho confirmed his genuine desire to contact his family, Media instructed him to lean over a basin of water she had prepared, asking him to imagine a clear and detailed image of his parents. When he could see them reflected in the water's surface, he would be able to communicate with them. Following her instructions, Media gently pressed one hand to Althal's head and dipped the other into the water. Although focused his mind and imagined his mother, her sparkling golden brown hair and sun-kissed complexion that always brought warmth to others. He remembered her expression of concern, while his thoughts of his father brought to mind his deep green eyes, resolute gaze, and goofy yet warm smile. In his mind, he longed for their presence and wished they could appear right then. Altho was surprised when his eyes suddenly brightened, seeing his mother preparing dinner for the family, a familiar meal. However, his mother appeared sad, her eyes lacking their usual sparkle. Joining her for dinner was his father, who wondered aloud why she had prepared such a delicious meal tonight. Alice sincerely wanted to cook for her husband, especially since her belly had grown quite large since their last journey. Alice sat down heavily with her husband's help, looking at the food on the table while thinking of Althal with a saddened expression. This was a dish both her husband and son loved. But now Althal wasn't here to enjoy it with them. Instead of answering her husband's inquiry, she sat down heavily in her chair, let out a sigh, and bowed her head, rubbing her belly with her hand. Suddenly, she heard an evil voice echoing from somewhere. He greeted her, surprising her. She thought she was imagining things, perhaps due to missing her son and having hallucinations. However, her husband also heard it and stopped eating, looking over at the image of their son. Their eyes met, silently asking if that was the voice of their son. At this moment, the voice repeated its greeting to his parents and emphasized to them, "I truly am Althal, the son of both of you." As soon as he finished speaking, his father dropped the spoon in his hand, letting it fall on the table. They were very surprised, although knew his parents were taken aback upon hearing his voice. In his mind, he promised to explain everything to them later. After a few moments, time was running out. He just wanted to let them know that he was still living well and safe. He managed to survive after falling down the cliff. He wanted them to keep this a secret and inform them that he was currently in the kingdom of Elsano. He comforted his parents, happy to see that they were all right. He let them know he was proud of what he had done. If he could go back, he would still choose to do it, so they shouldn't worry. He would be home soon. While Althal reassured them, we could see their memories and what happened after Althal fell off the cliff. Reinhold and Alice had searched for Althal with friends for a long time but couldn't find his parents. He sobbed with tears rolling down his worried face. His mother had moments when she couldn't accept the fact that he was missing and couldn't be found. Alice thought he was dead and blamed herself for being too painful. She had used a knife to end her life, fortunately discovered and saved by everyone. His father was too sad to see him. His giant friend didn't have the heart to give him a fist. He looked straight at the truth. He needed to be strong for his weak wife, who was pregnant. Reinhold and Alice hugged each other when the night came to say they lost him. After arriving at Alice and Reinhold's home, saying goodbye to friends, they met a kind family and were given shelter, and Reinhold had a new job. At this point, Altho told his parents that he would be home soon. However, he was having health problems and needed to focus on addressing them to return to them soon. Altho explained to them about the need to focus on the side that is currently being helped by many people, and Media is the main magic instructor who helped them hear her voice. He promised Reinhold to continue training in magic and practice in the process of healthcare. Do not forget to warn him to be careful, because when they meet, he may defeat him. Until then, He needs him to take care of and protect his brother safely. Althal listened quietly as his parents wept tears of joy, believing him lost, but now found alive. It was a moment of profound relief for everyone. "Goodbye," Althal murmured to them, his voice thick with love and emotion. Tears streaked down his cheeks, reflecting the poignant scene of his parents embracing each other nearby, their silhouettes shimmering on the water's surface, bringing him some peace of mind. Turning resolutely, he met Sir Varian's steady gaze, silently conveying his readiness. After informing the family and settling matters with Sir Tessia's grandson, they returned together to the castle. As they descended from the carriage, the king halted Althal with a gentle gesture, placing a hand behind his head. His eyes avoided Althal's as he awkwardly offered an apology, perhaps revealing a hint of his traditional stubbornness. The queen, too, reached out, gently patting his shoulder, expressing regret for not apologizing sooner and urging him to accept their heartfelt apologies. They wanted him to feel at home once more, extending their warmest welcome. Watching from a distance, Tessia observed their interaction with immense satisfaction. Quickly, she stepped forward, standing before Althal and presenting a request of her father. If he genuinely apologized, she pleaded, could she and Althal be allowed to venture outside the castle walls? She was eager to show him everything the city had to offer, a prospect that excited her greatly. As they walked hand in hand through the bustling streets of El Sano, Althal marveled at the unfamiliar sights around him. Suddenly, a young child bumped into him, prompting Althal to apologize. Instead of understanding, however, the child responded with insults. The boy, with his blonde hair and confident demeanor, pointed at Althal, asserting that he didn't belong here. It was clear he represented El Sano's distrust of outsiders. Althal felt a mix of annoyance and curiosity towards the audacious child. Did he want to pick a fight? Tessia observed the scene with a determined gaze, growing increasingly irritated by the rudeness. She wanted Althal to quickly depart with her, ignoring the insults hurled their way. It turned out the arrogant blonde boy was named Ferith. He greeted Tessia and expressed a desire to escort her around the city. Althal and Tessia were clearly taken aback by his confidence. Althal smirked, pretending to mistakenly call Ferith by the wrong name, which only inflated his ego further. Ferith boasted about his achievements, his face glowing with pride. Suddenly, he was ecstatic to catch Althal mispronounce his name. Tessia struggled to contain her laughter. Althal casually shifted his weight, his hand resting on his chest as he politely complimented Ferith, bidding him farewell. Tessia's amused demeanor seemed to infuriate Ferith visibly. He felt insulted by their amusement. Ferith threw his handkerchief to the ground and issued a challenge. Althal, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, watched as Tessia stepped forward to shield him. She threatened to confront Ferith, daring him to challenge Althal, reminding him of Althal's status as Sir Varian's warrior. Such behavior was disrespectful and unacceptable. Tessia stood firm, her gaze stern, yet Ferith remained disrespectful, believing his father's instructions allowed no one to insult his pride. He aimed his weapon at Althal, forcing him to choose, either accept a duel or flee like a coward, reflecting poorly on his honor. Althal couldn't believe Ferith was serious about challenging him over a minor mispronunciation. Ferith smirked at Althal's silence, assuming it as acceptance. He hoped Tessia would officiate the duel. Tessia hesitated, caught between two difficult choices, but ultimately had to comply. Reluctantly, she signaled the start of the duel with a sigh, closing her eyes briefly. A crowd gathered eagerly, curious to witness the showdown between the two boys in the middle of the bustling street. Amidst Ferith's arrogance, Ferith spewed insults, but swiftly received a lightning-fast punch from Althal, catching him off guard. Ferith took a solid hit to the cheek, tumbling backward, shoes flying off from the impact. Althal retreated after his attack, surprised at how easily Ferith fell, with a nonchalant expression as if he had foreseen this outcome. To avoid further trouble, Tessia grabbed Althal's hand, and they dashed away, leaving Ferith's gang staring dumbfoundedly as they surrounded him. Tessia led Althal through various spots in the city, from weapon shops to bookstores, and to scenic spots, with Althal relishing the moment he had provoked Ferith. At that moment, Althal felt a sense of relief, as if all his worries had been lifted. He felt grateful to Tessia for that. As they admired the scenery, Tessia confirmed if Althal was ready to begin training with Sir Varian the next day. Althal recalled his recent conversation with his grandfather, who assured him that while he didn't know what Althal had been taught in the past, the upcoming training sessions would be challenging and demanding. His grandfather advised him not to dwell on the pain from mana-core synchronization, likening it to submerging one's body in boiling oil, potentially trapping him in this foreign land without family or even the comforts of daily life, becoming increasingly grim. But if he could endure it, the rewards would be substantial. His grandfather asked if he was willing to accept this challenge, and of course, Althal eagerly accepted. Having spent quite some time here now, diligently training and keeping an eye on his parents from afar, Althal found joy in all of this. Furthermore, he was curious about the future twists and turns in his life and couldn't wait to see what lay ahead. In the next 3 years, Mr. Varian tried to help him achieve the fusion of bones and muscles with mana. This process was extremely painful. He thought the boy would be exhausted, but no, it wasn't enough to drain his energy. This made Mr. Varian very surprised and delighted. After examining his body, Mr. Varian asked if he was ready. The boy lay still with his hand on his forehead, happily replying that he was ready. He believed that everyone could keep the secret, even if he left. Today, like every other day, when he was sound asleep, Tessia appeared. She quietly reached out and grabbed Althal's foot, making him startle. She announced that if he continued to sleep, they would be late. Tessia then used mana to twist Althal's ankle, causing him pain. He complained, asking if she could find a gentler way to wake him up. In response to his question, Tessia calmly replied that it wasn't her fault since he didn't wake up when she was still being nice to him. Besides, Tessia said that he should be grateful to be woken up every morning by a cute girl like her. Seeing her haughty face, Althal scoffed, not agreeing. He sat up, tilting his head to one side, and remarked, making her furious, that there were many servants here, and she didn't need to come to his bed every morning to drag him up like this. Of course, Tessia was not happy with what he said. On their way, Tessia frequently asked him if he thought the servant they had just met was very beautiful. Before Althal could answer, Mr. Varian's voice rang out. He complained that he had been waiting for them for too long, and reminded them that they both should be ready for their upcoming lesson. While Tessia lay exhausted on the grass, Althal answered Mr. Varian's question about the knowledge he had learned over time regarding the types of mana and the characteristics of the 3 races, dwarves, elves, and humans. From this, we know that in this world, there are 4 basic elements and higher-level elements, such as ice, gravity, light, and sound. These high-level elements can only be achieved when a mage has mastered their fundamental element, and they call this Devilon. Among all the races, dwarves can only manipulate earth and fire, or just one of these 2 elements. Similar to elves, dwarves have a much higher affinity for these 2 elements. Their distinct feature is that all dwarves can forge and bend metal. While talented dwarves can control fire and earth at a high level to the point where they can combine elements and manipulate magic, elves are limited to water, wind, and earth elements, but have higher compatibility than humans. In rare cases, elves can also create special Devilon capable of controlling plants. However, elves cannot train mages who can control high-level forms of water, wind, and earth. Human mages possess the ability to control any of the 4 basic elements and are the only race capable of producing rule breakers in any element. Along with anomalies that cannot be classified into any element, such as emitters and healers, there exists a delicate balance of power between the 3 races, dwarves, elves, and humans. His explanation made Mr. Varian very satisfied. Tessia raised her hand, wanting him to answer a question. She knew that the whole assimilation process was to prepare for dealing with the beast inside Althal. However, wouldn't it be better if Althal trained his body while using magic, like she did? Althal had already learned all the basic information about the 3 races in previous lessons, but the racial differences became more apparent as he studied over the past 3 years. If humans awakening in their later years are considered talented, then elf children awaken at the age of 10, with Tessia awakening a year earlier at 9. While Althal was lost in thought, Mr. Varian, after listening to Tessia's question with a humorous face, sat down and asked her if she was angry, because she was the only one being beaten during training. Tessia dejectedly admitted this, saying she got beaten every day while Althal was fine. This hurt her little heart a bit. At least if they shared the hardship, you should be beaten like her. But only she was beaten by her grandfather every day. Although noticed that Tessia had been trained in her mage skills with a tutor while learning to fight from Mr. Varian, and she would become a monster in the future. However, although thought he shouldn't say that to her. Of course, no beautiful girl would want to be considered a monster, especially a delicate girl like Tessia. Mr. Varian explained that what Althal had been doing for the past 3 years was essentially fusing his bones, muscles, and internal organs with his mana. Since Althal hadn't undergone physical training like Tessia, Mr. Varian assured him that after the training process was complete, his body would be stronger and more resilient than that of a veteran warrior like Tessia. Tessia was very surprised. She turned to look at Althal with a sly gaze and asked if that was the reason why he was so sensitive when she woke him up every day using mana, causing him to scream in pain. Teasingly, she said he should know she still feels sorry for the times she twisted his leg with mana to wake him up until now. Mr. Varian felt that Althal was ready for a new exercise. Starting today, Althal would become a true beast tamer. But this wouldn't be like the fortunate adventurers who simply used their beasts as tools. Mr. Sylvian would give him a special exercise. He would ignite Althal's mana core by inserting a portion of his own mana into it. Although would feel a bit hot, but would be fine. After speaking, Mr. Sylvian placed his hand on Althal's chest and transferred his mana into Althal's mana core. As soon as Mr. Sylvian's mana entered Althal's body, he tensed up in pain. Immediately, the two streams of mana clashed, and Mr. Varian was thrown back. Both Mr. Varian and Althal were astonished by what had just happened. Mr. Varian, still in shock, wondered what the hell was going on. Over there was Althal lying on the ground, his shirt vaporized, revealing his muscular physique. Well, at this moment, no one was admiring his body. Tessia ran over and asked if he was okay. Althal thought he was still okay. Mr. Varian said he knew Althal had a reason for not telling him until now about the beast information and the beast power. Althal replied that the one who gave him the beast power was a dragon. Mr. Varian was speechless with astonishment. He couldn't believe his ears. My God, Althal is a real dragon tamer. Could it be that he had truly trained a dragon tamer? After that incident, Althal needed rest, and Mr. Varian needed to research more thoroughly to devise a better training plan. When Althal opened his eyes, he found himself back in his room. The last image he remembered was Mr. Varian going mad with astonishment when he mentioned Syme and the fact that the one who gave him beast power was a dragon. Although knew Mr. Varian had many questions for him. Although said he felt better and believed everyone could keep that secret. Of course, Mr. Varian would ensure this. Mr. Varian informed him that the departure date had just been set. Although wouldn't have to wait another 2 years but would start his journey in the next 4 months. This surprised Althal, and he threw off his blanket to confirm the information with Mr. Varian. Once again, Mr. Varian explained that a tournament between the youths of the 3 kingdoms was being held, and thus, the portals in Cyrus city of Sapin would be open to both the Elena kingdom and the Down kingdom during this time. With this wonderful news, Althal's eyes lit up with excitement, but then he suddenly remembered Tessia, so he would be saying goodbye to her in 4 months. Mr. Varian patted his head and encouraged him, saying they could meet again. He would arrange training sessions for Althal, who now wished the 4 months would pass quickly. Since Althal had completed the assimilation process, the subsequent training would become more challenging. Mr. Varian bid Althal farewell and left the room, advising him to rest and mentally prepare for the upcoming training. In the room, Althal thought about what Mr. Varian had just said. Only 4 months left, and he would be able to return to his family. At that moment, the egg that Mrs. Sylvie had given him emitted a brilliant light. A small cracking sound was heard, indicating that the egg had hatched. Although had once thought it was a strange rock, but did not expect it to be an egg. As the eggshell broke open, a little black creature emerged. It shook its head and let out a long yawn before collapsing, although stood there, stunned by the sight before him. After a moment of astonishment, Althal approached and held the strange creature in his hands. He tilted his head, and it tilted its head in return, although asked if it was a dragon, but then realized it couldn't speak. Instead, it responded with a cute Q sound, although found the little dragon adorable, but at that moment, it pounced and bit his left arm, leaving a mark where it bit him. Immediately, a voice called out in his head, "Mommy," although turned his head, looking around to confirm where the voice was coming from. Then he was surprised to discover that the baby dragon could speak to him in his mind. Mommy, although frowned and told the little dragon that he was male and couldn't be its mother, it would be best to call him father. Despite the little dragon wondering what a father was, although decided to name it Sylvie, the little dragon chirped with delight. At this moment, although realized that the mark from the bite wasn't simple. It seemed to be a connection between him and tiny Sylvie. The strangest thing seemed to happen to him. At just 8 years old, he had a strange tattoo on his arm, and was soon to become the father of a dragon. He felt his life was full of oddities. Exhausted, although hugged the small Sylvie and fell asleep. He hadn't slept long when he was awakened by a scream. Although jumped up, wondering what in the world was happening now. He couldn't even sleep in peace. It turned out to be little Tessia, with eyes full of admiration, holding Sylvie in her arms and not letting go. It seemed she had been captivated by Sylvie's cuteness. Although looked out the window, it was pitch dark outside. Frustrated and too tired, he wanted to rest. He threw the blanket over himself and shooed Tessia out of the room, telling her she could take Sylvie with her despite Sylvie's protest. After waking up, Altho explained to Tessia that he could communicate with Sylvie through his mind. Tessia felt envious and wished she could do the same. It seemed Sylvie didn't like the way Tessia was looking at it hungrily. It bared its teeth and growled at her with a hostile gaze. Mr. Varian was waiting for the two of them outside the palace. Tessia couldn't contain her excitement and showed off Sylvie to him. As soon as he saw it, he recognized it as a dragon. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Oh my, wasn't the information from yesterday shocking enough? Now there was a dragon beside Althal. He expressed that he felt he might die early if he kept getting shocked like this. After explaining to Elder Varian what had happened and where Sylvie came from, Altho learned that creatures like Sylvie usually only hatch in the presence of their kin. They tried to figure out why Sylvie could hatch in front of Althal, but the only reason they could think of was that Althal had fully activated Sylvie's beast power the previous day. While Mr. Varian trained Tessia in combat, Altho sat cross-legged, practicing with his type of mana. After the training session, Altho asked Mr. Varian if he needed to hide Sylvie when he returned home, since most people wouldn't recognize Sylvie as such a powerful creature. Mr. Varian agreed, suggesting that Altho could pretend Sylvie was just a rare mana beast. However, Mr. Varian believed Althal had more pressing concerns. Over time, he had tried to strengthen Althal's mana core during the assimilation process. Now that Althal was fully alert, Mr. Varian intended to help him train both his core and his new dragon. When Althal asked what he needed to do, Mr. Varian smirked. He believed the best way to approach the initial stage of beast power was to stop strengthening Althal's power and focus on practical combat experience. He tossed a sword to Althal and mentioned that he needed to increase his real-world combat skills. Althal stretched, showing interest. Mr. Varian further explained that Althal would have to fight a beast tamer using these stages against him. This would help Althal learn much more. Before Althal could fully grasp what Mr. Varian was saying, Mr. Varian immediately transformed his body into the possession stage of a beast tamer. In this world, beast tamers were mages who could harness the unique inherited powers of mana beasts. The initial step, called the possession stage, allowed the tamer to borrow the powers of the beasts they controlled. The second stage, integration, was when the mage could fully utilize the abilities and unique traits of the beast. After unlocking the second stage, through decades of understanding the desires of the beast he possessed, Mr. Varian could now wield the deadly power of a shadow leopard. In front of Althal stood a fusion of Mr. Varian and his beast power, a sleek black body with eyes emitting golden light and clawed hands. Mr. Varian warned Althal to stay alert as he sneaked up on him. Although tensed, analyzing Mr. Varian's intentions, could Mr. Varian really sneak up on him, even after warning him? Although strained his eyes to focus on Mr. Varian. In an instant, Mr. Varian's figure disappeared so quickly that Althal couldn't see his movement path. Instantly, a claw landed on his shoulder. He spun around, but it vanished too quickly. All he could utter was this word. As he searched for Mr. Yu's silhouette, he appeared right behind him. He raised his hands in surrender because he couldn't react in time. His speed was at this level. Honestly, if this were truly a battle, he could have killed him. Mr. Varian explained that using this form still consumed relatively little energy. Although he moved incredibly fast, the most critical aspect was that even when he was right behind him, he couldn't sense his presence. Mr. Varian explained that the shadow of the night had the ability to manipulate wind and sound to achieve this effect instinctively. The music played on the sword and signaled that the training session was now officially underway. Days passed faster and faster, and Altho was completely absorbed in training under Varian's guidance and his own abilities. Altho had managed to progress into the early stages of the Dragon Child's desires. Varian had also taught him how to conceal a monster's wrath within his body from the wizards. If not for enhancing his core mana or learning about Sylvie's dragon desires, Altho would have certainly struggled against Varian's rigorous training. Fortunately, the synchronization process allowed his body to adapt to training and regulate his activities every day and in his spare time. Altho spent as much time as possible enjoying childhood pleasures, like many other children, just as Mrs. Sylvia wished. Over the past few months, you and Tessia have always been together. Both of you have shared many memories, and today is the day you have to say goodbye to her and start a new journey. Tessia was very sad to hear that you would be leaving earlier than planned. You spent a lot of time comforting and encouraging Tessia before parting ways. You prepared everything you needed for the journey. Mrs. Sylvia's feather that you had left could be used to conceal Sylvie's signature. Mr. Varian patted his shoulder, signaling it was time to depart. Tessia peeked out from behind the curtain, her face filled with distant sorrow as the carriage stood ready. Varian handed him a compass, crafted from the skull of Eric, which would help navigate through the forest. Altho accepted it gratefully and thanked him. Suddenly, Varian leaned in close and whispered that the compass could also help him find another princess, whisking him away before Tessia could pull his beard. Though it was meant in jest, Tessia didn't find it amusing. She looked down sadly as they bid farewell, although reassured her they would meet again soon, hoping by then Tessia would be stronger. She nodded in agreement, although hugged her tightly, promising to remember her and urging Tessia to take care of herself. At that moment, Tessia burst into tears on his shoulder, waving goodbye to everyone. Although boarded the carriage, officially beginning his journey. As soon as he stepped in, a blonde-haired young man taunted him, asking if he had been expelled from the kingdom. Although puzzled by the stranger's curiosity, it quickly enraged him. It turned out this lad was Faerith, whom Altho had knocked out with a single punch when he first arrived. Faerith was visibly angry for not recognizing him and blamed Altho for an unfair victory. According to him, they should have used magic, and he should have been the one to strike first. Altho was surprised by his words, while his companions stifled laughs. It was then that Altho recalled who the blonde-haired young man was, just as he had years ago. He mispronounced his name, causing Faerith to bristle, forcing Altho to apologize and correctly address him. Amid Faerith's protests, Altho unexpectedly grabbed his hand in a friendly greeting and apologized for bullying him before. People say that was indeed right. A smiling face watched over him. Instead of being defiant, Faerith breathed a sigh of relief, bowing his head in acceptance of Altho's apology. It almost looked like a confession of love, so cute and lovely. The girl with purple hair whispered that he could call him Feifei as a nickname, which they did. The remaining green-haired boy also agreed. Feifei blushed and scolded her for revealing his nickname to Altho, but laughed along with everyone else. After a long journey, the four of them arrived at the teleportation gate, which was also where his parents lived. Cyrus, the bustling city, seemed grand with its massive architecture and bustling marketplaces. Altho stepped towards a building, climbing each step with nervous anticipation. He was about to reunite with his family after many years apart. Memories flooded his mind from those years past, and all the hardships seemed worth it now. Altho hesitantly knocked on the door, a young girl's voice answered from inside, surprising him. However, when the door opened, it was an elderly maid who greeted him, asking how she could help. Altho awkwardly introduced himself to the maid, who perked up upon hearing his name. From behind the maid's skirt, a little girl peeked out, calling out to a woman's voice in the distance. It was none other than his mother. The sight of her and the little girl, surely his sister, overwhelmed him. The maid began preparing to scold him, but the little girl hesitated and dropped what she was holding, unable to believe her eyes. Was this really her son? Her tears welled up as Altho smiled and greeted her, confirming that he had returned. His mother rushed over, embracing him tightly, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. They held each other close, and seeing her mother cry, the little sister also began to cry. Soon after, Reinhold, his father, ran over and embraced them all. The whole family held each other, crying tears of joy. It was a deeply touching scene, enough to make anyone shed tears. After a touching moment, the family exchanged inquiries. Alice asked about Althal's health, expressing concern over his thin appearance, although reassured and updated them that he was now in good health. His father comforted his mother, advising her not to worry excessively, as although had grown stronger than before. Alice nodded in agreement, glancing towards the opposite seat, and called for the little girl to quickly come and greet Althal. The girl hesitated upon realizing that this young man was stealing her parents' attention again, but she recognized him as her older brother and eagerly approached, climbing onto the seat with some hesitation to get closer to everyone. Alice affirmed once more that he was indeed the older brother from the stories their parents had told her before bedtime. The girl shyly greeted Althal, sitting down and taking her hand. He was truly happy to finally meet his little sister. Alice leaned her head against her husband's shoulder, smiling happily at the two siblings. After settling down, Althal explained everything from the beginning, though he decided to skip the part about Sylvia. He explained that he had escaped the fall by luck and had unconsciously used magic to protect himself. Although continued with the story of finding Tessia and spending time in the Kingdom of Love, recuperating his health. His father was curious about Sylvia sitting on his head, although explained that while he was exploring, he stumbled upon a sanctuary of a beast where Sylvia's mother was slowly dying from severe injuries. He couldn't save Sylvia's mother, so he took care of her until now. His mother still couldn't rest assured, confirming again that he was really healthy and not likely to get sick again, although smiled and waved his hand, saying that she didn't have to worry anymore. His health was really stable. Unexpectedly, his father, excited, stood up, his face enthusiastic. Perhaps he wanted to immediately check how capable Althal was after all these years. Immediately, his wife scolded him severely on the head, turned away, and teased him, saying that wanting to compare true strength had something wrong with it. He boasted to Althal that after coming here, he had become the guide for the protection of the house. Helsty, although used a facial mirror to ask his father about Reynold's core development stage, proud to show that he had made a breakthrough 2 years ago and entered the perception stage. It's easy to see the joy in Reynold's face, but Althal doesn't think he could go to the next stage so hard. After a moment of excitement, Reynold heard Althal announce that his mana core had shifted to the red phase. He was so surprised that he cursed in shock. Alice was very annoyed and struggling to contain her anger at Reynold's habitual vulgar language. Reynold quickly bent down, scolded by his wife to forget the words he had just spoken, and then turned to Althal to confirm what he had just heard. Was it really red? Goodness gracious, he was less than his 8-year-old son at this point. He probably even admitted what ADM said when he was a monster, not just a genius anymore. He stood up, eager to have a match with Althal right away to verify what he had just heard. Alice held her head in exasperation at her husband's outburst, while Althal chuckled with folded arms, feeling really good to be home with the whole family together. As they were all uniting, a man burst through the door, with his wife and daughter trailing behind him, evidently having rushed over. Althal recognized them as the people who had been caring for and helping him during this time. Reynold introduced everyone to each other, and through this, Althal learned that he was Vincent, the auction house manager at Helsty, and also Reynold's former employer. They were at Vincent's home. Althal bowed respectfully, expressing his joy at meeting Vincent's family and apologizing for his sudden appearance. Vincent was pleasantly surprised by Althal, noting how mature and grown-up he had become compared to the foolish young man he remembered. Althal chuckled good-naturedly, admitting he had heard that question many times before, which made everyone around laugh heartily. Vincent's wife introduced Althal to their daughter, Lilia, hoping they could become good friends, although warmly waved and greeted Lilia, much like he had done with Tessia. Lilia's heart melted when she saw Sylvia and hoped Althal would let her touch Sylvia. Meanwhile, Reynold mentioned that he and his son were preparing to go outside for a few matches, surprising Vincent. He thought it was just a joke, but seeing the two of them ready to spar was completely convincing. It was beyond belief that they would show their endless love for each other by fighting like this after so many years of meeting each other for the first time. While the two mothers laughed and chatted, Lilia and her younger brother played together. Reynold hoped that Althal was ready because he had become much stronger than before. Gripping Althal's hand tightly, he took a ready stance and told him to be careful as well. because he too had become much stronger. Vincent, sitting next to the two women, asked Alice about her husband and whether he was joking about Althal's magic core being light red. Alice, though equally surprised, admitted it was true, and that Althal constantly developed and surprised everyone around him. Despite this, Vincent found it hard to believe. How could he believe that an 8-year-old boy not only awakened, but also surpassed 3 stages, while even the prodigies admitted into the Cyrus Academy had not reached the dark red stage by the age of 11 or 12, let alone Althal at just 8? It was unbelievable. Hearing this from a distance, Althal sighed. He guessed that he shouldn't have told them that he was only at the light red stage, because he couldn't train his magic core and beast taming simultaneously. Ignoring the side conversations, he focused on Reinhold and the impending battle. Without a word, he dashed towards Reinhold, leaving only a black streak behind. His speed was incredible. He swung his fist, and naturally, his father blocked it. Reinhold thought Althal had more in store and hadn't finished his sentence when he was hit with a kick to his left arm, followed by an elbow to his right side. All the moves happened swiftly. Reinhold grabbed Althal's left hand and threw him far away. Although quickly grabbed Reinhold's shirt, stepped on his left leg, then bent down and flipped Reinhold over his shoulder in surprise. Altho then turned and asked how his father assessed his abilities. Reinhold got up after the attack, waved his hand, and praised Althal for his impressive moves. He admitted that Althal had made him unable to defend himself, but now he was going to get serious. Upon finishing his words, Reinhold focused, channeling mana throughout his body, and warned Althal to be careful as he prepared to unleash new techniques. Althal looked at Reinhold, understanding that in this world, wizards had an innate advantage in sensing and utilizing elements they perceived. In the School of Enhancement, their sensitivity to elements was more refined, and the true manifestation of these elements only occurred after reaching a certain threshold. For Reinhold, he had to endure battles and intense training from a young age without any formal education. It wasn't until he reached the orange core stage that he could transform his mana into the flames he now wielded. Responding, Altho said that he too had learned a few tricks and hoped Reinhold wouldn't be too surprised. Concentrating, he spread mana throughout his body. Everyone was surprised to realize that Altho was a Devon. Without giving Reinhold time to react, Altho sprang forward and launched his attack. He moved quickly, delivering a flurry of strikes that left Reinhold with no choice but to defend with his mana. Their clash created a loud explosion that frightened those around them. Reinhold broke free from the attacks and countered with a strike towards Altho, who easily dodged it. Reinhold then began to attack faster, as Altho had anticipated, and his punches grew sharper. Altho noticed that Reinhold was using his reach to keep him at bay. He received a punch on his left cheek, but laughed with excitement. Quickly altering his movement trajectory, he ducked low and approached Reinhold from below, landing an uppercut on his chin. The crowd gasped as Reinhold took the hit. Reinhold then embraced his son and praised him. He acknowledged that through rigorous training, Altho's greatest success was mastering Devon. Despite his previous struggles with sound and gravity magic, he was now delighted to show off his Devon abilities to his parents. Reinhold excitedly asked Altho when he had learned Devon, how he had learned it, and if he knew anything else. In his father's arms, Altho admitted that he had only recently learned Devon and that he didn't know anything else yet. From afar, Ellie ran over to check on Reinhold, while Elise followed closely behind, worried she might fall. Everyone noticed how extraordinary Althal was, especially Vincent. He was so astonished that he needed to take some medication to calm down after witnessing the events. After the match, everyone gathered in the garden to eat and drink. In his drunken state, Vincent asked Reinhold if he could imagine how formidable Althal's future would be. Reinhold, of course, knew. He had known this since Althal awakened at the age of 3. Hearing this, Vincent's family was astonished. Alice recounted how Althal had almost blown up the house during that time. Reinhold laughed heartily, pounding the table in delight. Vincent, accepting the incredible truth, jumped up so quickly he knocked off his glasses and suggested enrolling Althal in the Cyrus Academy. Reinhold asked if Vincent was serious, pointing out that Althal was only 8 years old and that Cyrus was the most prestigious magical institution on the planet. He questioned whether they would accept someone so young. Vincent's wife agreed with her husband's perspective, believing that with Althal's talent, it would be worthwhile for the academy to sponsor his education, and there was no need to worry about tuition fees. Alice refused, stating that their family had already received too much help and could not let them pay for Althal's education. Moreover, she thought the academy would not be interested in someone as young as him. Vincent laughed and mentioned that he happened to have business dealings with the famous director of Cyrus Academy and could talk to her about admitting Althal. Everyone was so caught up in discussing Althal's talent and drawing future plans suitable for him that they forgot about his feelings. Althal interrupted the conversation, saying that this decision could affect his future and that he wanted to say a few words. He expressed his gratitude for everyone's concern, but mentioned that at the moment he just wanted to spend time with his family before deciding to leave again. He wasn't sure if he truly wanted to study at Cyrus Academy and needed time to think about it. After confirming that everyone had understood his thoughts, Aldo stood up from the table and excused himself to rest, leaving everyone in silence. Behind him, Lilia watched as he took a wrong turn and humorously pointed out that if he continued that way, he would end up in a wine cellar instead of his room. She then led him to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Aldo met the kind-hearted servants. An older woman with a kind face asked if he was the boy who had burned the grass lawn she had tirelessly trimmed. Aldo quickly apologized, but the man beside her explained that she was just teasing him. They all laughed and chatted together. Aldo observed Lilia and realized that his first impression of her as a quiet, reserved girl might have been wrong. The lively girl in front of him seemed to be her true self. At that moment, Lilia, with a knife and fork in hand and a gleam in her eyes, asked if there was any fatty duck meat left. Instantly, the elderly woman brought her a portion and warned her that her mother might suspect something, because she was gaining weight quickly. Embarrassed, Lilia sat up straight, quickly cutting and savoring the meat while repeatedly telling the woman not to inform her mother about her late-night snacks. Everyone smiled at her. Another servant whispered to Althal that Lilia always came to the kitchen when she felt pressured. Althal wondered what could be stressing her out, as he felt she had nothing to worry about, especially with such loving parents. The man beside Althal explained that Vincent's greatest wish was for Lilia to awaken as a wizard, even though neither of her parents were wizards, and Lilia herself wanted to become one. This desire became a source of pressure for her. Listening to everyone, Althal saw Lilia relieving her stress by eating. He realized that in every era, some people deal with pressure by eating, only to feel more pressured when they gain weight. Reflecting on this, he smiled and told Reinhold not to worry, assuring him that Vincent's family were good people. While Althal was in a deep sleep, he suddenly felt a tickling sensation on his neck. It turned out that Sylvie was playfully trying to wake him up. Althal picked Sylvie up and announced that he was awake. Noticing how excited she seemed, he wondered what Tessia was up to, missing the little princess. Suddenly, Althal smelled an overpowering odor emanating from Sylvie. He decided to take the little one for a bath, realizing that not only did he need a wash, but so did Sylvie. They were both quite stinky, like father like son, both in need of a good cleaning. After some struggle, both Althal and Sylvie were clean and fragrant, although Sylvie didn't seem to enjoy it as much as Althal did. Asterisk cock 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 asterisk. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. Someone was at the door. Althal opened it to find Ellie standing there. He greeted his younger sister cheerfully, while Ellie shyly explained that she had come to wake him up at their mother's request. Although knew that his sister was still not used to this new brother she had recently met, he cheerfully asked Ellie to lead him downstairs to see their mother. Delighted, she happily sang as she guided Althal downstairs. After breakfast, Althal, his mother, and his sister went for a stroll through the city. He marveled at the various stalls and shops, filled with an array of products. Curious, he approached one shop and peeked inside, wondering what kind of store it was. Inside, there were small spheres called magic beast cores, displayed on shelves and emitting a distinct mana glow. The shopkeeper explained that these were magical cores extracted from mana beasts to enhance one's strength. However, the effectiveness varied greatly between different cores, and buyers often spent hundreds of gold bars on them, akin to gambling. If lucky, a buyer might acquire a core containing even the will of the mana beast. Although exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, hundreds of gold bars for a beast core without knowing its true value." He was even more shocked when Lilia's mother emphasized that sometimes the price could go up to thousands of gold bars, not just hundreds. According to Lilia's mother, the Hellstee auction house, run by Uncle Vincent's family, received a large number of these magical cores, including newborn beast cores. She mentioned that Altho could see them if he had the chance. Altho grinned and thanked her for the kind offer. After spending some time shopping together, Alice tugged on Altho's sleeve, suggesting she take him somewhere she'd wanted to since seeing him at home. It turned out to be a barber shop. Altho looked at his reflection and realized just how unruly his hair was. The barber, with scissors in hand, was ready to send his hair to the afterlife. Feeling anxious, Altho glanced back for help from the 4 women chatting away in their chairs, leaving him to the barber's mercy. Alice commented on how terrible his hair looked and advised him to sit still and let the barber create a suitable style. The barber, holding Altho firmly, promised the ladies he would make Altho shine like a perfect gemstone. Hearing this, Altho felt as if his soul had left his body, internally screaming. Let's hope he ends up with a nice haircut. After a while, Altho emerged, feeling ridiculous, though it seemed only to him. His mother's eyes sparkled as she praised how perfect he looked now. Indeed, Altho looked quite dapper. Ellie chimed in, saying he now truly looked like her big brother. His mother agreed, remarking that he finally looked like a modern man compared to his previous wild appearance. As they left the barber shop and walked across a bridge, Altho noticed commotion below. A group of people was causing trouble. Lily identified them as students from the Cyrus Academy, recognizable by their distinctive uniforms, which symbolized their status as students of the academy. Altho leaned on the railing, watching the scene below, thinking they looked like a bunch of bullies. Lily agreed, mentioning that many of them indeed were troublemakers. She explained that as students of Cyrus Academy, they were almost regarded as royalty in the area, which often led to such behavior. Seeing Altho and Lilia lingering by the bridge for a while, their mothers turned back curiously. Lilia explained that she and Altho were just talking about school, but at that moment, Altho had already vanished. Looking around, she spotted him moving in a strange, excited manner, almost like a puppy bouncing around. Alice cheerfully remarked to Lilia's mother that although Altho usually seemed calm and mature, he could be quite childlike when something excited him. This playful side of him was endearing. Lilia's mother agreed, expressing that she liked seeing Altho act like a child, especially after witnessing his impressive display of talent the previous night, which still left her in awe. Everyone nodded, recalling the cool and composed image of Altho during his performance. Meanwhile, Altho had found something that piqued his interest, a weapon shop. He entered, touching everything with the enthusiasm of a child. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging in delight. However, the shopkeeper, noticing his behavior, warned him that the shop was not for children and suggested he leave while they were still polite. The arrogant shopkeeper pointed out that the weapons were dangerous and not toys like those Altho might have at home. He reached out to grab Altho's shoulder to escort him out, suggesting that a candy shop outside would be more appropriate for him. Before the shopkeeper could lay a hand on him, Altho swiftly brushed his hand away, leaving the man stunned. Altho walked out of the shop in disgust, sarcastically remarking that he knew very well what a sword was and apologized for being in the way. Feeling insulted, the shopkeeper lunged to grab Altho's shoulder, demanding to know whose child he was and why he was so disrespectful. At that moment, Alice's voice rang out, commanding the shopkeeper to remove his hands from Altho. The shopkeeper sneered, his face twisted with malice, and asked if they knew who he was, questioning why they dared speak to him so rudely. As soon as the old man scrutinized the figure opposite, he was deeply perplexed. He recognized the esteemed lady standing awkwardly from the Hellstee house. Lilia's mother informed that Altho was the ward of the Hellstee family and threatened whether the old man wanted them to revoke his auction rights and the family at the auction room of the lady. Immediately, he knelt down, clasping his hands, pleading for forgiveness, as he did not know Altho was the child of the Hellstee house. After that unpleasant incident, Altho and everyone left the weapons store. He thanked Lilia's mother for rescuing him from trouble, but she cheerfully said she worried. Had she arrived a bit later, he might have handled those two already. The mothers chuckled quietly, and Alice agreed with the sentiment. At that moment, they didn't notice the man in black with his head covered nearby. The old man noticed Sylvie. Thus, an eventful day in Exorus City came to an end after considerable sweeping. Upon returning home, as they reached the door, Vincent and Reynolds were waiting in the living room. Vincent greeted everyone cheerfully, while Reynolds seemed rather thoughtful. Vincent told Altho that there was someone he wanted him to meet. Altho's gaze turned towards the opposite side, where a middle-aged woman with gray hair, a petite figure wearing an odd hat, was sitting. She greeted Altho and introduced herself as Good Sky, the current founder and director of Cyrus Academy. As we know, Cyrus Academy is an institution praised as the most prestigious place for anyone with the power and desire to become a wizard, provided they have both the lineage and talent. It's renowned for producing celebrated scholars, guild leaders, royal engineers, and military commanders. All influential figures in Altho's world have ties to Cyrus Academy. This reputation has made it as sturdy and unique as a titan wall among other academies on the planet, with Good Sky standing at its pinnacle as the head. Altho looked up at Good Sky's face directly across from him. Everyone in the room held their breath, watching what would happen next. Good Sky reached out with evident delight at meeting Altho. In Altho's mind, he pondered which appropriate greeting he should choose. Should he kiss her hand or shake hands in this case? After a moment's thought, he extended his hand to shake Good Sky's. He said he was very pleased to meet her. Immediately, Alice's hand reached out, pulling Altho down to kneel, apologizing for her son's rude behavior. She explained that Altho had just returned home and still didn't understand the basic rules. Altho bowed, still unsure of what was happening, just hoping this would end quickly because he hadn't eaten anything for hours. Good Sky extended her hand to signal the two mothers to stand up. She assured them that everything was truly fine, and in fact, she herself was being rude by visiting so late. She glanced towards the seats where Reynolds and Vincent were sitting. She further explained that despite the abruptness of this visit, she couldn't refuse Vincent's invitation, given his substantial contributions to Cyrus Academy. Upon hearing this, Vincent scratched his head in embarrassment, joking that he only helped out and didn't intend for his daughter to enroll someday in the future. Hearing her father's words, Lilia's eyes filled with sadness, and she bit her lip, unable to look directly at anyone. Good Sky approached Altho, explaining that she wasn't accustomed to visiting a potential student's home. However, Vincent had piqued her curiosity by repeatedly asserting that an exceptional genius currently resided in his house. Good Sky expressed her desire to go somewhere spacious to see how far Altho's talents could go. Lilia's mother completely agreed, disregarding Altho's protests about being genuinely hungry and wanting to eat dinner before beginning the assessment. However, no one paid attention to his words. Vincent quickly led Good Sky out to the garden, a suitable place for Altho to demonstrate his talents. Altho followed reluctantly, muttering to Sylvie that surely neither he nor Sylvie would get dinner if this assessment wasn't concluded soon. Sylvie anxiously voiced her concern, which caught Good Sky's attention. Good Sky praised Sylvie, noting she was truly an adorable mana familiar. She asked Altho if Sylvie was his father's contracted spirit. Altho calmly replied that Sylvie was his close friend and had only been born a few months ago. Good Sky found this very intriguing, as many nobles in this area contracted mana familiars, but Sylvie looked very unusual. Good Sky had never seen a mana familiar like Sylvie before. Altho explained that Sylvie's mother was a wolf with small wings and scales. Sylvie's mother had died protecting her, and Altho had come across Sylvie when she was just an egg. Altho found it strange, but considered himself fortunate for it. Good Sky listened to the explanation, unsure whether to believe what she had just heard. However, she remained silent and accepted it. Just then, Vincent announced they had arrived at a suitable location for this assessment. Good Sky looked at Altho, hoping Vincent hadn't exaggerated when he claimed Altho was in all manner, but had declined to elaborate further. Vincent believed it would be a surprise for Good Sky to witness Altho's talents firsthand. Observing quietly, Good Sky thought about how calm Altho seemed. She wondered if he truly had talent, or if it was just the defiance of a child. Little did she know, Altho was only thinking about dinner at this point. He seemed very hungry. Altho hoped he would get to eat grilled fish soon. Everyone gathered at a distance, eagerly awaiting Altho's performance. Vincent stood by, laughing cheerfully, confident that Good Sky would be surprised when Altho demonstrated his magic tricks with fire and light. He was certain that this time, Altho wouldn't set the grass on fire like last time, as he had prepared after the first mishap. Good Sky asked Altho if he intended to use weapons. Although coolly replied that since Good Sky didn't seem to have a wand on her belt, he wouldn't use weapons either. Hearing this, Good Sky glanced down at her wand on her belt and smiled, not knowing what to make of it. She said to the others, "What do you think? A headmistress of a major academy using weapons to test an 8-year-old? That would be a bit awkward, so it's understandable that she doesn't use weapons." Unfortunately, deep within the body of the little boy was the soul of a great king from another world. Perhaps because of this, Altho felt it unnecessary to be provoked. "Let's get started then," Good Sky said. Previously, during training with Varian, the energy source, the fire exploded, and the adaptation to the water's resistance were arts. Initially, from Altho's old world that manifested as the elements, as well as the actual world at this peak. Altho closed his eyes and focused his mind. When he opened them, a determined gaze lit up. He applied his techniques, combining Kai and mana. The broken tiles under his feet shattered further. Altho stood there, hands plunged into his body pockets, focusing on controlling the blend of mana both inside and outside his body, molding it effectively to his desired outcome. Stepping forward, he planted a foot on the shattered tiles, sending them flying high. Altho exuded confidence. Everyone around gasped in amazement, hardly believing their eyes. While being tested on his true abilities, Altho also wanted to see how Principal Goodsky of Sylvia's Academy would fare. He leaped up, delivering a kick towards Good Sky, launching a large stone straight at her. As the stone flew closer, just a few millimeters from impact, a yellow mana shield enveloped Good Sky, causing the shattered stone to reverse its trajectory. Altho was surprised. He bent down, focusing mana into his hands, propelling himself like a rocket towards Good Sky. Using the force of his mana-infused hands like a pink drill bit, he pierced through the layer of mana surrounding Good Sky. As Altho approached, Good Sky's hand immediately generated mana, colliding with the mana Altho had created, propelling him away. After the collision, Altho concentrated, using wind to orient himself and suspending the stones in midair. He then jumped onto them to prevent himself from being thrown too far. Floating in midair on a rock slab, Altho gritted his teeth, thinking it was really tough. Despite his training exercises with Varian, simultaneously controlling spells of earth and air was still harder than water and fire. Now he needed to focus even more. Once he had stabilized his control of mana, Altho dashed towards Good Sky, who stood firm. Immediately, her hand conjured a whirlwind to hinder his movement. Altho retreated, gripping the ground tightly to avoid being swept away. He looked up and realized that in an instant, Good Sky had already completed her next incantation. Instead of just one whirlwind on her hand, there were now multiple, attacking in rapid succession. Altho pondered his strategy against the whirlwinds. Using his control over wind, he reversed their direction to deflect the swirling attacks. Thinking quickly, he redirected the wind to counter the whirlwinds, making them dissipate around him. His clothes were tattered from the collision. Finally, he managed to neutralize Good Sky's onslaught. Good Sky smiled, praising Altho for his impressive performance, but also critiquing him for being too confident in his abilities, daring to face the elements head-on. However, summarizing his magical performance and combat skills, it was deemed acceptable. She focused mana on her fingertips, informing him that this would be his final test. She advised Altho to consider it a supplementary reward and cautioned him to stay alert. With that, she transmitted this mana stream into Altho, causing him to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Altho clasped his head, shouting out loud. It turned out to be a magical sound. So Good Sky was a sorceress. She turned away, praising Altho exceptionally. She announced to everyone that Altho had passed excellently with his ability to control mana as he demonstrated with the magical elements. She decided she would personally teach him, witnessing her son's performance in controlling the elements. His father was extremely surprised, rushing to ask Altho when he had learned to use air and earth magic like that. Hearing this, Good Sky was surprised, wondering what Reinhold meant by saying that he could also use air and earth. Vincent explained that Altho only learned fire magic yesterday and lightning magic. That's why he brought everyone to this paved courtyard, as a precaution against him burning the grass like in yesterday's match. However, to their surprise, he didn't use fire or lightning magic. Good Sky thought she misheard and quickly confirmed with Vincent. If Altho could indeed control at least 3 elements and function as a sorcerer. Before Vincent could reply, although stated he could sense and use 4 elements. Hearing this, Good Sky was emotionally shaken, stepping back in disbelief. Reinhold helped steady her and asked if she was all right. Everyone was astonished by Althel's abilities. Good Sky chuckled happily, overwhelmed by the immense potential he displayed. After everyone calmed down, Althel apologized to his family for keeping secrets from them. His mother advised him not to hide anything else from the family in the future. Hearing his mother's advice, Althel felt a pang in his chest, wishing he could promise her that, but he couldn't. Vincent jumped with joy, and everyone around was proud of him. Goodsky patted his shoulder, seemingly aware that he had many secrets he couldn't share with anyone. Ignoring the others around them, she created a barrier around the two of them and told Althal he could freely speak his secrets without worrying about others overhearing. Although smiled, realizing that the woman in front of him perhaps understood what he was about to say as if she could see into his thoughts. Althal told her that he revealed his true strength to her, because there were 2 things he needed from her: strength and power. These were what ensured his family's safety. Before he could be strong enough to ensure that on his own, not only did he want to attend her academy, but he also accepted being fostered by her. Haha, Good Sky laughed loudly, saying that even the king and queen of Sapin wouldn't dare impose such one-sided conditions on her. Yet, Altho wondered if she would consider openly acknowledging a relationship with a green-nosed kid like him. Altho grinned, tilting his head as he told her that compared to the king and queen of Sapin, he realized his potential, and he believed she did too. Altho felt that his duty in this contract had to wait until he truly joined her academy. Slyly, he let her know he had promised something important regarding living a fulfilled life, and he thought joining the Cyrus Academy at a normal age might be better. Oh my, Good Sky exclaimed, realizing there were still 3 more years to go. She wondered what Altho planned to do until then. In his mind, Altho was thinking about future explorations. He turned to look at his parents, still not having told them everything. But he was certain of his desire to become an explorer while waiting to be old enough to join the academy. Immediately after that, Altho had conversation with his parents about his plan to become an explorer within 3 years. His mother screamed that she would never agree to this. Her son had just returned after they thought he was dead. They hadn't been together for long when he said he wanted to go out into the world again to risk his life on another expedition. No, no, Alice screamed. If you want to go, you have to step over my dead body. Ellie cried out in worry when she saw her mother still angry. His father stood beside them, not knowing what to say. He slowly put his arm around his wife's shoulder, indicating that he wasn't saying he would agree to their son becoming an adventurer. However, he advised her to calm down and listen to their son's full plan. Alice angrily brushed his hand away, questioning how he could say that after all they had been through over the past 4 years. She burst into tears, and Reynold held her in his arms, comforting her. Although stepped forward, took his mother's hand, and said to her that he didn't intend to leave so soon. In fact, he planned to stay home with them for a few more months. He knew he had just returned, but after staying in the kingdom of El Sano for 3 years, he felt he had missed too much of the world. He wanted to experience the excitement that his mother and father had once experienced when they were adventurers. Although smiled, took his mother's hand, and Reynold said that he knew where he wanted to go, and when he was young. He was also extremely excited about the adventurous life, but his mother was right. No matter how prepared and ready he was, the life of an adventurer was very dangerous and unpredictable. They were really worried about him. Although hearing this, bowed his head thoughtfully. He didn't know what to do to convince his parents. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he proposed to his parents that if they were not at ease, could he go with someone else? Someone they trusted to protect and supervise him? Alice began to hesitate. Reynold thought it was a good idea, but couldn't think of anyone who could take on this role. As soon as he said this, his wife angrily grabbed his collar and screamed that she couldn't believe he was even considering it. She wouldn't let him send their son out into that dangerous world for another 3 years. Although noticed the tension, and they all sat down, he lowered his voice and reassured them that he wouldn't be gone for 3 years. He planned to return once a month or frequently cut each mission short. His mother, hearing this, smiled, but it wasn't a reassuring smile. She asked if he was sure about that, and, oh dear, this was probably an image any family had witnessed before. The terrifying face of a mother smiling before her anger burst forth. Although feeling nervous, vigorously nodded to assure his mother. Ellie ran over, clinging to his leg, her eyes brimming with tears. She asked if Altho had to leave. Seeing this, although kept reassuring his sister that he would be here and she would see him often. Alice looked at her two children and reminded herself to be serious, not to be swayed by their cuteness. She seemed to relent a little, crossing her arms and closing her eyes, telling him that she was still not convinced, at least not before he answered why he wanted to become an adventurer. Wouldn't it be better for him to go to school before becoming an adventurer? Although smiled sheepishly, scratching his head, and said that if he went to school now, he would be a bit younger than his classmates, which would prevent him from fitting in and making friends. He didn't like that. Alice was surprised by his answer, suggesting that he didn't need to go to school immediately but could instead help his father. Reynolds gently patted her head, reassuring that their son would be fine, although thanked his father, knowing that he not only wanted more training but also wanted to fight and test the skills he had learned since coming to this world in a freer, more comfortable environment. He wasn't lying to his mother. It was truly what he wanted. He remembered Sylvia's advice to enjoy life as he wanted. Perhaps after this conversation, his parents had tacitly agreed to his choice of becoming an adventurer for 3 years. The next morning at breakfast, as everyone was enjoying their food and chatting merrily, Mr. Vincent mentioned that Reynolds would be going to the auction house to guide a few new recruits. Despite the disapproving looks from their wives, the two men continued to discuss work, acting like two mischievous children. Lilia shook her head, amused by the childish conversation of the two older men, although cheerfully asked about everyone's plans for the day. His mother, Lilia, and the mothers planned to run some errands around town to prepare for the upcoming event at the Helsty auction house. They intended to take his sister and Lilia along, and although could join if he wanted. Hearing this, although thanked them, and politely declined. At that moment, Mr. Vincent asked Reynolds about their decision regarding Aldo's desire. Alice announced that they had agreed to let him become an adventurer with a few conditions. First, he would wait until his birthday in 3 months. Second, Aldo had to bring a protector with him at all times while on missions. And third, he had to visit the family at least once every 2 months. Beyond these conditions, they believed Aldo was smart enough to handle everything, or at least that was Reynolds' thought. Mr. Vincent then wondered if Aldo's parents had thought about who would be his bodyguard. In his view, Aldo was already very strong, so he questioned if any bodyguard would be capable of protecting him. At this, everyone burst out laughing. Alice placed 2 plates on her head, pretending to have horns, and showed Reynolds. She quickly told her not to do that. This image made Reynolds think of something. He happily stood up and announced that the Twin Horns team would be returning after their dungeon expedition. He had received a letter from the Adventurers Guild stating that they would return in 2 months, and he would go with Aldo to meet them. Alice agreed, thinking it was a good idea. Aldo was overjoyed to hear this from his father. It had been a long time since he last saw the Twin Horns team. He recalled the image of the introverted Jasmine, the giant Uncle Durden, the elegant Angela, the archer Helenson, and the goofy red-haired Adam. He eagerly looked forward to the day of their reunion. While working, Vincent heard a knock on the door and found that it was Aldo. He assumed that the boy was missing his father and informed him that his father was currently at the auction house. Aldo smiled and explained that he was actually there to discuss an issue with Vincent. Vincent invited him into the room, curious about what they would talk about. Meanwhile, everyone was busy with their tasks. The women were bustling about, preparing for the upcoming auction event. Alice wondered if what they were making was suitable for the auction house's 10th anniversary celebration. Lilia's mother assured her that it was appropriate, as many noble ladies truly appreciated the household items Alice had made. Alice was surprised and curious about who had seen her creations. Lilia's mother winked playfully and revealed that she had secretly taken some of them from home and used them to decorate the VIP lounge at the auction house. Alice was astonished because she thought they were just cheap decorations she made in her spare time. Thinking about this, she felt quite embarrassed. While the two mothers chatted, their daughters were also nearby. Lillian noticed Ellie pouting and kicking a stone, looking upset. She bent down, poked Ellie's cheek, and asked what was making her angry. Ellie replied that she was unhappy because her brother didn't go shopping with her. Lilia comforted her, pretending to be sad, saying that even though her brother didn't come along, she was there with her. She acted as if she was hurt, implying that Ellie no longer found her important. Seeing this, Ellie quickly explained that Lilia was Lilia and her brother was her brother. Just because she was sad that her brother didn't go shopping with her didn't mean she didn't like Lilia anymore. Noticing how worried Ellie was, Lilia continued to tease her, pretending to be sad, and saying that Ellie used to like her the most, but now that her brother was around, how could she forget about her? In the middle of her dramatic act, Lilia received a light smack on the head. It turned out her mother had caught her teasing Ellie. Lilia explained that she was only teasing Ellie because she had been thinking about her brother these past few days. Hearing this, her mother casually remarked that it seemed Ellie wasn't the only one thinking about him, and playfully asked if Lilia might be experiencing her first love. The question from her mother made Lilia blush. She exclaimed, waving her arms towards her mother and retorting that to her. Although it was just a peculiar fellow, this was because her mother had once said that children her age couldn't be magicians, and she was still patiently waiting for that to change. When she woke up, she bowed her head shakily and said, "This isn't fair. When Although appears, he's a magician much stronger than adults." She felt sad because she also wanted to become a magician to make her parents happy. The two women looked at each other upon hearing this. Alice approached to comfort her, saying she understood how difficult this must be for her, but she shouldn't compare herself to others. She was certain that from the children at school, they knew her son was completely different. Lilia wondered why Although could be so strong. Did Alice or Reynold train Although, and if so, could they help her? Alice hugged her and said, apart from the sword technique her husband taught Although, they couldn't do anything else. The answer surprised Lilia's mother. She knew Although was a genius, but something wasn't right. Why weren't Alice and her husband curious? Why didn't they ask him why he became stronger, even though he was lost, and even before the bandit attack? He was good at sword fighting, even though he was only 4 years old. Alice said they were both curious, but she believed Although had good reason to hide those things and realized giving Although a private space and supporting him until he felt comfortable enough to tell them everything was what they should do as parents, not interrogate him about anything they wondered about. Lilia's mother sighed, accepting that, after all, she was a mother who believed that parents only wanted to bring the best to their children. They didn't notice the dark corner of the city where a stranger was watching them. After observing, he returned to his place and contacted his comrades, reporting to Lord Sebastian that the mana monster didn't accompany the women of the Helstia family today, and that there was a sorcerer from the Cyrus Academy. Protect them so he doesn't dare follow too closely, and report to his colleagues that there is no need to worry too much because although the owner of the mana monster will attend the 10th anniversary of the Helstia auction house, and it is a good opportunity for them to act. Then he threw himself into the darkness, returning to Vincent's workspace. Although was sitting across, enjoying the cup of tea. Vincent felt a pressure in his heart, wondering what kind of kid Although really was at just 8 years old. His presence left Vincent more uneasy than when meeting King Sapin. "Are you really the boy I used to know?" he pondered. Although thanked him for the tea and explained abruptly why he had come to bother him. Today, he wanted Vincent to find him a few things. A protective cloak, preferably with padding, a decent sword that fits an 8-year-old's body, and a mask that could disguise his voice. Vincent agreed readily about the cloak, but pointed out that only a skilled sound mage could craft such a mask. He could try, but currently he was quite busy. Deep down, Vincent wondered why he wanted to please Although, although he felt that Reynold had helped him a lot since he started working for the auction house. Thanks to Altho's father and the training sessions for the guards, theft and disorder within the auction hall had decreased significantly. However, Although insisted on expressing his gratitude. He said he wanted to help Ellie awaken through a method he had just discovered, which might also assist Lilia. Surprised, Vincent sought clarification on what Although had just said. Although replied confidently that he knew neither Vincent nor his wife were magicians, but he believed he could awaken his daughter as a magician and get her into the Cyrus Academy. Back in his room, Although plunged into training, focusing on controlling mana with his new technique, which required increased deployment time and effort. Reflecting on his previous life as a helpless child seeking vengeance after losing loved ones, in this life, he only wanted to become stronger to protect his family and loved ones, vowing not to walk the path of vengeance again. While Although was immersed in memories of his past life, Sylvie called out to remind him. It seemed the women had returned from shopping, so Although quickly changed into different clothes. He carried Sylvie in his arms as he left the room. Upon reaching the foot of the stairs, he encountered his mother with a serious expression. She questioned him about what he had promised Vincent regarding helping Lilia awaken, emphasizing that this was not something to joke about. She couldn't believe he could casually make such promises. In response, Although confidently asserted that he never joked about such matters. He had made a deal with Vincent, who had agreed. Vincent carried Lilia close to him and affirmed that Alvo had indeed said he would show them once everyone returned, advising them to quickly gather in the living room to see if Alfo's words were true or just a joke. Once everyone had gathered, Alfo instructed Lilia and Ellie to sit back to back with him in between. He hoped the two girls would follow his instructions. First, he taught them a special breathing technique. The girls were curious, thinking everyone breathes every day, so what could be special about it? Alvo chuckled at Ellie's innocent response, stating that the way he and Lilia breathed was not as simple as they thought. If they could do it, they would become as strong as him. Alfo then demonstrated, closing his eyes and placing his hands on the girls' shoulders. First, they had to inhale very slowly through their noses until they couldn't inhale anymore. Then, while unable to inhale further, they had to open their mouths and try to inhale again once. After that, they had to exhale in small breaths about 15 times. The girls followed these instructions under Alfo's watchful eye, repeating the process several times until they saw bright spots floating in the darkness. The adults watched nervously as Ellie exclaimed happily that she had seen beautiful bright spots, but they disappeared right after. Alvo explained that it was because she had stopped breathing in the special way. On the other hand, Lilia was anxious because she hadn't seen anything. Alvo reassured her, noting that her parents were not magicians, so it was understandable that she was slower than Ellie. It seemed the two mothers were extremely anxious. They didn't know what Alfo was doing and whether it was truly beneficial as he claimed. Lilia's mother expressed understanding of Alfo's good intentions and didn't doubt his magical abilities. However, she pointed out that awakening a child into a mage was unprecedented and should happen naturally. Alfo explained that he was simply helping them awaken, similar to how he had done when he was just 3 years old. He'd assured them not to worry too much and that everything would become clear after he guided the two girls. He advised them to stay calm and observe. Continuing his focused guidance, Alfo instructed Ellie and Lilia to breathe in a specific way, warning them that their bodies might feel warm, but not to worry. He then used his mana to trace small lines along their arms, connecting them to the girls' bodies. Lilia cheered joyfully as she saw bright spots, and Ellie also admired the beautiful lights, although continued to ask the girls to concentrate, urging them to use their thoughts to gather the white spots together. He told Ellie that those lights were her friends and needed to stay together to be happy, encouraging her to help him achieve that. After a while of intense practice, Alfo decided to end the exercise, believing they had practiced enough for the day. Lilia's mother hurried over to inquire about Lilia's potential to become a mage. Alfo affirmed that currently she couldn't, but with persistence and his guidance over the years, she could definitely become a mage. Before he could finish, Lilia's mother rushed to hug him, apologizing for doubting him, and thanking him for giving their little daughter an additional opportunity to become a mage. Sitting nearby, Lilia observed the scene, feeling genuinely happy knowing she had a chance to become a mage like her parents dreamed. Looking at her father, she saw tears streaming down his face. The following days for Alfo passed smoothly and peacefully. He spent his mornings training and helping Ellie and Lilia get closer to awakening. The meals in the house were filled with laughter and joy, which made him incredibly happy. Despite his constant yearning for power, Alfo ensured he dedicated enough time to everyone, knowing he might not have many opportunities like this in the future. 2 months had passed, and today was the scheduled day for Reinhold to meet with the Two and Horns group. Alice asked her husband if he was eagerly anticipating this day. He replied, nodding towards Alfo, stating that it wasn't just him, but Alfo was also excited. In the distance, Alfo stood nervously and anxiously. Sylvie suddenly jumped onto Alfo's shoulder, complaining that she wasn't small enough to keep sitting on his shoulder forever. Finally, the Two and Horns group arrived to greet them. Alfo received a warm embrace reminiscent of Angela's from before, which left him breathless. The giant uncle, Durden, advised her to calm down. Angela, tears of joy streaming down her face, apologized for being overly emotional. Alfo greeted Durden, noticing how he seemed taller than before. Durden, emotionally moved, patted Alfo's head and praised him for growing so much. ADM, leaning against the wall, complained about how he had thought the group members had grown up and matured, yet now they were crying. His curious gaze turned towards Sylvie. Hellingsan, nearby, lightly kicked ABM's shoulder as a gentle warning that it wasn't something to be concerned about. she expressed her joy at seeing Altho again, noting how much he had grown and how handsome he had become. Adam grumbled if Altho was not supposed to cry. Was he doing something wrong? He believed he had grown up so much that he couldn't cry anymore. But that couldn't possibly be a mistake. Perhaps the most surprising reaction came from Jasmine. She rushed over, embraced Altho tightly, much to the surprise of her colleagues and everyone around. She sobbed profusely, apologizing for not being able to protect him 4 years ago. From afar, Altho's parents were also in tears. Finally, the anniversary celebration at the Helsty auction house arrived. Just before the ceremony began, Vincent asked Reynold once more if he was certain they didn't need a mage inside the auction hall. Reynold replied, mentioning that they had Angela and an unannounced mage stationed around the auction perimeter, with Durden controlling the entrance. This setup was deemed sufficient, as going overboard might give the impression that Helsty was rebellious. Vincent expressed gratitude, acknowledging that Reynolds' team agreeing to bolster security for today's event was appreciated. Reynolds confidently affirmed that their presence would help the security team detect any threats, ensuring the safety of the guests and preventing damage to the auction house. Despite his calm demeanor, Vincent's companion knew he was just joking. However, Vincent had initially thought Reynolds should stick to what he had said, hoping that things wouldn't take a turn for the worse. Vincent then mentioned how Altho wanted a sword before becoming an adventurer. He didn't think someone who fought with a list could teach a boy to use a sword. Reynolds was perplexed, explaining that he had only taught him to use a wooden sword, and everything else, since he was 4 years old, was self-taught. Vincent was surprised that a child at the age of 4 would be so independent and spiritually enlightened. Reynolds explained that Altho had said he could learn on his own, but through each sparring session, he exuded a strange pressure, as if Altho had inner confidence from decades of battle. Vincent was astonished by this revelation, considering Altho was only 8 years old and hadn't even lived for a decade. He suggested that Reynolds might be overestimating him. Reynolds didn't deny that what he said sounded absurd, but during combat, there were times Altho stumbled or hesitated, as if he still wasn't fully accustomed to his own body. Vincent interrupted, suggesting he understood why Reynolds was surprised, but they should stop babbling and go downstairs together. Everyone was likely gathered and waiting for them. When both of them appeared at the staircase, Vincent's wife complained that they took too long for grown men, despite being twins. Eventually, Vincent noticed everyone had gathered, looking elegant and beautiful. He scratched his head awkwardly, apologizing for making everyone wear only black and white attire. But as host, he didn't want them to overshadow the guests. Turning to Reynolds' family, he suggested they didn't need to dress in such dark colors. Alice mentioned that they felt comfortable with their current outfits, and wearing overly bright clothes would make them uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Altho, feeling uncomfortable in his current dark attire, couldn't resist thinking how cute he looked. He hoped he would grow up quickly. Vincent clapped to gather everyone's attention and announced they were ready to depart. The horse carriage was waiting outside. Vincent approached Altho, patting his shoulder, and mentioned he heard Lilia was progressing well. Altho happily replied that if she continued at this rate, she would awaken right on time to join the Cyrus Academy when she came of age. Vincent thanked him again, acknowledging he was fulfilling his end of the deal, and although eagerly anticipated seeing the marvelous items at his auction house, everyone moved toward the horse carriage to head to the Helsty auction house. As they rode through the bustling streets of Cyrus inside the carriage, Adam couldn't believe what he had heard about Altho's experiences since his fall 4 years ago. Hellensen reassured him that at least Altho had found a friend, and the experiences he had gone through would bring him invaluable lessons rarely found even among seasoned adventurers or nobles. Altho completely agreed, feeling that his recent experiences were truly special and worth cherishing. Finally, they arrived at the Helsty auction house. 2 guards opened the carriage door to welcome them. Altho curiously stepped out of the carriage, greeted by the sight of a grand building that occupied a large corner in the city. It turned out to be the Helsty auction house, celebrating its founding anniversary today. Both adventurers and nobles were excited to attend this event, not only as a celebration, but also as an opportunity to view and possibly acquire priceless artifacts preserved and protected for this grand occasion. Inside the auction house was a magnificent scene with many mana cores and peculiar items. Altho admired the exterior of the building, which was splendid, and the interior was equally impressive. Meanwhile, Vincent cheerfully rallied everyone, declaring today a momentous day. He reminded everyone to stay focused and avoid any mistakes. Reynold assigned tasks to the security team. Team B was tasked with checking the side doors every half hour before returning to their regular duties. Seeing his father's serious demeanor during work, Altho happily remarked to Helensen how great it was to see his father in his normal state, which was quite different from his usual youthful behavior. Helensen agreed that Reynolds' current image was natural, since he was the team leader and had matured significantly over the years. After chatting with Althal, Helensen bid him goodbye, as she had to join Reynolds immediately. Shortly after, Althal's mother called him over to join her and Vincent inside, while his father would join them later. Beyond the doors lay an incredibly spacious scene, with hundreds of seats for attendees. Final preparations for the auction were underway. At the center of the auction hall on the podium stood the man who was presumably the host of the event. Not only was the lower space vast, accommodating thousands of people, but there were also private rooms on the second floor with various levels of luxury to suit each guest's needs. This impressed Altho greatly, even though he had once been a great king in his past life. Lilia asked Altho about his impressions of her family's auction house. Altho happily replied that he was reconsidering whether this place could be considered a home, as it was truly magnificent and beyond imagination. Lilia and Alice chuckled upon hearing his words, pleased that he liked the place. Lilia cheerfully told Altho that what he had just seen was not everything. He should wait to see the secret rooms upstairs, which would impress him the most. They walked together to the staircase leading to the mysterious room Lilia mentioned. Behind the door was an enormous, luxurious room, where everything was lavishly decorated. Besides seating, there was a private bar serving guests. Most importantly, from here, they could oversee the entire scene below in the auction hall, through glass partitions. Meanwhile, in the auction hall, people began to arrive, dressed in exquisite attire. Curious, the two mothers wondered what the children were up to. Ellie was counting the people entering the hall, but Lilia suggested they join in the applause game instead. Ellie happily agreed, and everyone seemed to be in good spirits. The bustling attendants announced the imminent arrival of VIP guests. People quickly took their positions to welcome these special guests. The gates opened, and a stranger entered, followed by the appearance of King Glader, Queen Chrysilla, Prince Curtis, and Princess Serlin. Everyone in the room kneeled and bowed in respect. King Glader, upon seeing everyone, displayed an arrogant and displeased demeanor at having to share the room with others. Vincent apologized for this and explained that the king had expressed interest in meeting his family several times, so he thought today was a suitable occasion for such an audience. Vincent introduced his wife, daughter, and Altho's family to the king. The king and queen laughed heartily, expressing that if they were Vincent's friends, they were also theirs. Ultimately, everyone was here to celebrate the extraordinary anniversary of this auction house. The queen agreed with this sentiment, advising everyone not to be overly formal and expressing her delight at having more friends. Unexpectedly, Sylvie woke up, drawing everyone's attention. The queen exclaimed in surprise, immediately enchanted by Sylvie's adorable appearance, likening her to an intelligent type of reptilian mana creature, but cuter. Altho happily explained that Sylvie was just a young creature, only a few months old. He signaled for Sylvie to greet everyone, and seeing her obedience, the king remarked that Althal was very fortunate, as young mana creatures were typically challenging to tame. Yet Sylvie seemed very obedient to him. Althal explained that he and Sylvie could communicate through thoughts, which was more like mutual consent than simply obedience. Upon hearing this, the man with the covered head expressed surprise and questioned Althal's statement, implying that what he had said meant he was entering into an equal pact with Sylvie. Althal was taken aback by the man's reaction, wondering if he had said something inappropriate. He hesitantly clarified that he wasn't sure about that and believed Sylvie initiated this form of agreement. Upon hearing this, the man quickly rushed over, eager to examine Sylvie more closely. His demeanor surprised everyone. King Glader swiftly intervened, preventing the man from further scrutiny, stating that this wasn't the place for him to study someone else's pet. He reminded the man that he was here on a mission and hoped he would remember his responsibilities. The man knelt down, expressing apologies to the king to ease the tension. After this unpleasant incident, Lilia's mother invited everyone to take their seats as the ceremony was beginning. Although returned to his seat, glancing back at the man with the covered head. At that moment, He noticed the man's persistent longing gaze towards Sylvie. Surely the man hadn't given up on his intention to observe Sylvie. The master of ceremony spoke on behalf of the auction house, extending greetings and gratitude to everyone present at the ceremony. Today, everyone would have the opportunity to acquire rare and priceless items. The hall erupted in cheers and applause. Before commencing, the host invited everyone to turn towards the southern stands to welcome the distinguished guests attending the ceremony. Although applauded along with the host's words. The atmosphere reminded him of his past life when he was a king. Now, no longer a king, he felt small in this body that still belonged to an 8-year-old. He wished he could wake up early. In the VIP room, Altho took advantage of the adults' inattention to sip an alcoholic drink while watching Lilia and Ellie playfully. He noticed Queen Chrysilla and Lilia's mother standing in conversation in a corner. Altho observed that under the queen's cloak was a magic wand. He guessed she was a mage, but he couldn't sense any mana from her. Surely, she was concealing something. Perhaps her mana reserves, or maybe she was powerful enough to hide it in a way he couldn't detect. As Altho pondered this, Queen Chrysilla sensed him observing her. She smiled knowingly, making Altho feel embarrassed at being caught secretly watching her. He scratched his cheek, contemplating that although his soul was that of a mature man, he found it intriguing that he had never felt any attraction toward older women, even those of his own age before he died in his previous life. In his mind, images of all the older women he had encountered flashed, realizing they were likely his mother's age, which didn't pique his interest. However, younger girls closer to his current age, like Tessia, Lilia, or the princess, were different. He found them interesting to meet briefly, but he wasn't considering dating anyone yet. He decided he would think about that when he was older, currently lost in thoughts about love. While lost in these contemplations of women and young girls, Vincent approached to announce that a sword was about to be auctioned. He advised Altho to let him know if he was interested so he could secure it. Vincent reassured him not to worry about the price, as he owned this place and could obtain anything for him. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience applauded as the auction host introduced a short sword, forged by a master craftsman and enchanted by a fire element mage. The hilt of the sword was inlaid with a core of Thunderbird iron, imbuing it with powerful lightning attributes. With a slight infusion of mana, this exceptional sword could generate an electric field around its blade, enhancing its sharpness, and even producing a numbing effect. The starting bid for this sword was set at 50 gold coins. Just as the auctioneer finished speaking under the auction hall, continuous bidding ensued. 51, 52, 53. Although noticed everyone bidding so high and speculated that this sword must be powerful. In this world, a normal house in Cyrus would be worth at least 1 gold coin, and a middle-class family in the countryside could live comfortably on just a few copper coins a day. So setting the starting bid for this sword at 50 gold coins could sustain a normal family for 25 years. It was absurd. Thinking about the amount of money being spent to acquire this sword, Altho guessed it must be exceptionally strong. Vincent noticed Altho's contemplation and asked if he liked it. Despite the sword being quite large compared to him, a sword with elemental abilities wasn't something readily available. However, Altho declined. He knew it was powerful, but it wasn't something he truly needed. He wanted something more ordinary. Vincent agreed with Altho's sentiment, knowing that Altho could conjure fire without needing this sword. He reassured him not to worry, as this was just the beginning, and even if he didn't find what he wanted now, Vincent could help him find other things later. Altho was relieved to hear this, and asked if Vincent had found the mask he was looking for, his tone changing. Vincent proudly revealed that he had found an enchanted cloak, made from night fox fur, capable of hiding Altho's anger from prying eyes, knowing it was something he needed and securing it by any means necessary. Altho chuckled at Vincent's words, finding them even better than he had hoped. After speaking, Vincent left, instructing Altho to stay put and not wander off, as his parents would look for Vincent if anything happened. True to Vincent's words, the starting bid of 50 gold coins for that sword was just the beginning. There were many more impressive weapons to come, including thousands of mana cores from Class C to Class A. Even the king had successfully bid for a few items, including a Class A mana core. However, it wasn't until the king received the mana core that he would know if it contained the will of the mana creature within. After observing the auction for a while and wondering when lunch break would arrive, Although noticed that Sylvie had disappeared. He asked Lilia and Ellie about Sylvie's whereabouts, but the two didn't know much since she had only recently arrived. Although quickly began searching for Sylvie everywhere, from under chairs to nearby corners. Although suddenly heard Sylvie's consciousness reaching out to him, a growl. He turned to find the man with the tricorn hat from earlier attempting to grab Sylvie as she stood under the refreshment stand. Sylvie looked frightened, although calmed himself, reminding that the man was a royal mage, and approached Sylvie, calling her to come back to his side. She happily rushed over, hiding behind Althal. The man with the tricorn hat became furious. He slammed his staff onto the ground and called Althal a wild brat unworthy to accompany a mana creature as special as Sylvie. Althal was taken aback by the man's arrogant words and asked again about his intentions. The man stated firmly that Sylvie would belong to him. Althal was enraged. He tightly gripped Sylvie's hand and demanded the man repeat what he had just said. Just moments before this altercation, Vincent had left Althal to attentively monitor the ongoing auction below. He felt disheartened knowing Althal wasn't interested in anything there. Just as he had expected, Althal simply wanted a good sword instead of something flashy or powerful. If that was the case, he might find something in the auction house's warehouse. While lost in thought, King Glader tapped Vincent on the shoulder, greeting him and expressing hope that the king had enjoyed the ceremony. King Glader mentioned he didn't know how Vincent managed to secure an A-rank monocore from a silver-furred bear, but was quite satisfied with his purchase. He hoped that inside this monocore lay the intact will of the mana beast. Vincent, pleased with the king's praise, bowed in gratitude, considering this humble event truly worthy due to the king's visit. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of danger, the space around them enveloped as if by blazing red eyes. Vincent, not being a mage, felt the heavy influence most profoundly, the intense bloodlust nearly suffocating him. He struggled to catch his breath, clutching his chest. The soldiers around panicked, protecting the king and queen. King Glader drew his sword, and the queen wielded her scepter, searching for the perpetrator of this misdeed. However, there was no unfamiliar face in the room. It was then that Althal realized he had lost control when confronting the leader with the tricorn hat. Ellie cried and hugged Vincent's mother tightly. After catching his breath, Vincent was surprised, unsure of what was happening. At that moment, Reynold, Adam, and Helenson burst in, asking about everyone's well-being. The soldiers reported that the room had been checked and they were all safe. They suggested Reynold check the surrounding areas. Reynold commanded Helenson and Adam to go upstairs. Meanwhile, Althal's face turned pale. He silently apologized to his father for causing trouble. Everyone in the room remained calm and focused on their seats. Although used his mental abilities to exchange thoughts with Sylvie, asking if she was okay. After thorough inspection, the soldiers returned, reporting that they had apprehended an intruder. Upon hearing this, King Glader remained calm, indicating he was already aware and everything was under control. Seeing the king's reaction, Althal was astonished by how gently King Glader handled the situation. In his heart, he silently thanked the unfortunate intruder for inadvertently helping him avert a dangerous situation. Althal clasped his hands together, wishing the intruder a safe journey back to the far reaches. At the same time, the soldiers turned to the leader with the tricorn hat, questioning why a seasoned guard like him had faltered under threat from an intruder. The leader protested, claiming he had slipped. This answer drew mocking laughter, suggesting he might not live long if he kept up such excuses. The leader, furious, turned towards Althal. Knowing Althal had exerted the pressure earlier, he gritted his teeth in annoyance, but remained silent, returning to his position under the stands. Below the stands, the event organizer thanked everyone for their assistance and announced that the auction would continue. The auctioneer mentioned they had one final item for the day, traditionally the best. They unveiled a covered item, and when the cloth was removed, the entire hall saw inside a lion from another world. The host explained to everyone in the auction hall about the classification of this mana creature. Currently, it was just an adult world lion beast, but as it matured, it had the potential to become a Class B mana creature. With careful nurturing, this world lion could even ascend to Class A. Upon hearing the host's introduction, everyone in the auction hall was thoroughly intrigued. In the VIP room, a boss figure stood in the corner, eyes fixed on Althal and Sylvian. He thought Althal was a fool who clearly paid no attention to the mana creature that the auction host had just introduced. Next, the host explained that owning and nurturing this creature could make its owner a legendary beast tamer. He then announced a starting bid of 500 gold. The whole room buzzed with excitement. Everyone put forward their numbers minus 556, 600, 1751. A man in a hat bid 800, and our final boss, the king, bid 1,000 gold. The room fell silent after hearing this figure, with no one daring to bid further. Perhaps no one wanted to compete with their king. Vincent congratulated the king on acquiring the world lion beast, thanking his majesty for his generosity. However, he couldn't help but wonder aloud to the king about his plans for the new royal pet. He asked if the king intended to personally tame it, or if he had other plans for this new addition to the royal family. The king pondered, stroking his chin in thought. Though he desired the covenant beast for himself, he believed he would give it to his son, Curtis, depending largely on the prince's behavior. Prince Curtis was delighted to hear his father speak this way. He stood up, placing his hand over his chest, earnestly promising his father that he would do his best. The queen, in her happiness, couldn't resist teasing her son, reminding him that she wouldn't tolerate hearing any plans to escape his teachers. Prince Curtis blushed and promised not to do so, as he had already made that promise to her. Observing this royal family, Althal was amazed. They seemed just like any other ordinary family. It was quite wonderful, though Althal wondered if this was truly the case, or just a facade hiding truths no one wanted to see. Vincent hinted to the king that the auction was almost over, asking if he wanted him to collect the items and deliver them promptly. The king eagerly agreed, no longer patient to wait but eager to see and touch the things he had purchased firsthand. Sebastian's sudden approach to the king, with whispered words, made Althal uneasy, sensing something ominous about what might unfold next. Vincent brought a large bag for Althal, stating he had prepared everything Althal needed, except for a sword. He suggested Althal inspect the contents to ensure they met his requirements. Alice offered to help manage these items, while Althal selected a sword for himself. The king, surprised to see that Althal could wield a sword, hinted if Althal could spar with his son someday. Upon hearing this, the man in the hat immediately stepped forward to intervene, claiming Althal was just a commoner without the necessary knowledge. He argued that sparring with Althal would spoil the prince. Althal, maintaining his elegant demeanor, smiled and thanked the king for his suggestion, but modestly declined, stating his skills were not proficient and swordplay was merely a hobby. He admitted he lacked talent in this area compared to the king's son. Hearing Althal's response, King Glader smiled warmly, while the man in the hat stood beside him, observing with a studious look. Outside, Reinhold approached as called by Vincent to meet the king. Reinhold greeted the king respectfully and apologized for the recent disturbance. The king praised Reinhold for swiftly identifying the troublemaker and expressed his belief that Vincent had found a valuable ally. Reinhold humbly considered it his duty and felt undeserving of King Glader's praise. Reinhold confirmed that Althal was indeed his son and wondered if King Glader had any issues with this. King Glader explained that the man standing next to him, the head guard of the royal family for many years, had made significant contributions to the nation. Therefore, he felt it appropriate to reward him. Due to his keen interest in Sylvie, King Glader proposed that Althal gift Sylvie to him. This would be an honor for Althal. Althal sensed something was amiss with this situation. How could this man, who had supposedly made great contributions to the royal family and the nation, demand a companion from an 8-year-old boy just because he liked her? Although found the king's request unreasonable, and those around him still couldn't believe what they had just heard, Reinhold looked anxiously at his son, who stood frozen, his eyes darkening. He hesitated, then spoke to the king, expressing his inability to allow his son to proceed with this. King Glader offered to compensate Althal and personally cover the cost of hiring a sorcerer, but Reinhold remained steadfast in his refusal. For him and his wife, this decision couldn't be made unilaterally. Sylvie was a mana creature that Althal had acquired on his own, giving him the sole right to decide its fate. Upon hearing this, King Glader scrutinized Althal once more. Despite the tension, although met the king's gaze without hesitation, his expression serious. Infuriated by what he perceived as arrogance, the king questioned whether Althal had not been taught respect for those of higher rank. King Glader's frustration with Althal's response led him to express discomfort. He glanced at Althal again, sternly raising the issue of whether he could give Sylvie to a prominent figure and offer compensation. A royal sword that any young knight would cut. Althal remained silent, bowing his head in an attempt to maintain composure in the face of the king's irrational demands. Althal sighed, then bowed in gratitude for the generous compensation offer from King Glader, but respectfully declined it. To him, not even the greatest sword could compare to Sylvie. At this point, the other party couldn't keep their composure. He exclaimed, questioning how Althal dared to refuse King Glader's offer. Perhaps sensing that his previous offer was somewhat irrational, King Glader proposed a new arrangement, intending to offer Sylvie to his son in exchange for a New World lion cub. This immediately alarmed Prince Curtis, as his father had once promised to reserve it for him. King Glader argued that this exchange wouldn't disadvantage Althal, despite Sylvie's uniqueness and rarity among mana creatures, which typically grew into formidable predators. Although King Glader explained to Althal that he wouldn't be at a loss in the proposed transaction, Althal remained displeased, making it clear to King Glader that his decision wouldn't change. He wasn't willing to sell or trade his loyal companion for anything. Perhaps Althal's attitude had challenged the king's pride because he had tried to use the gentlest words and the kindest favors just to exchange for a mana monster that did not possess much strength. The master of this monster, Althal, did not understand this. The king sternly asked Althal one last time whether he would give up Sylvia. King Glader's attitude made Shibation delighted. He was certain that Althal would have to agree soon. Althal trembled with anger and asked the king how much he intended to sell his son for. Althal told the king that he had asked him 3 times, and it seemed that his refusal was something the king's pride could not accept. He felt that the king did not understand the importance of Sylvie to him, so he would make it clear to him. Once again, he asked King Glader how much he would accept to sell his own son and daughter. Not only King Glader, but everyone present in the room was stunned in shock. Shibation signaled to another royal guard to advance and attack Althal. The guard channeled mana into his sword, quickly swung it towards Althal, and shouted that Althal was just a commoner. So how could he behave so rudely in front of the king? How dare he have any ill intentions towards the royal family? Althal looked at the guard swinging the sword towards him and saw his move. Perhaps the guard wanted to cut him in half by trying to enhance the sword with mana at that moment. Althal immediately kept the mana in his body circulating smoothly and predicted the guard's movements, controlling his path and attacks. No matter how the guard swung his sword, Althal easily dodged. Althal unbalanced him and swiftly disarmed the guard, then delivered a punch straight to his face. The guard fell backward with a bloody face, probably missing a few teeth after the punch. Seeing the guard unable to defeat, Althal made Shibation furious. He silently cursed the guard for being foolish and unable to handle an 8-year-old child. Then, he used his staff to focus mana and decided to attack Althal. He was determined to obtain Sylvie. He saw that a beast, still young, that could create an equal blood contract at such a young age, meant that Sylvie could grow beyond even rank A. He was resolved to obtain this magical beast. A large amount of pink mana gathered at the top of his staff, ready to launch an attack. But at this moment, everything around seemed to freeze. Only Althal and Shibation could move. As he was still puzzled by the surroundings, Althal spoke, telling him not to try anything. He said that the spells using mana from the environment would not work. Before his eyes was the image of an 8-year-old child with blue flames in his eyes. Shibation, frightened, demanded that Althal step back, nervously saying that Althal did not have the power to fight him, a royal mage. But then his terror grew as Althal instantly appeared beside him, and in a flash, before he could think, Althal had broken his leg. Shibation screamed in pain, clutching his leg and begging for help from those around him. But no one responded. Everyone stood still like lifeless statues. Althal approached him and advised him to listen carefully to what he said. No one would help him. Shibation trembled with fear when Althal placed a hand on his shoulder, his face a mess of tears and snot. He couldn't believe that Althal had the ability to free space, a power that even a royal mage like him couldn't do. He warned Althal not to do anything to him because he was the king's mage guard, as if that would scare Althal. It seemed he was so scared that his mind was no longer logical. Clearly, if Althal were afraid, he would have given the pet to the king from the first mention, rather than the current scene. Seeing that Shibation was now afraid, Alvo stood up and gave him a dangerous look, warning him to know his place if he didn't want to die. He mentioned that if it came to that, he wouldn't even see the sunlight again, let alone just having a broken leg like now. In the memory of everyone in the VIP room, the last image they saw was Alvo defeating the guard with a punch. When they regained their senses, it seemed as if part of their memory was missing. The sight before them was Shibation sitting and crying for help with his leg broken and Alvo lying there motionless. The children in the room screamed loudly. Reinhold and Alice were bewildered, and King Glader commanded the guards to quickly help Shibation. The queen urgently requested a healer. Reinhold and his wife quickly approached Alvo, checked his heartbeat, and reassured Alice that he was still alive. Reinhold lifted him up, with Sylvie jumping onto his shoulder. Everyone looked worriedly at Alvo's small, motionless body. Alice used her healing power to treat her son, her hands trembling with pain. At this moment, the streets were bustling and crowded with local residents. We chose and stopped at a cafe right on that busy street to chat. A man with a beard spoke up. "So who will it be?" A man with long, dyed red hair holding a spear responded. "Unfortunately, I don't think I can take it. I realize that I have no ability to take care of children. Plus, with my personality, on a fine day, your son might end up killing me." At this point, it seemed like everyone at the table agreed with his statement. That young man voiced his opinion. "Actually, I hope Durden or Helensan will go with Alvo. But honestly, we can't offer you much. Alice and I will try our best to do more, and will compensate in every way possible within our ability." "Don't say that, Ray. We are a family. I'd really want to go with Alvo to watch the boy grow up day by day," said the man wearing an elegant shirt named Durden. A beautiful, young, and charismatic lady also agreed with Durden and said to Reinhold, "You should know that we are not doing this for money. Moreover, we made a decent amount from the last dungeon." A hand was raised, and someone said, "Let me," surprising everyone who was curious to see whose hand it was, and what would happen to that person. It was none other than the Lady Jasmine. Normally, Jasmine hated escort missions. So why did she agree this time? The girl asked, but logically speaking, Jasmine is the most suitable to protect Alvo. Durden is specialized in defense activities within the spell area of a large group. A beautiful girl still didn't believe it and asked Jasmine again to be sure. "Are you sure you want to go?" Jasmine was very confident about this mission. Because of that confidence, the man with long, dyed red hair told everyone to let her take on this mission and reasoned, "She is the only enhancer with elemental sensing among all of us here. She just went through the light orange stage last year, and with that element, isn't she the most suitable?" Reinhold agreed, although he was very sad. He also wanted to go, but just one person was enough. After the conversation, everyone finally agreed and found the most suitable person to protect Alvo, and everyone was very happy about it. All good things must come to an end. Everyone stood up and headed home. When Reinhold's family arrived home and just opened the door, the little one angrily shouted, "Sister Lilia, you can't train without me." But for some reason, when the little one said that, the whole family burst into laughter. However, Alvo thought that it seemed Lilia had the ability to meditate on her own, even without him channeling mana into her. Ellie would awaken around the age of 8 if she truly meditated, but maybe she shouldn't awaken too early. He didn't like people being too curious about her. From his thoughts, it was clear that he deeply loved and cared for his little sister. He turned to his father. "Oh right, Dad, can I go to the auction house for a while? I want to find a sword because I didn't get anything last time." Hearing this, his father immediately gave permission, and his mother cheerfully reminded him not to stay too long as she would prepare dinner for the family. As soon as they arrived at the auction house, Lilia's parents were still working there, waiting for Alvo and his father. After the incident they had gone through, it was the first time he had seen them, and he had to answer a slew of questions about his health. He tried his best to reassure them that he was fine, and was very glad that everything was over. But contrary to his feelings, they thought differently. They weren't satisfied with the king's reaction to the incident. Both fathers speculated that the guards were only temporarily suspended and would return to their positions once things calmed down. Interrupting their thoughts, Alvo's father coughed and laughed awkwardly, then said that he came here to find a sword before the test at the Adventurer Guild. Vincent almost forgot. Because of that, It might take a considerable amount of time to find something you like, but feel free to look around. Upon entering, Arthur was surprised by the scene before him. It was a vast space with many swords. He was extremely excited and began looking for a suitable sword for himself, but was disappointed that among the many swords, none seemed to be the right one. That one isn't right, and this one isn't either, he thought. Perhaps it was because there were too many warriors who were enhancers, or there were more two-handed or large swords. After searching for some time, he felt hopeless finding a new reliable sword for his small body. It seemed really difficult. He almost gave up and found some interesting weapons. Feeling a bit foolish, while he was engrossed in trying out different weapons, he looked down and saw a bat squirming under the table. It seemed to have found something. After some wriggling, the bat pulled out something that looked like a stick. Arthur said he didn't need it, but the bat insisted he try it. He didn't know what the bat wanted him to do with the stick. When he picked it up, it felt quite heavy, with a good balance for a stick. It was almost like a sword, surprising him. He wondered if he needed to infuse mana to use it. He kept testing his theories by infusing all elements into it, but the sword remained inactive. He stubbornly thought maybe it only reacted to a specific element. He struggled with the sword until he was exhausted, yet it still didn't respond. He wondered if it wasn't a special element. Then what could it be? As he was thinking, he looked at the bandaged wound on his arm. His eyes filled with suspicion. No way, it can't be, he reassured himself. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the sword again. This time, he was able to draw it out. He excitedly swung it a few times, and when he looked down at the translucent blue blade, he couldn't stop thinking about how beautiful it was, despite being just a sword. But both the sheath and the sword were too heavy for him to use properly in his current body. Feeling disappointed, he noticed some wooden crates neatly stacked in a corner. It seemed he had an audacious idea involving those crates. Apologizing to Vincent, he calmly took the sword and slashed at a crate, splitting it in half. After the strike, he looked back at the sword. Near the end of the blade, the words "Dawn's Dance" appeared. He repeated "Dawn's Dance" in astonishment. But for some reason, the sword had injured his palm. Vincent, worried, asked if he was okay, and he assured him he was fine. But why had the sword injured him? What had just happened to him? Ignoring the wound on his hand, he stepped closer and picked up the sword once more. He discovered that the weight and balance had changed. Seeing this, he bravely continued to swing it a few more times and realized that not only had the balance changed, but the handle and blade length had also shortened to better suit his body. With the privilege of handling the finest weapons, he had held priceless swords for decades, but he had never found a sword that fit him so perfectly. He continued to swing the sword and slashed at another wooden crate. He was surprised to see how clean the cut was, which made him feel happy and excited. Although rare, there are some cases where elemental wizards can create magic staffs that can adapt to a specific user. These weapons would adjust themselves, allowing mana to flow better between the weapon and the user. However, he had never read about a sword that could adjust itself to fit its user. He wondered who had made this sword. Lost in his thoughts, he heard his father calling him from outside the door. "Come on, it's late." Hearing his father's call, he immediately ran towards him. He realized that the sword Sylvie had found for him was indeed the right choice and seemed perfect. His father asked, "So you found a sword you like, right? It may not be as splendid as the others, but it suits you. Do you feel it after swinging it a few times?" Arthur handed the sword to his father, who asked Vincent if it was okay. Vincent explained that the sword had been placed in small auction booths several times, but had never attracted any bids. Hearing this, Reinhold drew the sword and swung it a few times to test its sharpness. When asked how he found the sword, Reinhold replied that the weight adjustment was quite poor because the maker had tried to lighten it. However, for Althal, it seemed to be a good fit. Noticing another staff at Althal's waist, his father asked in surprise, "What's that staff, son?" Even Vincent was surprised by the question. Althal, breaking into a cold sweat, told himself to stay calm. He then replied, "I found it on my way out. It feels quite strong and heavy. I thought it could be useful for training." Vincent sighed, not remembering ever seeing the staff before. "May I take a look at it?" he asked. Althal, feeling shy, reluctantly handed it over. Vincent raised the staff and turned to Varian, asking, "Do you have any records of something like this?" Varian scratched his head and took out a piece of paper to read. "One of our blacksmiths told me a rather strange story," he began. "An old man threw this staff at him, mumbling something about no one being worthy. We had several people inspect it just to be safe, and sir, it's just a solid staff, but quite unusual. Shouldn't we have an elemental wizard examine it?" Hearing this, Altho quickly apologized if it was valuable. He thought it would be quite handy for his training. Vincent, noticing Altho's interest in the staff, said with twinkling eyes, "Oh, there's nothing to apologize for. If it stays here, it will only gather more dust, so go ahead and keep it." Altho was delighted and thanked Vincent. As he walked away feeling pleased, Vincent felt a burst of joy, happy that Altho had called him uncle and gave a light punch to his chest. Varian looked on in surprise. A few days after acquiring the perfect sword, Altho's birthday arrived. Everyone gathered in a luxurious house, dressed in elegant and noble attire, enhancing their beauty. They all happily celebrated Altho's birthday. Altho thanked everyone for being with him through the past year. His mother couldn't believe that he was already 9 years old, overwhelmed with excitement for the upcoming party. Varian said, "Come on, Alice, it's not time for speeches yet. Let's start the party." And so the party officially began. Many people pushed carts laden with eye-catching dishes, all exuding a rich aroma. Each dish was prepared meticulously. Seeing everyone behaving reservedly and distant, a girl remarked, "This isn't a museum. Come on, everyone, sit down and enjoy the meal." At this point, everyone started to relax and enjoy themselves, eating and chatting merrily. The party was truly lively. "It's your turn, Durden," someone said. "Do you remember the time your pants caught fire and you had to go back to the village with your hand covering your butt?" The comment made Durden blush and cover his face, saying, "Oh, come on, ADM." But another voice chimed in. "Have you forgotten about the time a horn mole popped up while you were using the bathroom in a dungeon? If I recall correctly, you screamed and fell backward, wetting yourself." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, while ADM stammered, "I thought everyone was asleep at that time." After everyone finished their meal and ADM had been thoroughly embarrassed, someone suggested, "Is it time for gift-giving now?" The first to present their gift were Altho's parents. "Happy birthday again, son. This is a gift your mother and I have painstakingly prepared for you on this special occasion." Ellie quickly raised her hand and added, "And from Ellie too." Altho accepted the gift from his parents, turned to Ellie with a joyful expression, and asked, "Do you want to open it with me?" Ellie eagerly nodded with sparkling eyes and a happy heart. As they opened the gift, Altho was pleasantly surprised. It was something he really liked. Leather from a shark-nosed buffalo that his father had personally hunted and skinned. His mother had enchanted 3 stones on it, each with a single-use spell. Each stone holds a small spell that can be used only once, but I thought it would be useful for your missions, she explained. Altho put on the leather and found it to be perfect. He ran to hug his parents, saying, "I love it. Thank you for the gift." Ahem. Next are the gifts from everyone else. Let's see what the next presents will be. I'm so curious. As Altho opened the gift box, he found a pair of rings inside. He knelt down in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my God." Vincent's actions caused his wife to smack him on the head, saying, "Honey, stop teasing the boy." Vincent, in pain, but still smiling, replied, All right. Doesn't anyone want to watch a bit of drama?" Then he added, "Anyway, this one is for you, and this one is for you, Alice." Altho felt embarrassed because the stone on the ring was even bigger than the one he had given. Vincent's wife explained, "As long as Altho wears this ring, Alice, the stone on your ring will light up if Altho's mana level drops to a dangerous level. Unfortunately, the rings can only do this one thing, but we thought it might give you some peace of mind." The gift from Altho's parents deeply touched Alice, who hugged Vincent's wife tightly and thanked her sincerely. While the two women embraced, Vincent and Altho stood side by side, clearly very happy. However, Altho saw the ring as a double-edged sword. On one hand, it would make his family worry less about him, but on the other hand, his mother would constantly check the ring, worrying that it might light up. Altho was clearly concerned about this. Next, Adam spoke up. "What about us, everyone? Because your son is incredibly strong. We thought similarly to the Hellsteve family. This little monster doesn't need much. We thought your family would appreciate this more." Althal opened the gift, and Adam continued. These are communication scrolls. I won't mention how expensive they are, because they're super expensive. Anyway, with these, you have a one-way communication method that I think goes well with the 2 rings. Just channel some mana into it and record a message. Once your mother receives the message, she can reply once, and after confirming the message has been delivered to Althal, the 2 scrolls will turn to dust. Although the gift seemed a bit extravagant, it was also quite surprising. Tomorrow was an important day. Son, are you excited? Promise your mother you'll stay safe. I don't care about your ranking or how wealthy you'll become. None of that matters to me. I just want you to be safe. That's enough for me, she said, gently kissing Althal's forehead. To reassure his parents, Althal replied, Of course, Mom. Dad, I'll come back whenever I can. As the party ended, everyone went home. They waved goodbye to Althal, hoping for his safety. In the dark of night, lying on his bed, Althal had been feeling like this for a while. But as he prepared to sleep, he realized that now he had a family, people who truly loved and cared for him. This feeling was incredibly precious to him, something he would cherish, fight for if necessary, and strive to become stronger for. It made him feel more than a king. Indeed, family was a sacred bond that made everyone want to protect it with everything they had, and continually strive to become stronger for it. With these thoughts, Althal drifted off to sleep. The next morning dawned beautifully, with the sun's rays streaming in. Althal tried to get Sylvie accustomed to something, but it kept resisting him. Asking why he wanted to use mana, Althal accepted and went along with Sylvie's wishes. Althal tightly grabbed Sylvie's tail, pulled it behind him, and tossed it into the sky, causing Sylvie pain and tears, which fell into the bath. Then Althal put on matching clothes, looking extremely handsome. With Sylvie by his side, he stepped out of the house in a cheerful mood, clearly visible on his face. As he descended the stairs, he saw his parents and sister waiting for him. His father approached and said, Look at you, already acting like a top-tier S-ranked adventurer. I know you're strong, but don't let it make you arrogant. Always remember your limits, and when things get tough, trust Jasmine. Although politely responded, Yes, father, I won't. Ellie, tearing up, held Althal's hand and said, Are you really leaving with Sylvie? Why don't you stay? Ellie's question saddened his mother, who fought back her emotions. She gently said to Ellie, Sweetheart, Althal and Sylvie will be back soon. But because he loves you, he doesn't want to leave. Ellie persisted, Can't they stay? I want them to stay. Althal sat down calmly and said to his sister, I know you've grown up, Ellie. I have an important task for you in my absence. Can you protect Mom and Dad while we're gone? Ellie hugged Althal tightly, saying, I've been training a lot, big brother. Now I've gathered many bright spots. I can protect them now. Ellie burst into tears, and Althal hugged her back, feeling he had missed the time when she had grown up. Now I know that the little time we've had together recently isn't enough. But to protect them, this is the step I have to take. Althal thought the love of his family gave him added strength, making him brave enough to face the challenges ahead. Mother Lilia, also tearful, hugged Althal tightly, saying, Don't look at me like that. You'll be okay. Although reassured her, We'll be okay, Mom. Ellie hugged Sylvie and told her not to misbehave. Alice struggled to contain her worries and said a tearful goodbye to Althal, reminding him to wear the ring. Althal smiled warmly, Of course, Mom. And so he left. As he was about to open the door, he heard someone call, Althal, we'll always support you. Althal smiled and stepped outside. He saw his parents' friend and the car waiting for him as planned. She asked if he was ready, and as expected, Althal had mentally prepared himself. He put on his mask and walked away. After a fairly long journey, they arrived at their destination, where many people had already gathered. As they passed by a man, Althal overheard him looking for a minimum grade C fire-type mage. Suddenly, Sylvie exclaimed, What's it doing? Another woman was surprised and said, Your familiar's contract seems different. Althal explained that he had just discovered that it could change its form a bit, like turning into a small black lizard to look less attractive. The woman chuckled at Althal's explanation, then called out to the next person, welcoming them to the Cyrus Adventurers Guild. How may I assist you? She asked. We're here for a sponsorship exam, Althal replied. The girl pressed a button and said, Of course. Please follow me. We have a few others taking exams today, but since you're here on sponsorship, we'll push your case ahead so you won't have to wait long. After a while, they reached this hallway. People were discussing Althal, perhaps because he was being prioritized for the exam. They were curious about his identity. "Let's go," said Althal's parents' friend. They heard a knock on the door. "Come in," the man inside called out. The girl bowed to the A-ranked adventurer, Jasmine. "I have a request. Would you sponsor this gentleman for an A-ranked exam, please? I'm quite familiar with you, Miss Jasmine," she continued. "Please wait outside." The man asked Jasmine, "How have you been lately? I met you not long ago." But somehow, upon hearing this, Altho tightened his grip on his hand. The man continued, "It's truly an honor to meet both of you. My name is Caspian Bladewart, and I'm the manager here. Normally, there's a registration form to fill out, requiring a mana core before participating in live combat. However, because of Miss Jasmine here, I'll sponsor you through those steps. It seems your parent's friend is a reputable person, so because she's vouching for you, you've received this favor. Do you think Jasmine's family is really that special?" The gentleman continued, "You only need to do a doubles match with one of our examiners. Feel free to use any weapon you like. You seem to be either a martial artist or an enhancer. Becoming an adventurer doesn't require a surname, but because you have such a close relationship with Miss Jasmine, I can call you." Altho hesitated for a while, recalling the sight of the mask he was wearing on his face. It had sent him half a note on the sheet music. He replied, "Just call me Note." They then shook hands. Through that handshake, it seemed like the two of them felt something unexpected about this power. Is this power really strong? Whose power is it? Perhaps this was a well-kept secret. Note was very pleased to meet him. Mary led the two to the examination hall. "This way, please," she said. As they walked away, both the man and Altho turned back, looking at each other in a way that was hard to describe. Jasmine's family was mentioned, seeming quite respected. Altho wondered if that was why she wanted to go with him, but she seemed quite annoyed when someone mentioned her father. Altho followed behind, admiring her in this direction. "This way, please, Mr. Note and Miss Jasmine," said the man. "This path will lead you straight to the promotion floor where the exams take place. Pay attention and proceed straight up the stairs to take your seats. When your name is called, a bright door opened, dazzling the two as they walked through. They were met with two men competing against each other, surrounded by quite a few spectators. The match was extremely dramatic and captivating. The slender man managed to evade most of the opponent's attacks. Even the bald-headed man had to admit the other's talent, but he thought the opponent wouldn't be able to evade his strike, known as the death blow. Although Altho was heading to his seat, he didn't miss out on the thrilling match unfolding. Note silently wondered why one would announce their moves to the opponent, similar to how spellcasters intone their incantations to focus their resources. Many enhancers also announced the names of their techniques aloud, a practice frowned upon by some. A loud call rang out, a technique. The slender man retaliated against the bald-headed man. The bald man questioned how the slender man could manage it. The slender man replied nonchalantly, "Well, it's a matter of knowing your strengths. Even the elderly can twirl a walking stick better than you twirl your staff. You're too focused on physical strength rather than enhancing mana, neglecting the balance of techniques. It's quite predictable and laughable. Despite being 35, you're still at the novice stage. I've completed 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and kicks." The bald man retorted defensively. The slender man acknowledged his efforts, but noted his unfortunate facial bruising, which affected his evaluation. Despite this, due to Note's fire element, the slender man upgraded his assessment from E to D rank. Defeated, the bald man walked away towards the next person, Diane Whitehall. Before he could finish his greeting, a girl fell to the ground, claiming a twisted ankle, revealing her underwear. The unconscious men around showed no sympathy, but instead joked about how attractive her grandmother's underwear looked. Some even suggested she should just be assigned an E rank to save time. Meanwhile, from afar, Note observed a young man who seemed quite strong. What was it that made Note sense his strength just from a glance? Was his intuition correct? The girl who fell stood up and shouted to Diane Whitehall, "I'm 18, a novice stage water element mage." A girl in a cap standing nearby spoke friendly words, saying they already knew about her and advising her to prepare her weapon. She assured the girl that they had medical staff and mages on hand to treat any injuries right there on the examination floor. The polite girl, Jasmine, turned to Althal and explained, once a mage reaches the novice stage, they discover their elemental affinity instead of trying to master all 4 elements. Focusing on a specific element enhances efficiency. Although recalled hearing that mages focusing on 2 or more elements faced stricter and more accurate evaluations during exams to determine if they truly specialize beyond 2 elements. The girl in the cap raised her voice, addressing Diane Whitehall. Let's see what you've got, Miss Whitehall. Pure water energy. Protect me. Jasmine reasoned that mages, unlike body enhancers who use mana for physical augmentation, are trained rigorously to create defensive shields right from the start of combat. Although found this discussion intriguing, the examiner used incantations to intercept Diane's attacks, even within her defensive barriers. The exam was tense, with Diane continuously demonstrating her skills for the examiner to assess her abilities and efforts. Her determination and skill impressed everyone, turning water into a misty explosion that even caused the examiner to remark, "Your control is quite good," and her final spell sequence was well structured. Diane's adept mana manipulation earned her a grade C, a notable achievement at her age. Next up was Ijah Knight, but before he could proceed, a surprising incident unfolded. The slender young man had been informed about another person's case. He was rated as a grade B risk-taker, leaving everyone astonished and questioning why he didn't need an exam. Meanwhile, someone with glasses watched from the shadows, their 4 eyes meeting in silent communication, despite the crowd's doubts and curiosity. Next in line was Lucas Wykes, finally arriving. Why not skip over and consider him for grade A? Although pondered aloud, the examiner introduced Lucas Wykes, an 11-year-old novice stage mage specializing in fire elements. Altho was also surprised that someone so young, only 11 years old, had already reached the novice fire core stage. Truly, he was strong, as evidenced by Altho's earlier observation. Because of his young age and talent, he seemed arrogant, which the examiner noticed from his demeanor. "Enough boasting, my protector," exclaimed the slender examiner. The petite figure expressed her thoughts. He presents himself as a fire guardian, mature and steadfast. "It seems we have a special talent here, as expected from a member of the Wykes family." The examiner in the cap noted, "It seems you are not only full of fighting spirit, young man from Wykes, but that arrogance shows you still need to learn humility." Observing his next move, a calculated step from the examiner, the fire guardian would naturally disappear when his limited air supply in the tomb ran out. "You're too late, Madam Examiner," retorted the arrogant young man. "I've heard no examiner has been injured while examining risk-takers. Well, it seems I'll allow you to be the first." The examiner unleashed a series of cunning strikes to teach him a lesson about his arrogance and self-satisfaction. Yet it seemed he hadn't experienced failure. He continued to retaliate, but shortly after, he was defeated by the examiner. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Wykes," the examiner acknowledged. "Your rare mana quantity and ability to learn difficult fire spells have shown your potential." The young boy shouted defiantly, "This isn't over yet. The exam isn't finished." The examiner and the slender figure suddenly rushed forward, causing the young man to become very angry and shout loudly, "How dare you interrupt my exam?" The calm examiner replied, "You were the one violating the rules," and unexpectedly chanted a spell. Even though the examiner had announced the end of the test, the infuriated young man retorted, "You incompetent examiner. That item was the one that prevented me from getting hit by the next blow. While blocking the missiles, it was you who caused the exam to end, while I still controlled everything." This arrogant young man still did not know fear and didn't regard anyone else. The slender examiner said, "You freely defend your actions. Now, Ijah Knight, announce his results." As I said earlier, his mana quantity and control ability were excellent, despite remaining inexperienced. We think he is capable of ranking B. The people around congratulated the young man, saying he had done very well and should be proud of achieving a B rank. He did not thank them and said, "Don't compare me to you, useless monkey. It's natural for me to rank B." He was resentful, and the fools should wait until his father knew about this. It seemed that his family was quite authoritative, and with his father's pampering, he didn't care about anyone. Finally, the one we had been waiting for has arrived. Jasmine also wished Altho good luck as he stepped forward and thought, It's good for you to approach this type of warrior like this. You and I have had years of training and experience with the sword and those suspicious, sharp movements, but also very secretive in defense." The slender examiner urged, "Hurry up. We don't have all day." Although stepped up and bowed. "Examiner, it seems you are a special case because I have no information about you to see what you are." The examiner blushed. "I don't know what this sudden pressure is." When Altho had just drawn his sword, someone spoke up, "Examiner at." The young man sitting beside the examiner and the examination observer were both bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "Step down, George. I will be the one to examine this candidate," said the person assertively. You personally want to examine this candidate." The examiner and the observer both expressed surprise. "I apologize for my rudeness, sir. But does someone ranked AA like yourself need to examine a candidate, especially someone of your stature?" The examiner George hesitated. "I am wondering how much power I should use to make the examiner George feel comfortable." "You've given me reason," the man responded. "I have no doubt about your abilities, George. I just feel I should examine this candidate because of your sponsor, with whom I am familiar. This shouldn't be a problem, should it?" Turning to the man, Note's presence alone could make other candidates hold their breath and sweat profusely. The man standing in front of him wasn't just the largest guild manager in Sapin, but also a grade AA adventurer. Although noticed that he did not expose any weaknesses, and the pressure from his bloodlust was truly overwhelming, as if he had no intention of conducting a normal examination. "So why are you so excited about this?" At pointed his sword at him, then instructed him to be ready and not to let this special treatment bother him. Although prepared himself and began the examination, but after a few attacks, he realized that the man was too fast and easily knocked him to the ground. However, calming himself down, he quickly dodged a few of his attacks. After dodging those attacks, he did not disappoint our expectations and responded. This caused him to receive a scratch on his nose. He didn't feel upset or painful about the wound, but he felt great. It's really hard to understand. The two were drawn into a dramatic examination, and what would happen next was painful. A wound appeared on his face, and he received several blows. The more they fought, the more disadvantageous it became for him. So how would he turn the tide of this battle? The opportunities were still immature, and he was shorter than his opponent by 30 centimeters. Although he was familiar with using a sword, his body had become stiffer after merging with Sylvia's dragon will. But he was still weaker than a former combatant whose body had been reinforced and covered with a thick layer of mana, even after extensive training. He still wasn't entirely accustomed to this underdeveloped body. The man unexpectedly apologized for underestimating him after a period of friendly competition. "I should take this more seriously." At that moment, his body urged him to move and escape, but the man showed no intention of stopping. Then he assumed that Jasmine had found someone worthy. At this point, he sensed very fast bullets of wind approaching, so close that their trajectories were almost predictable. Having anticipated the trajectories of these wind bullets, if he wanted a chance to retaliate, he needed to narrow the distance. After a few movements, he was close enough to strike back. This surprised both examiners and Jasmine. The man remarked that he was a fire mage and continued to engage. The outcome was already declining. He was an AA-ranked adventurer capable of using long-range incantations that made many fire mages wary. So why was he worried? No, he couldn't be arrogant. The intense battle made Jasmine worry. She stood up. Although Altho couldn't stand steady, the man had already grabbed him too far away for Altho to counterattack. The man was impressed with At's persistence and grew stronger with each spell. He pressured him to turn the cards in his favor. Caspian had previously looked closely at the piston stum skill, but this self-created incantation truly shone when used at close range. The old man realized he was about to lose, which couldn't happen. He roared fiercely, frightening everyone. Jasmine also stood up, drawing two swords from her waist, ready to support Altho. Although at this moment he felt it was all over, there are two schools of thought for light magic, external and internal. While books say that internal light magic is too difficult for wizards, because it only increases strength slightly, he disagreed. With his enhanced speed and reflexes, he should be able to dodge everything, hopefully. He overdid it for a moment when trying to test his limits. Apologies. It seems like he was determined to hide his true abilities until the very end. He can only assume he wanted to be ranked low. Note, all the contestants were talking about him. Like, did you see that? Or, he's a real monster? The examiner asked, although if he was sure he didn't find him annoying. Although nodded in agreement to that question. Ms. Jasmine immediately ran down as the match ended. She came to Aldo's side, asking if he was okay. Then checked the notification orb just now. It was the last test of the day. Please go to the front desk to receive your adventurer card. Everyone dismissed. After checking on Aldo, he walked towards his office, sat down at his familiar desk, thinking about the recent duel with Ace, then sighed. His body now seemed to be soaked in exhaustion. 2 examiners walked in, opening the large door. Sir, please explain what happened. Close the door first, and they carefully closed it. Sir, what is going on today? There are more B-rank adventurers today than there have been in the past 4 months. And not to mention, all 3 look like kids. To reach light yellow rank at just 11 years old is unprecedented in human history. Sir, the 2 examiners said angrily. He raised his hand, signaling them to stop, and said, Do you remember what happened 6 months ago in Cyrus? Oh, the first tournament between the 3 races. Right. That's right. Most of the staff from the adventurers' guilds weren't notified, but I received a notification a few weeks ago that the ban on elves and dwarves becoming adventurers under the royal decree of Sapin had been lifted. Today's matches featured some contestants representing that change. So you mean all 3 of them are either elves or dwarves? Lucas Wykes is half-elf. He has long been a resident of Sapin. His birth information is hidden, but it's likely he was born to an elven slave. The Wykes family has a notorious reputation for using dubious methods to produce exceptional heirs for their family. Nevertheless, he is an anomaly, being highly compatible with the fire element despite his elven blood. He awakened at the age of 8, which is quite early even by elven standards, and was forced to become an adventurer to hone his abilities through real combat. It seems his family has pushed his development to the limit using mana cores and various elixirs. Ijon Knight, on the other hand, is a mystery. His background is concealed, but he was raised by dwarves from a young age. He was sent as one of the representatives from the Dwarven Kingdom to integrate with the human kingdom. But why was he granted B rank without having to take the test? The boy only awakened a few months ago and is still at the dark red stage. However, his abilities have been verified, and his sponsor is someone I couldn't refuse. I'm also curious about his capabilities. As for the masked enhancer today, honestly, I don't know who Note is, but I can be sure that he doesn't represent any noble elven or dwarven family. I'm just a bit curious about the kind of person Ms. Jasmine would want to sponsor. Jasmine, from the Worth family? The examiners were taken aback upon hearing about that family. It made sense, given that the family was renowned for producing and training the kingdom's most powerful fire mages. So that's why he's so proficient with fire magic, one examiner remarked. The information I've just shared with you will soon be made public. However, I trust that you won't spread it around until the official announcement is released, the head examiner added. After discussing, the 2 examiners left, leaving him alone, contemplating the masked enhancer. The boy's fire magic was unusual, but extremely effective. But you're mistaken, George. It's his technique that makes him a beast, although some of his movements seemed awkward, as if he still wasn't accustomed to his own body. I can't imagine how formidable he'll become once he matures. With the ban lifted, elves and dwarves wouldn't be the only ones able to become adventurers. They could also be students. The continent had undoubtedly entered a new and exciting era. In another scene, a beautiful girl with long hair sighed in frustration. She thought about the figure of a boy, likely although. She felt she should be happy that he had reunited and spent joyous times with his family. But who was she? And was Aldo treating her too well? The girl imagined a scene where Aldo was close to another girl. The girl said, "It's all thanks to you," and Aldo gently responded, "Thank you. Everything is going very well." Thinking about it made her furious, calling them cunning. Aldo was my friend first. She regretted not treating him better before. She should have been kinder to him when he was still here. But it was all Aldo's fault for treating her like a child. What a fool he was. A man suddenly opened the door and called out, "My dear, I have good news for you." He found his granddaughter once again absorbed in her orb, not paying attention to his words. "Grandpa, what did I tell you about knocking?" she scolded. Her grandfather laughed and said, "I would be very happy if Aldo could become my grandson-in-law. But isn't it a bit too early for that?" His granddaughter reacted to his statement with disgust. "That's gross, Grandpa." Don't be mad, he said. I have some good news for you, my dear. I'm listening, she replied. What if I told you that you might have the chance to attend the same school as Aldo? Really? Is that true, Grandpa? You're not lying, are you? Can I really go to school with Aldo? Her granddaughter kept asking excitedly. Her mother stepped in. Calm down, Tessia. Yes, Grandpa. I've been acquainted with the principal of Cyrus Academy for a long time. That cunning old fox kept boasting about finding 4 enhancers who could use all 4 elements, while I was the one who taught the boy. I wasn't happy about that at all, but things are a bit more complicated. Instead of just sending you to school, her mother asked if she remembered the Continental Tournament. That was just the beginning. We're still negotiating the terms of integrating young elves and dwarves with humans at Cyrus Academy. The principal told me that although has decided to become an adventurer for 3 years, so if everything goes well, by the time he joins Cyrus Academy, you'll be in your final year. So train well with me first. After all, this will be the start of a new generation. Back to Aldo's perspective, Jasmine worriedly asked him, Are you okay? I'm fine. Actually, I'm quite happy, he replied. By the way, are you close with that person, Miss Jasmine? Well, not exactly. I'm quite familiar with people in the Adventurers Guild, and he is one of them. Sir Note. Jasmine tugged at his sleeve and said, Go on. Note, once again, people around were talking and bombarding him with questions. Maybe he's just a little short, or is he really just a kid? And is that kid crazy? Aldo walked over to the beautiful lady, and she thanked him for waiting. She had just heard the announcement about the result of the simulated duel. Sir Note, she said, pulling out something and continuing. On behalf of the Adventurers Guilds across the country of Sapin, I would like to congratulate and welcome you. Aldo took it and saw that it was a golden card. Another voice called out, Note, it was the novices, smiling and congratulating him. Jasmine placed a hand on his shoulder and said, You might be new, but now you're an adventurer, part of us. She held up the golden card that only he now possessed. He looked at the card in his hand, and now he had become an adventurer under the name Note. He had freed himself from the confines of the name Aldo. But today's match had indeed made him realize a few things. He had spent too much time adjusting and getting used to the new magic system of this world, the beast of Sylvia homing his elemental power. He had been so engrossed in the abilities he gained upon arriving in this world that he neglected his training, which he had excelled at before. In the past, he had utilized his limited resources to polish even the simplest techniques. But in this world, his limits were non-existent. So should he continue pursuing magic, or he accidentally bumped into someone? Excuse me, he said. The person he bumped into was one of today's contestants, who was also rank B without meeting a test. No problem, the boy replied. So another arrogant kid ranked B, huh? Do you two know each other, or is there a B-rank adventurers meeting I wasn't informed about? He said arrogantly. Aldo responded, What, are you going to throw a tantrum if there is? The boy remained haughty. Don't get cocky, just because you're ranked the same as me. Even within the same rank, there are different levels, and you commoners are the lowest. Never forget that, he said before walking away. Aldo thought to himself that this side character was full of empty words and shallow. Jasmine asked, What happened? Nothing. Aldo replied, I was just talking to him before he left. So, what's next? Jasmine asked, Do you want to go to the mission board, or do you have something in mind already? With your skills, that would just be a waste of time. So I plan to do something else, she replied, and she led him into the enchanted forest. Upon arriving at the gate, the guard outside said, You need a permit to enter. The two presented their papers to the guard, and she asked him, Do you need to bring anything before we go? Aldo quickly replied, I've packed the essentials for the week ahead. All right then, let's go, she said, stepping through the gate. Beyond the gate was a magnificent scene, with incredibly fresh air and animals showing off their beauty, adding color to the forest. This is the enchanted forest, she said calmly. Seems quite peaceful, doesn't it, Miss Jasmine? We're at an outpost at the foot of the Grand Mountain Range. Most areas around here have already been explored. Lower-level adventurers use this area for training and gathering materials from the creature's secretions, which are used extensively in healing potions and remedies. As Aldo walked by, he noticed a young man struggling with a task. He kindly asked if she should help him, but because it was his task, she protected him to let him do it himself. Sylvie seemed to notice something and immediately jumped onto her shoulder, Although thought it had just eaten a creature to become stronger, it must be excited with all this wild mana around here. Seeing although observing Sylvie intently, she asked if he wanted to follow her. He thought it would be fine on its own, as he could still sense it through their bond. She then said, "This enchanted forest has denser mana layers, so your connection with Sylvie will expand further. Let's move quickly to our first resting point. It will take us a whole day, and it will be more dangerous as it gets dark. Try to keep up." It must be a feeling that every parent experiences when they see their child leaving home for school for the first time. He remembered when he and Sylvie were about to leave home. He reminded Sylvie to be careful, then he set off. He was exhausted and took off his mask, lying down on a quiet grassy field. If not for the mana transport skills Sylvie had taught him, he wouldn't have been able to keep up. Although it was in the early stages of pale red core, despite some adjustments she had made to herself, it was quite impressive. She thought they would stop and rest a few times, and people had already lit fires to warm themselves. But she still hadn't seen her Covenant beast return. Is it still okay? Sylvie is still updating, although on its situation. It seems quite happy. It must have been uncomfortable being indoors all day, she thought. Meanwhile, although eagerly flipped through a book, saying it must be really enjoying itself. "Miss Jasmine, why do you want to become an adventurer?" She remained silent, her expression grave. Or did you hit a sore spot with that question? After a long while, Jasmine hesitated before speaking softly. "I want to escape my family." Upon hearing her response, although affirmed, "You're right," Jasmine continued, "My family, one of the most dedicated in the campaign against the demon race, boasts many powerful wizards and enhancementists. Our lineage ranks first in fire magic prowess, and they take great pride in it, as fire is believed to be one of the strongest elements. When I awakened earlier than all my siblings, my parents had high hopes for me. But when all tests showed I wasn't suited to fire magic, my family saw me as excess baggage. It was foolish," although gripped her hand tightly and growled, "to think that mana cores have different levels of strength. But that's completely arbitrary and illogical. When wizards themselves create a hierarchical system based on magical elements, no element is superior to another. It entirely depends on how the wizard applies it." Although share her perspective, Jasmine burst into laughter. "I'm sorry, I'm just used to seeing you calm every day, so it was quite surprising to see you so angry. Maybe you're upset thinking about your past life. Which was your only weakness then? The amount of ki you had, similar to this world's mana cores, when my ki was lower than normal. But in this world, with a magical element and a deep golden core at just 24 years old, Jasmine is still shunned by her family. But it's just so unfair. Whether it's enhancementists versus wizards or elements against each other, Jasmine has long accepted that people always find ways to make themselves superior. It's natural. Beside this, the Two in Horns group has been very kind to her. Even laughing loudly or smiling for the first time, Jasmine always remains withdrawn and fragile. The two of them extinguished the fire and settled into a small mattress each had brought along to rest. Although thought back and realized that she might have been a bit forceful, insisting on becoming your bodyguard. She wasn't friendly or outgoing, nor was she the most knowledgeable person in the Two in Horns group. "We should have asked for your opinion first," she said. "I'm quite sensitive, you know. You shouldn't tease adults. But I was quite happy that you volunteered. Miss Jasmine, you aren't hesitant to point out when I make mistakes, and I think I need that, especially when I sometimes go overboard. But we really should sleep now. It's really strange talking to you. It doesn't feel like I'm talking to a child," she noted. Then they fell asleep. The next morning, Altho was woken up by an animal. "You're too heavy. Don't sit on me." Half asleep, she saw an ugly-looking creature on top of her and shooed it away. Funny joke, kid. "Good morning, Miss Jasmine. Why didn't you wake me up to help? I tried, but you didn't budge. Sorry, this bad habit of mine still needs to be fixed. If you're up, then have breakfast and check if your pet is coming with us." She cheerfully said, "Sylvie, let's have breakfast. I've already had it." "I think it has too, but it's disgusting." "So where are we going now?" "Actually, part of the reason I brought you here is for a duel." "A duel? I noticed your fighting style seems awkward at times, like you know exactly what to do, but your body doesn't obey." He thought her idea was good, but how you plan to duel? "I need to know your physical limits before going to any dungeons or taking any missions. So let's limit the use of mana and only use it to enhance your blade." I understand. Use the other sword. He was surprised to hear her say that. How did you know it's a sword? Well, a person like you wouldn't carry a wooden stick everywhere for no reason. So, are we doing it here? Follow me, she said as he drew his sword. She was also surprised it was a sword. Are you ready? How long has it been since you fought without enhancing your body? The battle with Ms. Jasmine only confirmed the fear he had since the fight with Caspian. While he was almost obsessed with honing this new and wondrous magic, he had become complacent with his swordsmanship skills. Since arriving in this world, his magical abilities had become a crutch, something he relied on too much. It simply masked his limitations and shortcomings. After a period of sparring, she had already won. Althal, your physical strength is weak, and your body movements are somewhat awkward. However, those precious skills of yours have salvaged the situation. Furthermore, your intuition and reflexes are formidable, even frightening. Thank you, but I know you're being lenient with me. See? That intuition is scary, but you will gradually become stronger through missions and dungeons, even when using magic. And when I become a master swordsman. That will take a long time. You're already ahead by a few years in terms of using mana. Now you should focus on swordsmanship without using mana. You want to explore dungeons without using mana. Even with that experience, it takes decades for warriors to completely master swordsmanship. I know you're good, but it takes just 2 years. In a bustling and noisy tavern, someone said, "Hey, has anyone heard the rumors? If you're talking about that famous masked swordsman, it's all just nonsense. None of it is true." No, it is. A friend of mine once teamed up with him. He was with Jasmine, and he's quite short, so you can't miss him. Why would your so-called friend say anything about him? I think the rumors are true. He's not just a high-skilled mage. If he's not a mage, then all the rumors are exaggerated. Have you heard the stories about him? Some say he cleared an entire dungeon by himself. How could that be possible? Even mages can't do that, not even in a low-level dungeon. And you expect me to believe a normal swordsman can do it. Maybe sometimes you shouldn't completely dismiss things. Remember, Jasmine is with him. Just bring him here, and I'll defeat him for everyone to see. Where's my drink? According to some, he was Jasmine's disciple. But those assumptions were wrong. The most peculiar story was that not only did he receive a B rank during his initial evaluation, but he recently advanced to an A rank. If that were true, he achieved a rank in just 2 years of being an adventurer. Furthermore, it's understandable why Tumen would be furious. Even he was once a former B rank mage. The masked swordsman was like a significant blemish on his pride. Suddenly, a masked man entered through the door, and all eyes turned to him. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Isn't that the little swordsman everyone's been buzzing about? That's the masked swordsman we've been discussing. The main cause of all these wild rumors in the flesh. What are you doing here? He was sternly asked. Where's your little bodyguard? She's off duty. You brat, are you ignoring me? Just because you're recently famous for those ridiculous rumors, you think you're better than me. Seeing this, everyone in the tavern urged him to calm down, reminding him he couldn't kill anyone here. Ignoring their words, he drew his sword and swung at Althal. The first strike astonished him. Was it because Althal dodged, or because he missed? He was furious and continued slashing at Althal. But each of his strikes was evaded. All you do is dodge, huh? He taunted. Just as he finished speaking, Althal countered, severing 4 of his fingers, which fell to the ground. In pain, he yelled, "How dare you!" Those witnessing the scene turned pale, not knowing what kind of pressure they were under. Are we done? Althal said before turning to leave. Someone quickly brought a bag of ice. We can still reattach them with a healing mage's help, they said. Althal approached the barmaid and said, "There's a bag of supplies under the name note." Trembling, she stammered, "Yes, I'll get it for you right away." After getting what you wanted, Althal left the tavern. Outside, Ms. Jasmine asked, "Why did it take so long?" Althal hid the recent fight and casually said, "The barmaid took a while to find the stuff." However, Jasmine wasn't fooled as she noticed a bloodstain on the mask. Althal removed the mask and said, "No one was seriously hurt." They then continued their journey on horseback. Althal took the opportunity to write a letter to his parents. Dear Mom and Dad, by the time you read this letter, I will probably be in a dungeon. I know I haven't been visiting often lately, so please be patient with me a little longer. Can you believe it's been 2 years already? I still can't believe that Lilia has awakened. Her father must be incredibly excited. But let's not let him get too carried away and hire a tutor for Lilia just yet. Let her train on her own before joining Cyrus. Thinking about her becoming my senior is something else. By the way, Jasmine and I are doing well. I've gotten stronger since the last time, especially after beating Dad in an arm wrestling match, and I've just suddenly advanced past the light orange stage. Jasmine is still helping me adjust and teaching me everything she knows about wind magic. In return, I'm teaching her some better sword techniques. As promised, this will be my last adventure before I start school. In a few weeks, I'll see you all soon. Love you all. Are you done with your letter? Jasmine asked. The stable owner assured, I'll send the letter as soon as the horses return. I've enchanted them to find their way back to the stable, so don't worry. She's right, Jasmine said. Let's have them wait for us outside the dungeon. This is pretty dangerous, Alval noted. The group clearing the dungeon is probably waiting for us. Will Sylvie join us? She's still communicating with me to send more detailed messages, but she refuses to meet until she's ready. I don't quite understand, Alval said. Maybe she wants to become as strong as possible before you start school. Now let's focus on our mission. We should hurry. After traveling a bit further, they arrived at their destination. Everyone was there, waiting. Here comes the arrogant kid again, someone remarked. Looks like we're about to have another enchanter. It's that brat again, Alval muttered, feeling frustrated at the sight of him. So you two are the last to register. It's nice to be with you both. Let me introduce you to the group. Then the dual-powered man with Althal shook hands. Through the handshake, he felt it was a strong one. He guessed some rumors about the masked swordsman were true. His name was Reginald Bastion, an A-rank enhancement mage with a deep gold core elemental. He turned to the arrogant kid, suggesting that it seemed like the two of you already knew Lucas Wykes. He's an A-rank mage specializing in fire elements with a deep gold core. Over there is Creole Masser, an enhancement mage of the water element. He'll be our tank, and he is the B-rank contestant from before. What's his name again? He replied, An Emitter, an A-rank mage with a deep orange core specializing in earth elements. As for me, I'm Olympic, an A-rank mage in the deep gold stage, specializing in healing. Although Althal sounds arrogant, he's quite safe with a healing specialty in the group. It's my turn. My name is Semantha Tempest. I'm an A-rank mage in the deep gold stage, specializing in water elements. I've heard a lot about the masked swordsman. Protect yourself. And this is Brawled Landon. Nice to meet you both. I just arrived at AA rank, a pale gold enhancement mage specializing in fire elements. Today, I'll be the team captain. Shouldn't you two introduce yourselves? He looked towards Althal and Miss Jasmine, a pale gold AA rank enhancement mage specializing in wind elements. He was pleased to have another AA rank in the group. I note, a pale camellia enhancement mage specializing in fire elements. You heard that she didn't have any other elements. Althal quietly thought it was all fake news. He not only has a full set, but also hasn't used magic for a while. For personal reasons, the blonde girl understood. I see that you two still have luggage. Don't you have a space ring, Lucas? You've asked Olympic not to ask me. I'm full. I'm waiting for her, so I still have mine. Lucas is sure that An Emitter also has a spatial ring and thanks to ancient magic left behind by his mentor for making a floating city. Even a ring of small space is worth a few thousand gold coins. Lucas asked, Is that enough, Althal? Yes, I think so, Althal replied. Thank you. It seems like everyone is ready to go then. Althal continued. Let's move in together. They can reach the first level of the underworld. Stay alert, Althal cautioned. We haven't encountered any strange creatures yet. But soon after, they heard noises that caught everyone's attention. A person shouted loudly as a demon bent down and formed a line. Together, they defeated them using their individual methods, being careful not to waste mana and physical strength. However, the arrogant kid didn't listen. He decided to use a firestorm to eliminate the fallen demon horde on his own. The team captain was furious, grabbing him by the collar. Didn't you hear what I said? Don't waste mana on them like that. It's unnecessary. The kid retorted, refusing to admit fault. I ended them quickly, so everyone could save mana. Move quickly. the captain urged, before they catch up and attack us again. This dungeon was known for its mysterious creatures that escaped the clutches of death. There was no way to completely eradicate them without a mana core for risky ventures. Thus, futile battles continued endlessly. The cruel tomb, the captain explained, is where I marked the entrance the first time I found it. This was the reason Althau and Miss Jasmine had come to this cruel dungeon again. And Emitter helped me set up a few points of support, the captain added. With everyone supporting each other, they moved on to the next level. This might be their last visit here, as the captain could only reach the first level. The mystery of what lay on the final level remained. But I'm sure, the captain concluded, the artifacts allowing those fallen demons to regenerate must be there. A man suggested confidently, as long as he has some gold, he'll be fine after dividing and selling anything down there. All right then, the captain said. Let's go, everyone. Keep moving forward on this path. It seems like something is blocking the girl. Seeing this, Altho rushed forward, drawing his sword and striking it once. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. What's this? We weren't warned about traps here, someone said. The captain replied, there weren't any traps here before. Are you all right? Do you need help with your injuries? The girl assured them she was fine and looked towards Althol. Althol observed the thing he had just struck and clarified. This isn't a trap, it's a mana creature. Stay alert, everyone. They proceeded cautiously to their destination, but something felt off. I don't remember it being like this last time, someone remarked. You're right. It's not this lingering heat. It's a surge of pressure. Another noticed, soul-shattering from within. They didn't know what would happen next. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and something monstrous seemed to appear. These mana creatures weren't here last time. Why are they appearing now? Someone questioned. After a new mana creature emerged in a dungeon, they asked, is this okay? Several people stepped up to attack, but it seemed the creature wasn't targeting them. Should we ignore that earthworm dating holes, or should we go for the artifacts? Someone pondered. Samantha, stand close to me, the captain commanded. I'll protect you. It might not be a good idea for others, but I'll protect you. Samantha thought it wasn't a good idea, seeing him stand so close to that earthworm. The captain shouted loudly, turning back immediately. We need to know what's happening here before going any deeper. Lucas, invoke a heat shield immediately. Alvo instructed. Though not understanding what was going on, Lucas complied. And you, invoke a water barrier. Alvo continued, ending their maneuvers. Alvo picked up a green stone. Replace this stone in your staff, he said to the girl. It will make it stronger. The girl agreed and took it, although then told everyone to get out of there. The captain agreed with Note's suggestion. We need to escape from here before any more explosions occur. Let's go. But to escape from there, they have to kill the earthworm. They all agreed. But the animitter's incantation didn't make it crack. Jasmine and I will lead it away from Note and Lucas. Regina said, aiming for a gap between its eyes. If that doesn't make it fall, at least it will create an opportunity for Note and Lucas to attack. They quickly proceeded with the plan to defeat it. Lucas himself was feeling fearful. The usual elemental incantations weren't enough to injure the giant worm. Does that mean your incantations need to be hotter? Jasmine said, now is the perfect time to attack, and it seemed the worm was attempting to flee. Jasmine did very well in temporarily helping everyone stay safe. Let's move quickly before more difficulties arise, someone said as they stepped forward. Just as Lucas was speaking, the large worm seemed afraid, and a loud noise rang out. Although believed the worm didn't intend to kill them, it was merely delaying them until the next explosion. They were all on the defensive, but Lucas seemed to be in danger. Aldo threw himself forward to save Lucas, but he didn't need Alpha's help and pushed him away. No, the girl screamed to keep her safe. Brawl used his body as a shield to get her out of danger, but now he was in danger himself. Aldo urged them to hold on to him tightly, and one of them took out some sandwiches, saying, eat a bit, it'll make you feel better. These are special sandwiches I've saved for each dungeon exploration trip. Aldo thanked him for the sandwich he offered, saying the best way to eat it was to lightly toast the inside just enough for the cheese to melt. Then he handed over his own sandwich, smiling, and asked Aldo to help him. He asked if the sandwich was good, and Aldo agreed it was very tasty. Maybe it's because your fiancé personally created the recipe, both the meat roasting and the seasoning. He felt very fortunate, and please send my thanks to her for this delicious meal. He promised to do so with a bright smile. Someone spoke up, "Stop this nonsense right now." Did I say wrong? The only reason I joined you is because the leader is an experienced AA class mage. Now the leader is not only a dwarf, but we also lost the injured person. After listening to him, you became angry. Are you complaining after you dropped the gun, like an idiot, and had to ask Note to save it? How did I control the situation? Unlike me, a person who can't protect himself, I had to protect Samantha. A job I didn't have to do if you were vigilant and responded on time to create a barrier. If you did, we wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Enough. All those shouted loudly. Stop pretending to be crazy. Lucas. Lucas was puzzled. A new enhancement wizard has just reached the orange core. Is it a golden core or a silver core? Or are you already a god? Now you're just a burden. After Althal's words for Lucas, everyone felt extremely satisfied. Now I will treat my wounds and rest a little. My friend Brauld, you need to make a decision before we continue, the captain said. Reginald is a bit burned, like the wounds can be treated. All of us can continue. But what about you? You need to decide for yourself. Brauld made the decision to continue. It may be my last dungeon exploration, so I will make it to what I have decided. He fought with one hand and was injured, but I am still an AA class enhancement wizard. I will not be able to help you all. But I think Note should get up and direct everyone. He always thought he was the most comprehensive in everything, even when facing unexpected situations. He is very talented. Hearing this, Altho looked around and sighed, taking on the responsibility. We'll rest for an hour before continuing, he said. Brauld doesn't understand that even this place is different. This tunnel is not blocked. But why is it? After talking, he stepped up and took his weapon, continually breaking the block, but it seems he didn't. Jasmine stepped in and said to him, "Try again." After a struggle, it broke, and the blue light shone in their eyes. What is this? There is no pillar support at all, so why doesn't it collapse? The girl is fascinated by the beauty in front of her. One suggested that they rest before continuing. However, I have a little sleep, although asked if I wanted to rest. But we won't stop because there's something strange here. Be careful. I don't hear anything, and I don't see anything suspicious outside the grass. There's something that makes Althal feel restless. But what did he miss? Clara is really a real sister. Oh, are you okay, my friend? You know she hasn't died yet, but Clara is waiting. He came right here. Damn it, stop that danger. Jasmine thinks this fog is causing hallucinations. That's why Althal feels uncomfortable. He instructed everyone to stand close together. This mist is creating illusions for us. Samantha finished creating a barrier and asked, "Who is Clara?" A man answered, "She is my fiancée, but she can't be alive. She died in a dungeon. I witnessed it myself. We cremated her and buried her ashes. What we need to do now is find him." Lucas was irritated. Why is nothing going according to plan? You guys are really veteran risk-takers. Alvo asked Jasmine anxiously. Are you okay? Sorry, did you miss something in the illusion? She just saw something like that. But it's not the main thing. It's her father. He was spreading his arms and laughing at her. Alvo took her hand and said she would be fine. Now about this eerie fog. Do you have any incantations to clear them all out? Jasmine is not strong enough to clear them all, but she thinks she can create a path to find him. Samantha opened the barrier for Jasmine to chant a spell to create a path to find him. Everyone was surprised by where the vines suddenly appeared from. Moreover, they showed no signs of yielding to Jasmine's incantation. They're coming here. Lucas, no need for you to say. Lucas started chanting his spell to destroy the vines, but it was useless. It seemed not easy at all. Reginald protected the wizards while they prepared stronger incantations. They gathered together to break through the encirclement. And so, they united their efforts and hearts to advance. Aldo speculated, could these vines be fire-resistant due to their humidity inside? He turned his head and called out to Brauld. He was excitedly rushing in to chop and talk. Do you think an AA class enhancement wizard will lose to a few big vines? But his actions seemed too reckless. Looking over at Jasmine, as expected, she didn't need his help. Brauld encountered danger as the tree roots latched onto him. Without hesitation, Altho rushed in, like a gust of wind, to assist him in breaking free from the encirclement. Altho reminded him of earlier, this is supposed to be your last expedition. Are you planning to perish here? If not, then fight with reason. We still need you. Meanwhile, Lucas drank some kind of potion and began charging into battle, continuously chanting his incantations. At the same time, the adversaries noticed his weaker but very volatile incantation, spreading and catching fire. This showed that Lucas was still sharp amidst the hallucinatory fog, and Emitter carefully followed, reading his incantation and exerting all his strength to slam the ground, causing cracks to spread everywhere. Seeing his technique, Altho sensed that the vines would find it difficult to recover because of the cracked ground, causing the combustible material to flow everywhere. Combined with Samantha's incantation, they would have enough time to locate their teammates affected by the illusion. This was a useful incantation, often used to collect water from the surrounding environment. It worked unexpectedly well when she decided to use an incantation designed for daily activities. In this case, she did very well, but only for a short time. The massive vines quickly revived. Everything they had tried so far became futile. Now it seemed that because of their incantations, the vines were absorbing the mist. They needed to quickly come up with a plan to deal with these vines. But perhaps it was too late. The vines had combined together, forming a monstrous beast several times their size. They were astonished, facing an S-class monster they had only read about in books, never encountered in real life. Brauld seemed to be losing his mind, muttering, "It seems like the gods don't want us to survive." Thinking so, he recklessly charged in to attack it. But everyone knew it was dangerous for him to do so. Before he could reach it, another man was grabbed by the monster. In front of everyone, he was killed. Witnessing this, the man's anger and resentment surged. He wielded a giant hammer that had been dormant in his hands, determined to destroy it and avenge his fallen comrade. Altho didn't want to lose another teammate. He quickly ran towards the man who was being held back and told them not to fight that monster. But before he could finish, he was thrown far away, crashing into a rock. It was his longtime companion who had been with him from the beginning. Seeing this, Jasmine was deeply worried and called out his name loudly. Quickly regaining his resolve, Altho instructed an emitter to protect the man. Upon hearing Altho, an emitter immediately rushed out to support the man, afraid it wouldn't be enough. Altho was charging forward when a hand pulled him back. Turning around, he saw it was Jasmine who had grabbed his hand, telling him they needed to quickly retreat from this place. Altho asked about the others, but before Jasmine could reply, he turned and saw his friend assisting the man, who was bleeding badly. He quickly reassured her that he had promised his family to protect the boy safely. Jasmine gently comforted him that they would leave, but not now. They couldn't abandon them. After saying this, he turned away, leaving her feeling helpless about what to do. The battle between the monster and the man continued fiercely, accompanied by screams and the sounds of heavy blows. Then, 3 young men rushed in to support the man. They took the opportunity to rescue others from this fierce place. First was Altho, who led a girl out and instructed an emitter to shield Jasmine until she reached Brauld's position. Then, they ran quickly towards the exit, but not according to plan. Everyone was stunned when the man was wrapped around by the monster, although instructed Lucas to burn the vines around him. But unfortunately, they were thrown far away and fell to the ground. Brauld encountered danger as the tree roots latched onto him. Without hesitation, Altho rushed in, like a gust of wind, to assist him in breaking free from the encirclement. Altho reminded him of earlier, this is supposed to be your last expedition. Are you planning to perish here? If not, then fight with reason. We still need you. Meanwhile, Lucas drank some kind of potion and began charging into battle, continuously chanting his incantations. At the same time, the adversaries noticed his weaker but very volatile incantation, spreading and catching fire. This showed that Lucas was still sharp amidst the hallucinatory fog, and Emitter carefully followed, reading his incantation and exerting all his strength to slam the ground, causing cracks to spread everywhere. Seeing his technique, Altho sensed that the vines would find it difficult to recover because of the cracked ground, causing the combustible material to flow everywhere. Combined with Samantha's incantation, they would have enough time to locate their teammates affected by the illusion. This was a useful incantation, often used to collect water from the surrounding environment. It worked unexpectedly well when she decided to use an incantation designed for daily activities. In this case, she did very well, but only for a short time. The massive vines quickly revived. Everything they had tried so far became futile. Now it seemed that because of their incantations, the vines were absorbing the mist. They needed to quickly come up with a plan to deal with these vines. But perhaps it was too late. The vines had combined together, forming a monstrous beast several times their size. They were astonished, facing an S-class monster they had only read about in books, never encountered in real life. Brauld seemed to be losing his mind, muttering, "It seems like the gods don't want us to survive." Thinking so, he recklessly charged in to attack it. But everyone knew it was dangerous for him to do so. Before he could reach it, another man was grabbed by the monster. In front of everyone, he was killed. Witnessing this, the man's anger and resentment surged. He wielded a giant hammer that had been dormant in his hands, determined to destroy it and avenge his fallen comrade. Althal didn't want to lose another teammate. He quickly ran towards the man who was being held back and told them not to fight that monster. But before he could finish, he was thrown far away, crashing into a rock. It was his longtime companion who had been with him from the beginning. Seeing this, Jasmine was deeply worried and called out his name loudly. Quickly regaining his resolve, Althal instructed Animiter to protect the man. Upon hearing Althal, Animiter immediately rushed out to support the man, afraid it wouldn't be enough. Althal was charging forward when a hand pulled him back. Turning around, he saw it was Jasmine who had grabbed his hand, telling him they needed to quickly retreat from this place. Although asked about the others, but before Jasmine could reply, he turned and saw his friend assisting the man, who was bleeding badly. He quickly reassured her that he had promised his family to protect the boy safely. Jasmine gently comforted him that they would leave, but not now. They couldn't abandon them. After saying this, he turned away, leaving her feeling helpless about what to do. The battle between the monster and the man continued fiercely, accompanied by screams and the sounds of heavy blows. Then, 3 young men rushed in to support the man. They took the opportunity to rescue others from this fierce place. First was Althal, who led a girl out and instructed Animiter to shield Jasmine until she reached Brauld's position. Then, they ran quickly towards the exit, but not according to plan. Everyone was stunned when the man was wrapped around by the monster, although instructed Lucas to burn the vines around him. But unfortunately, they were thrown far away and fell to the ground. Lucas felt deeply disappointed in himself. This isn't what I, from the powerful Wykes lineage, should be. One of the key families that led Sapin to victory over Alina. My duty is to survive and uphold the lineage, he thought, raising his sword to attack Althal, injuring Jasmine in the process. Immediately, Jasmine ran towards Althal, but Lucas threatened her to stay put. Ignoring Lucas' words, she still reached Althal, but before she could get to him, Lucas attacked her, causing her to be injured and thrown far away. Animiter was furious. Lucas laughed with a cruel smile. "Don't act up unless you want to be blown away like that. What are you doing? Do you think I'll risk my life for you, Connors? Feel honored. You'll be forever remembered as heroes, brave souls who held off the monster long enough for me to escape." He laughed again as Animiter was caught next by the monster and thrown far away. Helpless, Animiter prepared to face the monster's attack. Suddenly, Brauld rushed in. "Stop harassing these kids. Fight me instead." He charged like a rocket at the monster, striking a blow to its shoulder. This made him smile joyously. At the same time, Althal began to wake up behind them. It seemed he had no other choice. But would he survive the backlash when he used it? Not just something appeared on his arm, but down to his fingers. It was the awakening of Dragon Layer 2, his training at El Sano, leading to several breakthroughs that even surprised Varian. The first breakthrough was the first time he unlocked it, by tapping into Sylvie's innate skill, allowing him to temporarily separate himself from space. This layer's time was significantly limited, as it nearly drained his mana core and physical stamina. The second breakthrough, on the contrary, was something I couldn't have anticipated. It was what Varian had spent decades achieving, but he only took 2.5 years. The integrated layer. The beast seemed to sense its master. "Come here, Sylvie, I'm fine here. Please be careful, Althal. Tell the monster it's time to play. I really can't blame Varian when he's doing it. He barely gave you a match when you just unlocked the integrated layer. You want to end this story and hope you'll survive the backlash." After a friendly match, he realized that although he could harness all the magic in the environment in this state, his body still couldn't withstand the spell. "Come on!" The beast continued to roar relentlessly. Although injured and seemingly exhausted, he pressed on. Meanwhile, in the city of Cyrus, a woman complained, "How can our 8-year-old daughter be so engrossed in playing that she fell asleep on the floor like this?" "I understand, Lilia," he responded. "Since her awakening, Ellie has been trying very hard to keep up." "I hope so," she replied. "She's always so eager to talk about your past." Suddenly, they paused because the ring on the woman's finger began to glow, signaling that their son was in danger. They were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing, and thought perhaps the ring was malfunctioning. Back to Aldo, he was relieved to have regained consciousness. He was surprised to see his gloves shattered the stone. The other young man had taken the stone and used it to heal him. A green light emanated, spreading around his body, but the pain was too much, causing him to scream. In that moment, memories of everything that had happened flooded back. "Lucas," he muttered, struggling to get up. "Where is Jasmine?" The young man pointed towards her. She took Lucas's spell much harder. Her body wasn't fortified by mana. "I have a healing kit with me, so I treated some burns, but she might have internal injuries." Hearing this, Aldo instructed him to use one of the stones from his gloves on her. After using it, she seemed to improve. He thought that with a few hours of rest, she would be fine. Aldo silently thanked the stones his mother gave him for saving both him and Jasmine. Since he was 4 years old, this was the first time he had been in such a situation. It was a nostalgic feeling. His beast was overjoyed to know its master had survived, but worried about him, and asked where he was. The beast had obediently moved away. "We're safe now," he said, "so focus on training. It's not important now." But he believed it was quite important. "Trust me, Sue, we're just resting now. Go do what you need to do. I'll see you later." While Aldo was resting, the young man lightly tapped him and said, "Anyway, I didn't expect it. Note, the great masked swordsman, who went through the same trials as me at the same age." At that moment, Aldo frantically touched his face and asked, "Where is my mask?" "Sorry, it seems to have fallen off during the battle. I looked for it, but couldn't find it." "What about my sword? Did you see the black staff I usually carry?" "That's over there. I didn't know if it was valuable, but I kept it just in case." Aldo thanked the young man for saving him and Jasmine. "If not, I would be no different from that bastard Lucas." Aldo replied cheerfully, "Not really. I was quite curious why you stayed when the beast appeared. I saw Creole trying to take you away." Aldo laughed and responded, "How could a king abandon his people? And because I promised to cherish those around me, I made a promise to someone very important that I would become a better person." The young man laughed and said, "Although you talk like an old man, I'm curious, what kind of life have you lived to make such a promise?" "Sometimes I wonder that myself," Aldo said. "How long was I unconscious? I'm not sure exactly, but probably more than a day. It seems we might be stuck here for a while, waiting for her to recover. Let's chat for a bit." He extended his hand and said, "My name is Aldo." The young man replied, "I'm a Ledger Knight from the Kingdom of Dawn." Aldo knocked on the metal panel he was leaning against. "This thing doesn't look very natural, does it? Did you make this metal shelter?" Elijah scratched his head and said, "I just controlled it when the cave collapsed. I think the beast's body is supporting the entire cave. Even if you're a rare-type mage, you know the truth that one can only control existing metal, not create and control it. So, even if you were a dwarf..." The young man lowered his head and laughed awkwardly. "How can I keep a secret anymore?" Aldo curiously said, "Tell me about it." The young man hesitated and then proposed, "Let's make a deal. I'll tell you if you also share what happened back then. Your hair turned completely white, and those glowing symbols appeared on your body. And your eyes. They shone purple." "All right, I'll tell you," Aldo replied. "First, you guessed right about one thing. Since being raised in the Dwarf Kingdom, I'm not sure about my origins. Jalan, the one who took care of me for so long, always avoided the topic of my parents. The only memories of my childhood are fleeting and give me headaches. But I still enjoyed a relatively peaceful life until I broke through to the deep orange core. After receiving this strange energy, I fainted. When I woke up, I was surrounded by numerous black metallic trees. Since then, the elder told me it was time to leave and explore the rest of Dickon without explaining why. Everything happened so suddenly. But sometimes I feel like I have an itch I can't scratch. But I know it relates to Dickens' origins and my powers. While they were talking, suddenly the other person said, "This fish tastes bad, although the other one is better." Both of them were surprised for a moment and then burst into laughter. The young man apologized, saying he didn't mean to turn this conversation into an awkward emotional confession. Although reassured him, "Don't worry about it. So what about you? What's your story?" "I'm a reinforcement mage proficient in 4 elements, with 2 rare elements, ice and lightning," Although replied. The young man thought although it was quite unusual, but he conceded. "All right, you win. But what about those strange color-changing symbols?" "Here, I'm also a beast tamer. What you saw was me unleashing my beast will," Although explained. "Beast will? Wait, how old are you?" "I turned 11 just a few months ago." The young man realized he was older, as he was almost 12. "Wait, why are we even proud of this?" Both laughed heartily. "Look at your face, you weirdo," the young man teased. Suddenly, Although winced in pain. "Are you okay?" the young man asked. "I'm fine," Although assured him. Right after that, Jasmine also woke up. Although cheerfully said, "You're awake." Jasmine immediately rushed over to hug him and apologized profusely. I'm so sorry. He gently patted her hair and said, "It's okay, everything is fine now. I'm all right, Aunt Jasmine." She felt extremely guilty and exclaimed, "It's not okay at all. I couldn't protect you." "No, I'm the one who should apologize." Although insisted, "It was my stubbornness that dragged you into this mess." In his thoughts, he wondered if she had always been this small. She burst into tears and asked about his injuries. "Elijah, you still have our bag, right?" "Yes, I do," he replied. "In my bag, there's an emergency first aid kit. It should be enough for both of you." She used the first aid kit to bandage his wounds. Although thanked them both, feeling much better because of their help. "It's time to go home now," he said. The young man helped Although to his feet, and the 3 of them began to make their way outside. "Wait," Although asked, "do you think anyone else survived?" He replied, "Reginald Bastion and Brawl Landon were absorbed by the beast in the previous battle, so I'm not sure." "What about Samantha?" Although inquired. "I managed to create a metal shelter around her before we lost her. However, she was badly injured, and I don't know if she's still alive," the young man explained. Although wanted to find her among the rubble that didn't know where to start. Even the core of the beast was lost somewhere down there. "When we were underground, it was impossible, but now I can try to find her," the young man said. He placed his hand on the ground, recited a spell, and slowly sensed her presence. "I found her. Her heart is still beating. Let's go to her quickly." Although thought that skill could only scan the surface, wondering who this young man really was. They reached Samantha, and the young man was about to remove a branch entangled with her leg, but Although stopped him. "Don't. That branch is keeping her leg stable. Removing it will only make the injury worse. Her heartbeat and breathing are quite stable, but this fever is troublesome. At least she's not in immediate danger," he assessed. "Hopefully she's just unconscious," Jasmine said, lifting Samantha in her arms. "Shall we go?" Although realized it would be very difficult to find the beast's core in this chaos. It seemed that a priceless treasure would be buried here forever. Then there was a noise. The young man shouted in fear. "What now?" Although held his hand and said, "It's okay, Jasmine." "Don't tell me it's another sound," she replied. Everyone looked up. "Dad, I'm here. I can see you. It looks like you've gained weight, haven't you? And you've grown taller too." It turned out to be Althoug's beast. The young man asked in surprise, "Is that a beast? But it has 4 legs. Wait, it's not a dragon, is it?" "No way," Although calmly answered amidst the young man's barrage of questions. "It's a dragon. Although don't look at me like I'm crazy," the young man said. "This is my contracted beast, Sylvie. But they were supposed to be extinct for centuries," he exclaimed. "That's why I need you to keep Sylvie a secret," Although said. The young man was amazed by everything. Although at 11 years old, he had control over 4 elements, 2 rare elements, and his contracted beast was a dragon. While still in shock, Although called him to climb onto the dragon's back to return home. On their way back, they encountered something. Its eyes were wide open. As they approached, Jasmine lunged forward to attack, but it turned away and fled. They were all puzzled by this. The young man wondered, although, with such an impressive contracted beast, Why didn't you bring it along from the start? Before he could hear the answer, Samantha woke up. She praised Although for looking more handsome without the mask. Don't talk anymore. Save your strength, Although said. Wait, look at what I found. She slowly unwrapped a black cloth she was holding. Everyone was surprised. It was the beast's core and Although's mask. He praised her. You did great. He took his mask and said, Ads for the beast's core. We'll sell it when we get back and split the profit. Do you want it? She smiled and replied, You deserve it more. He turned to the young man. Don't look at me. I don't need it, the young man said. Do you know how much it's worth? You don't want it, Although asked. The girl handed the beast's core to Although and said, Thanks to you, I'm still alive. I think it's only fair that the person who killed the beast gets the reward. Although held the core in his hand and looked at everyone. Thank you, everyone. Samantha seemed to be getting weaker. Although asked the two of them, Can you go to the guild hall and find help? I'll stay here and watch over her. Before leaving, the young man left all those belongings behind just in case they needed them. Although opened his bag, took out a piece of paper, and wrote a message to his family, informing them that he had recovered some of his mana and was currently safe. This way, they wouldn't worry too much until he got home. Although asked his beast, Did you grow this big by killing mana beasts and eating their cores? That's right, I've eaten a lot of mana beasts, it replied. Can you still transform? Although asked. Hearing this, the beast transformed into a small black kitten, although joyfully patted its head. It would be a few hours before everyone returned. With the core in hand and his body's assimilation, he thought he might recover almost completely. At this moment, although once again thought about Lucas. Lucas was the son of a notorious noble family known for their unethical practices in creating powerful mages. Because of what Lucas had done, Brawl had died, and many were injured. To set things right, although needed to be cautious because, naturally, blood debts must be repaid in blood. After some time, people arrived to treat them. They all returned to a large house with a picturesque view. Although sat on a long chair and bowed his head, Jasmine and the young man seemed to be recounting their experiences. Although asked, Is that enough? He knew such cases were very rare, but they had explained everything thoroughly. The man agreed with Although and said they could rest before the trial. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door opened, causing everyone to turn and see what was happening. Lucas walked in arrogantly and said, So you all are still alive, huh? Hearing this, Jasmine became furious and drew her sword. The young man joined her, saying, How dare you? But Although stopped them. Lucas was shielded by two people's arms. He continued provocatively, Why so tense with your comrades? I'm curious how you managed to escape that terrible beast. Did you sacrifice someone to save your own miserable lives? Before he could say more, the man stood up in anger, slammed his hand on the table, and said loudly, Lord Lucas, it would be best if you. Ignoring the man's warning, Lucas continued, So Samantha is crippled now, but she's still alive. Don't tell me you sacrificed that guy. Suddenly, his eyes turned purple, and he asked, Master, your ear. What's wrong with your ear? He reached up to his ear, surprised to find blood. Blood. My ear, he exclaimed. Although Althal was now standing up and walking towards Lucas, the bodyguards were also ready to protect their young master. But suddenly, they couldn't understand why the atmosphere changed so strangely, why their bodies felt so heavy. Seeing Althal's approaching attitude, Lucas feared that the bodyguards wouldn't be able to protect him, and he shouted loudly, What do you think I hired you for? Catching for me. The bodyguards attacked together, but they were no match for him. He swiftly defeated all of them. He worried that Althal's actions would put him at a disadvantage before the court. Pointing his sword at him, he'd apologize, Sorry, I slipped. Can I take that back? His action made him shiver in fear. He asked the girl to take Mr. Lucas to the medical area for treatment. Althal asked, Can the two of you wait outside for a moment? He said, Although I understand your feelings, Althal shouldn't provoke Mr. Lucas like that. Althal responded, And why not? You have the ability to eliminate that bug while still keeping the individual's identity secret. Are you threatening me? As he spoke, Althal stepped closer to him. Do you think you are strong enough to protect him from me? He was also frightened when he heard and saw Althal's eyes. Those eyes had seen countless massacres of both people and monsters to attain such sharpness. Sighing, he said, I have no intention of threatening you. You may not believe it, but I do this for your benefit. Even if you kill Lucas, the Wykes family won't sit still. Because they can't find out your identity, they will not only take revenge on Jasmine, but also on those associated with her, the Tying Group, both current and former members. Until you have enough power and authority to not only protect yourself, but also your loved ones. I advise you not to act too harshly with Lucas. And even if you have the power, slaughtering his family will be meaningless if you can't kill his half-brother. Althal replied, I understand. Thank you. Now let's get to the reason why you wanted to speak with me privately. He sat down and continued, You are a smart man. I'm sure helping someone like me isn't just a whim, but because of the Adventurers Guild, right? He wondered if this young man's arrogance was simply self-confidence, and he answered, As long as it's within our jurisdiction, I'm happy to assist you if needed. Good, then I need something like this. After speaking, Althal went outside. As soon as he stepped out, the young man said, You scared me. I thought you were going to kill Lucas right there. Althal replied, Now is not the time. So you plan to kill him then? Althal placed his hand on the young man's shoulder and said, I'm hungry. Sylvie is waiting outside, so let's fill our stomachs before the trial. They went out to eat, enjoying their meal and chatting together. The young man wondered why Althal still wore a mask while eating. And so, the trial day arrived. The man called out, Everyone, stand up. The head of the trial spoke, after receiving the report, on behalf of the Adventurers Guild and the Tribunal. I hereby declare that the mage Lucas is officially stripped of his A-rank status for endangering and causing harm to his teammates during a dungeon expedition. Furthermore, he is banned from re-registering as an adventurer until the guild makes a new decision. The sound of the gavel in the judge's hand echoed. Mr. Lucas, please hand over your adventurer's license. Although felt it was unfair, Lucas only received a light punishment when his crime was severe enough to warrant imprisonment. The judge called out, Enchanter note, and thought to himself, So this is the man capable of handling an S-rank mana monster on his own. Then he spoke, for showing hostility towards Lucas and potentially the Wykes family by attacking him. On behalf of the Tribunal and the Adventurers Guild, I declare that Mr. Note is banned from entering Cyrus Strong City for the duration of Lucas's studies at Texaris Academy. The gavel struck again, indicating the final decision. However, after hearing this, Althal showed his disagreement. He said, Sir, I object to this ruling. Why should I be punished for retaliating against Lucas's betrayal in the dungeon? The judge replied, This is a decision, not a discussion. We understand the circumstances, which is why we haven't revoked your license. You may continue to work as an adventurer as long as you stay away from Mr. Wykes and his family. That's the best we can do. Suddenly, Lucas shouted, Wait, he could easily take off his mask and sneak into the city, potentially harming me and my family. The girl beside the judge said, We will confirm Mr. Note's identity right after this trial concludes. You will not learn his identity or that of his family. For reconciliation purposes, selected mages from the guild will monitor Mr. Note, whether he wears a mask or not. Lucas intended to protest, but the judge cut him off. This is not up for debate, Mr. Lucas, he declared, ending the trial. Lucas walked out, visibly displeased. He turned to Althal and said, You should know your place. It's best if you stay at least 5 cities away from me. Althal responded with disdain. Running away while threatening others really makes you look pitiful, kid. Infuriated by Althal's words, Lucas could do nothing but leave with his bodyguards. As Althal was about to leave, he heard a voice calling, Excuse me, Mr. Note, please follow me. I will guide you out of the building. No need, the judge interjected. I will escort him out through the back door. The two of them walked to a large library room. The judge carefully closed the door behind them. Do you think our little performance was satisfactory, Mr. Note? The judge asked. It was quite adequate. Thank you for your cooperation. No problem. It wouldn't have worked without you, Althal replied. The judge hoped Mr. Note would refrain from causing more trouble. We can't hide Althal's family forever, but if you remain inactive, they won't take any action. I am much more cautious than I appear, Althal said. The judge walked over to the bookshelf and took out a book. Perhaps in the future, we will need your assistance. I hope you won't forget what we did for you today. Althal acknowledged. It seems the Adventurers Guild leader is quite resourceful. At least you know which side to choose. I will remember that. As Althal walked away, the judge thought to himself, Caspian was right. He is indeed a terrifying individual. As Althal opened the door to step outside, he heard Sylvie's voice. She ran towards him, and with her were the young man and Jasmine, waiting for him. Is everything settled? Can we go home now? She asked. Yes, it's all over. Let's go home, he replied. Together, they walked home with their companion beast. On a sunny afternoon as they walked, the young man asked, Do you want to visit Samantha? Althal replied, I think it's best not to visit her too soon. Can you help me check on her? Without hesitation, Jasmine agreed and said, Of course. The young man, feeling a bit down, said, I guess this is where we part ways, huh? Although had forgotten that the young man didn't come from Sapin. Turning to him, he said, If you don't have any plans, you can come stay with us before we start school. Surprised, the young man asked, School? I thought you didn't know what school was. Althal explained, It's a place where kids and teenagers are taught. The young man interrupted, Of course I know what school is. I just didn't plan on going. But I remember you mentioning why you're working so hard to climb the adventurer ranks, to make a name for yourself. If that's the case, going to the academy wouldn't hurt. He continued, Sorry, but I'm not going. How could I get into the best magic school on this continent? Even if I qualify, it would take a mountain of money and connections to get in. Confidently, Althal responded, Leave it to me. You just need to show up, and I'll handle the rest. The young man said, Can you not say it like that? Althal threw his arm around the young man's shoulder and told Jasmine, You go ahead. I need to take care of something. The young man, still resisting, said, I haven't agreed yet. Lucas is also enrolling at Cyrus Academy. Are you going to leave me alone with him? Unsure of what to study, the young man felt embarrassed but grateful for everything, which made both him and Jasmine smile. They walked a good distance, and Althal said, Show yourself. A man stepped out from behind a tree and said, It's good that you had them avoid this. Althal thanked him. Thank you for arranging the judge's help. I think Lucas won't suspect anything. The man was relieved that everything ended without further casualties. Although chillingly reminded him, someone already died. Don't forget that. Stammering, the man replied, Of course, my mistake. I didn't intend to cause trouble. I just wanted to give you a little gift. He threw a gift bag towards Althal. When Althal opened the bag, he found it filled with gold coins. He asked why. The man replied, I just want to provide you with some safety measures. Safety measures, huh? They won't be revealed as long as I don't use them. Althal mused. Now, the only potential issue is that Lucas saw Sylvie. Perhaps understanding its owner's concern, Sylvie transformed into another creature and asked, How about this? A ferret. Althal, curious, asked, Exactly how many forms can you take? Sylvie responded, I don't know, but I'm tired now. Good night, father. Althal realized that having a contract beast that could transform into a dragon was quite handy. He adjusted his clothes and put away his mask as he stepped through the outer gate. Walking into a bustling and noisy street, he opened the door to a shop. The shopkeeper, who was cleaning the glass, exclaimed, Kid, are you lost? Althal answered, My father came to buy a spatial ring that fits my thumb. The shopkeeper said, Listen, kid, those spatial rings are really expensive. Are you sure your father knows that? Althal apologized and asked, Is this enough? Showing the shopkeeper the bag of gold. The shopkeeper, delighted, thanked him. Thank you, kid. Come back anytime. Contrary to the shopkeeper's excitement, Althal felt a bit down as he had used almost all the gold to buy a spatial ring just large enough to store a sword and a monster core. Nevertheless, he thought that living a school life might be better. He got into a carriage and said, Please take me to the Helsty estate. Holding his mask, he pondered. It's been 2 years since I first wore this mask. Looking out the window, he wondered what it would be like to be a regular student. Upon arriving home, as he approached the house, he saw his younger sister waiting at the door. Hi, Ellie. Your big brother is home, he said. She ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Welcome home, brother. Surprised, he asked. What? She repeated. I said welcome home, big brother. It's good to be home. Now, let me go inside, he said. But his sister wouldn't let go, afraid he might leave again. He reassured her, I'm not going anywhere. Hearing this, she let him go and said, All right, come inside. Her brother felt that his sister had grown up so fast. He imagined that soon she would be dating another man and leaving him behind. No, he thought, cutting off his own train of thought. All those parents happily came out to greet him. His father lifted him up and said, "It seems not only your hair has grown. Your beard too, Dad. It looks messier than before. Were you trying to use it to hide your wrinkles?" Altho teased. His mother, standing next to them, ruffled his hair strongly and said, "Hey, are you bad-mouthing my scruffy husband?" She hugged him and whispered, "I'll overlook the worry this time," her eyes tearing up. "I'm so glad you're home safe." Altho hugged his mother back and stammered, "Thank you, Mom, and sorry for always making you worry." Ahem, a man interrupted the emotional atmosphere. "I don't need to spoil the moment, but we also want to welcome the boy back." Everyone was happy to see him return safely. Seeing Altho looking around, his mother asked, "Are you looking for someone?" He felt like someone was missing, and then remembered, handing over a letter that Jasmine had left. She had to return to her group to carry out a mission. He felt regret for not being able to see her off. In her letter, she wrote, "Altho, please rest. Thank you. See you later." Altho thought she was quite dedicated. The man mentioned that they would return, and that the Two-in-Horns route was persistent like flies. "Yes, I know Jasmine has left." "What about?" Altho began. The woman said, "If you're looking for Lilia, she's not here. My daughter is." The man enthusiastically interrupted. "Our Lilia has started her studies at the Cyrus Academy. She enrolled last fall." Annoyed, the woman tugged at his hair and said, "Let me speak." Despite this, Altho thought it was great news. The woman continued, "It's all thanks to you, Altho. The family will always be grateful to you." She's right. We never imagined that after so many generations, a mage would be born into this family. "I'm not too sure about the debt part," Altho responded, "but I have something to ask you." His father stomped his foot and said, "If we know where everyone is, it's time to hear about your dungeon adventure." His mother, sitting beside him, chided, "You're such a child." Altho started to think about where to begin, and then began telling the story. Everyone was amazed by the tale. The man thought it was an incredible expedition and commented, "I used to think my annual taxes were the scariest thing. But an S-rank monster? You really fought and killed a mana-beast, the kind that your parents used to scare me with when I was little." Turning to his father, Altho asked, "Speaking of magic and monsters, what stage are you at, Dad?" "Well," his father replied, "I've been stuck at the deep orange knot since you left. No matter how much I meditate or filter mana, I can't break through." Altho smiled and said, "That's amazing, Dad. Use this." "I had to use a bit of it to heal, but there should be plenty left for you to break through." His father shook his head. "I can't. You risked your life to get it. I can't take it from you." "Alice." Altho's mother interjected, "Our son brought back such a frightening gift. I don't even know how much an S-rank monster core is worth. Given the worry it caused me, this stone might not be worth it. But for me, his safety is priceless." Altho insisted, "Dad, if you want to keep up with me, you have to use this. You can't let your son surpass you, right?" His father sighed, "Don't tell me you've reached the light orange stage." Everyone was astonished once again. "My God, that's incredible," his father said, holding the core tightly. "Don't cry when your old man beats you in our next sparring match." "How could I?" Altho replied. His mother sighed. "Oh, Lord." Outside, the boy asked, "What's up with her?" Altho replied, "I recently got a little brother complex." Later, the boy went to take a bath. While he was relaxing, Altho walked in without knocking. "I brought some." Before he could finish, the boy quickly covered himself. "Hey, I'm not wearing anything." "Calm down, princess," Altho said. "With all this steam, I can't see anything anyway." "Are you sure?" the boy asked suspiciously. "Not really," Altho replied nonchalantly as he left the room. Back in his own room, Altho opened a drawer and picked up a mask. He said to Sylvie, "A lot has happened in these past 2 years, hasn't it?" Sylvie replied, "And now I'm taller than you, Dad." Her response made Altho laugh. "That's right." The boy, fresh from his bath, walked out and gruffly said, "Your turn." "Got it," Altho replied. The boy asked why Altho took so long. "Because I had to ask Uncle Vincent for a favor." I also talked to him about sponsoring your admission to Cyrus Academy. The boy, overjoyed, took off his glasses and asked, "Really? What did he say?" "Of course," Alval said, closing the door behind him, and leaving the boy hanging about what Uncle Vincent's answer was. Night fell. The young man lay on the bed, filled with joy. It was unbelievable that he was about to become a student at Cyrus Academy. He turned to Althal and asked what they would study there. "Cyrus Academy has always been the best school of magic," Althal replied confidently. "We'll surpass even the first-year students there. That might make things a bit dull for us, but I'm not worried." The young man still felt excited, but he thought about the powerful family students at the academy. Just imagining the knowledge exchange and learning to control his own power made him thrilled. Althal pondered. Perhaps learning a bit of ice and lightning magic would be useful. Lightning magic drains too much mana, and even activating dragon will is difficult for me. Controlling ice might pose a challenge. "Have you thought about what you'll do with Lucas?" the young man asked. Althal sighed. "Lucas doesn't know who I am. Until I have enough power to deal with his entire family, I'll keep things this way. Training right now is the most important thing for you to do." The young man was surprised. "Can you really restrain yourself from provoking that pig?" "I'm also surprised that the first thing you want to do before bed is discuss this." Althal chuckled. "Do you mean this pillow barrier between us?" "Of course," the young man replied. "Two guys sleeping in the same bed is quite odd." Althal shifted towards the young man and joked, "Do you want me to be a girl?" "But about girls," the young man said seriously. "Do you think I could find a girlfriend at Cyrus Academy?" Althal teased. "With your serious prince-like appearance, you're worried about such mundane things? Don't worry. You'll meet a beautiful four-eyed girl with black hair. You two will get married and have cute four-eyed, glasses-wearing kids." "Whoa, no newborn wears glasses right away," the young man chuckled. "But I'm sure there will be plenty of girls around for you to envy. Envy that I can sense." Althal laughed. "But don't worry, my four-eyed friend. Girls our age are just children to me. Now let's sleep. Good night." And with that, both drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Althal yawned as he descended the stairs and met Uncle Vincent. "You woke up early today," Uncle said. "Yesterday, you mentioned wanting to meet an inventor, so this morning I helped you contact someone." "Oh, really? His name is Gideon. Not only is he a famous researcher, but also one of the best inventors and a major supplier in Sapin. He'll be back in Exara City in 3 days, so we can visit him before joining the group." The central square seems fine, but what's happening in the city center that day? The young man asked. "It's an important announcement from the Sapin royal family, Elsano and down, to be broadcast in Etten Square," Uncle explained. "Do you understand?" "Yes, I do. Thank you so much for arranging this meeting," the young man replied gratefully. "But are you curious about what I need from him?" "Not that I need anything, but I want to discuss a few things with him," the young man added quietly. "I think it's time to use some knowledge from past lives." "What are you dressed up for? Is everything okay?" Uncle teased. "I thought you had a morning date." "That's right, I have to go now." "Uncle, thanks for picking me up later," Althal said. "Look after yourself and don't fall," the old man said. "Speaking of old age, how's your training going?" "Haha. Your old man has officially broken through to the deep green stage," Althal chuckled. "But I don't understand why. Even after absorbing everything from this monster core, it hasn't cracked. Anyway, I have to prepare before leaving. Thanks again, son. Do you feel strange why it hasn't cracked?" Althal asked. "Have you sensed the will of the monster inside? A source of power that craves, offering its most powerful and unique spells." Althal pondered boldly. "What if you merge the two monsters together? Is that feasible?" "There's only one way to find out," Althal replied, concentrating. "But I almost missed it. Your dragons will almost faded away, absorbed by the will of the other monster. But why couldn't I absorb this will?" "You almost forgot," Althal explained. "The element of the monster and the appropriate element of the mage must be compatible. Remember, if that's the case, then you already know who to give this core to. And have you thought about her figure?" Althal wondered. "I wonder how she's doing lately. As you continue training, you also want to ensure time for your family," Althal noted. Every day passed like an ordinary boy, a fresh morning. Little sister had already opened the door to step into the good morning. Two mothers told me to go downstairs for breakfast. Althal's new voice. But I want a fancy space ring. The little girl continued. Mother said we should prepare for today's announcement, said two beloved. Wake up, say. Then she got up and jumped on her brother. Althal said she was too big for this trick. She laughed, asking if he was saying she was fat. Two Althal hugged his stomach and said, What did they teach you at that ladies' school? So get ready downstairs and have breakfast. Mother and her sister will be out with the housekeeper first. What a violent girl, said the boy guest. Prepare and have breakfast. They dressed neatly. Then he went up with Mr. Vincent to the city center. After a long journey, they finally arrived. Get off the car. Althal said you still said. The boy said, Sylvie has taken almost all of your breakfast, and so you are hungry is a common thing. Hey, I'm going to see some stores over here. Althal asked if you had money to buy it. Unlike someone, I always save money from the expedition. Fortunately, Sylvie is going with him. I'll go eat Gideon. Yes, sir. Then it jumped on its neck. Together, he passed through the store with the boy. Then Mr. Vincent and Althal went to his house. Mr. Vincent knocked on the door. Knock, knock. A terrifying face has appeared over the counter. Small door and owner Gideon. There is no house. Let the two grandchildren fear. But when he realized that the person had a door, it was Mr. Vincent. He immediately changed his attitude and behavior. Hello, Vin. Please come this way. As soon as he walked in, Althal smelled what it was. He said he should ask. Is something that smells not like that? Althal said something was coming here. When he knew who was leading someone to Mr. Gideon, he yelled loudly. I said I didn't let anyone in. But when he realized it was Vincent, he said it was you. It seems like you're bothering me again. Vincent. He acts like I haven't called you back about this. It's just that lately I've been a little tired of meeting someone else. I have had dozens of letters from Royal all year round. They just screamed at me about a method. Moving a long distance across the sea, Althal asked, Go through the sea. Why is he angry? He said angrily, what's wrong with this boy? Make you surprised. Mr. Vincent just laughed before saying that. Suddenly, he interrupted. Who is this rascal? Although politely bowed. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Vincent. Uncle Vincent had already told them a lot of great things about him and his great career. My name is Althal. He turned to Uncle Vincent, asking why he brought him here. You know I don't accept students or disciples. But in fact, I also want to know why the kid wants to come here. Althal laughed and answered their two questions. I came with a proposal, but he said he needed a way to move a long distance across the sea, right? He didn't hear it clearly, then asked again. Althal noticed a green roll of paper. He thought it might be easier to understand if he showed him, rather than explain. Neither of them understood what he was doing. He stepped forward, but the problem we are facing is not something that a kid has not grown up with. Althal said, of course, a machine that does not use mana but water vapor is created from outside materials. He wondered. He never thought of that. He looked at the paper, then said, Wait, he said it wasn't enough. He was missing something. Althal recovered and said he had skipped some important details. He would be pleased to hand it over once we finished negotiations. Pointing to Althal, he said, Me is not a simple child. No problem. He waved to call him to bring something. He said, I am sure, even all the bits and pieces that roll around in this place, enough to excite kids. He just opened it and said, Use those bare green eyes to see here. Uncle Vincent, surprised, said, It's a diamond to tell you that the kid is a new wizard. It's one of the most valuable stones on the continent and may contain 5 times more mana than its size. It's great, but not too important to him. No problem. He turned to say, He took everything from the middle shelf sea. He carried everything, he said. Uncle Vincent was also fascinated by those things. He said, I haven't shown these to anyone, but the kid will be an exception. This mirror can distort space up to 5 times and still not interest me. He froze and dropped the mirror to the ground. He quickly picked it up for fear of breaking it. But not this one. He wouldn't be able to refuse this one. It's still not okay. This one is definitely. Uncle Vincent stood there and commented, Indeed, Althal is the one who can keep calm in front of Gideon. Famous, but he shouted, Take it all and call Althal the owner. What is happening in front of Uncle Vincent here? He said it seemed like there was no other choice. He took out that necklace. But the owner, that's how he made us know. Yes, yes. Sir, I've given the most famous designers to work with these masterpieces, so they will be suitable for the royal family. Although held it up and realized it was made from an earth dragon phoenix. Of course, that's right. Wait, how did the kid know? Uncle Vincent dumbfounded the earth dragon phoenix. He wondered what it was. They are a Class S mana strain. They are as rare as dragons. They are famous for their unique abilities to preserve their lives. I guess you found a way to harness that ability into this thread. Correctly beautiful. Like when an earth phoenix protects itself when danger arises, a protective shield will be created around the wearer. That's not the best part. If the user's shield is broken, the amount of mana stored in the thread will be absorbed and it will transport the user to a safe location. They know the way of Phoenix does that. One person can use this effect a few times. Honestly, kid, it's hard to say. I wasted 5. The core is a rare earth phoenix, no matter what S-class core. I guess they can use it twice. Can the mother and Ellie wait? Sir, you said earlier that they were made for the royal family. The royal family. Those who have contributed to this core. He scratched his head. But they're not important. I just want to know. How did the kid get these ideas? And why did he announce it here? And at this time, what does the kid want? Althal replied, I just want a special birthday gift for my little sister, sir. Besides that, I'm not planning to reveal anything, unless I know what you intend to use it for. Is that necessary? So, the kid will find out after today's announcement. Uncle Vincent retorted, I'm sure someone as important as you will have more information than a public announcement tailored for the occasion. That's enough. Let's spill everything. Does the kid still need both necklaces? I'm not so generous. Althal ignited a small flame in his hand, intending to burn the paper, showing that he wanted both necklaces. Uncle Vincent muttered in astonishment. I may not know what's happening inside that extraordinary set, but I can trust that Althal always keeps his word. He scratched his head and said, Okay then, regardless of the royal family, completing the ship is still more important. 5 years ago, we found evidence that there exists another continent beyond Dickin. Upon hearing this, Althal was surprised. Uncle Vincent calmly confirmed, Yes, that's true. Althal asked, Did you already know this? Uncle Vincent put his hand in his pocket, pulled out a black handkerchief, wiped the sweat off his face, and said, A royal servant disclosed that he was uncertain and made me swear not to tell anyone else about this. But now that Gideon has confirmed it, we believe it to be true. Althal pondered quietly for a moment and then asked, So why are you so sure about this? Do you have any evidence to prove it? Uncle Vincent chuckled and replied, Of course we do. We're not half-witted scientists who dare to say such things without evidence. He walked over to a chair and sat down, continuing, A few years ago, we found an artifact attached to a mana beast that looked like a bird, a species never seen before on Dickin. It has the ability to camouflage almost perfectly with its surroundings. Uncle Vincent looked extremely surprised and asked, A mana beast with camouflage and flight capabilities. How did you capture it? He answered casually, Just pure luck. Some ordinary daredevil was shooting at a squirrel and accidentally hit the bird. Anyway, it turned out to be a complex artifact attached to it that we couldn't figure out what it did until last year. The matter has been confirmed. Although asked, What did it do then? The people with authority over this information are the royal family, right? In that case, I guess the designs on this drawing are even more important, because I'm sure the royal family doesn't know about them. Uncle Vincent immediately said, That artifact has the ability to record audio and images. It captured the conversation between Althal and Gideon. Uncle Vincent realized, even great Dickin is powerless before Althal. Ha! Althal asked, Is that all, old man? Uncle Vincent burst into laughter and said, That's the gist of it. Althal looked puzzled and said, I don't understand. What do you mean by that? Uncle Vincent replied, Are there no inventors on Dickin who could create such a thing? You said you would introduce me to one of the most famous inventors and creators. You know, but you're a very skilled inventor yourself. You're the greatest inventor in Dickin's history. Althal skeptically asked, Is that true? Hearing this, the inventor Gideon felt genuinely hurt. He stood up and said, Of course it's true. Bring any inventor on this continent here, and they'll have to kneel down in admiration until their foreheads touch the ground. Althal laughed and said, That's why, because the supposed greatest inventor of Dickin couldn't figure out the technology behind that artifact. The royal family believed that there was an inventor who created it somewhere outside Dickin. He looked completely bewildered and asked, Do I need to emphasize that? adding to the fact that those artifacts contain moving images of all three kingdoms. Although assured, I understand now. I understand. That's enough. He continued. We're talking about the possibility of the existence of a hell full of incredibly skilled inventors and possibly even more powerful sorcerers. I understand the seriousness of that, Lord Gideon. But imagine what those abilities could be used for. Although picked up a pen from under the table, raised it, and said to the steam engine, we'll just have to wait and see what secrets this new continent is holding. Uncle Vincent and Altho left. Uncle Vincent said, I've never seen old Gideon so excited and interested like that before. When you mentioned that earlier while drawing, you said, this steam engine will need certain specific ingredients, which it might find rather. He chuckled. Old Gideon not only didn't care, but was ecstatic. He told you to draw it all out. Gideon commented that your idea was very sophisticated, but he still couldn't fathom how steam could generate enough energy to move such a large ship over vast distances. He speculated that people in this world had become too reliant on mana, so they were quite surprised by the unconventional technological advancements of magic. Even more surprising to him were your parents. Altho replied confidently, I don't feel surprised or overwhelmed by what I can achieve. If I were my parents, despite Uncle Vincent's words, I would look at my own hands and think the same. Only then could I use this harmless technology to earn some useful things for my family. But if there really is another continent beyond Dickaden, then this is just the beginning. Alvo added thoughtfully. The messenger reported that the small eyeglass and the son are heading toward their father with big eyeglasses, and we saw the two of them. Uncle Vincent continued, I can't believe your sister's birthday is coming up next week. The boy saw two people and waved to them. Then the three of them walked together on the road. Althal pondered if this union might be related to the discovery of the new continent, as Mr. Gideon mentioned. Uncle Vincent said, I know what's about to happen, but I won't reveal it. The boy has discovered something. All three of them looked in that direction. They saw a man being beaten by a crowd. He had fallen down and was holding his body, saying, Please, I didn't do anything. Another man loudly asked, Didn't do anything? Just being the dwarf in the Exorus Academy is bad enough, and you dare to go against the Academy's rules by defending yourself with mana. Don't you know that using mana outside the campus is prohibited? The man on the ground, in pain, looked up at the crowd and stammered, But, the angry man raised his stick and shouted, I said, Release your mana. Seeing this injustice, the young man accompanying Althal rushed over, pushed the angry man away, and said enough. Then he worriedly asked the young man lying on the ground, Are you okay? Can you stand? The man who had been pushed by the young man angrily said, Unbelievable. How dare you do that? The young man shouted in the angry man's face, How dare you do this? Before he could finish his sentence, the angry man slapped him hard, knocking off his glasses. The angry man said, I think you should ask yourself that question. How dare you interrupt my fun? Even Uncle Vincent wouldn't tolerate your actions. Uncle Vincent, unable to accept what the angry man was doing, said, I'll call the guards before anything else. Although he held Vincent's hand to stop him and said, Don't. We can't let them. The young man thought if he used magic here, Altho and Uncle Vincent would be in big trouble. He calmed himself, determined not to lose control. The angry man noticed the insignia on the young man's shirt and said, Isn't this the symbol of the dwarf kingdom? The young man replied, You're right. The angry man grabbed the young man's hair and said, How interesting. Do you want to crawl like a pig with your brothers? Damn it, if I don't use mana, I can't beat him. Holding the young man's hair with one hand and raising the other, the angry man said, Open your eyes and watch. I'll make sure you all end up in the same hospital room. But before he could do anything, Altho broke the stick with a wooden rod, surprising the angry man who turned around and said, Another commoner. Get lost before you share their fate. The man who came with him said, I won't play with you anymore. Altho replied, That's good because I'm in the mood too. Asterisk on another vehicle, the man said, Asterisk. I understand you don't want to join your father and mother in the announcement at the square. But do we really need to lower the defenses like this? There isn't a single royal warrior here. The man with the beard replied, Don't worry, sir. This event is very well protected. Just me alone is enough, and I've reduced the number of people to make you more comfortable. Princess Serlin made it very clear that she doesn't want to be noticed. I also made it very clear that I didn't want to come. Yet here I am, he wondered. How can you still live in the royal family for so long? You should feel grateful to have me. Otherwise, you'd lock yourself in the library all day. I'm making you come because your friend stood you up, didn't she? Even if she did, you should leave her at home. Though you intended to marry her during the announcement, it's because of you. Your weapon is as big as this carriage, and it's still untrained, Prince Curtis. It's not safe, the girl said. She's been very obedient lately, hasn't she? The boy said loudly, Are you listening to me? Meanwhile, on Althal's side, Uncle Vincent was worried, not knowing what to do. He'd never seen Althal look like this before. If this continues, the kids will die. Uncle Vincent shouted, Quick, get out of here before someone gets seriously hurt. Hurry, they're just children. Althal, let it go for now. The important thing is whether your friend is okay first. Those people don't realize the severity of what's coming their way. They laughed mockingly and said, Look at the old man protecting the kid. How embarrassing. Their attitude made Uncle Vincent angry, and he said, You arrogant kids, I'm trying to protect you. Although called out, Uncle Vincent, step aside. Hearing this, Uncle Vincent turned pale. I'm sorry, kids, it's too late. You've made my nephew extremely angry. Althal said, Rest in peace. The blue-haired boy stepped forward confidently with his staff and said, Let me handle this. The girl handed him the staff and said, Don't dirty your new uniform. He confidently turned back to the girl and said, Piece of cake, not knowing that trouble was looming. With just one strike, before he could even hit Althal, he was sent flying away. This caused the people with him to panic. Suddenly, a man said, Look at this arrogant bastard, sneaking attacks on others. I'll show you the difference between a commoner and a true noble trained in swordsmanship. Yes, be amazed by the Chinyon-bu skills passed down through generations of my family. Not bad, you can follow my movements. But Chinyon-bu is not something you can easily dodge. This fake sword swing is to distract you, so you won't be able to dodge. Altho calmly dodged his strikes, surprising him, and then Altho knocked him out with a single blow. It's pathetic that you can't strengthen your mana and make it so fragile. Perhaps I should just use my hand to end this game. The man, not get scared, said, You arrogant commoner. Remember this. A finishing blow is more terrifying than any artificial weapon. With just one punch, I will show you your place in this world. But just by looking at Althal, he felt an overwhelming pressure that even his father didn't possess. Reassuring himself, he charged at Althal, but before he could strike, he was hit directly in the face by Althal, causing him immense pain. Infuriated, he shouted, How dare you? How dare you underestimate the hair of my family? Altho and his companions walked towards Uncle Vincent. The two were surprised, not understanding what was happening, when a girl approached, holding something that created small, beautiful ice crystals. At first, I thought he was just an ordinary boy, like my immature older brother or his peers. Living with him, I thought that way. But I don't understand why I can't take my eyes off him. That's right, he's different from others. Seeing this, the prince shouted, What's going on here? The group recognized the girl in the black dress as Princess Serlin and Prince Curtis. They immediately knelt down and apologized. We were just talking with these friends. We don't know why that commoner suddenly attacked us without any reason. The group blatantly lied. It was clear they had been bullying the short boy earlier. Now, when faced with the princess and the prince, they quickly changed their tune. The boy with glasses was surprised and shouted, What? The others continued, This is such an injustice. The princess, being smart, noticed something unusual and asked, If that's the case, then how do you explain the dwarf's injuries? The prince beside her also asked, Is that true? Altho thought, Foolish brother, how can you believe such words? He continued, Ha, that's not funny at all. The bodyguard accompanying the prince and princess shouted, You insolent one, how dare you speak like that to the Prince of Sapin? Altho grabbed the bodyguard's hand and said, Sorry, I just have to bark back whenever I hear a dog barking. The bodyguard wondered, How is this kid so strong? Uncle Vincent bowed and said, My nephew knows his mistake. Please forgive him. He only wanted to say that those kids are lying. The prince said, Who are you if not Vincent? What are you doing here? I was on my way to the square to hear the king's grand speech when I saw these ruffian kids bullying a poor child. They looked towards the injured boy. The prince, turning to the group, asked, "What's your name?" The boy answered, "My name is Remember, Your Highness, the eldest son of the Childen family." The prince realized the situation was getting more complicated. The boy must have used magic on the other's body. However, the Childen family had funded the royal family and the Cyrus Academy with a large amount of money. If something unfortunate happened to a Childen heir, what would happen? The princess said, "Remember, Childen, you have committed the crime of using magic in public." The prince said, "Luckily, no one was seriously injured. So if you agree, we can consider this matter resolved." Remember thought, "Of course. My father has poured so much money into the royal palace. Even the royal family wouldn't dare touch me." Altho asked, "Uncle Vincent, do you have the two-way information scroll? What are you planning to do with that?" Vincent asked. Remember thought, "Altho is an idiot. Who are you to contact the headmaster of the Cyrus Academy?" Vincent said, "I told you not to." Suddenly, there was a voice. "It's been a long time since I saw you, sir. I'm Altho." "Oh dear, Altho, is that you? It's been so long. I'm truly happy to see you. Are you well?" Everyone was puzzled, wondering why his tone had changed so suddenly. Altho said, "Uncle, expel Childen and his entire faction for bullying civilians and using dangerous magic within the city." "Wait, what are you suddenly saying? Expel Childen? But..." The other boy thought, "Yeah, right. This commoner, even if he's close to the headmaster, knows how much money my family has poured into the academy." Altho responded, "If you don't, I will withdraw my intention to enroll in the academy." "All right, those kids will be expelled," the headmaster said, leaving the group stunned. "Goodness, what have you done?" One of them exclaimed, "The academy just contacted us about the expulsion. Explain yourself." The prince then apologized for his earlier actions, saying, "I have brought shame upon myself as a prince." Altho replied, "I should be the one apologizing to you. I overreacted and misspoke." "No, I understand," the prince said. "Even if it's the Childen family, they should be expelled from the academy. No discrimination should exist anywhere on this continent." After saying this, the prince got into the carriage and sighed. What is going on? He wondered. The first time I met that kid Altho, I had a feeling he was strange. He's a peculiar one, but a good person nonetheless. Aren't you listening to me? The princess said, "Hey, let's have tea together sometime." Altho agreed. "Sure, see you at the academy." The prince then asked his bodyguard beside him, "Did you see what the princess just said?" The princess coldly remarked, "Just now." Continuing from the previous part, everyone proceeded to the square together. The younger sister patted the cheek of the bespectacled boy and asked why his face was swollen like that. The bespectacled boy chuckled. "Oh, this. It's nothing." Altho wondered how all these people would react when they found out about another continent. But what concerned him more was that the discovery of this continent was made by Dickin, using a space spinner and recording devices. They would only do that if they fear us or had some hidden motive. Was I right in helping Gideon find this new continent? Maybe it's for the best. If it really turns out to be an enemy, we can organize a preemptive strike. Altho appeared more distracted than usual. When asked, he replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Everything's fine, Mom." He smiled and reassured her. "So I'll just pretend that you're thinking about normal 12-year-old things like any other mother," she said. She just wanted him to know that even though she was always worried about him, she would never pressure him into doing what she wanted. At that moment, he wished he could promise his mom that she didn't need to worry about him anymore. But he couldn't deceive her like that. He took her hands and said with a bright smile, "Thank you, Mom." Everyone around them felt joyful and watched as finally what they had been waiting for had arrived. Hello to all humans, elves, and dwarves. I am Glader. Most of you know me as the King of Sapen. But today, I am not only speaking as a king of humans, but also as a representative of the entire continent of Dickin. I am standing here with the royalty of all three kingdoms on the surface of our beloved continent, who have gathered here for this memorable ceremony. Today marks the beginning of a new era for this continent that each of us calls home. Though many of you know the long-standing enmity that has existed between humans and elves, even dwarves were often only seen as business partners. However, that is not what we desire. We, the leaders, have had numerous meetings in recent years to try and unite our races. 2 years ago, we allowed members of all three races to become adventurers. It is heartwarming to see teams of humans, elves, and dwarves working together towards a common goal. Last year was another milestone when the Cyrus Academy welcomed students from the kingdoms of Elena and down. Now, a new generation of mages can make friends and create memories without worrying about outdated barriers. We all understand the difficulties some have in adjusting after these barriers of hatred. However, we hope everyone can let go of the past and all racial discrimination to think of a bigger picture. If not for yourselves, then for your children and the future of this continent. Another man stood up and said, "It is an honor for me to speak in front of those gathered here on this memorable day. I fully agree with the message King Glader has conveyed about the future of our continent. But despite our clear vision of this future, I must say that this continent is still full of mysteries. Right here on the land of Dickin, there are places so dangerous no one dares to explore. But if indeed there are mysteries and dangers still out there, then you are not hearing wrong. Citizens of Dickin, today we want to announce the evidence of the existence of another continent." Hearing this, all the citizens began to buzz with excitement and curiosity. Another continent? What does that have to do with us? Although anticipating a different reaction, the man continued his speech amidst the chaos. "Please, even we do not know much about it. We have many questions ourselves. What we do know is that out there lies a continent full of mysteries, challenges, and potential dangers. There is evidence. They have tried to reach out to us. However, it seems the current technology on both sides does not yet allow us to travel such distances." Another man spoke up, quieting the crowd. "As Angeli mentioned, we do not know much. However, in these uncertain times, we believe that cooperation and mutual support are the best paths forward for our continent and all of us. We must not harbor anger towards each other any longer. Our appearances may differ, our cultures may not be the same. But remember, we were all born on the continent of Dickin. We take pride in this and hope that future generations will feel the same. What about you?" The crowd began to murmur excitedly once more. The process of uniting the three races and multiple kingdoms would require much time and effort. But today, we will appoint 6 individuals. These are the people whom we, the royalty, trust. They are the bravest, most skilled, intelligent, and strong individuals among us. They will represent their respective races on a continental level. Their current mission is to protect and maintain peace in Dickin. They will work with us, the guardians of the continent, ensuring our home is safeguarded as we enter this exciting new era. These individuals will be known as the Lanters. Each Lanters will represent the hopes and dreams of our continent, not just for our kingdoms, but for the entire land. A servant brought forth a box, which the man then opened, revealing 6 golden rings. "Aliyah," he called, and a girl stepped forward to receive her ring. Next were Varay, Alfred, Aya, and Micah. Each received their ring, representing the 6 chosen. A young man with glasses, astonished, was named Baron, the family of Lucas. The man announced, "Lanters warriors, you are commanded to protect and bring honor to us. And to the mages out there, strive to become one of the 6 Lanters warriors in the future. Nothing can stand in your way." The warriors accepted their orders with determined expressions. The day of the announcement revealed a cold truth for all fell. Lucas, a stubborn and treacherous individual, had led to the deaths of most of their team. He used his family's power and connections to absolve himself of all guilt, although was warned that seeking revenge against Lucas was akin to suicide. For behind him stood his older brother, a powerful mage who had now become one of the 6 warriors of the continent. This complication made Alphal's plans more complex, but he had another, more pressing matter to attend to, his sister's birthday. His mother was helping him tie a bow on his collar. It was a bit heavy, but it would do. He knew he should head down to the party. As he said, "Let's go," his pet leaped onto him. He sighed and gently explained that the pet would have to stay in the room tonight. The pet looked dejected, although patted its head and softly said, "Uncle Vincent warned me that some guests at Ellie's birthday party are here mainly to spy on me. I don't want to take any risks. But don't worry, I'll have lots of good food brought up for you." Hearing this, the pet's sad expression disappeared, and it eagerly asked, "Promise?" Although replied, "I promise." This made the pet excited and happy, and it gave him a high five. Ellie's birthday party was held on a beautiful full moon night. His family donned their finest and most elegant attire to welcome the guests. His mother playfully teased her daughter, saying, "Later, you should ask him for a dance." Ellie glanced over at Althal, who was holding a glass of wine and talking to a beautiful girl. "I'm about to enroll at Cyrus Academy," he said. "Maybe we could have lunch together sometime." But his joy was short-lived as he clumsily spilled wine on his white shirt, causing the girl to laugh. Altho, standing nearby, stiffened. His friend said, "Don't pretend you didn't see that." The awkwardness was interrupted by Altho's father descending the stairs, waving and calling out, "They're here! Let's get ready, everyone." Ellie's mother covered her eyes to create a surprise. Ellie protested, "I thought this was just a family party. Why am I wearing this cumbersome dress?" Her mother smiled and urged her to walk slowly. When Ellie opened her eyes, everyone shouted in unison, "Happy birthday, Ellie!" She was overjoyed, and the party unfolded with many exciting events. Before the celebration continued, her father spoke up. "I want to thank everyone here on behalf of my dear daughter for attending her birthday party. I've been blessed in many ways in my life, but nothing brings me more joy than seeing my beloved daughter and son share their first dance together." Hearing her father's words, Ellie was stunned. Her mother's friend whispered, "I didn't know Ellie and Altho would be dancing. Have they practiced?" Her mother laughed ominously and replied, "I'll kill him," then told her friend that they hadn't practiced at all. This casual remark from their father caused both women to be extremely upset. Ellie approached her mother, utterly confused. "What should I do, Mom? I don't know how to dance." Suddenly, a pair of hands extended towards her. "May I have the honor of this dance?" Altho asked. Despite her surprise and curiosity, she took his hand. Her brother responded with a gentle smile. Seeing this, their father signaled for the music to start. As the instruments began playing a beautiful tune, Altho took Ellie's hand and placed his other hand on her waist. His confidence made her feel less nervous. Despite having no prior practice, they moved in perfect harmony. Their mother and her friend watched in amazement. "I thought they hadn't practiced," her friend remarked. "They haven't," her mother confirmed, still in shock. The siblings danced so beautifully that all the party guests were left in awe. Altho silently thanked his past life for those ballroom dancing lessons, which had finally paid off. He overheard one guest comment, "That was a sickeningly beautiful performance." Curious, he looked around and spotted the inventor he and Uncle Vincent had met recently. Tonight, the inventor was dressed much more formally. He held a glass of red wine and approached Altho, saying, "Can we talk for a moment?" Meanwhile, in another part of town, a car drove down a road with a girl sitting inside. Someone said to her, "I've heard you're quite close with Altho. Why not go and give his sister a gift?" She replied, "Altho's focus tonight should be on his sister. Besides, I'll see him at school soon enough." Back at the party, Altho and the inventor were about to speak. The inventor said, "Are you performing a comedy act now?" Altho glanced past him and said, "I hope you didn't come to disrupt my sister's party just to talk to me." His confident demeanor caught the attention of the surrounding girls. The man replied, "I did bring a gift for her. But anyway, the honor is mine to have the best inventor in the kingdom visit me, right? Don't be so sarcastic." The inventor chuckled. "I thought you'd want to know that the council has approved the design I reconstructed from your rough sketch, and construction is underway. The council, as you call it, is a bunch of self-appointed kings and queens who think they're still monarchs in their own nations." "Congratulations," Altho responded dryly. "I'm sure you're being handsomely rewarded. Money, fame, power, those things are meaningless to me. I seek something the council can't give." The inventor began, but was interrupted by a light tap on his shoulder. "Excuse me, Mr. Gideon, we admire your masterpieces so much." "We've heard about the magnificent ship you designed," someone interjected. Yes, I'm quite busy," Gideon replied, scanning the room for Altho. "Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back," he called out, before being swamped by questions from the admirers. "How did you come up with using monster ore as an energy source? Is it true that the warship won't need any mana energy at all?" Altho overheard this and smirked. Fame isn't meaningless, he thought. It always comes at a cost, sometimes a very high one. Holding his glass of wine, he looked out at the street and noticed the guests were beginning to leave. Just then, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw a girl smiling and waving at him. She hurried over and bowed. "I'm sorry for not greeting you sooner. I arrived late and wanted to congratulate your sister first." "It's all right," he said gently, taking her hand. "My parents always tell me how busy you are as the student council secretary. But never mind that, it's been a while. Hasn't it, Lilia? She looked at him with a warm smile. Yes, it has. As they talked, she realized just how much taller he had grown. They quickly became engrossed in their conversation, sharing a range of emotions from joy to surprise. After some time, Alvo noticed that the shy girl who used to hide behind her parents and eat meals with the servants had matured. She seemed a bit wistful, as she mentioned wanting to show Alvo her secret places. Are you teasing me now? He asked playfully. Alvo found it difficult not to mention how much pressure he had about the future. From back then until now, doing exceptionally well in a prestigious Deccan school of magic. You can't ignore the guys who keep sneaking glances at you while we're talking. You seem quite famous at school. She pointed towards the guys over there. Surprised, she raised both hands in a gesture of disagreement. What's that about? I still don't have a boyfriend, and most of the changes in my life are thanks to you. She pondered briefly before cheerfully adding, if that's the case, I'll try to accept whichever guy you introduce me to, even easier than Chu Vincent. She seemed somewhat disappointed with that statement, but reassured herself with a nervous laugh. Oh, all right then. Excuse me. She turned back to the feast. I'll borrow this guy for a bit. After the conversation and answering fans' questions about his masterpieces, the inventor sought out Althal to continue their interrupted conversation. The girl respectfully bowed her head. Master Gid, of course. She smiled at Althal and said, see you later, before returning to the older gentleman's table. He turned to Althal, noticing his newfound popularity. You seem quite proud, huh? You made quite an impression on those ladies. The young girl also seemed quite taken with him just now. Taking a sip of red wine, he teased, you're quite a hit. Continuing, he said, the two of you seem well matched. What are you planning to do with her? Thanks to you, her life has changed. Her emotions aren't exactly love. It's more like gratitude. She hasn't realized it yet, but someday in the future, she'll understand that her current feelings are just the infatuation of a teenage girl towards her hero. With a mocking tone, he remarked on Althal's maturity in this situation, making him feel queasy. Never mind. You're not here just to give romantic advice, are you? What do you want to discuss then? Exactly as I said earlier, I want to use the money, fame, and power that the council has given me to acquire something I can't obtain elsewhere. Your knowledge. His eyes saddened as he handed Alvo the hand-drawn plans. I've reconsidered. I don't want to change how this world operates. Besides, this continent is fine without my interference. Surprised, he exclaimed. So you still have inventions capable of changing the world. Alvo felt helpless as he carefully selected what he wanted to hear. Ah, Gideon. Let me make it clear that I'm not here to satisfy your vanity. He paused to understand. If that's the case, how would you like to negotiate? I don't need world-changing inventions, but let me borrow your knowledge. In return, I'll provide you with any invention or goods you may need. He calmly replied. Well then, shall we seal the deal? And so, the two agreed on their terms. Following the agreement, Alvo entered his sister's room to find everyone still awake. His mother smiled, holding a dress in her hand. This is beautiful. It seems like you don't like dresses. Alvo was suddenly drawn to a different box. Oh, this looks interesting. Hearing this, everyone called out, Bring it here! Bring it here! She quickly opened it eagerly. Curious about whose gift it was, his mother asked, Who is this present from, dear? Uncertain, she replied, holding the card. Maybe Alina sent it. She must be tired of living with tea sets and dresses. This gift is from your sister to you, hoping you'll not only admire your brother, but also strive to be like him. Hopefully, one day you'll become strong enough to stand by his side, she said. She was delighted as she opened the box to find a bow. When she saw it, there were numerous compliments made about its beauty. It's so beautiful, they said. Its design looks like that of a fairy, they said. Wondering who sent it, she asked, Could it be? She went to her brother, who held out his hand. Where's your gift? She asked. She extended her hand, holding his present, and handed the other box to their mother. Oh, this one's for Mom, she recalled, revealing a necklace. He said these would protect both of you when your father or son is not around. His wife said, amazed by its beauty. She exclaimed, They're really beautiful. Where did you find them? Chuckling lightly, he shook his head. It saddens me to say, my dear, but there are only 2 necklaces like this on the entire continent. Taking the necklace, he placed it around his beloved sister's neck, wishing her a happy birthday. The next day, The employees were busy with various tasks. Among them, they used spray hoses on wooden barrels, their purpose unknown. Mr. Gideon invited Although to his invention workshop, though he didn't really need to bring the kid all the way here. Did the kid realize that no one except employees, including royalty, was allowed in this facility? Although poured himself a glass of water and replied, "Yes." He said it 8 times already, and I know he appreciates and admires it. Mr. Gideon also lifted his glass and poured a drink. So, can you say that to your uncle's face? Because all I see is a dissatisfied guy, even a bit sad, quite hard to please when he keeps bothering me with each phase of this project. Don't you think it's a waste of communication paper? The old man explained, so those late-night calls can't bond a couple. Why not befriend someone your own age, old man? I've heard the kid's birthday just passed. Can't believe it's been over 4 months. Yes, time flies since Ellie's birthday. The kid's birthday is quite a festive occasion, isn't it? The kid wants to have a small party, just with the extended family. But I was quite surprised by that. Anyway, belated happy birthday, the kid said as the old man handed over a gift box. What are you curious about? He didn't even wrap it. The old man angrily grabbed it back. I was just joking. Kid, you put the glass of water you were holding on the table, then opened the box. It was a string with 2 silver coins. Thank you for making it for me. Compare the effort the kid put into the steam system. This isn't worth it. But I'm quite curious why the kid wants to use it to hide. Not just 1, but 2 elements. Don't tell me you're a mage proficient in these 4 elements. He finished, then drank the entire glass of water he was holding in his hand. You put the ring on your finger. Well, that's right, the old man said in surprise, spraying water in the mouth of the person next to him. You're really a magician, aren't you? I mean, do you want to hide half of your elements? So why did you tell me? Because the kid increasingly realizes that he's special, and the kid even got to eat long temple rice. The kid is so angry that he revealed the whole shocking story to me. It's like scratching it. I'll ask for evidence here. You casually replied naturally, but the kid is quite impressive, even the design of the fast chip. Right by the hour, you've taken care of your child's education in a few days. This godlike ship will officially be in the water. As you left that workshop, you muttered to yourself, this old man is really quick at work to be able to organize a team and build a whole steam-powered ship in just a few short months. If this new continent is truly the enemy, then I can't afford to slack off in my cultivation. With the ring he gave me, I should try to catch up with the elements of wind and earth, while fire and water are murmuring to themselves. Then you bumped into a man. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. The man with dual strength said angrily, Your eyes are under the skirt of 3 girls around you. He said, let the kid go. And that's right. I think you've drunk a lot. You helplessly think. Why do I keep banging my head against these fools? He continued loudly, it would be wrong for a professor to let a wild kid run away. If your parents can't teach you, let me teach you. He took the hair tie off your head and said, see, your hair isn't long enough for lesson 1. A true man will cut his hair short and must be as muscular as I am. Lesson 2. When apologizing to someone as eminent as me, you must kneel down. He used his hand to press your head down, but it didn't budge at all. He wondered why you didn't kneel down, although generously said, because you're quite drunk, sir, I'll accept this. But it's time for you to let go. You used force to push his hand away, causing him to fall backward, making the 2 frightened girls catch him so he wouldn't fall. He said with his hand, you dare to talk to a professor at Cyrus Academy like that? He said while holding the 2 beautiful girls in his arms. Although ignored his words and turned away, he stopped right there as if he knew magic. But if you were also studying there, you should run away when I saw you. Because there I can tear you apart. You calmly tied your hair and said in a challenging tone, I'm looking forward to it. Then you threw something yellow. The 2 girls next to the other guy asked, isn't that his necklace? I can't see that kid anymore. Everything ended there. You walked home and opened the door. The younger sister and the animal ran quickly to you and happily said, hello, brother. But they didn't respond to the younger sister's words. You asked, where are Dad and Mom? The girl got angry and said, it's unfair they're sitting in the living room with Alice. The 2 had a package from Cyrus Academy and then pulled her brother's hand towards everyone. He said with a smile, my son is back. His cheerful 4-eyed friend exclaimed, look, the uniform has arrived. His mother also handed him a similar box as he advanced towards him. From an orphan to a king, from a child to an adventurer. It seemed he was finally becoming a student alongside his other friends. They had been eagerly awaiting the enrollment day at Cyrus Academy. Althal pondered, what more will this world teach me? Finally, the enrollment day arrived. Althal was still half asleep when his four-eyed friend grabbed his ankles, saying, "Come on, Althal, wake up. Don't be late on your first day." Althal's pet creature under his pillow was equally indignant and pounced on his friend, causing quite a stir. In the midst of it, Althal managed to steal a few more minutes of sleep. After a while, he finally woke up. "Just give me 5 more minutes," he said as he got ready. His friend was surprised. "I can't believe it. You registered for the wizardry class at Cyrus Academy." "Yeah, why not?" Althal replied casually. "I've always wanted to learn more about magic theory, but I might also sign up for a few other classes. My whole semester won't revolve around it. I'm not much into combat like the other kids. Besides, I'll also join the mage combat classes. I know there are many academic wizards who have been defeated by combat wizards. Aren't you worried about me?" Althal chuckled. "Dream on. I'm worried about the students who might end up in the infirmary for underestimating you." "Haha. Don't worry. I'll be careful," he assured his friend. "All right, are you ready?" The two of them, along with their pets, headed down to the dining hall, afraid of being late for class. "Dad called us to breakfast. Hurry up, you two," his little sister whined. "It's not fair. I want to go to Cyrus Academy too, you know," she advised, "so don't be lazy anymore." Seeing his friend's face covered in wounds caused by Sylvie, gentle Alice kindly tended to his injuries. "Why don't you come over here and treat your friend?" she asked Sylvie, after you finished treating him. Althal's parents were having an unbelievable conversation. "Our little boy is going to enroll at Cyrus Academy," proudly exclaimed his father. "It seems like we've raised our darling well," his mother beamed. "What do you mean, we?" his father teased. "I guess the only time we've raised him is when he's gotten into trouble." "That's right, honey," she agreed warmly. Once breakfast was over, the carriage was ready to take them to school. The whole family went out to the gate, hugging each other to see Althal off to school. "I will visit home when I have time. Don't worry, Mom, Dad, and little sister," he said, turning to his sister and patting her head. "Be good and take care of Mom and Dad." "Are you still wearing the necklace I gave you?" he asked. His mother and sister raised the necklaces around their necks to reassure Althal. "And you, Dad?" he asked. "Aren't you going to say anything to me?" His father looked puzzled. "Aren't you going to say anything to your old man?" Althal smiled and replied, "Yes. Don't burn the house down while practicing, Dad." "You cheeky little brat," his father retorted. After a while on the road, they finally arrived at the academy. Looking at the scene, the academy gates were bustling with people coming to enroll. This made them feel happy and excited. Not knowing where to go, a man came to guide the new students. "Please line up in front of the central building to attend the mandatory opening ceremony," he instructed. Everyone followed his directions and moved to the mentioned place, lining up to confirm their names and classes. "Student Elugia, Combat Mage Class, Earth Element Magic," the announcer called. "Welcome, Student Althal, Academic Mage Class, Earth and Wind Elements." She was surprised to hear this and pointed at herself. "Is there a problem?" A cheerful four-eyed boy next to her nudged her. "She's quite surprised you're a 2-element mage." She shook her head. No, please go ahead." They proceeded to where the opening ceremony was about to take place. The four-eyed boy was amazed. "Wow, I didn't think it would be this crowded." It was indeed surprising, as there weren't many seats left. As they passed by, some students who had arrived earlier apologized. "Excuse me, I'm also a combat mage. Sorry for the inconvenience." The other students whispered, "Look, another weak academic bookworm." "Excuse me, please let me through," Althal said with such a commanding presence that it made the student pale and politely raise his hands to let him pass. "Please, go ahead." After finding seats, the four-eyed boy was cheerfully chatting with the nearby students, while Althal, with his hand on his chin, thought to himself, "I forgot how noisy kids this age can be." Suddenly, a woman appeared on the stage. She snapped her fingers, making all the students incredibly surprised. Althal was intrigued. "I knew she could use sound magic, but I didn't realize she was so skilled that she could cover this entire large building," he thought. "I apologize for this rudeness," the woman said, "but I don't like to raise my voice. It's not good for my throat, especially at my age. Allow me to welcome all of you, future leaders, students, and the strength of Dickon, to this humble academy. My name is Principal Goodsky. Although I feel this speech is quite long and probably very boring, I realize this year is very special. I am very proud to say that since the establishment of this academy, we have never had so many dwarves and elves attending as we do today. So, who better to welcome everyone than the students who will help guide and listen to everyone? Please give a round of applause for the members of the Student Council of Cyrus Academy. And with that, the students stepped out from behind the curtain, waving friendly greetings to everyone. The four-eyed boy was excited. Look, it's Lilia. Should we stir up some excitement for her? One student stepped out with such a commanding presence that it made all the students marvel, even the pet lying in Althal's lap. Wow, who is that? Someone exclaimed. Only Altho calmly smiled. It's been a while. Tessia. Everyone began to murmur. That's Princess Tessia, the one I was talking about. I heard she enrolled last year as Principal Goodsky's disciple. What? We've always known the principal never takes on disciples, but this proves she must be very talented. Moreover, she's so beautiful it's unfair. They say she's very cold and strict. Who cares about that? I wonder what I need to do to get her to notice me, even just once. Hello everyone, my name is Tessia, President of the Student Council. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for being accepted into the most prestigious academy for mages on this continent. As a first-year student like you, I was granted the privilege of observing the academy for a year. Alongside the lessons and friends in the academy, I also witnessed the discrimination against academic students that we are facing. If even the small differences in uniforms are enough to hinder and separate everyone, I truly worry about the consequences that racial differences will bring. Today, I stand here before you, the new generation of students, and I urge you all to abandon the prejudices of the old generation that have created hostilities among races. Just as the noble families came together to form the council, we should do something similar for the future of this continent. Althal's pet excitedly pointed towards the stage. Dad, Mom is down there. Should we go and greet her? Why is she my mother? Althal wondered aloud. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey Althal, I think I'm in love. The four-eyed boy was gazing at the princess with infatuated eyes. Althal looked at him skeptically. Why are you looking at me like that? Because you've said the same thing since we walked to this building. Althal replied. Shut up, but she's different. Althal noticed that she had changed a bit. Haha, how can you tell how she has changed? Unless you know her, the same way you coincidentally know Prince Chris and Princess Serlin. Are my invitation letters to beautiful people all gone? The four-eyed boy asked, shaking his head. Althal used both hands to push his friend's face away and said, Forget about that, you weirdo. After the speech, the opening ceremony finally ended. Although the four-eyed boy knew the things they talked about were important, he still found it incredibly boring. When Althal's pet jumped onto his head, everyone around started looking at him, wondering if he was unaware or just didn't care. The four-eyed boy grumbled, feeling it was a waste of time. As they walked, they suddenly saw a group of students making a commotion. Wake up! How can a dwarf like you dream of becoming a true enchanter? Why don't you stick to making weapons for real warriors like me? What did you just say? Who you think you are? The dwarf retorted. The four-eyed boy curiously approached. Let's go see what's happening. He felt disappointed, as it seemed like another case of racial discrimination. It looked like the dwarf was going to face some trouble again. My name is Nicholas Drayle. The taller boy taunted. Why will you challenge me, Shorty? Or can you only bark? The dwarf, enraged, responded, You will regret this. I, Brosnian Boar, declare a duel between myself and Nicholas Drayle. Nicholas lifted the badge on his chest and smugly replied, I accept your challenge. Although noticed the badge on his own shirt and realized, so these artifacts the school gives to students can create a protective barrier for battles within the academy. Interesting. And so the duel began. The four-eyed boy cheered for the dwarf, while Althal observed. The provocateur was a red core enchanter, and the dwarf was a black core enchanter. Let's see what they can do, Althal thought, watching both opponents' determined expressions as they chanted their spells. The four-eyed boy, standing outside the barrier, muttered, What kind of blunt blade is that, to control earth elements like that as an enchanter when he's only a red core mage? It shows he's not only talented, but has also practiced a lot. After a while of fighting, Nicholas continuously dodged the dwarf's attacks. The dwarf shouted, "Why do you fight like a coward?" "You call me a coward. Winning is winning, shorty," Nicholas retorted. "When the barrier breaks, the battle should end, but I don't think Nicholas intends to stop." As Althal predicted, Nicholas raised his foot and sneered, "Let's see how you fight with a broken arm, you novice." The four-eyed boy saw this as an opportunity to be the hero and started stepping toward them. But as he was moving, he heard Althal shout loudly, "Oh no, that's the student council president." Hearing that made Nicholas look around in fear. "Where's the president?" Althal laughed playfully. "Oh, I must have been mistaken." Misunderstanding Althal's intention, the four-eyed boy grumbled, "You just ruined my chance to shine." "Your chance?" Althal responded. "You mean your chance to bully a sword wielder?" Nicholas, annoyed, walked toward Althal and grabbed his shoulder. "Are you challenging me, you academic brat? How dare you ruin my fight?" The four-eyed boy tried to calm him down. "Relax. Discrimination isn't cool, you know. Besides, I'm pretty sure the fight ended a while ago." Nicholas sneered, "I decide when the fight ends, weakling." "I don't think so," Althal replied calmly. "Don't let me catch you in class." Nicholas threatened as he turned to leave. Althal sighed, and his pet spat on Nicholas' neck. Enraged, Nicholas spun around, but Althal quickly said, "That wasn't me." Nicholas raised his hand to strike Althal. "You dare." A commanding voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. This time, it was indeed the student council president. "I need to finish the agenda for the disciplinary committee meeting, which runs from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., she said, deep in thought. "I didn't see him during the speech. Did he skip the opening ceremony?" But Goodsky said he attended. "How should I react when I find him? Should I be cold or friendly? What if he sees me first?" A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. "President, President," someone called out, "are you feeling unwell?" "We'll cancel the meetings if—" "No, I'm fine," she reassured, waving her hand. "There's a lot to do today." Then, suddenly, she spotted Althal, the one she had been searching for. She looked in his direction. The guy next to her said, "That Nicholas from the Drail family is one of the promising students who enrolled last year. The red-haired guy seems to be a first year, but I don't recognize him among the noble students, so he's probably a commoner." Nicholas warned Althal not to cross him in class and prepared to attack him. The student council president and Lilia thought that the boy would be in serious trouble if he messed with Althal. Oh no, they quickly headed towards them. Nicholas quickly pointed towards the dwarf and explained, "This is a misunderstanding. I accepted a duel from that dwarf when this first-year kid interrupted us." Althal cheerfully waved. Lilia asked, "Althal, what's going on here?" The president was surprised. "Do you two know each other?" Lilia responded happily. "Yes, Althal's father and my father have worked together for many years, so we've been childhood friends." Althal added, "We lived together for a while." The president, surprised, said, "Oh really?" Lilia, embarrassed, said, "You might give people the wrong idea saying it like that." Althal replied, "I'm not wrong though." Setting their conversation aside, the man accompanying the president asked Nicholas, "What's the meaning of this? Even if you were interrupted, you are not allowed to point your weapon at him." Nicholas stammered, "I just meant to scare him. Of course, I wasn't going to attack." The president said, "If that's the case, we can let you off this time. But pointing your weapon at someone outside the dueling area is against Academy rules. Even if you put your weapon away before attacking, your actions warrant suspension. If you had harmed a single hair on my head, expulsion would have been a lenient punishment." The president approached angrily, making Nicholas very frightened. "So I'll ask again, do you dare?" Nicholas, trembling, bowed towards Althal. "I apologize for acting rashly out of anger. Your actions will be reported. Now, everyone, disperse. And you," the president addressed Althal, "why are you causing trouble as soon as you enroll? Your grandfather said you should stay humble. What would happen if you fought a second-year student?" "Too easy," Althal replied. "What?" Althal asked, confused. "Are you really blaming me after only seeing the last 5 seconds of what happened? It doesn't matter. Do you know what could have happened if the situation escalated?" Nicholas was prepared to seriously injure him, even after the shield broke. Althal pointed to the dwarf. If I hadn't distracted him, he would have faced an even bigger problem. The four-eyed friend tugged at Althal. Come on, let's go. The president isn't wrong, he said. Althal, frustrated, turned away, and the four-eyed friend tried to stop him, but was unsuccessful. Lilia patted the four-eyed friend on the shoulder to console him. But then a hand rested on Althal's shoulder. Wait, freshman, were you raised in the woods? Seeing this, the president worriedly intervened. Stop right now. I can't, President, the man said. I can't accept his disrespectful attitude towards you. There's no doubt he wasn't raised properly. Althal sighed and said, I'm really starting to hate how people keep grabbing me like this. The guy, surprised, asked, What do you mean, you think? Before he could finish, Althal threw him far away. The three people behind him were terrified. Lilia ran over and asked, Are you okay? The president tried to pull Althal back, but hesitated for some reason. When she got home, she leaned against the wall, exhausted, and said, Everything's ruined. She then walked dejectedly to her bed, clenched her hand on the blanket, and hit her head on the pillow before collapsing onto the bed. She angrily thought, Is this my fault? I was just looking for Althal. If he causes trouble like always, not only will he lose access to the library, but also other training facilities. Maybe I shouldn't have been so strict. He wasn't the one wielding the weapon, but he himself is a weapon. And more importantly, why is he living with Lilia? Does he just find lost girls and take them home? It's all my good guy's fault for making me the student council president. If I weren't, I wouldn't have to care about treating all students fairly. We could just be together. There was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. President, it's clear. I wanted to check on you. You seemed exhausted during the meeting after running into that first year. I'm fine. I'm not the one who was thrown. Clear asked, Who is he? How dare he talk to you like that when you were just giving him advice? Should I tell the principal? No, let it go. It's over. Besides, why does he have to keep getting more handsome? How many students are going to fall for him? Clear left, feeling helpless after hearing the president's words. Meanwhile, Althal and his friend had returned to their room. They were unpacking and noticed the provided sheets were really nice. This academy is huge, his friend said. I didn't think it would take this long to explore. Althal didn't know how to respond. His friend asked, Are you still upset about bumping into the vice president? Yeah, that and other things. It's strange for me to stand and argue. Normally, I would just ignore and walk away. Althal frowned, thinking, What Tessia said wasn't wrong. Why am I so annoyed? Is it because it was Tessia who said it? His friend asked, trying to lighten the mood. Forget about it, Althal said, trying to push the thoughts out of his mind. Hearing a knock on the door, Althal opened it and asked, Who is it? Good evening, Althal. May I come in? The curious friend peeked out to see who it was and was surprised to see Principal Goodsky. He ran to the door and politely said, It's such an honor to meet you up close like this, ma'am. Principal Goodsky asked Eliugia. Ah, I've heard great things about you from Vincent. Hearing that, Eliugia was very pleased, cutting into the conversation, although invited the principal inside. Realizing they needed to talk privately, the friend quickly said, I'll go get some water downstairs. Oh, thank you. When the friend left, the two of them sat across from each other. I've told you to call me ma'am, and you've refused before, Principal Goodsky remarked, looking at the contract beast. It seems that not only your contract beast has changed. I can only sense the wind and earth elements from you. Are you using any concealment spells? I can't say I'm not disappointed, she continued. I was hoping to boast about protecting a child with 4 elements. I was also quite pleased to see you register as an academic mage, just as I had predicted. Eliugia looked at the bracelet and said, I was planning to tell you about that when we met, but I made a troublesome enemy while I was an adventurer, and I don't want given any reason to suspect me. At least not now. Principal Goodsky covered her mouth and laughed. Only you would dare to call Lucas' younger brother, who is also the heir to one of the most influential military families, just a troublesome enemy. I worry more about your real enemies in the future. You're always like that. You shouldn't say those things to a child just starting school. Eliugia responded. Haha, you're right. I apologize. Don't worry, but if we're talking about school, I need to ask you for a favor, Principal Goodsky said. What is it? Eliugia asked. I want to attend advanced mana theory classes, especially those on special elements. He replied. That's not difficult, but I thought one of the main reasons you joined the academy so late was to integrate with your peers, she said. I will still attend regular classes with my peers. I just have a desire to learn more about the application of mana and special elements because I've been stuck lately. Lug explained, thinking to himself, and because my old world had no such thing. All right, leave it to me. I can also give you a pass to observe close combat sessions between upper-class mages, she offered. Wow, yes, ma'am. What do you need me to do? Hearing this, the boy suddenly opened the door and said, how can you be so disrespectful to the principal? How can you see his kindness as having ulterior motives? No, I really didn't mean it that way. Hearing this, the boy felt very embarrassed and didn't know what to say next. He just quietly placed the glasses of water he had brought on the table. The principal asked, you are worried about the student council, aren't you? Yes, if they are what people usually call the shield of the academy. This year I want them to be known as the Sharp Swords. I want you to join the disciplinary committee. Although surprised, he asked, the disciplinary committee? But I'm just a freshman and not even a combat mage. The principal calmly responded, my playground, my rules. Drop the special class. You can study on your own in the library. But underclassmen aren't allowed to access those books. Not even upperclassmen, unless they prove they have a special element, which I currently can't do. Sitting beside him, his friend watched the conversation unfold as if they were old friends, not a student and the principal. Moreover, members of the disciplinary committee are chosen for their strength. So you'll have friends to learn and train with. I'll also grant them access to some top-secret training facilities. You mean those chosen are based on strength? That means... She raised her hand to stop him. Even though the Wykes family insisted on a position for Lucas, I refused because I wanted you to join. You've been preparing for this, haven't you? Yes, I'm pursuing you for this role. All right then, but that training better be intense. Of course, she turned into a box containing clothes. I placed a disciplinary council uniform for the boy. Then, holding the set in his hand, he felt quite annoyed knowing she knew for sure he would agree. Although, make peace with the head of the student council, Tessia, and leave soon. It's not good to be angry with a childhood friend. You were surprised by Tessia, your childhood friend. Two of them walked out of the Althal court. Sorry, I was going to tell you, but everything is like that now. It's okay, I also have a childhood friend. Her name is Hyogate. I understand. She looks like a cute little girl. Lilia Princess Serlin, and now Princess Tessia. What's next? Are you going to Taz the princess? No, I have never courted anyone. Is it worse, or do you just need to release hormones that attract others? I want that too, but you're so strange to love me, aren't you? That's why you love me, because you are also crazy waiting for me. Suddenly, everyone at home eating looked at Althal. It seems that rumors about Altho have been spread everywhere. Altho scratched his head without me being famous. You feel so crazy. I'm sorry I didn't notice. You are wasting your time with an inferior person. My name is Charles from the famous Ravenpour clan. You must have heard of it. Today, I feel quite generous, so I will let you join our group. I'm sure you won't regret it. Hearing that, Altho and his friend were very surprised. The Ravenpour clan is quite strong. No one names a noble clan after a bird. Oh, sorry, I must have heard it wrong. Seeing that, he was angry and hit both trays of their food. Do you dare to insult the nobility? I went through the trouble to invite you in to make sure you don't lower yourself to play with this trashy academic guy. But do you dare to insult me? Angry, my friend stood up and said, why should I go with someone who looks down on me? My best friend is open about it. We are all sorcerers in this academy, so don't think about it yourself. He said we were all sorcerers. Maybe you live in the forest, so you don't know the difference between us and it. He replied with a tough attitude. I live in a real wall, and even the student council says we shouldn't discriminate against us. Of course. They say that for political reasons and appearances, not reality. He raised his hand to hit Althal and said, the only way to make you aware of it is to see it. Before he could strike Althal, he was attacked by something and couldn't see who did it. It was probably just coincidence. There's no way this academic kid could move that fast. He continued to intend to strike Althal, but his friend stood in front of him. Although said, I can avoid it, but Iliugia. Before he could finish, the other guy was entangled by vines. What is this? He thought. Are their students strong enough to use such powerful magic? Or is this the magic of this instructor? Altho looked towards the door, smiling and perhaps knew who had intervened. He wasn't sure how to handle him if he used magic here. It would only cause trouble for him and Ilugia. Or did the guy say, "Do you think you can escape this? Wait until I tell Mom." But suddenly he realized, why does this kid have such pressure? Why does that academic look different now? Altho said, "You noble kids seem to like boasting about your wealth and power. What you're doing is just demeaning your family." He arrogantly replied, "Putting trash like you in your place is what we should do. My family should be truly proud of it." His friend standing beside him saw Altho looking like he was about to eat that guy. "What should I do now? Should I intervene?" Altho responded to the other guy, "Really? Well then, let me teach you a lesson. I have no weapon, and I'm tightly bound. What can you do to me when so many people are watching?" He raised his hand and said, "Something worse than physical injury. Do you think an insignificant kid like you can escape using magic?" He stepped closer, pulled down his pants, and the people around him were horrified and discussing. "Why isn't anything visible? Go on, you guys, don't look." Altho coldly turned and walked out of the house. "Eat, and I'll be back soon," he said. He confidently replied, "That's right, it's definitely." As he stepped outside, the night sky was full of stars along with the moon, incredibly romantic. He approached where the president was sitting next to her. He smiled and thanked her for the help. She lowered her head and said softly, "I know you didn't need to." He looked up at the sky and replied, "You did help. We didn't get into trouble a second time today." Suddenly, he fell silent, unsure of what else to say. He moved closer to her again and apologized. Unexpectedly, she also looked up and apologized to Altho. Her head collided with Altho's chin, causing both of them pain. He chuckled and said, "Ouch, I just heard my jaw crack." But he realized something was wrong again. Once more, he'd approached her and found her crying. He asked with concern, but she told him to be quiet because it hurt. Surprised, he asked, "Is it that painful?" She leaned her head back, her face contorting in pain as she touched her swollen cheek. He smiled gently, pulling her head to rest on his shoulder. "I thought you hated me," she said softly. Altho replied gently, "Even if I get angry at you sometimes, Tessia, I would never hate you." She replied, "I don't like that either, you know." She looked up at Altho with sparkling eyes. "I don't want you to get angry at me. Although apologize, I know I was wrong this time. I know you were looking for me. I shouldn't have shouted at you like that. I'm the one who was wrong, not you. I shouldn't have said those things to you in front of everyone. I guess I'm still trying to get used to this thing called being the student council president." Their four-eyed friend with the contracted beast stepped out cheerfully, saying, "That guy just got out of the vines and pulled up his pants. Haha, you should have seen his face." Before he could finish, he saw the two of them embracing each other. "Oh my God, am I interrupting something here?" He waved to Altho and said, "Altho, what's this fool thinking?" The beast on his friend's shoulder had now jumped down, called his mom, and snuggled into her lap. Altho stood up, raised his hand, and said, "Let's go for a walk." They walked and talked, unable to believe such things had happened when he was an adventurer. "As for me, I never expected Principal Goodski to be so close to you. No wonder she knows so much about me. That's partly why I became her disciple, isn't it? I think your skills are the main reason," she said softly, looking at Altho. "He's changed a lot since the last time I saw him. Even the way he moves feels deliberate, and his damn face. I envy Jasmine so much. I wish I could have gone adventuring with Altho 2 years ago." Altho looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" She startled, embarrassed. "No, nothing, ha." After a while, it seemed they had returned to the dormitory. "Oh, I forgot," he said, taking out the green monster core he had captured during the adventure. She was surprised. "I heard Master Goodscat talk about this, but Altho said it's a small gift to congratulate you on becoming a dual-element mage." Then he handed it to her. "I couldn't accept such a precious gift," she said. He smiled and said, "I couldn't think of a better gift for you. Well, tomorrow is an important day for both of us, right? Let's go to sleep. See you later." He waved goodbye with his beast, and she smiled, holding the monster core close to her chest and waving back. "Even now, he gives me something so valuable so easily," she thought as Altho returned to his room, opening the door to find his friend wrapped tightly in a blanket. Suddenly, he poked his head out, his tone and face extremely eerie. "Welcome back, Altho." Startled, he jumped back, his heart pounding. "Sit down, please. And please explain what I just saw earlier, he said. All right, and so the two of them got into bed, lying down and confiding. His friend asked, even when you two are childhood friends, I still can't believe the moon goddess rested her head on your shoulder. Moon goddess. You just came up with that, didn't you? That's the name the whole school uses to call our student council president. That's all. But why the moon goddess? His friend sat up to explain. Because she shines like the moon. Although, you're being silly. The moon is almost within your reach. But no matter how hard you try, you can't touch it. His friend said angrily, turning to Althal. But you just touched the moon. You hugged the moon tightly. Aldo threw a pillow straight at his face. Go to bed. The next morning, Aldo woke up and prepared his clothes neatly while his friend was still asleep, muttering about the moon being too far away. Aldo and his beast walked to a room where Sylvie was, attracting the attention of everyone around. This was the place to see who was the strongest at Cyrus Academy. As soon as he entered, a large lion rushed up and growled at him. Aldo stepped back towards the man, wiping his sweat. Is this a plan prepared in advance to see how thick my skin is? He asked. The man replied, that will do. It seems Principal Goodsky has chosen an interesting person. It might be because you deserve it, or just hereditary. He said to Althal, blood can't lie, can it? Aldo asked apologetically. The man laughed and said, it's all right. It's just an old saying. Anyway, my name is Kai Cressless. Call me Kai. Aldo introduced himself and shook hands, saying he was glad to meet him. He then pointed to his pet and said, and this is my summoned beast. The man chuckled awkwardly, thinking, what kind of monster can make Sylvie obey like that? Another person appeared, plus 3 beautiful boys, and there wasn't a real man in the council. So although he remembered, isn't this Helgarth my friend told me about? Why did he come forward? Helgarth said, I'm Doradria. I'm a freshman. Nice to meet you. Doradri, I'm Arlie Wynn, also a freshman, like you. Let's shake hands and get acquainted. But not so quickly, Curtis said, urging them to hurry. The other members are waiting for us in another room. Helgarth said, Principal Goodsky hasn't told us your name yet, which made us curious. The girl grabbed Althal's hand and rushed in. The last person has arrived, everyone. I knew it had to be you, Althal. I'm not that surprised, Curtis said. The two of them looked at the summoned beast and said, it seems the opposite has happened. Huh. Is this your summoned beast? Althal said, wait, isn't that the lion from your world that you bought at the auction? The first time we met. Exactly, his friend replied. We formed an equal contract before it reached rank A. Congratulations. It's great to see you again. Likewise, Althal responded, and welcome to the disciplinary committee. Everyone looked surprised and asked if the two knew each other. His friend answered, not just me. This answer made Althal curious. A beautiful girl descended the stairs. Nice to see you again, Althal, she said. Likewise, Princess Serlin, he replied. Are you forgetting someone? Long time no see, Althal. Apologies, I know you. He replied firmly. I'm Faerith. Though I'm also a freshman like you, I'm a few years older, so please treat me with respect. All right, reminiscing too much. Everything feels like just yesterday, doesn't it? The day I knocked you out, he chuckled. Today, you deliberately bring that up, huh? Seems like we're strangers now, said Claire Blayhart, a 6th-year student and leader of this chaotic group. Blayhart, are you related to Caspian? Aldo asked. She replied, oh, you know my uncle. Just stories I've heard about Caspian's amazing power from my father. Ah, my uncle started training me right after I woke up, so many of my skills resemble his. But I'm glad you recognize his name. The boy next to the girl looked at Althal and wondered aloud. Seems like the disciplinary committee is pretty ruthless now, letting annoying people join. He raised his hand to shake Althal's hand. As they shook hands, Aldo suddenly realized it was gravity magic. You tested me, huh? If not for my body's harmony with Sylvie's summoned beast's willpower, I wouldn't be standing here. After they shook hands, everyone was surprised that Althal wasn't bad. One person clapped. Looks like Althal isn't just a handsome face, huh? The other boy facepalmed when he did that. I'm a magic magician, he said. He's a magic magician, but don't compare me to a rogue like him. The girl, who was carrying both on her shoulders, said, all right, enough excitement. We need to get started with the introduction urgently. This will be the first time members of the disciplinary committee reveal themselves to all students. Althal replied, "Hold on. I didn't know about this, so I haven't prepared anything. No need for preparation. The student council will make the announcement. We just need to step out and look cool." Althal chuckled. "I bet there will be a giant Ranka monster. It'll be useful." The team captain clapped his hands. "Let's inform all the students out there what they'll face if they break any rules." Now that all the rules have been announced, the student council solemnly introduces to everyone an organization chosen by the headmaster himself, tasked with resolving disputes between students and applying penalties to violators, to maintain peace and safety for all students. Please join me in welcoming them, the disciplinary committee. After the disciplinary committee was introduced to all the students, on a fine day, they began their classes. As they entered the classroom, they began to discuss. "Isn't that one of the members of the disciplinary committee from yesterday?" "Yes, from the ceremony yesterday. I remember his name is Althal." "Jealous that he also signed up for that position." "Huh. A first-year academic brat on the disciplinary committee. Must be some family connection. But I've heard the disciplinary committee has to be really strong." The boy with 4 eyes patted Alvo on the shoulder, teasing, "See, someone's already famous." Althal sighed. "I never thought being on the disciplinary committee would make me this famous. In each story, being one of the 8 students allowed to wear this black uniform in the academy has made me famous enough." As everyone buzzed with excitement, the lecturer entered. Althal looked towards him and realized he was a magic mage. "He controls just enough core to make you unable to sense the core level," he thought. The lecturer slammed a large book shut, breaking the buzzing atmosphere. Everyone fell silent. "Now that I have your attention, let me welcome you to class. Basic Mana Theory. I am Professor AVUS. I know you students have more interesting topics to discuss amongst yourselves, but I want you to pay attention during class time. Although this is a basic class, it's mandatory for you to grasp the content we'll be covering this term. To emphasize that, I'll be giving you interesting projects and assignments throughout the course. With the changes starting this year, I believe discussions about the prejudice towards pure magic mages over magic-enhanced mages will truly emerge. In the past, reaching the bronze core level was considered extremely difficult. Magic-type mages had a significant advantage over enhancement-type mages in terms of physics. Magic-type mages had more mana circuits developed, responsible for absorbing mana from the external environment and transporting it to the mana core inside. Meanwhile, enhancement-type mages had many mana channels to develop, which distributed mana from the mage's core to the rest of the body. Because magic-type mages could absorb mana from the surrounding environment more efficiently, they also found it easier to advance to higher levels. However, as both types advanced to the core level, this difference gradually became less distinct. While the professor lectured, 2 students were not paying attention, discussing something. The professor continued fervently. Magic-type mages will have an easier time distributing mana inside the body, whereas enhancement-type mages will excel in controlling mana application from a distance. As he finished, the professor used a force to push towards the 2 students, making them jump and startle. "Someone answer me. If in the end, both a magic-type mage and an enhancement-type mage reach the silver core level, who will have the advantage? Will the one not only nurturing the core, but also the body gain more benefits or not?" The rest of the class continued with debates on the magic-type students, based on Professor AVUS's earlier argument. Although the debate could only rely on hypotheses and notes about clashes between high-ranking mages, it still kept the students open-minded. The bubble sound signaling the end of the class echoed. Everyone dispersed after class. Altho and his friend greeted each other. His friend said, "My next class is in this direction, so let's meet for lunch." Altho replied, "Remember to save me a spot if you get there first." Moving on to the next class location, Altho sensed that this class would be more interesting. He stretched his shoulders. "It's been a while since I've had to sit for so long." The princess asked, "Can I sit here?" Altho questioned, "But there are still plenty of empty seats. Why here specifically?" Nonetheless, he agreed cheerfully, "Sure, go ahead." The princess thanked him, glancing at Altho's cute familiar spirit. "Look who's here. So you're the princess and my rival. Huh." Altho wondered when they became rivals and why he was sitting next to me like this. "I knew our class would be very popular, but look, it's packed with students." Altho realized it wasn't the brat who had humiliated him. They recognized each other. He's actually studying here. That gives me plenty of chances to embarrass him. As everyone already knows, this class is called mana application, meaning we do very practical things. And that means through examples, because the most valuable knowledge is experience. Right. It's an honor for us to be taught by the members of the disciplinary committee. Alval pondered what that drinker was planning to do. But I'm sure it's not just me. Everyone is curious about the abilities of the new members. Right. But anyway, they are the ones responsible for protecting all the students of this academy. Although thought, who would be foolish enough to fall into a trap? But you were wrong when the person next to you raised their hand, volunteering. Her name is Faerith. She is very honored to represent the disciplinary committee, chosen personally by Headmaster Goodsky, which shows our true abilities. He was absolutely certain and said so. Isn't that right, Faerith? Come down here. He bowed respectfully. I am very honored to be taught and guided by you, because I can't sense the mana core level of the teacher. I think the teacher's level is much higher than mine. Even if I'm a fire mage, I will use long-range attacks in this match. By doing this, even if I lose, there will still be a reason, right? The students above laughed at hearing this. He said, Faerith, protection has been initiated. Let's begin, shall we? Very pleased, he immediately recited his own incantation. Although observed that this was a high-level incantation, adjusting the terrain around him to benefit the user. Unexpectedly, Faerith used such a terrain incantation. I guess that drinker isn't just all talk, because he can create blue flames. He unleashed a series of techniques to defeat him, but he saw that you were still inexperienced. Indeed, as Altho thought, he quickly retaliated against you. Then he confidently said, surrender, you surrender. He is enhancing his own value by humiliating Faerith. Altho comforted you. You did very well. Faerith, consider this a lesson for all tricks. I thought that with my elemental advantage, you Faerith could have protected yourself beforehand. My spell was clearly wrong. Will anyone else from the disciplinary committee assist? The princess stood up and said, I volunteer, which surprised everyone greatly. I didn't think that girl would also volunteer. Mastering ice magic, she just witnessed his fire element. I think Faerith shouldn't rush to speak, but it's too late. She's already there. He bowed and said, Princess, I am honored. Regardless of the outcome of this mock battle, don't be hard on yourself. This girl doesn't react much, does she? But that's okay. Let's begin. After a few warm-up moves, she said, Ignite. He was impressed, just as expected of our princess. Although remembered, wasn't that the incantation Lucas used during his ranking test? He sees her as clever, breaking her own ice dagger to create arrows, but it had no effect on him. He retaliated fiercely. Surprisingly, she didn't defend herself, sensing danger. Everyone was worried. Altho saw that. He rushed down to rescue her from danger. He looked around in confusion. Where did she go? He found Altho had rescued her to safety. She was terrified, sweating profusely. He turned back and said, I think this little game should end now. Right? Yes, teacher. I really appreciate you saving the princess. But that wasn't necessary. I can control myself. People started discussing. Of course, a professor at this prestigious academy would put his student in danger. Exactly, maybe he went too far. He brazenly said, I was ready to dispel magic just now, although thought it was nonsense, because the magic was fully formed and couldn't be dispelled. But Serlin wasn't hurt. I don't have evidence. I had to force him to reveal his true nature. He could only say that. If that's the case, allow me to intercede in this battle. If you want, even if the princess can't continue. He told the princess, Don't misunderstand me, princess. I didn't intend to harm you, although asked if she was okay. She replied that the help was unnecessary, but thanked him for risking his life to save her. Now, Professor, allow me the honor of learning from you. He saw that he had a good weapon because he was an enhancer, so I think it would be fairer for you to choose my fighting style. Anyway, it's okay, you arrogant brat. I want you to choose. Whatever you like, I'll indulge you. I promise to go easy on you. Then the two of them lunged at each other in combat. Altho spoke softly. Oh, really? He realized that the other wasn't using any spells at all, only enhancing his body and sword with mana. How dare he underestimate me, he thought. I believe the members of the disciplinary committee are not a bunch of mice who only know how to hide and run away, right? Provoking him required an attack. Even our esteemed professor couldn't land a single hit on a first-year student. He, enraged, kept attacking continuously. Although, sitting above, thought angrily, should I call the student council? This isn't just a demonstration anymore. After a while of fighting, he felt Altho speeding up. Altho said, even mice become dangerous when cornered, Professor. Saying that, they continued to clash. Faerith, from above, observed that Altho was pushing the professor back. He was on a completely different level. Altho felt it was time to end the battle. Enraged, the professor said, do you think this is enough to defeat me? But this might do it, Altho replied, and the professor was finally defeated. Mockingly, Altho said, thank you, Professor, for your guidance. Seeing him defeat the professor, everyone above applauded. Seeing the princess walk out, he followed, intending to call her back. But Faerith called him back and said, I admit you were quite impressive just now. Just as I expected from my rival. Thank you. You too, Altho replied. If you knew what spell the professor was about to use, I'm sure you would have prepared countermeasures. Haha, of course. I didn't expect him to use such a powerful spell for a demonstration. Otherwise, I would have won for sure. The princess turned back and asked the two of them, what about me? Altho scratched his head and said, well, I might not be the brightest, but I'll say the biggest mistake you made was neglecting to defend yourself in that spell. Finally, after speaking, the three of them fell silent until she turned away again. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I should be going now. See you later. As his rival walked away, Sylvie saw his father looking dejected. He asked, why do you look so sad, Dad? Gently patting his head, his father said, it's nothing important. I just couldn't resolve the issue with the wind element. I've realized that I need to train much harder to achieve my goals. Altho was searching for the next class. Suddenly, he became surprised. His eyes focused on the basic class about artifact craftsmanship, which involved transporting and manipulating mana into items for specific needs. His old world didn't have this. Excuse me, is this seat taken? He asked. If it is, I can sit elsewhere. Altho replied kindly, no, there's no one here. Sit wherever you feel comfortable. Thank you. My name is Emily. Nice to meet you. Then she stammered, my name is Emily Washkent. Please be my friend. I mean, it's nice to meet you. After speaking, she thought, damn it, he must think I'm weird. He extended his hand and said, my name is Altho. Since this is our first meeting, let's start with getting to know each other. She eagerly shook his hand. Through the handshake, he sensed she must have practiced a lot. She timidly said, oh, sorry, you must find it gross. It's okay. I also had scars from training, he said, showing his hands to make her feel less self-conscious. Wow, you must have trained a lot. No wonder you got into the disciplinary committee. I really admire that, she said. As for me, I just love crafting, so I keep tinkering with tools, which makes my hands quite rough, she added. Really? I'm quite envious of your passion for creativity, he replied. Through fighting, the only thing you get better at is killing and destroying. But with crafting, the better you get, the more things you can create. I never thought of it that way. But it's surprising to hear such thoughts from a 12-year-old, she said. Haha, you talk as if you're not 12 yourself, Altho replied. That's right. No one has mentioned it since I created the projection screen, she said. Altho was taken aback. My God, at what age did she create that? I must say, I am honored to meet a genius like you, he added. Oh, come on. Am I hearing this from a first-year student? She laughed. Even if you have a mana beast, like that strange one with overwhelming power, defeating not only the professor, but also an experienced former adventurer, don't make me laugh. Don't be so surprised. This is a magic academy. News travels fast, and rumors even faster, she concluded. There was the sound of the door opening, and a voice said, hello, commoners. No need to be too excited to have the honor of my presence. Professor Gideon is your instructor for this class. He suddenly noticed, isn't that Altho? I didn't expect you to join my class. Altho thought, he's such a slimeball, but Gideon continued enthusiastically. About 20 years ago, I created. 3 years later, I discovered and created. Have I mentioned that I was responsible for? Altho felt exasperated, thinking, did he come here just to brag? Suddenly, a large bird flew in through the window and perched on his shoulder. Gideon said, "It seems Principal Goodsky is looking for you, which means you won't be able to witness the rest of this life-changing lecture. Go on, kid," Emily remarked. "See, news spreads fast here." Then he went to meet Principal Goodsky. He asked the two beasts on his shoulders, "How long are you two going to keep fighting?" He saw the princess and waved, "Oh, hello," but she ignored him, making him realize something was amiss. He hid behind the door. "Did you call for me, Principal Goodsky?" he asked, feeling slightly anxious. "Oh no, she looks really angry." "Please, have a seat," she said, although quickly spoke up. "If this is about the fight between me and Professor, I only did it because I saw him using." "I didn't call you because of the conflict with Professor," she interrupted, making him curious. After a moment of silence, although asked, "Then why?" "Do you want to become a temporary instructor for the mana transportation class?" she asked. He looked around and said, "Is someone behind me?" "I'm talking to you, kid," she replied. "What did Serlin say to make you decide this?" "Calling her by name now, huh? If you steal the hearts of both princesses, it will be a big trouble, Altho. I'd want to start a world war." "Don't joke about that, but you're kidding, right? I'm still just a student who hasn't even completed the first day of school. Can a student be both a teacher and a student? Come on, it's not that complicated. It's actually quite simple. Of course, it's allowed as long as I say so. There are often cases where senior students are recognized and take on teaching basic classes. You're not that special in that regard. And about Professor Gexa, we've just expelled him from the academy. Don't be so surprised. I've investigated everything." She continued, "With the help of Princess Serlin, he couldn't defend himself. Moreover, I've never seen her take anything this seriously." "Really? But still, I don't understand why you did this, Principal." "Because I have a vacancy that I want you to fill. I'm not hiding anything this time. You don't need to be so suspicious. Besides, I think this will be better for building your reputation than challenging my professors one by one. You'll stand out quite a bit, but I'll protect you if necessary. Parents might complain." "They might, but I'm the principal. It's better than canceling the class. It's up to you, but instead of just sitting in class, you should utilize your time better. You're too idle." Altho thought, "After today, I won't be able to live a low-profile life anymore. I'll give it a try. I'm sure you'll do well." As Altho walked away, she muttered, "That kid always keeps me busy. Negotiating with him is more complicated than with the royal family." "What do you think of the boy, Avi?" she asked. "He's very different. Don't underestimate him as a child. Whether it's his sharp mind or emotional maturity, he's not as he appears." "How can you be so sure?" "Because of his contracted beast. The true form of that fox is a dragon." She was surprised. "Really? I suspect that when he grows up, my power won't be able to compare to his. Don't make an enemy of the boy. If you respect and trust him, he will become your strongest ally. But if you betray him, he could be the reason this continent falls." Altho headed to the cafeteria, where his friend had saved a seat for him. "This is my best friend and roommate, Shazlot. This is Altho. Nice to meet you," Shazlot said. "Nice to meet you too," Altho replied. "How was class without me?" "It was fun, of course. I really enjoyed the basic spells and mana manipulation. However, some parts felt repetitive because of what you had already taught me." "She was in the same spell class with me. She's very talented," Lug said. "Come on, you're making me blush," she replied. "What about you? I heard you took down the professor." "About that, I ended up becoming the instructor for that class." "Sorry, what? You're becoming a professor?" "Yes, I'm taking over teaching that class. Don't spit water in the professor's face. Professor my foot, should I skip some classes to attend yours? I want to see it firsthand." His friend continued, "By the way, she and I are going shopping in town. Do you want to come?" "Yes, you should come with us, although," she added. "Sorry, but I have 3 more classes. I can't skip the advanced courses." "Looks like it's just the 2 of us then, Carlos." "Oh, I forgot. I have plans already, but we should go another time, all 3 of us. See you later. Goodbye, Altho." She picked up her tray and stood up. His friend remarked, "She must be busy. Maybe I'll just bury myself in the library and study, but she's nice and beautiful, isn't she? Do you think I have a chance?" I think you can be good friends, my friend, Althal replied. After lunch, Althal continued to the lecture hall. Everyone around him was glancing and talking about him. Didn't expect to see you in the advanced class, someone remarked. We're over here. Glad to see you again, Althal. Don't embarrass the disciplinary committee, another said. I'll do my best, Althal replied. The entire class was present. I guess there are a few more people, they said. Here they are. Tessia. It's good to see you. Someone said next to Althal. Good afternoon, Princess Tessia. Althal greeted, but for some reason, she suddenly frowned and quickly walked away. She seems in a bad mood today. We should go, someone commented. Althal suddenly froze as he saw the figure of Lucas passing by. Althal immediately recalled what had happened before. He thought to himself, he's really arrogant. All eyes then turned to an eagle in the sky, followed by the appearance of the professor. Hello everyone, I am Professor Gary, and I'll be guiding the mechanical combat class. This hawk is my contracted beast. Althal thought, what a mysterious blue-eyed hawk. Let's see how strong you are. She turned back and looked at Althal, hiding her level and element from the crowd of students. Why? She approached him. Isn't this my new colleague? Nice to meet you, Althal. The students in the class looked at them and started whispering. New colleague. What does that mean? I heard there's a new student turned professor. Althal can't be that student, can he? A student raised their hand and asked Professor Gary, is that true? She smiled and replied, yes, Althal is not just a first-year disciplinary committee member, but also the new professor assigned to the practical mana application class you took in the lower grades. Even though it's a temporary position, I must say I'm quite impressed. The students were astonished. What? You can't be serious. Professor Gary, how is that possible? Even the best upperclassmen don't get to teach, and this first-year student does. That's not fair. There must be some mistake. The captain of the disciplinary committee said, shut up and stop being jealous. Althal sighed. Is she deliberately making herself a target? The professor clapped her hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. Now, we should have more faith in the principal's decisions. Althal has proven himself to some extent by defeating the previous professor of that class. Defeating a lower-grade professor means nothing. Most of us could do that, especially since he was just a rogue adventurer. One student argued, making her feel a bit burnt out. Someone else suggested, why don't you try your skills against the new practical mana application professor? There was a murmur among the students. I'll kill that bastard. Who does he think he is? Althal pointed towards the murmuring group, and then turned back to the professor. Can you believe this, professor? The vice president of the student council muttered, what's with that face? The professor leaned in close to Althal and said, thanks for offering, but Principal Goodsky advised me to be gentle with the upper classes until I get used to the academy. This is just a first-year student in an upper class. We shouldn't treat him specially. You just need to prove your level. Fair enough, right? The students behind him shouted in unison, fair. Feeling a sense of fairness, Althal said, what do you think, Professor? She continued, I want to start the semester with something simple yet fun, like war and conquest. Would that be okay with you, Althal? He sighed in resignation. Since when was war and conquest fun? One member of the disciplinary committee raised their hand. Professor, I have a suggestion. Let's organize a battle. Pit 3 members of the disciplinary committee against each other in one team. This is also a chance for us to learn how to compete as the HM team, added the vice president. The student council also raised their hands. Professor, Princess Tessia, and I could be their opponents in the other team, said the princess, standing beside them, looking extremely surprised. The professor grinned. Now everything is becoming interesting. The disciplinary committee versus the student council. But if it's just 2 of them, it might be unfair. Lucas stood in a corner and raised his hand. I volunteered to join the student council. The professor was amused. You, Wykes, another brilliant first-year student? This can be a great opportunity to test your abilities. Very well, very well. You 6, get ready, the professor instructed. Althal and Lucas stood close to each other, exchanging angry glances. Lucas spoke up, you're just a commoner who took my position on the disciplinary committee. And when was it ever yours? Althal retorted immediately. With that, the 6 of them prepared their attire and protective gear for the upcoming battle alongside their teammates. It's about to happen. The other students eagerly sat waiting to watch the match. Seeing Althaus struggling with his gear, Princess Tessia stepped in to help. "Should Princess Tessia be helping me like this?" He protested, but she patted him on the shoulder and said, "Stop talking so loudly, Professor. Don't pretend to be serious like that, Princess. They won't hear you." "Don't do that, Fui," Althau advised. "I don't know," she replied, then added, "I don't recognize that she doesn't need." Althau quickly covered her mouth with his hand. "I'm hiding most of the elements, so I hope you do too," he told her. "But you don't need to avoid me," she said shyly, her face turning red. Seeing the two of them, the professor spoke loudly. "The two of them are already engaging with the opponents. We'll start in 2 minutes." Tessia quickly pushed Althau away. "Althau, give it your all," she said cheerfully. "I also want to see how much stronger you become." "Be careful with that," she said, her voice cheerful. "Before we start, I have a few rules to discuss. The battle will last a maximum of 30 minutes. Afterward, we'll have a discussion and analyze what happened. The disciplinary committee team will be at a disadvantage because Curtis and Claire's have undergone countless training sessions, unlike the 2 first-year members of the student council. This will surely play a role in determining the victor. If he collapses, the whole team loses. The saddles you are wearing were specially created by artisans to measure the amount of damage your body receives. If it exceeds the encoded threshold, it will emit a loud noise that could be deafening. Anyone who ignores this warning and continues to fight or uses spells will be immediately expelled from my class and may face further consequences. Let's be clear. These devices are not meant to protect you. You should prepare and protect yourself using mana. You may still sustain injuries while wearing them. Don't forget that. Now let the battle begin." Curtis sat atop his contracted beast and moved towards Princess Tessia. Although sensed that he might not be able to defeat the princess, but he could hold her back for a while. Lucas arrogantly wielded his weapon and approached Althau, thinking that coming to this academy would humble him, but apparently not. "Why are you taking so long?" he taunted, "afraid that after today, your reputation will be ruined." The professor observed the battle from atop his beast. Although closed his eyes, smiled, and thought to himself, "You all want to see some fun tricks." With that, he charged towards Lucas. Lucas unleashed his technique, proclaiming it would burn everything in its path, although deftly dodged and used its sword to break through the technique, then leaped back, laughing excitedly. "Exactly as planned," he declared. "Now come at me." Sylvie, seeing her father in danger, immediately asked worriedly, "Father, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he reassured her. "How is everyone else faring in their battles?" Excitedly, she mentioned that her mother was currently dominating Curtis. Curtis, with a grimace, seemed to understand. "If anything unusual happens," he instructed, "let me know immediately." After a few techniques from him, Altho realized that this guy's mana was even greater than when he was still an adventurer. "Darn it, without fire or water elemental abilities, I can't do anything against this heat energy, and my mana can't sustain this intensity either," he muttered. "I'm glad I'm not on the disciplinary council. Having to be in the same team as a weakling like you, I'd probably drop out," Alvo said resignedly, feeling powerless that he couldn't perform his wind magic sufficiently to counter its attacks. "Think, Altho, focus on that fire," he urged himself. "Remember the basic principles of magic. Launch and apply it effectively to achieve the desired outcome. But if I can manipulate the very air particles, I could possibly eliminate the oxygen that sustains the fire," he thought, then unleashed a counterattack on Lucas. "You defeated that pathetic professor so miserably, didn't you?" Lucas taunted. "Running around like that. What are you even doing?" Altho continued to think about his next move. "More importantly, when I use that method, will I still be able to breathe?" he pondered. "But why am I thinking so much? I came to this school for this reason, after all," the professor observed, noting that Lucas seemed more skilled than he had anticipated. "Hellfire is one of the toughest elemental chants. It's challenging," he murmured. "Yet he masters it while still young. Moreover, his mana is greater than that of a silver core mage. The times are changing indeed, dame." She closed her eyes, saying, "Soon, old folks like us will be replaced entirely, especially seeing so many kids like him surpass us. He may lack elemental chance for a mage, but his movements are incredibly fluid and tightly controlled. I'm just curious about this kid. who managed to take down a former adventurer, she added, even if he's as carefree as Game Assist. But how did he live to harness that kind of energy when he was so young? She wondered, watching a series of Aiko's movements. What's he doing? She held her breath. In all seriousness, if he keeps this up, that uniform will tear. She watched Althal and told Dame to lower him down. This little monster, she mumbled, although continued to recall from a separate tongue the intricacies of air manipulation magic, a skill demanding acute attentiveness and intense focus to recite spells accurately. This precision was why there were no sorcerers capable of directly extracting air from an opponent's lungs. Such feats required hours of concentration and precise control, especially when the target was in motion. Wizards thus typically drew on their own bodies as a source of energy or a fixed point on their physique. Observing the professor, although noted his strategic positioning near his own body, maximizing the spell's efficacy. Despite this advantage, executing such a maneuver mid-battle would be challenging. Nevertheless, although pressed forward, contemplating enveloping his body in a thin layer of air to function as a makeshift vacuum, preemptively extinguishing flames before they could touch him. He reasoned it was simpler than facing the current predicament without his uniform being shredded before devising a solution. Meanwhile, Lucas, visibly unnerved, questioned how although had managed to thwart his incantation without outwardly employing any magic. Unperturbed, although declared his intent to resolve everything promptly, prompting him to loudly summon his guardian to awaken. Amidst the tension, although chuckled lightly, remarking that it was time for his adversary to reach his limits as well, sensing something amiss with the sudden surge of mana. The urgency of the situation was clear. Danger loomed, and action was imperative. Focused and determined, although swiftly planned his next move, knowing he was running low on mana after expending much of it mastering the defensive spell. As the confrontation escalated, a surge of primal energy rippled through the air, catching all those attention. Concern etched across his face as he observed Tessia, vulnerable without a protective barrier. With no time to spare, he braced himself against a nearby tree, preparing to shield her with his own body, despite lacking sufficient mana to fully block the impending threat. Tessia's gaze met all those, uncertainty clouding her expression. Even with his resolve, he knew victory against such odds, relying on his two weakest elemental forces, would be daunting. Just then, Curtis charged towards the princess, his voice ringing out with urgency. Focus on the battle ahead. There's no time to look away. The two continued their intense battle. Forgive me, Prince Curtis, she said. He was thrown towards his contracted beast, but she was surprised. What's happening? Why am I like this? Take advantage of the opportunity. Curtis and his contracted beast charged forward. He shouted, just like in training. She could feel the enormous amount of mana they were gathering, seeming to prepare for a large spell. She chanted her own spells, but he continually dodged them. She began to doubt herself. Could something be wrong with my core? I still haven't fully assimilated the mana core. Maybe I should surrender. No, as the student council president, I can't surrender. I can't let everyone think I'm weak. I can't be a coward. I can only win. Curtis and his contracted beast fought hard and managed to make the student council president faint. The professor saw this and hurried over to check on her to avoid any serious consequences. Curtis quickly explained, Professor, I didn't mean to. I didn't know she would faint. It's okay, I understand, the professor replied, and two people rushed over with a medical kit. The professor wondered how he got there and said, everyone, prepare to assess the injuries immediately. She wondered, what the hell just happened? Althal was taken to the medical room to bandage his wounds. He opened his eyes to see Sylvie sitting on him, frowning. Dad, you're so foolish, she said. He laughed and replied, What? Dad is strong, but how did he almost die? If it weren't for Dad, Sylvie wouldn't know what to do. Althal said, Sylvie, I'm sorry. You're right, I was a bit reckless. He patted her head, saying, Don't worry, I won't leave you. I promise. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in, he said. It was Principal Goodsky. She thought there would be no response but seemed relieved he was awake. How do you feel? She asked. A bit worried, as I've been seeing the principal quite a lot lately, he replied. Talking back, I see. Then you must be fine, she said. He nervously asked about Tessia's condition. The good news is that Tessia is in better shape than you, she answered. But it's the will of the beast, isn't it? Her body can't control it. She wondered how he knew. Because I'm the one who gave it to her. I should help her assimilate it. But now it's too difficult. No, you've done enough. It's my fault. I kept the will of the beast a secret. Tessia is in the most sensitive stage of assimilation. If I had informed Professor Gary, this wouldn't have happened. Thank you for sacrificing to save my disciple. Come on, you're acting like I'm about to die, he responded. She stood up to leave, saying, I've contacted the royal family and your family. They will arrive soon. Get some rest. Okay, thank you, Principal. She closed the door and said, You sure you don't want to go in, Tessia? Not daring to face Althal, Tessia replied, No, I can't. Besides, he needs rest. The principal hugged her and said, Then let's go enjoy some delicious desserts. I've just ordered them to boost your courage. As they walked away, Tessia glanced back at the room where Althal was resting. After waking up on a clear and beautiful morning, Althal opened his eyes to see his family appear. He's awake, his father exclaimed. Their faces were full of worry. His mother affectionately asked, How are you feeling? Much better, he replied. I'm sorry for always making you worry. His sister snapped, You look like a mess, big brother. He laughed, jokingly saying, How touching. His sister, annoyed, retorted, Shut up, stinky brother. Their father interjected, She says that, but when she heard the news, she cried louder than your mother. His sister stood up angrily, hitting their father with both hands. You promised not to say that. Althal smiled happily, looking at his sister, feeling proud of how much she worried about him. His mother, sadly stroking his head, asked, Why were you so badly injured on your first day at school? His father added, What else is there to say? Our son has already started fighting at school. You should have seen the other guy, Althal replied. The three of them burst into laughter, but his mother's face turned pale. What did our son do this time? Did he beat someone up? Maybe there's nothing left of them now. We might have to move underground to live with the dwarves. His sister suddenly said, Yes, mother. Principal Goodsky entered and said, The boy was just joking, ma'am. The whole family turned to the door in surprise. Isn't that the king's family? They quickly rushed over to bow. We're honored to meet you, your majesty, his father said. The king touched Althal's father and said, Finally, I get to meet the family of the child who saved my daughter twice. The queen approached his mother, taking her hand and handing her a bouquet of flowers, saying, Yes, we finally get to meet. The king introduced, This is my father, the former king of Elena. Althal's father respectfully shook hands. It's a pleasure to meet you, your majesty. And this is my daughter, Tessia, the king continued. She gently introduced herself. Hello, I'm Tessia, a friend of Althal. With a bit of shyness, it's an honor to meet you all. Althal's parents exchanged glances, looking at the princess, and then back at Althal, smiling knowingly. Althal wondered what they were thinking. His mother cheerfully took the princess's hands. We're so happy to finally meet you. Althal has told us so much about you. Tessia was glad to hear that and couldn't believe her ears. Really? Of course, his mother said, It's great to have a friend like you. She leaned in and whispered to the princess, both now and in the future. The princess was so shy that she had to cover her face with her hands. While everyone was talking, the king's father approached Althal's bed and asked, How are you feeling, kid? Althal replied, A bit nervous about what they're scheming over there. Quiet, the former king said, At worst, you'll end up being my son-in-law. Hearing this, Princess Tessia tugged on her beard and said, I'm sorry about this, Althal. I told them not to come, but they didn't listen. Actually, you ended up like this because of me. Haha, it's okay, Tessia. This is kind of fun, Althal replied. His sister stood beside them, arms crossed, and said, So, you're the one my brother almost died saving. You must be Ellie, right? Althal's sister. You're prettier than I thought, Tessia said. Ellie turned away, saying, Thank you. You're quite pretty yourself. Ellie, she's the one who gave you the bow on your birthday, Althal added. Hearing this, Ellie was both surprised and a little embarrassed. Really? She stammered. Thank you. The princess cheerfully said, Don't mention it. I'm glad you like it. Suddenly, Ellie asked, Brother, who's prettier, me or her? Althal calmly replied, Both of you are equally ugly. His response made both of them think. Luckily, he's injured. Have you checked Tessia's core, sir? How is it? Alvo asked. Fortunately, it's more compatible with the beast core than when you assimilated yours, the former king replied. But how did you get D Good's core? Alvo nonchalantly answered, just killed one. Hearing that, the former king coughed and cleared his throat. Principal Goodsuke said, I hate to break this mood, but Tessia's assimilation process needs to be monitored again. She opened the door and continued. Besides, we have some visitors stuck outside because it's too crowded. As she opened the door, several visitors tumbled in, making everyone in the room laugh. After Althaus' family, Tessia, and her family left, more people came to visit him throughout the day. Some wanted to know what had happened that day, while others were genuinely concerned about his health. Members of the disciplinary committee, the princess, and even the best inventor on the continent visited him. Before leaving, the inventor said, after you recover, you should drop by your personal training room. How do you know about that? Alvo asked. Principal Goodsky called me to build some equipment for you, the inventor replied. Really? For free? What kind of person do you think I am? Besides, now you owe me, he chuckled. Alvo thought to himself, I knew this would happen. At least close the door on your way out. Then he closed his eyes and heard the door open. He said, Old man, what do you want to say now? But when he looked, he saw that it was Princess Tessia. He lifted himself up and asked, Is the assimilation session over? I'm still in the process of recovering, so Master Goodsky wants me to rest a bit earlier, she replied. Although I think it's the best choice, she said. So how does your core feel? Does it still hurt like before, or do you feel any pressure? She covered her mouth and giggled. He asked curiously, What's so funny? She said, You almost died, and you're still worried about me. Although he laughed and replied, Is that so? She said, Just like when you saved me from those bandits. Although he turned around and said, It's been a long time, hasn't it? Seeing his grimace and stammering response, she worriedly came closer and asked, Are you okay? I'm just having a bit of trouble moving. It's okay, Tessia. Don't worry. She lowered her face, feeling downcast. I know, but let me apologize. He laughed. I told you not to apologize anymore. It's in the past. Not because of that, but because I'm taking advantage of you like this. Then she leaned in, gave him a fierce kiss, and quickly ran out, blushing furiously. Oh my God, I just kissed him. That was my first kiss. Did I do the right thing? She wondered, do I look weird? Then she looked into the mirror and pouted her lips. She leaned her head against the window in frustration. I might have been too forward. He might think I'm indecent and frivolous. Should I go back and say it was just a joke? She reassured herself to stay calm. No, you did the right thing, Tessia. If you wait for him, when will your relationship progress? If you don't do anything, he'll think you're just a child. This is for the best. Besides, what if he doesn't like you? Well, that's his loss. She listed her strengths. I'm a talented mage, smart and famous too. I'm not being arrogant, but you don't look bad either. It's just his loss. Thinking that, she walked away. Arthur was still in shock over what had just happened. I just kissed Tessia. I just kissed Tessia. She's only 13 years old. I'm doomed. Have I become a criminal? He worried, sweating and shaking his head. No. I'm still living in the body of a 12-year-old boy. But in this world, many people my age are already preparing to get married. Besides, she was the one who kissed me first. He remembered and slapped himself hard. Damn it. This stupid body with its immature hormones. Calm down. He lay down, placing a hand on his forehead, thinking, what am I doing? The story was temporarily put on hold. On a clear morning the next day, students were happily chatting by the classroom door, where a notice was posted stating that classes would continue for 2 more days. Soon after, discussions ensued. Have you heard? The new teacher for this class is just a first-year student. I heard he defeated the old teacher and took over. No way. I wonder if he can handle that first-year student. Should I try becoming a teacher like him? Unexpectedly, the principal along with the inventor Alval and another man arrived at a certain place. The principal asked, Tomorrow is your first teaching session. Do you have enough time to prepare your lesson plan? Alval replied, I just got discharged from a hospital yesterday, so probably not, but I'll manage. By the way, have you inquired about Tessia's evolution process? The principal asked with concern for the young girl. "I'll visit her. That should be fine," replied Altho awkwardly. The principal continued. "The core assimilation process is going smoothly with the help of Mr. Varian, but he's about to return to Elena. Do you plan to replace him?" Before he could finish, the elderly inventor said to the man, "You can leave now," then turned to the other two and said, "That's it. Let's start the presentation." "I never expected you to be so enthusiastic about this," said Professor Gideon. "You're always complaining about wasting your precious time. I want this kid to be shocked, so I had to get excited. This will definitely make him speechless," replied the inventor. "I just asked you to make a few training items, but I've made it much more grand." He pushed open the door, revealing a stunning scene inside. Even Altho exclaimed, "This room is amazing." The inventor loudly declared, "Look at the items I've created, not just this room." The principal noticed a faint mana fluctuation. "What is this?" "I'm glad you asked, Principal," the inventor replied. "This is an item that can alter magical signs and shield against mana, withstand the effects of spells, and even enhance the abilities of mid-tier mages. This is the latest and greatest version of the training and explosion sensing device I created, also known as Tobis." He grabbed Tobis' cloth and said, "I'm currently configuring its basic technical parameters at level 5, equivalent to a core mana beast." Altho removed the ring from his hand and asked, "So, you mean that doll-like figure is as powerful as a core gold mage?" The inventor replied, "Tobis' body is made of iron, so it's extremely sturdy. Therefore, while its damage output is limited to that level, its overall durability is quite high." Before he could finish, Altho stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the center of Tobis. With just that punch, Tobis collapsed to the ground. "You're right. We need to upgrade Tobis," Altho remarked. Gideon stood there gaping in astonishment. In another development, Luca's older brother and his team were on a mission to eliminate something. One of his teammates asked, "Have you ever seen a demon head like this before?" He replied, "Never. They're not usually this large, and that disgusting gray color." Both were certain, "No spirit or dwarf has set foot in this dungeon. We're sure this is Byron's." The expert spoke of an error and led them downstairs. "This place has been buried for a long time," he said, gripping the green thread tightly in his hand. He said seriously, "The situation has become more severe." Returning to Altho's training with Tobis, both appear injured from fighting. But Tobis seems to be more injured than you. As a bystander, you felt, "Oh, Tobis is really pitiful." Meanwhile, the principal and his companion gambled on something, and it seems the principal won. He asked the boy if he was really injured or if he had a conspiracy with the principal, Good Sky. "Well, you don't see the steps," he said, confused. "But I thought you were dancing to congratulate King Sapin." "No, he's ready with his pen and pad this time. Do you have any comments?" You replied, "Tobis' joints seem rather weak, so we need to find a way to reinforce those positions. Even without a chant, magic elemental attack is quite limited, if it doesn't generate an element. Let's suppose Tobis fights with a strength expert. You may not be a demon, but is there anything left?" "Though not sure, I think Tobis' mana reinforcement needs to be strengthened." You went to him, took the towel, and prepared it. "Thanks," said Altho, causing him and the principal to be amazed. Although, to give them a better understanding, now Tobis is emitting a protective barrier around his body. Even though it's the quickest and easiest way to protect oneself for a mage, it's quite vulnerable if attacked in one spot. Though this might sound a bit complex and intricate, it's better if Tobis could control a mana shield, created from individual small mana shields linked together. This way, once a barrier is set up, Tobis can quickly and easily fill in any gaps once they are breached, without wasting any excess mana from its core to create a completely new shield. "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" the headmaster asked. "So you mean you can create a mana shield like that? That's interesting. Though it takes longer to conceive a spell to create a shield like that, it will be more flexible compared to the traditional shields that mages often use," he said. Again, the headmaster approached and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" He pointed back in the opposite direction and said, "Come on, Professor, watch out for the first day's lecture." As he walked back toward the lecture hall, exhausted, he realized that he probably shouldn't have fought with 7th level Tobis, while his body was not completely recovered. Sylvie, who was walking alongside, said in an hour, the stick in his hand tricked on something, almost making him fall. Luckily, he touched someone's shoulder. He apologized and realized that it was Princess Dickathen, who pulled his hand and led him away. "What are you doing? You should rest more." Everyone was discussing anxiously in the classroom. "I heard that our professor will be in class today." "I know, but it's hard to believe." "That's right. I came to see if the first year's name was really going to be taught today." One person feels that eavesdropping is a bit of a shame, but at least Al Thal is not only an opponent but also a teammate. "Personally, I really want to see what this first year will teach." I thought he was warm, pretending to know what he was doing. "I've been taught by several fifth-year guys. I'll ask a few questions that the first years don't know. My father has donated thousands of gold a year to this academy. Yet they dare to let the first year teach. That's improper." I stole the image. "Can you take it for him to see what they're doing?" "I don't see anything that can be done." After collecting the information, the teammate can only say, "The Lord blesses your opponent. I will support you in my heart." The door swung open, and you appeared, holding a staff and accompanied by the princess. Everyone looked astonished, just as I expected. He really knows how to make an entrance, Altho thought, observing the noisy class. He turned his head elsewhere, annoyed. The girl was also a princess. He turned to her and said, "Now I can walk on my own." "Thanks." He stood tall and introduced himself. "My name is Al Thal. I am a member of the disciplinary committee, son of two great wizards, an ordinary older brother, and now your new professor." The upperclassmen shouted insults. "Get lost. What can a first year like you teach us?" "What a joke. I'll have to file a complaint." He covered one ear and looked down at his pet. "At least they seem energetic." He pondered aloud. "Do you think if Headmistress Goodski or another professor had come with me, things would be different?" She must have planned it all. Suddenly, a tall student approached, and Altho sternly asked, "What do you think you're doing?" "I just suddenly wanted to become a professor. I just need to do what you did. Knock the professor down a peg." The crowd above cheered to show who was strongest. Go to Leicester and kick his ass. Show him what a second year can do, he arrogantly suggested. "Hurry up and call me professor." Although sat down. Headmistress Goodski forgot to send me any official documents. But whether I like it or not, I will teach this class. If anyone has a problem with that, feel free to leave. I won't stop you. In fact, I'll even allow you to join another class if you want. However, if you're curious why a kid like me, still injured, became a professor at the prestigious Dickitten Academy of Magic, I encourage you to stay and learn. Looking back at the boy from earlier, he asked, "How long do you plan to stand there? Either leave this room or go back to your seat. Your choice." He promptly stood up. "Yes, sir." Although glanced at the students, who sat quietly and seriously, not daring to discuss anything further. "Looks like our class is full today. Let's begin. Since this is a mana manipulation practical class, I'll ask a practical question. What's the best way to harness mana from the surrounding air?" As they discussed the question, "Do you know what I think?" A hand went up, over there, with the ponytail. She stood up and replied, "A mage will effectively manipulate mana by absorbing the naturally occurring mana in the air into their mana core, where mana is condensed and purified, ready to be unleashed during incantations or combat techniques. As everyone knows, the difference between enhancement mages and spellcaster mages lies in how enhancement mages primarily use mana absorbed into their core through their mana stream, while spellcaster mages directly use mana from the surrounding air, based on their mana circuits. So why do both types of mages meditate and absorb mana, while enhancement mages mainly use the mana they absorb into their cores? They are discussing to find the answer, and the ponytail girl continues to raise her hand to answer. That's because even though spellcaster mages rarely blend mana into physical attack strikes, they still need to use their own mana to manipulate external mana, demonstrating their mastery. Yes, what spellcaster mages essentially do is utilize the mana they harmonize with through their unique incantations to compel mana from the outside environment to obey them. Therefore, if spellcaster mages inherently use less mana in their incantations than enhancement mages, does the color of mana core possessed by a mage truly accurately assess their level of ability? People murmured and gave various opinions. Isn't that right? So why not evaluate it that way? How should it be evaluated? Although chuckled and said, "While everyone is thinking, I need 6 volunteers under pressure. The elements move down here and stand in line next to me. Spellcaster mages will stand on the left and enhancement mages will stand on the right of me, and 6 people have moved down. Spellcaster mages are not allowed to use magic wands. Give them a little time to prepare. Now, enhancement mages, release your incantations, and spellcaster mages, absorb the incantations you just developed back into your hands. 6 of them are bewildered, huh? However, they still have to. Altho observed each person approaching the princess. Oh, it seems she's done it, he noted. 2 of those 6 guys seem quite clueless, missing the absorption of their own prepared incantation and displaying it like this. What significance does it hold? Really? True, we all know that only high-level enhancement sages can extend their incantations to such a range. But upon hearing this, Altho immediately demonstrated. However, some questioned the meaning of his recent performance. Most enhancement sages can do that much by the stage of Confronting, they argued. It's not that difficult. But I think you've never seen an enhancement sage do what I just did at the Confronting stage. Altho responded, I can't accurately prove what will happen when spellcrafters can absorb the incantations they conceive. But believe me, that method only benefits you. Sitting down, he said, now, whoever wants to test their skills, come down here. Asterisk den dine asterisk. The bell signaling the end of class rang. People dispersed, discussing. Did he use an item or something? How did he manage that? Earlier, I almost did it too, someone added. After the first teaching session ended, Altho asked Sylvie, how did it seem when I was up there? You were asleep earlier. Taking a break on a roadside bench, he felt that being a teacher was good, and he could end the class any time. Meanwhile, Sylvie was preoccupied chasing a butterfly that ended up falling to the ground, unsuccessful. The princess approached, asking if anyone was sitting there. Yep, someone's here. Altho pointed down beneath the bench. I was just kidding. She sat down as if genuinely tired. Altho couldn't fathom what was on her mind, murmuring, the class just now was really great. Altho politely replied, thanking her. You just wanted to say that right. She turned to call Altho over, saying, I've wanted to tell you this for a long time. Perplexed, he asked hesitantly, isn't the princess about to confess to me? Finally, he succumbed to the unique and formidable character of his own making. I'll become the cause of a feud between 2 noble families, but not as you think, she reassured him. On behalf of my family, I sincerely apologize to you. I hope you forgive me for the disasters at the auction building and my father's conduct. She raised her head, noticing Altho visibly shaken, and gently squeezed his cheeks. What are you doing? He replied with a self-deprecating gesture. I never expected him to notice what happened more than 4 years ago, so she said, respecting her father. But that day, I was really disappointed in him. Even if that's the case, she doesn't have to apologize on their behalf, Altho added. I just thought we should because we're friends, you know. That's how our relationship is, she said. Why did my brother say only friends would touch each other? Listening to that, Altho recalled how she had guided him into the classroom earlier and replied, Is that so? She felt strange. I matured amidst the hatred of my lineage, the power of magic, and even my appearance, all because it deprived me of the freedom I desired. I'll become the cause of an internal conflict between 2 races. Yet, a talented young man, recruited by many, constantly scrutinized, can still be cheerful and bright like you, Altho. He chuckled. Did I just mishear that? The 1,000-year-old ice princess is laughing. She turned away. Anyway, your class today was quite interesting. Why did those 2 elemental spells differ in execution like that? Could it be you came to me because of that? Altho pondered. So it turns out, from earlier until now, this has been your true purpose. He continued. No, that's not it. That's not my purpose at all. I just changed the subject to avoid. Altho interrupted calmly as he stood up. Come on, princess. I was just joking. But now, I'm favoring the smartest student, so the class is unfair to others, he added as he walked away. Watching his retreating figure, the princess couldn't help but smile. In Professor Gideon's class, the green-haired girl heard about Altho being injured during the first lesson and asked if he was okay. I'm almost fully recovered, he replied. Curious about what happened, she was suddenly hit on the head with a chalk piece thrown by the professor, who told her, Enlighten my class by identifying the main components of a basic illuminating creation. Confidently, she stood up and answered, A basic illuminating creation is made from fluorescent crystals. a material abundant near the outskirts of Sepin and the Dwarf Kingdom. After refinement, fluoretin continuously emits a faint light, therefore to control the end product of Professor's task. That's enough, the professor interrupted. I only asked for the material used in this creation. As the class ended, Altho complained. That old stubborn geezer gave us an assignment even before class began. I already have a few of those illuminating creations lying around, just for fun. If you like, take one. You've missed a few classes anyway. Altho asked cheerfully, Really? Oh, well, I haven't used those at all. Just toss them around in my dorm. You truly are my savior, Sylvie. Sylvie, my dear father, should really do your own homework, she retorted, clearly exasperated. The four-eyed friend ran up to Altho and exclaimed, Hey, there you are. Principal Goodscan wants to meet you. Altho happily introduced Eliza, saying, This is Eleugia. Eleugia and Eliza shook hands warmly, exchanging greetings. Nice to meet you, they both said. Although thought to himself, they do look somewhat alike. Oh, right, he acknowledged. Principal Goodsky has called you to the training room. I see. Well, let's get acquainted then. See you later, Altho replied, heading towards the training room as instructed by Principal Goodsky. Upon opening the door, he found Princess Tessia sitting there. Altho greeted her cheerfully, Sylvie, upon seeing her, joyfully leaped into her arms, exclaiming, Mom. Hello, Sylvie, Altho greeted. Where's Principal Goodsky? She said something urgent came up and she just left, Tessia explained. Altho frowned, wondering whether it was truly urgent or intentionally arranged. He agreed. I guess we should get started then. Harmonizing with any monster requires a lot of effort, and most summoners can't do it alone. Sometimes, they need the assistance of another mage with elemental pressures similar to the creature they're harmonizing with. I am a quadruple element mage, capable of balancing 4 elemental pressures. This not only helps Tessia harmonize with her creature's will, but also enhances her physical constitution, aiding her in battling the deep forest guardians trying to steal her mana core. Perhaps we should stop here for today, Altho concluded. Thank you so much. They glanced at Tobis and Sylvie, then resumed their conversation. Hey, Altho, Tessia asked hesitantly, are you mad at me for kissing you? Mad? No, I just was surprised, Altho replied awkwardly. How could I be mad? Then why have you been avoiding me since then? Tessia pressed, causing Altho to scratch his head. Well, Tessia, we're still young, and besides, I've known you since you were little. Altho reasoned. I understand that a girl your age might consider marriage, especially since you're of royal descent, but my conditions aren't as good as yours. She retorted, You're just making excuses. Both of us know I never meant for us to marry like that, he admitted. I know it was wrong of me to do so, but I just wanted to have a more progressive conversation. He smiled and said, That's right. From 8 years ago until now, we've made a lot of progress. Yeah, she replied. You're no longer the damp princess you used to be. Enough. I don't expect to hear any answers from you, he told her. But at least I want you to take this more seriously. Sorry for expecting too much, she said reluctantly. Seeing Tessia walk away, Altho called out, Hey, Tessia, wait. She stopped abruptly, visibly irritated, then turned back to him. You know, Altho, you always feel so confident about many things. Magic combat, strategies, and all. She began, tightening her grip on her dress. You're confident in those aspects because they're your strengths. But do you know something? There are plenty of things you're not good at. You think no one around you notices because you always wear a mask of cheerfulness, unaffected by anything. Even now, your reaction is to downplay my feelings for you, maybe even tease me. She gestured with her hands, grasping her skirt firmly. Aren't you the immature one here? Just like when you turned down Lilia. Altho froze, his face reddening. How did she know about that? Did Lilia tell her? He clenched his fists and grabbed some grass from the ground. And what do you expect me to do now? Tessia, he sighed. I can't just reveal who I was in a past life or how old I really am to you. Afterwards, he went to train with Tobis, but Tessia's words lingered in his mind. You know, although you're so confident about magic combat and intelligence, you're proud of those because you're good at them. But do you know something? There are things you're not good at. Do you think people don't see through your mask? She continued. Even now, your reaction is to try and ease my emotions. Maybe even tease me. In other words, aren't you the one who's not mature? These words echoed in his mind as he trained, but they didn't distract him. His mana reserves were low, and he collapsed from exhaustion. Sylvie worriedly approached him and comforted him, leaning closer to her father. Don't push yourself too hard, Dad. You're still recovering. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Alvo got up to answer it, finding his advanced class professor. She waved and said, "It's me. I've come to check on you, as both you and Princess Tessia missed class today. I wanted to make sure nothing happened here." Althoff stepped out and closed the door behind him. "I've been training here for a while. It's just that." "But Tessia isn't here with you, is she?" the professor interjected. "Oh, sorry, I must have misunderstood," Alval responded, shoulders slumping. She draped an arm over his shoulder and said, "You've missed my class and another. At the very least, you should make it to the last class, right?" You look towards the room and say, "That's fine." Althal, good boy. A private training room is already sufficient. But why is it so spacious? And what kind of training turns a reinforced mana room into this? The more I observe this child, the more mysterious he seems. When you arrived for the final class, they were discussing you again. "Look, the first year finally made it to class. Huh, let him off easy. I hear he's pretty badly injured." Alvo looks at Sylvie and pinches her cheek. "Why do you sleep so much?" "We're training here. How lucky. I wish I could just sleep and still grow stronger." Alvo chuckles. "Yes, indeed. Finally, our class has you attending. Surly Queen, we heard that you've returned after recovering from your injury. Are you feeling better?" "Yes, sir, and I apologize for missing so many of your classes," she says respectfully. "That's all right, my good student. If so, could you share with the class what you know about the formation process of spells?" "From what I know, the formation of spells involves either succession or alteration of basic spells, and the skill to create a different effect." She answers confidently. "That's a very clear answer. Well done, Lemon. Now, I've spent most of last week examining the aspects one needs to know before studying the foundations of spell formation. Lemon's sophisticated answer has provided us with a very solid foundation to start with. I want everyone to imagine a world where everyone can read each other's minds. Not a particularly cheerful world, right? But let's try walking in this imaginary world, where passing thoughts can uncover those who are cunning yet pure-hearted, or those who are extremely cruel but appear kind. They are laid bare and read by others. I believe that such a world is the perfect breeding ground for the most talented wizards. Sylvie silently thinks that this is why both her child and father are the best wizards. I'll come back to this issue later, but for now, allow me to ask a question. Why do some spellcasters and spell enhancers chant spells, while others do not? I think it's because if someone is skilled in a spell, they don't need to chant it to a certain extent. However, saying they're good at something is a bit vague, isn't it? We chant spells to fill our consciousness with exact suggestions, shaping mana into a spell. An illustrative example of this matter. If I tell a woman who hates me that I still love her, she will certainly react accordingly. Listening to that, Aldo recalled the image from earlier, when Princess Tessia snapped at him. The phrase in this case for him was, "I still love you," triggering her reaction. Or more precisely, it could manifest as her gossiping about how disgusting it is, kicking a stone into his foot, or even throwing something at him. Everyone below laughed cheerfully, as he really knew how to hold the attention of the students, just like our thoughts affect our spells. When we achieve a high level of focus and imagination, we can shorten the incantation or even do without it altogether. So if there were a world where everyone could read each other's minds, that world would surely harbor the most skilled wizards. Why, you ask? Because they would have the ability to completely control their thoughts with the concepts just provided for tricks. Flip to page 23 to see a few differences between spell enhancers and wizards on this matter. Altho grumbled to himself, "It's useless to go to school, when all I can think about is Tessia. I never thought her words would bother me this much. Mother was right. Whose side am I on? Besides, many people hate me for being a daredevil. But I don't care about that, because Dad really cares about Mom. And Sylvie, when did she start looking like a happy fool without knowing her shortcomings? While I'm deeply concerned. You know, despite being a bit distracted, I at least pretend to fake it to avoid being too obvious. Right, Lucas? We just want you to make sure the dormitory is safe, Even here at the academy, it's very dangerous. Right. Dangerous because you might drop your pants like you did, he shouted angrily. Do you dare tease me just because of you? Lucas pulled him back and pushed him out. Hey, enough nonsense. Lucas stepped forward. Do you think I'll forget about you running away during the match if you pretend to steal and avoid me? How do you think you can do it? Altho calmly replied. There's a hole in the ground, I ask you. How did you escape from my spell prison, then appear right next to the training ground? And you even managed to support Princess Tessia, all within half a second. Altho gripped Lucas's hand, pointing it towards himself, and continued, Firstly, this isn't how you ask someone. Secondly, why shouldn't I answer you? I know you used equipment, right? How does a commoner like you have it? Could it be that the cunning fairy helped you? How did you trick Princess Serlin into thinking that? Altho felt he had been wronged somewhat. The chubby guy shouted loudly, He's too sneaky. You probably used tricks to lead Princess Serlin, haven't you? What are you pretending to be stupid for? Even though you're a little handsome, you're still just a dirty commoner. Hey, you're letting your mana overflow. Shut up and let him know his place. Are you dumb? Lucas interrupted. We're going to get into trouble because of you. Ignoring him, Altho retorted, The princess deserves someone better than you. She deserves someone of pure noble blood like me. See, I'm not attracted to anyone, but you don't get to decide if Serlin deserves anyone. Furious, the chubby guy yelled back. She thinks the same way too. I know she even picked up a handkerchief for me. Lucas laughed and said, That chubby guy's gone mad. He's huffing a handkerchief and saying all that. She said I'm the chosen one. Something's wrong with him. His mana levels aren't quite right. But it's not you, so it's better for you to die, he shouted angrily, rushing to attack Altho. Surprised, Sylvie angrily said, Wait, Altho, and quickly avoided him. Do you know that you're attacking a member of the disciplinary committee? The other guy said to Lucas. I think we should stop him. Lucas responded. What do you mean? Altho asked. I haven't done anything. In fact, we're also very afraid of everything. Then he laughed disdainfully, saying to Altho, Do you really want me to believe that? He casually raised his hands and said, Look, there's nothing here. No weapons or magic. So how does Markwood look? He asked. Don't you worry. He's not right. Aren't you going to lose in the combat class next week? Who cares? Either he'll injure himself here, or the disciplinary staff will expel him from school. After saying that, he turned and walked away, telling Altho not to leave him injured. I don't want you to run away. I'll see you in the next fight. The chubby guy kept shouting, Die, and then attacked Altho fiercely. He was stronger than Lucas, and had more mana, which he was using extremely aggressively. If I wanted to catch him without killing him, I might have to remove the seal. But his contracted animal was back in dragon form, then back in a white fox shape. Immediately, Altho, head of the disciplinary committee, hurried over. I've been training nearby recently and felt a big mana surge. I don't know what happened. He suddenly started bursting with that mana and went crazy, then attacked me. She pulled his shirt up and saw a red text line written along his spine. Damn it, again. Oh, then 2 people took him to the hospital, and when they left, Altho asked if there were more cases like this at the academy. It only happened when you were recovering in the medical area, she said. Do you know what happened to him? He's showing an unusual mana, and those blood characters on his back. I'll tell you more at the next disciplinary committee meeting. Anyway, we need to inform Principal Goodsky about everything you saw when you caught him. Someone knocked on the door. Altho walked in and was surprised to see Lucas's older brother here. They were excited. They were Lance Byron's and Lancelex's. Side by side, Principal Goodsky introduced them. These 2 students are members of the disciplinary committee and the most promising magicians of their age. I'm very glad to meet you, dear lady. My dream is to become Lance. As I said, let's take appropriate action as soon as possible. Byron said. They left. As they passed Byron's, Altho glanced at each other. Lance told the girl, I'll wait for you and make her feel happy. Sylvie said, Call Dad. I know they're strong. Now my secretary has mentioned the urgent matter just occurred. 2 people sat down to tell me. Altho said yes, but what happened there? 2 of the strongest magicians, Dickon, can't just pass by and say hello, can they? Oh, it's not just about the kids being worried right now. Lance Byron's used to be a student here, and his younger brother is still studying here. so he came by to give that notice. The girl was surprised. Wow, I never thought I'd meet them in real life. I hope they bring good news. But enough of that. Tell me what happened. Although thought from Lucas, Manhwa following and interrogating me after class to everything after that, generally focusing on Manhwa's strange behavior and that unusual mana surge, along with his abnormal magical abilities. The principal asked, and the granddaughter said there were signs of blood carved along his spine. Understand, although realized she knew something. As Claire said, he's not the first case, nor will he be the last. Altho asked, do you know what happened to Manhwa's? Unfortunately, both pharmacists and inventors didn't know exactly what it was. We sought the support of the wizard associations and invited researchers to cooperate with Gideon and a few of our staff on this matter. So hopefully we'll find answers soon. Although we'll continue to have disciplinary committee members patrol the classrooms. I'll also assign additional support staff at night. Yes, I understand. It's fortunate I came back. The disciplinary committee members really need help. After seeing the two off, she closed the door and pondered her contract animal. Should I involve those students in this matter? No, if they really are. In the worst case, sacrifice may be necessary. I've gone too far. Why did they start acting so soon? After meeting Principal Goodsky, they returned to the dormitory. It's late. Go to sleep, she said. You too. See you at the disciplinary committee meeting tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Altho saw Byron's talking to Lucas. He hid behind the wall and eavesdropped. Even that arrogant guy had to bow his head before his older brother. Perhaps Claire was right. Everything would be meaningless unless he was strong enough to kill Lucas's stepbrother. Otherwise, he couldn't do anything to Lucas, because he had someone backing him up. At least, he hadn't done anything yet. Suddenly, a sword was pressed against his neck. It was Lancelot's. She said his hostility was directed towards Lance. That's quite strong, she remarked. One of the disadvantages of storing weapons in these spaces is that it takes too long to pull them out. Although calmly replied, I think you misunderstand. I have no hostility towards Lance Byron's. Today was the first time I met him. Though he tried to suppress his presence, I still recognized him. Of course, even if he is an elemental mage, he couldn't do anything to him. How strong is he? Byron's? They peeked out and continued their conversation. How did he become so strong? She waved her hand in jest. It's about this strange and creepy humor. At least pretend to laugh, she said. I'm the most loving of all Lances, so there's quite a distance between us. Although patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. But why does she feel offended? Byron's is one of the strongest people, but that's the case. He couldn't match my intuition, so that's why she felt it was her, even before I realized her. It seems that Byron's has finished talking to the kid. I'm glad to see you again, Altho. She bowed her head and thanked him for answering an ordinary student like her. Lance LX, if my brother were still here, he might be your age. She stroked his hair, saying, thank you so much for that. Close Chapter 6 with Manhwa's mysterious case. Chapter 7 opens up to a myriad of mysteries. Curiosity about Altho in particular, and all the students in Cyrus and Cyrus. In general, in the morning, everyone was rumored to have spread news quickly. You know the story last night. A second-year-old went crazy and then attacked another student. Understand it. From what I've heard, it seems to be Manhwa. Can't that pig from the royal family? Although seem to see rumors spreading about so many people. The human story is so much the father asks, or that. It seems that the members seemed a bit shaken. Although just opened the door. It feels like there's something wrong. Did you ask what happened? The captain replied that it was Manhwa's. He died last night. Although, are you surprised? Why did he die? The creators and medical staff couldn't prevent Manhwa's mana from leaking out. Mana leaking. He was unconscious, yet mana still leaked out. This must be closely related to the bloody characters along his spine. Did they find out anything? A bit, but they didn't reveal it. Even now, his parents refused to provide any information. One of the disciplinary committee members angrily slammed his hand on the table. What is the point of this disciplinary committee if they keep hoarding important information and not telling us anything? The disciplinary committee wants to quickly investigate and close the case as soon as possible to prevent any more students from suffering. But besides knowing Manhwa was affected like that, they had no other information. Let's put that issue aside for now. Now that Olo is here, Let's assign and strengthen the patrol schedules of the team. The meeting is adjourned. They left with different schedules and task assignments. Are you okay with patrolling at night with Theodo like that? The start for both of you wasn't good, Faye said. It's not that I don't care, Aldo replied. The schedule is fine. It's better for me because I am teaching upper and lower class students. I'm just surprised that we have to patrol so late. Hey, I'm pretty surprised to find out these daggers are communication devices. Me too. I thought they were just decorative. I was even more surprised that Kai volunteered to patrol alone in such a large campus area. Can he manage patrolling alone? Are you really surprised? Because your face doesn't show any expression of surprise. I always see just one expression on your face. Faye said, I heard Kai is famous for avoiding work, right? Why did he volunteer for patrol this time? Although yawned, maybe he is tired of patrolling with Dian. But it's a pity we don't get to patrol together. Why did your brother treat me so harshly? I only told him that after we had a bit of physical contact, you became my friend. Both guys were surprised and turned around. Ah, no wonder. Although said, see you in class, my excellent students. The class began. Although asked, so has anyone thought about the question I posed yesterday? Can the color of a mana core that a mage possesses truly measure their rank or not? I think the mana core is a great way to measure a mage's power level. The color of the core not only correlates with the effort and time the mage has spent training, Faye answered. I knew it, another member of the disciplinary committee said. He definitely gave Faye the answer already. It also clearly shows potential. As soon as Faye finished his answer, although said, wrong. His statement silenced all discussions and doubts among the students. Although explained, using the mana core as a measure like that undermines the importance of all the other factors that make a mage. The color of a mage's mana core cannot represent their intellect, reaction speed, combat awareness, understanding of spells, and so on. It's like judging a warrior's fighting ability solely based on their muscle size. We can be sure that he is strong, but we cannot say he fights better than someone with less muscle mass. A short student stood up and asked, so what criteria can accurately assess the magical abilities of an opponent? Although smiled and said, simple, don't judge. Think about it. Even if sensing the level of a mana core could actually help everyone gauge another person's combat strength, what would you do if their strength is lower than yours? Would you go easy on them, or would you mock and ridicule them, showing off your own superior abilities? When forced to fight, assuming you are weaker than the mage you are facing will only make you more vigilant and cautious. But as I said earlier, that's enough. Let's review what we did yesterday. I hope you all practiced sufficiently before coming to my class. And with that, the lesson ended. Although and Sylvie were rushing. Why didn't you wake me up when the time was up? Because I was also sleeping. When they arrived, they found the note already placed there. I'm definitely going to make Tobus smash you into pieces. Love, though. I'm sorry for being late, Professor. I'll go change right away. Oh no, you won't. I won't risk you going out until you've fully recovered. Go sit in the stands. Well, at least I don't have to worry about Lucas provoking me to fight anymore. Sylvie thought, relieved. Sylvie was happy. Mom, she exclaimed, hugging her mother tightly. But when she saw Although, the smile faded from her face, and her expression turned cold. Although was about to speak, but Princess Tessia interrupted him. There's no need to explain, although, at that time, I was too angry and said things I wish I hadn't. But what you said to me was partly true. In some way, I think I know how you feel about me, but I kept avoiding it because I was afraid to face it. Emotions are scarier than magic or fighting. Just practicing won't help me improve. I feel the same way, although said. I let my emotions cloud my judgment and brought up Lilia, even though she told me not to tell anyone. No, you're much better than I am. I've always avoided you, and you didn't deserve that. I'm sorry, but I can't have that kind of relationship with you right now. Hearing this, the princess looked deeply saddened. At least for now, she added. Now? Yes, maybe when we're older. And you think I'll just wait for you? She asked. That's not what I mean. I know you're very popular, and honestly, I don't know how long it will take for me to be ready. Hearing this, she smiled brightly. Good, I'm glad you understand. Both of them fell silent for a moment. Then she touched Aldo's face with her index finger. Can I trust you? You won't go flirting and dating others after saying this, right? Although raised both hands in an X sign, shaking his head. That's definitely not going to happen. She sighed and said, maybe this is all we can do for now. I don't need to make you wait for me, but I hope you will. Then she kissed his forehead. That action left, although in a daze. Sylvie teased, hey, someone just kissed Mom. Embarrassed, he slumped down onto the table. Shut up, it was just on the forehead. Besides that, why is this class still teaching only the basics of arcane theory even after more than a week? Excuse me, Professor, I'm a bit confused, a student said. Gravity, lightning, metal, lava, sound, matter, and ice all exist naturally in our world. So why doesn't the world produce other types of mana besides earth, water, fire, and wind? Great question. You see, although many magic scholars have speculated for decades and have produced numerous studies, no one knows for sure why. Some of them believe that producing elemental spices requires a combination of certain conditions. Hence, no mana type correlates with them. For example, in the case of the fire element, fire cannot ignite on its own without an external trigger. Thus, many mages consider the fire element to be the highest form of common magic due to its nature being very close to arcane arts. Oh, forgive me, I digressed a bit. Another theory, originating from ancient mages long ago, recognizes this, which is why this class is so slow with its curriculum. Although wondered what Tessia felt after their conversation. Sylvie sighed. It was just a conversation. As for Princess Tessia, she sat in front of a mirror, looking at herself. She felt shy and embarrassed, remembering when Aldo kissed her on the forehead. Her face turned red. It was just a forehead kiss, but it's still a start, right? I don't want to get too excited, but what would our children look like? Probably like this, but wait, to have children, although when I would have to. She covered her face in embarrassment. Just one forehead kiss had her excited, thinking about all sorts of things for the future. Over here, two students using red paint were enthusiastically painting on the walls. Aldo was on patrol and stumbled upon this scene. He squeezed in and remarked, looks like fun. Can I join? Realizing he was a member of the disciplinary committee, the redhead girl tried to flee, leaving her blonde friend behind. The blonde girl protested. Hey, don't lead me. Realizing escape was futile, she resorted to using a spell to attack. But Althal easily subdued her, causing her to tumble to the ground. Sitting up, she muttered, what's manners? Why would you get a girl? Althal replied, asserting, I stand for equality here. Now would you like to test that? He raised his weapon, making the girl pale. He teased, will you behave and come with me to the management office? Another guy managed to capture the redhead and found nothing unusual on her back. He grabbed the guy and shook him vigorously. Meanwhile, Sylvie inspected the blonde girl, but found nothing either. Aldo pointed towards the other girl and informed his team. It's the same over here. Darn it. I'll take these two back to you. He addressed his team, confident that he could handle this alone for a while. No problem. Sylvie, come with me, Aldo said. Dad, I'm hungry and tired, she said. We're almost done with the night shift. Once it's over, we'll go eat, Aldo assured her. He walked away and realized he was approaching Kai's patrol area. He thought it might be wise to circle around. Suddenly, Sylvie felt a strange mana flow. Aldo immediately hugged her and hid behind a column. From there, he observed a figure with a symbol on his back. Without hesitation, Aldo followed him cautiously, unaware that someone was tracking him from above. Sylvie was anxious because she feared losing track of the figure. She urged Althal, quick, follow the guy in the black cloak. Patience, Sylvie. If we follow too closely, he might realize. If there are more like him, we need him to lead us to their hideout, Althal explained. But as they observed, Althal's teammates suddenly called out. Althal quickly signaled for silence. The call had alerted the figure, who promptly disappeared. Kai approached Althal with a furrowed brow. What are you doing here? This is my patrol area. You shouldn't have informed me if you were going to track someone possibly related to Marquois. Althal explained. Earlier, we caught two students using red paint, vandalizing the walls. I was escorting them to the management office. So no one was patrolling your area. Kai sighed. He's already escorted them back. He'll probably return soon then. As they spoke, the disciplinary committee's communication method emitted a signal. Both were surprised to see it glowing yellow. indicating that the dagger had been activated. Helplessly, Altho said, "Kai," and Kai patted Altho on the shoulder, saying, "Since this is my patrol area, I'll do my utmost to find the person you were following. You should go back and assist your companion." Seeing Kai's determined expression, Altho smiled and replied while running. He was wearing a black cloak, long black pants, and high boots. Kai raised his hand and smiled, "Got it." But as soon as Altho left, his expression turned dangerous. Was he covering for the others, or was he the mastermind behind this? Altho hurried back and asked his friend, "Are you all right? What happened?" Faye replied, holding his neck. "He got hit in the back of the neck earlier." "What's with the grogginess?" Altho asked. "I only got hit once. It couldn't have knocked me down like that. I'm sure it was a blow from a very powerful enhancement mage," Faye casually replied. Curtis added, "He was ambushed while escorting the two students back to the office. By the time we arrived, they had already fled, but I think we can find them soon since they're all students from the school." Although he expressed doubts to his teammates whether their friend had helped them escape, he insisted, "No, it couldn't have been him. Just an ordinary student couldn't knock me out with a blow like that. Surely it was someone older, or..." Although he continued his sentence, Marcus Faye shook his head in frustration and said, "Yes, you're right. Do you know what the attacker looked like?" Faye shook his head. "I think I managed to graze him with a hit before I passed out, but I didn't get a good look at his face. Earlier, when Kai put his hand on my shoulder, it seemed he had a wound on his arm." Uncertain, he asked Sylvie, who replied, "It seems so." "What were you doing running back from Kai's patrol area? Do you think telling them about the person in the dark coat will help? Especially for Faye." He replied with nothing. "I know that guy seems to be a poor worker, but trust him. He can handle his own affairs." Faye agreed with his friend's opinion. His face seemed miserable. "In fact, I think he is a trustworthy human being." The three argued with the officer. "She's discriminating against race." "Huh, she's one of the people who stand up for the safety of the school students. Why is she like that?" "I don't mean that. Cuff her and let her go again." Although first night patrol had passed, the next morning Professor Gideon's lesson. He thought about the fact that the entire disciplinary committee couldn't even grab the guy who attacked Faye. It's even worse. When Kai couldn't catch that dark coat, I'm still angry at him. My name is too loud. Am I thinking too much? Faye said I had to trust Kai, but the time between them and the wound on his arm made me feel like I was thinking about it. You didn't know that the professor and her friend were focused on you, until the professor raised it. What's going on? Then he startled me. Then he looked down at his table and said, "It's a mess. Oh my God. We thought you were about to create another breakthrough invention." Then he turned away and left. At this moment, her friend touched Althal with her index finger and asked, "What's wrong? You seem a bit unfocused." "It's nothing. Just the disciplinary committee's business that's making me a bit tired. After the two classes just now. Do you see? Because of last night's incident, I've been thinking too much, so I need to focus on class now. I can't remember what happened in the first two classes anymore." Then, her green-haired friend accidentally bumped into him and opened her bag, inside which were some glowing orbs. Cheerfully, she said to Althal, "I've got something for you." Althal was surprised and happily exclaimed, "You're the best." After Professor Gideon's class ended, he went to Ms. Gary's advanced class, where she was instructing Althal's teammates to battle another team. The enhancement mage maintained the formation. "Focus on your spells and don't chase after the opponents," she shouted from outside to instruct them. Meanwhile, Althal, still in recovery, sat on a rock and thought. It's unexpected that just because of Marcus's involvement, Lucas got suspended for a few days. It's not fair at all. Sylvie observed, searching but finding nothing. She sadly said, "Mom's not here," although advised her not to be too persistent. "Before long, we'll see her in the gym." Suddenly, he remembered and asked, "Dad, that's right. We don't need to patrol tonight." Although pinched his cheek and said, "Hate patrols, huh?" Suddenly, he saw the professor approaching and sitting down on a rock with a sad face. He proactively asked her, "Is something wrong, ma'am?" She sighed and said, "The school council has banned everyone from going on excursions to most domains where I used to take my class for training, while the Lances are investigating something lost." He continued to ask, "So there won't be any excursions this term?" She looked up at him and said, "There will be, but we can only go to lower-ranked demi-uns compared to where I usually take my students. But don't blame me if that demi-un is too easy for you." Then the advanced class ended. In the late afternoon, Altho immediately went to the training room with Tessia. After a while, both of them were quite exhausted. Altho said, "Let's take a break here today, thanks." He pointed in the opposite direction and asked Tessia, "Would you like to cool down a bit?" Then, the two of them soaked their feet in a cool, refreshing blue water basin, with their contracted elemental pets lying between them, enjoying the water. He asked her, "How have you been feeling these past few days? Is your wild spirit still showing any signs of resistance? Since the combat training in Professor Gary's class, there hasn't been any issue." Altho nodded and said, "That's good then. Remember to let me or Headmaster Goodsky know if anything's not right, because it'll be a few weeks before he arrives from El Sano." Tessia smiled and stretched. "Yes, I know. If nothing goes wrong with the current situation, you'll be fully attuned in a few weeks. If you're lucky, your mana core might even advance to a higher level." While pondering this, Princess Tessia splashed water on Altho. He asked her, "Why did you do that?" She laughed, "I'm just helping you cool down. We're done with today's elemental training, so now it's lunch break. You should rest." Immediately after, Altho also splashed water on Tessia, apologizing. "Sorry, you're still sweating, so I wanted to help you cool down too." They then playfully splashed water at each other, laughing and joking around. After a while, Tessia lifted her legs out of the water, letting the drops trickle down, making her look even more beautiful and charming. She said, "That's enough for now. I feel cool already." Altho replied, "Me too." Their fingers touched each other, creating a romantic atmosphere. They blushed shyly, but their moment was interrupted by Headmaster Goodsky, who noticed how happy they seemed together. They awkwardly turned back to greet Headmaster Goodsky, noticing scratches on her face. Tessia hurriedly ran back to the headmaster, asking, "What happened, Master? Are you okay?" "Oh, it's nothing, dear. I just wanted to stretch these old bones of mine a bit, so I stopped by the Mage Guild for a while," she replied. Altho interjected, "But, Grandma, I thought you were in a council meeting. Once that's done, shouldn't you be allowed to unwind a bit?" Tessia anxiously advised her not to strain herself unnecessarily to end up injured like this. The headmaster chuckled gently, placing her hand on Tessia's shoulder and reassured her, "Next time, I'll heed your advice, dear." She glanced towards Altho. "Looks like your next class is about to start, right? Hopefully, you won't be bothered if we use your training room tonight. Will that be all right?" Altho cheerfully replied, "Of course, Grandma. Tessia and I have finished our joint elemental training today, so feel free and comfortable." The two youngsters waved goodbye to each other, thanking Tessia. "See you tomorrow." Altho reminded Tessia not to overexert herself, then stepped out towards the corridor. Glancing back at Headmaster Goodsky, he was sure she was hiding something, but it wasn't something he could pry into casually. He then headed towards his next classroom to continue his lessons. In class, he yawned and slumped down onto the desk, clearly exhausted. His four-eyed friend noticed and asked, "Since we left the dorm until now, you've been yawning like this. How late did you come back from patrol yesterday?" "I'm not sure, but by the time I got back to the dorm, I fell asleep." Altho replied, "I know, and last night I also returned quite late because of club activities." The friend added. Altho looked suspiciously at his friend. "Which club did you join this time?" Excitedly, the friend answered, "It's the Meditation Beat Research Club. There are unexpectedly many girls there." Altho jokingly retorted, "Were you lacking affection or something? Why so eager?" Angrily, the friend replied, "Just be quiet. You're the strange one here. We're at an age to explore ourselves and build loving relationships, you know." He was a bit too excited, and his voice carried enough to be heard by the professor below. Clearing his throat, the professor expressed his interest in hearing more about the pink love life, but politely asked to continue the lesson. At that moment, the whole class turned to look at Altho and burst into laughter. He felt so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, with the professor's presence, the classmates stopped laughing and became serious again. The professor knew that many of the students had heard about what had happened to their classmate a few days ago. Because of that tragic event, he felt it was crucial to educate them about the risks of using powerful magic recklessly, which many took for granted. Now, all the mages, along with the most skilled medical staff, are still collaborating to find out the cause of your classmate's death. Surely you all know he used a powerful magic that overwhelmed his body beyond control. You must all understand the risks involved when you push your magical cores to their limits. It's similar to overstraining muscles in your body, which can lead to injury, permanent damage, and even death. A female student raised her hand and asked, "But Professor, I heard that after resisting Marquois, he's still alive, right? Isn't it that, with some therapeutic elixirs, he could continue living?" The professor nodded in response. In most cases, that's true. However, there are exceptions. I'm saying this as a general warning and to highlight the dangers, not specifically about Marquardt's case. The methods used to forcibly restore mana from external sources often come with a series of side effects. One of them is the potential leakage of mana energy, he continued. Although, witnessing the professor's words, still couldn't explain the erratic behavior and the mana leakage signs tattooed along his classmate's spine. After finishing that class, Altho regained his composure to stand up. "I wish everyone a good afternoon," he addressed the class. "Since none of us have successfully achieved what I illustrated a few days ago, I'll start today's lesson with some hints for you. Leicester, come down here," he suddenly called out. Leicester was surprised and pointed at himself. "Me?" he asked. Although scratched his head and said, "Why did the professor choose me?" Now imagine Leicester as a powerful adversary. Altho tore a piece of paper in his hand and continued, "I'm an enhancement mage, but fear his intimidating appearance. So I chose to attack with a long-range incantation." He held up the torn paper and explained, "This is the incantation I prepared, a common one you're all familiar with." Then, he blew on the paper ball in his hand, dropping it to the ground. "This time, I'll prepare an incantation to show you." He inserted the paper into a tube and blew, instantly hitting Leicester in the forehead, freezing him like stone. Perhaps this hint is quite clear for enhancement mages, right? For the spellcasters deeply absorbed in lecturing for a while, as evening approached, the class also came to an end. In a large and luxurious room, Lance Byrons and a Lance with shoulder-length hair were present. She said, "I thought my next task would be to assist Lance at El Sano. Do you know why Uncave called us here? This case must be related to what I discovered in a Dumayon on the outskirts of Bitcoin." She was surprised by what he had found. While they were conversing, footsteps descended the stairs. They looked in that direction, seeing a girl with long hair sitting down and saying, "Since only the three of us are here, I'll skip the formalities and get straight to the point. The reason I and the council decided to withdraw her from the task at El Sano with Aaliyah is because recently we discovered signs of spellcasters not coming from Dikathen and some of the deepest levels of certain Dunaeons." Lance with short hair stood up in surprise and said, "What? As far as I understand, we've hardly detected the existence of any new territories." "What do you mean?" Byrons responded, "Just because we recently discovered them doesn't mean they didn't exist before. The evidence has been confirmed, hasn't it?" Lance with long hair nodded. "The fabric I found is composed of mana from mystical beasts that we've never encountered or belong to Dikiden." The short-haired girl didn't believe what she heard. Byron said, "I also sense the amount of mana absorbed in that fabric. Has the council discovered anything else from it?" "It was torn, so any magic or spells on it would have been ineffective," the girl replied. "However, Aaliyah," she continued, "we called you here for another issue." "What is it?" Aaliyah opened the map in her hands and said, "Recently, adventurers have been active in various locations within Tuspress and have discovered the appearance of the Titanic monsters." "The Titanic monsters? They're not rare mana creatures. What's unusual about their appearance?" Byron spread the map on the table. "At first, there wasn't much, but when linking their appearance and cross-referencing behavior studies of mana monsters, it seems their tunneling trajectories have changed significantly," Aaliyah said. "While it's likely just an expansion of their territory, we can't ignore the recent aggressive behavior of these mana monsters, possibly linked to Aaliyah being deep in Dunaeon," Byron said, leading the investigation there. Aaliyah, relying on her magical senses, said, "I can survey a much larger area than you. To maintain speed, I'll have to act alone." Byron's committed to focusing on deeper areas, but voiced concern. "I worry the Titanic monsters are continuing to dig deeper into Dunaeons, closer to Sapin." Another person suggested, "We could wait for Micah to complete her task, and then the two of us could act together." But the danger is becoming more severe by the day. Aaliyah resolved to begin the investigation immediately. If we delay, the risks facing adventurers and students out there will only increase. The next morning, Altho was still groggy when suddenly he saw his red-haired teammate glide past and then collapse to the ground, startling Altho awake. Hey dude, if you're going to crash, better into the ice than into the wall. Huh, princess. Serlin and Altho stood there puzzled, unsure if they were on the same team or not. Before they could react, they were interrupted by Kai, who urged them to focus. The two kept charging at each other and exchanging blows continuously. Altho observed their use of dark gravity magic, still not fully understanding its application. They continued their fight, not escalating this time. Nice move there, Prince. I like that. Round 5. Let's go. As they prepared to continue, they were restrained by Kai's black threads. Though not wanting to interrupt, Claire's orders prevailed. Altho wondered why he couldn't sense any elemental magic activity. How is he controlling those threads? The two were thwarted in their duel, forced into conversation. I was just about to counterattack. Altho exclaimed. Yeah, I guess, replied the other. Claire arrived to find everyone assembled and ready. Unlike these two, I actually want to go to class. As you all know, Altho and I will be leaving the academy to venture into the monster forest with our class for a few weeks. We'll rearrange the weekly schedule and staffing to support their temporary absence. Does anyone volunteer for extra patrol duty? Kai stepped forward to take additional shifts. Well, I don't have anyone or anything else to do, he shrugged. Thanks, Kai. Altho nodded gratefully. And I don't have anyone either, so count me in, Faye added reluctantly. While Faye tried to evade, Kai used his threads to pull him up, surprising Faye. What in the world? Kai sat nearby, pleased with himself. I didn't think you'd volunteer, Faye mumbled. I didn't plan to, but I can't really change it now, he resigned. Kai grinned at Faye. I still haven't had a patrol with you yet, so let's give it a shot. You owe me food after your shift, though. Claire, satisfied with the turnout for patrol, concluded the meeting there. As they descended the stairs, Faye patted Altho on the shoulder. You're quite knowledgeable, but be careful out there. If you need advice, I'm happy to share my experiences from our trips to the monster forest. You might not know, but Altho is actually a Class A adventurer. Princess Serlin, passing by, added, I've seen him get chewed on by trees for not having food ready. This remark sparked a heated argument between the two. Taking advantage of the moment, Altho sidestepped to talk to Claire. Do you know what type of magic Kai was using earlier? I couldn't sense the elemental attribute of those incantations. He keeps that pretty close to the chest, Claire replied. All I know is that those metal threads are quite unique. Altho glanced at Kai and pondered. Perhaps they conceal his true abilities. Seeing Altho looking at him, Kai smirked and asked, Are you interested in me? Altho didn't evade the question, replying straightforwardly, Yes, a bit. I'd like to know how you control those metal threads. Kai chuckled slyly. Sure, maybe I'll reveal it, but then I might have to kill you. Their conversation was interrupted by Claire, who pushed them apart. That's enough, you two. Let's get to class. Altho, you have an appointment with your four-eyed friend in the training room to discuss Kai's thread control. Altho recounted to his friend how he was curious about Kai's abilities, but his friend, somewhat irritated, said, I used to be interested in that too, but not so much in magic anymore. It doesn't really go anywhere. This prompted Altho to tease his friend. Are you studying magic just to impress girls? His friend retorted with slight annoyance. Not exactly, but maybe a little. Altho tossed his friend a sword, saying, Well, even as a mage, it's good to know some basics of close combat. You know, girls love it. Once again, Altho teased him. His friend, now a bit angry, wielded the sword and lunged towards Altho, saying, Enough with your teasing. What's your problem? Altho deftly parried several strikes, feeling quite comfortable. I've been learning swordsmanship since I was young. It's actually not bad. I find it hard to believe you dodge so easily, his friend remarked. Altho observed his friend's swift and precise sword movements, steady footwork, and balance. With a bit more practice, he could become quite a formidable swordsman, especially combined with his unique metal magic. While contemplating this, Altho adeptly avoided his friend's strikes and managed to subdue him. His friend fell to the ground with a painful thud. Approaching him, Altho said calmly, You lost your cool there. He swung his sword slightly wide. His friend looked up defiantly, saying, "Who wouldn't be mad?" Arthur reached out to help his friend up, but from this angle, he froze upon sensing a looming figure behind him, a tall, powerful man. The sight made Arthur clutch his head in pain. What's happening? Why am I feeling like this? Seeing his distress, Aldo sat down anxiously and asked if his friend was okay. "Are you sure you're all right?" His friend brushed off his concern, saying, "I'm fine, really." Aldo was bewildered. What just happened? His friend stood up, slightly embarrassed. "Just a headache from hitting my head earlier. I'll go wash up. It's probably nothing serious." With a cheerful demeanor returning to his face, his friend waved goodbye. "See you at the dorms later, all right?" Aldo nodded in agreement. "Yeah, see you." The following weeks passed by in the same balanced rhythm of peaceful days, bordering on boredom even during midterm exams. Despite my increasing proficiency in magic skills, thanks to Tobus and the professor's guidance, I couldn't muster much interest in all my classes. Yet I never forgot my true purpose for joining this academy. Because of that, those small moments in everyday life, with the people who were slowly becoming dear to me, became the things I cherished the most. Every morning, Aldo and his friend walked down the path together, chatting. Despite a few more classmates joining the class, I started to notice that my friend wasn't paying attention to what I was saying. I waved my hand in front of his face and asked, "Hey, are you there?" He startled and asked, "Oh, what did you say?" "I've noticed you've been a bit down these past few days. Is everything all right? Is there something bothering you?" He shook his head and said, "No, everything's fine. I'm just a bit worried about the upcoming exam tomorrow." "Ah, you're going on an expedition into the monster forest with Professor Gary's class tomorrow, right?" "Yeah, that's right. Today, don't push yourself too hard during training with Princess Tessia, okay? Well, see you later." Since the sword duel in Althaus' training room, his attitude has been completely different from usual. I don't know what happened to him. Sylvie also noticed that he seemed upset. "You noticed too. He seems different lately." "Yeah, isn't it just me? Let's put aside our doubts for now." Althal arrived at the training room with Princess Tessia. "Lately, the synchronization between the monster's will and your mana core seems more stable," she said, stretching. "Does that mean the mana monsters we're about to face won't stand a chance against me?" Aldo teased, tapping his forehead, causing her pain. "Don't get cocky just because of the synchronization process. You might not be as strong as you think you are." She angrily retorted, "You dive headfirst into the monster forest, while sealing off your two strongest elements. Look over there. The difference is that I can unseal any time I want, but you can't. I know, but you don't have to treat me like a child, sis. I'm just a year younger than you. Remember?" Aldo pulled his hand holding a towel over his head and said, "Of course I remember. I remember when I was afraid, and you told me that monsters would appear if I left the tent. Because they know you're just a kid, you should stay in the tent for safety." He recalled his childhood embarrassment, and then angrily pinned it down. The good times didn't last long. Just as things were romantic and enjoyable, Tessia's grandfather arrived. "I also want you two to bond more," he said unexpectedly. "What did you just say?" Tessia asked in surprise, sitting up from Althal's lap immediately. "Oh, Grandpa Althal, what are you doing here in Cyrus?" Aldo asked. "Oh, I just sneaked out for a bit to visit my beloved granddaughter. Seems like she's grown up," he chuckled. Tessia grabbed his long beard in frustration and said loudly, "Grandpa, please don't make everything more awkward." "Ouch, ouch, my dear." He winced as his granddaughter held onto his beard tightly. Then he turned to Althal and said, "I'm a bit worried about tomorrow's tomb exploration expedition. Actually, I wanted the headmistress to keep an eye on the kid in case there are any issues with her core, but she's busy. Anyway, I hope you can be with her before the field trip tomorrow. Usually, there shouldn't be any problems." Aldo reassured him, but Tessia promised her family she'd visit them tonight to spend time with them before the trip. Grandpa nodded approvingly. "Perfect. Then, take her along." Tessia looked surprised. "Why?" Althal raised his hand in an X shape and shook his head. "No way I'm going against your grandpa's plan. I can imagine how your family would react if you brought Tessia home." "I'm not bringing her," Althal said firmly, but after a while, unbelievably, he did bring Tessia along to his family. Excitedly, his mother opened the door. "It's time. Tessie is here." They glanced at the gifts placed at the bottom of the stairs and said, "What's the big deal? Mom, are you planning to keep them outside forever? Come on in, I'm almost done preparing dinner." Last time, Hellenson seemed uncomfortable meeting Tessia, but this time she seems friendlier. She pulled Tessia into the house and said, "Come in. I want to show you how well I can use this bow. Hellenson has been teaching me since the Two in Horns group came to visit. Come on, quick." Everyone in Alfel's family was happy to have her visiting. See how warmly they treated her. Altho couldn't help but smile. They all gathered happily together that evening. Meanwhile, Ms. Lance LX was searching for clues alone in a dark dungeon. She was tirelessly making efforts to track them down. But the trail had once again gone cold. At this moment, she remembered the words of Lunsivai and affirmed that she was right. No way could those numerous bloodworms be moving as usual. According to the tunnel network, they almost all converged in this area, leading deep down and to the east, where there were large mountains. If that was the case, it seemed she had discovered something. She continued running forward, and then stopped because there was a deep chasm below. Looking down, she saw two long things, and was sure they were snake monsters. But why did they have horns? And about the color, too. Until now, reports only recorded them as gray with blue flames on their backs. It was ridiculous for a creature that didn't even care about its offspring to be guarding a tunnel like this. Lan's communication device lit up. She picked it up and said, "Lunsivai, I have tracked down an unusual husk snake monster guarding a tunnel, emitting a large amount of mana." He said, "Do you think that's the source? I trust your judgment based on its color compared to the mana monsters I've seen before. Then it might be it. Requesting reinforcements. I have 50 combat mages preparing to be teleported to the nearest gate. Maintain your position and await further instructions." "Yes, sir." On a full moon night, brightening the entire sky, the meal ended and the servants were cleaning up. Uncle Vincent seemed to have had too much to drink and was being helped to his room by his wife, and although his daughter, sulking, said, "If every time I come home, Dad is drunk like this, I'd rather stay at school." Despite her words, she still prepared blankets and pillows for her father to rest. "No, my selfish bear," her mother said, helping her father sit in a chair. "If you don't come home, your dad will really cry. He already regrets sending you to the academy. Do you know how embarrassed I was when Dad told those stories in front of the student council president?" she said. "Speaking of which, where is he?" Olo stretched and said, "Tessia wanted to get some fresh air, so my mother went with her to keep her from getting lost." "Oh, I see." Returning to the living room, Olo saw his father holding his younger sibling in his arms. "Dad, are you taking Ellie to her room?" he asked. Dad handed the child over to him and said, "Okay, let the big brother handle it." He patted his son's head and said, "Every day, the little one asks when you will come home. Make sure to tell her that you're leaving in the morning, so she doesn't stay up late again." Mother and Tessia sat outside at the table, chatting. "Thank you for coming," said Mother. "I know you might not be too comfortable." "Not at all, Am," Tessie replied. "I'm actually very happy. I see that Lilia and Uncle are also very happy." "You mean embarrassed?" Mother laughed. "Perhaps a bit of that too," Tessie admitted, noticing Mother's concern. She asked, "Are you worried about tomorrow, when Aldo enters the dungeon?" "Of course, but he's become very strong, hasn't he?" "No matter how strong Aldo is, even stronger than all his teammates combined, I still worry. Even the lowest level dungeons are very dangerous and unpredictable." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you before the trip." "It's okay, ma'am. Don't worry. Just like how he protects me, I will protect him if anything happens." "It's good to hear you say that, but I hope you won't have to," Mother said gently. Tessie was surprised. Mother smiled and explained, "You are a precious gem to your parents too. If anything happens to you, they would be devastated. You should prioritize your own safety. I will trust my son." Mother rubbed her arms, saying, "I'm starting to get a bit cold. Would you like to go inside? I want to stay out here a bit longer. Thank you for the walk." "Of course," Mother replied, heading back inside. After putting his sister to bed, she slowly opened her eyes. "Oh, you're awake?" he asked. Rubbing her eyes, she said, "What time is it?" "It's still night. When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow morning." "Can't you stay a bit longer?" she asked. "Unfortunately, no. But after that, I'll be home for a whole week." "All right then, tell me a story." "I don't know. I have to leave early tomorrow. Seeing her reluctance, he gave in. All right. What do you want to hear? You didn't finish the story about how you became a professor. Wait, where did I leave off? You remember? He asked eagerly. Yes, a professor's spell, once activated, cannot be stopped. So I stepped in and pulled Serlin out because she wasn't defending herself. Serlin? You mean Serlin, the princess of Sapin? She asked. Yes, is there a problem? He replied. You saved another princess? She asked, incredulous. Why do you make it sound like I'm going around saving princesses? And after saving her, you asked the professor to fight you instead of her. To impress her? She teased. Frowning, he pinched her nose. No, it's not like that. Ouch, you're hurting me. Let go, she protested. Although let go, crossed his arms and continued the story. In short, after defeating that professor, the headmaster Goodski of the academy contacted me and asked if I wanted to be a professor. She covered her mouth and asked, So did you agree? Of course not. Do you think your brother is that simple? I refused until I got the right to use the restricted library, which only a few professors have access to. Is that all? She asked. No, besides that, I also got a personal training room covered with mana crystals. Thanks to that, other professors and disciplinary committee members became gentler with me, and I had more time to train. So are you a good professor? She asked. Of course. My classes even attract students from other classes, he said proudly. Really? I can't believe it, she said. You little brat, he said, ruffling her hair. By the way, did you know that Elisa and Tessia also use the training room with me? Recently, Mr. Gideon has made progress in improving Tobias. Tobias? Who's that? She asked. But it was already late, and the two siblings fell asleep without noticing. The next day started. Good morning, my dear. Have you seen Aldo? Asked Mom. I checked his room, but he wasn't there. Dad stretched and said, Maybe he's having breakfast. I wonder where he went so early. They pondered. Then they went to Ellie's room to wake her up. When they opened the door, they saw Aldo there, sleeping next to his sister. They smiled and left quietly. In a cold, snow-covered place, Professor Gary called out loudly, Everyone, gather in your teams. Aldo turned to Sylvie and said, We should spend our time in there hunting a bit. Are you sure, Dad? Of course. This is just a low-level dungeon, and Professor Gary is with us. Hearing this, Sylvie jumped down, ready to hunt. She turned back to remind her dad, If anything goes wrong, just call me. Aldo looked over at Lucas and thought, I can't believe Professor Gary put me in the same team as him. As usual, Lucas boasted, Hey, I've been here countless times until it became too easy. After all, I'm an A-rank adventurer. The surrounding students whispered in awe, Wow, so cool. He really is the son of the Wykes family. Although casually said, I heard from an adventurer friend that your certification was confiscated. Hearing that, Lucas angrily approached and grabbed Aldo's shoulder. You're just jealous of my fame, aren't you? Why would I be? I'm just saying what I heard. Aldo replied nonchalantly. Lucas was about to use his magic to attack Aldo, but someone came and pushed them apart. Enough. We still have to choose a team leader before we go in, the person said. Lucas asked, What do you mean by choosing a team leader? Of course it's me. Who else could it be? But to his dismay, his teammates all raised their hands to vote for Tessia as the team leader. She was surprised and asked, Me? Why not choose Aldo? One of the teammates explained, You have experience leading as the student council president, and you're a mid-level mage who can keep an eye on everyone. Another friend cheerfully added, If she's the leader, we can name our group the Queen and the Knights. Not being chosen as the leader, Lucas was furious and called them all idiots. Professor Gary asked, Is everyone ready? You all know your teammates' capabilities, so use the basic formations and team strategies we've learned. Let's go. The professor led the way into the dungeon. Tessia instructed, Keep moving and maintain the formation. Remember to protect yourself with mana at all times. After a while, one of the students said, Why is it suddenly so cold? Didn't you hear Professor Gary? You need to warm your body up, even without using mana, she replied. Although wasn't much affected by the cold, thanks to Sylvie's Dryan aura. Tessia commented, I know this is a dungeon, but it's really beautiful. Professor Gary explained, Perhaps you haven't heard in class. This is a D-level dungeon called the Widow's Tomb. We will only stay on the first 2 floors, so the only mana beasts we need to watch out for are snarlers. After hearing the name of the creature, everyone started discussing. I read about snarlers before coming here. They aren't very strong, but they are tough to kill individually because their fur is incredibly thick. Not to mention, they are extremely ugly. It's disgusting to get close to them. Curtis said to Claire, I've heard it's pretty easy to spot some groups, even on the first floor. I wonder if any expedition teams have been here before. She replied, Professor Gary once said she hired an adventurer team to limit the number of people entering this dungeon a few weeks before we came here. Exactly. It's strange we haven't encountered any group at all. We should have passed by the Snarler's den by now. Where are they? He wondered. The professor turned back and advised her students, Everyone, stay alert. Just because we don't see any monsters doesn't mean we can let our guard down. Lucas felt frustrated. What a waste of time being here, when there's not a single monster around, he complained. Another student asked, What will happen if there are no monsters on the first or second floor? Will we go deeper? Of course not. If we don't find any monsters on the first or second floor, we'll report back to the adventurer team, the professor replied. Curtis suggested, Maybe we can hunt some mana beasts outside the dungeon. Distracted by the conversation, he didn't notice that the professor had suddenly stopped, causing him to bump into her back. Back off, the professor said. Curtis, confused, asked, What? The professor turned around and shouted, Back off immediately. The students broke into a cold sweat, panicking. Although and some others rushed forward. Didn't you hear what the professor said? Hurry up. The professor drew her sword to fend off the mana beasts. These snarlers weren't any stronger than usual, but they shouldn't be gathering in packs like this. After defeating them, she turned back to her students. Snarlers aren't hard to deal with, but their behavior is concerning. Prioritizing everyone's safety, we'll end this excursion now. Let's head back. Suddenly, a streak of fire passed by the professor, coming from Lucas. He said, Safety? Don't tell me you brought us here just to turn back now that the monsters finally showed up. It's to liven things up, right? The students began to murmur among themselves. They're pretty easy to kill, aren't they? It might not be too bad. After all, this is just a D-level dungeon. Curtis spoke up to the professor. I think we can still try and practice here. All those stood nearby, understanding why Professor Gary hesitated, especially given the Lance's research on the dungeon. Seeing the students' eagerness to stay and explore, the professor closed her eyes, contemplating. Based on the Lance's findings in the monster's lair, this might be the students' only chance to gain valuable dungeon exploration experience. Moreover, the Snarlers were only E-level monsters. With their presence, everything should be fine. After her thoughts, she addressed the students. All right then, form groups and explore different areas of the dungeon. We do not hope for any internal conflicts here, she instructed. Yes, Professor. The students replied in unison, excitedly moving forward. She pulled Lucas aside and warned, If you dare repeat your earlier behavior, prepare for the consequences. As team leader, Tessia assigned roles, although I want you to be the vanguard since you excel in close combat. Clive and Roland, you two will be on either side of Aldo. Keep an eye out for him, even if no monsters attack you. Lucas, you'll be in the middle. We will form a diamond formation as we practiced. Lucas arrogantly brushed past Tessia. All right, don't make a big deal out of it, princess. This is just a stupid trip. Hearing this, Clive, angry, was about to give Lucas a piece of his mind, but Aldo stopped him. Let it go. We have bigger things to worry about, he said, pointing towards the monsters. Aldo noticed a yellow object in his hand, curious about what it was. Smiling, he exerted force, producing an eye-catching green light. Suddenly, a monster lunged at him, catching him by surprise. Aldo quickly dodged and slashed it, then looked towards Clive. Thanks. No problem, Clive replied. The team was ready to conquer the monsters with a strategic formation. They charged forward together, each using their unique skills to defeat the monsters. The professor stood outside, observing everyone performing exceptionally well thanks to their classroom training. However, they were not accustomed to prolonged battles, and the number of snarlers wasn't decreasing. Worried that the situation might become complicated, she waved her hand and called out loudly, Teams, stick with your leaders. We're heading back. Hearing the professor's command, everyone turned back. However, due to running a bit slower, one student, Loong, was grabbed by a monster. Tessia turned back, calling Although to join her. But he had already rushed to save his teammate. Charging forward, he thought, damn it, I need to attack harder to blow them away. If not, they'll keep coming. I've never tried this without Tobias. Just hope it works as I think. He drew his sword and instructed, hold on to something tight. Hearing this, the student clung desperately to the ground. Although mustered all his strength to drive away the monsters and saved his friend, he extended his hand to pull them up, and just as they were about to run, they heard a loud noise. Although winced, don't be so dramatic. The professor, shocked, exclaimed, no way, the Snarler King. What is it doing here? It shouldn't be on this final level. Immediately, she ripped the necklace from her neck and rushed forward to attack the monstrous creatures. Shouting, she commanded, clear a path for retreat now. I'll handle this. Although understood, we need to get everyone across the chasm and seal it off. He scanned around, Diophin, right? Come with me. Seeing this, all those teammates shouted, we'll go with you. They all charged forward together. Although instructed Diophin, I need you to use your strength to break through the chasm. I'll protect you. Terrified, she stammered, okay, but I need some time. A loud call from behind, although, made her more scared as a monster lunged at her. Fortunately, although managed to kill the creature in time. Realizing that although could protect her, she focused on breaking through the chasm, despite her fear. Everyone was putting their all into defeating the monsters. The girl turned back and informed although that she had finished. He responded, now we need to clear this mess. He clenched his fists and delivered a powerful punch. Damn it, we need to break through in one go. Otherwise, this won't end. Suddenly, everyone shouted loudly, although startled, why is there smoke? It turns out that Lucas had used fire to destroy the monsters. He said, there are too many evil things here. They are blocking our way. Although recognizing imminent death, they are blocking the other passages, aren't they? Then he shouted loudly, no more fire. Put it out immediately if possible. We are running out of oxygen to breathe. We need an explosion to break through this wall in one go. Be careful. It's useless if we don't breathe fully. Suddenly, Sylvia asked her father, what's going on? We're stuck in the dungeon. Come here as soon as possible to notice what's going on outside. Wait, Dad. I'll be right there if you help. Suddenly, he remembered Kotick and his covenant beast, who immediately helped. Although calling Kotick over immediately, Kotick heard and ran back. Do you have the willpower to clean up that mess? No, but although I don't have enough mana without Grande here. Turn around and don't ask any more. Focus on your first phase and create a powerful explosion to clean up that mess. Understand? And Delphin, go help the others to detain the monsters. You observe around and remove the wrist rope. Then transfer the mana to Kotick. Transfer the mana that has been researched for many years, but it fails. Even a dominant element is like another wizard's body source. They still have only that element. But because I have the ability to control all 4 elements, I can simulate, copy, and control the ratio of each element separately. I'm not yet proficient and only tried a few times. But today I was careless. I was too confident and arrogant when I entered the dungeon. I didn't calculate what uncertainty could happen. I thought I had enough capacity to handle that and protect everyone whenever something happened. The power I got at this age, compared to my previous life, has made me more absurd. I need to reach the white stage, but the problem is time and effort. I can't be careless and arrogant like that. Although, I don't know what you're doing, but I can enter my first stage, and then although looks at his friend. The mana from his willpower of the beast is resisting him. His friend shouts loudly, and then uses a very strong force to break the wall. Although, now let everyone out of here. Although saw the professor still fiercely battling the monster lord. Even the unusually strong magical glass created from the relationship between her 2 elements couldn't withstand it, and she was pushed back. All right, everyone, let's go, Although said, suddenly realizing Tessia was missing. Seeing her standing in pain, Although quickly ran to support her. She trembled and said, Although, my mana core. Although held her and reassured. All right, we're about to get out of here. He helped her out of the dungeon, feeling the situation was too dangerous. Why are there 2 monsters in the dungeon? And Snarler is only at level B. They should have been easily defeated by Professor Gary, who is already an A-rank explorer, he thought. Something fell off. Although turned towards the professor and saw the monster had evolved into a more terrifying form. The professor shouted, Everyone, run quickly. The students were petrified. She continuously attacked the monster, but it seemed unaffected while she accumulated wounds. This place is a pigsty. Althal felt uneasy. Professor Gary can't distract it for long, he thought. His teammates from the disciplinary committee urged, Althal, let's go quickly. We need to leave immediately. However, Althal asked them to help Tessia out of there, but he stayed behind. Curtis grabbed his hand in concern. I know you're a dual-element mage, but don't act foolishly. We should leave this monster to Professor Gary. But when the mana sources radiated from Althal's body, Curtis released his hand in surprise, saying, I didn't see wrong, did I? Is that really fire? Yes, it's fire, Althal confirmed. The professor knew that mana beasts would slaughter each other, but never imagined they could evolve to this extent. It doesn't make any sense, she thought. Althal charged towards the monster and shouted confidently. The professor was shocked. Is that fire? Why would you? I told everyone to leave immediately, the professor said, ignoring Althal's words. He replied, I don't think it will attack your teammates. I realize that none of your attacks could harm it. Oh, are you mocking me? The professor asked. I just want to try something, Althal replied. All right, but have the others left? She asked, glancing towards where Lucas was watching them, but soon left as well. They've all gone, Althal answered. All right, this thing won't follow us out of the dungeon. We just need to weaken it and escape. Can you do that? Althal said, hold it back for 10 seconds. Then the professor and Althal joined forces to attack the monster. The professor realized that Althal was a dual-element mage. They both attacked fiercely, and Althal shouted, Move! Seeing the opportunity to leave, the professor grabbed Althal and ran. However, it seemed Althal's sword was stuck in the monster. He walked out of the dungeon sadly, but when he turned around, he saw the monster following him and stabbing his leg, making him cry out in pain. The professor heard and immediately turned back, calling out to Althal and intending to pull him out of this terrifying place. Realizing something was wrong, Althal shouted, Back away now. Then he fell into a deep chasm. The professor helplessly called out in vain, No, Althal. He fell into the abyss, exhausted and nearly fainted, but he managed to cling on to avoid falling further. Damn it, he thought. There's no other way but to survive. After falling, even with mana restoration, he had little mana left, but it might be enough for now. He used all his remaining mana to move to a safer place. He survived, but his strength was greatly diminished, and his body was severely injured. Trying to sit up, he saw his beloved sword in front of him. First, he needed to enhance his senses and regenerative abilities. Sylvie's beast nature was very effective and had helped him a lot. He looked at the hole and thought, even at full strength, I would have trouble climbing out of this hole, let alone now. Looking around, he heard the sound of running water. He chose to move closer and step over, only to be shocked by what he saw. Numerous people had died here. What terrifying event had taken place? Hearing a noise, Althal immediately went on the defensive and asked, Who's there? He heard a weak and trembling voice call out, Please help me. Wait, can you try to speak again? He asked. I'm here, the voice said, making him drop his sword in surprise. Alex? Isn't this Lance Alex, the white mage I met and talked to at Cyrus Academy? This can't be real, he thought, astonished. Althal quickly approached Lance Alex. Due to her severe eye injury, she couldn't see who was in front of her. Who is it? Who are you? She asked. Althal used his abilities to help heal her a bit and said, Wait a moment. Curious, Lance Alex asked, Do you know me? Have we met before? To satisfy her curiosity, Althal replied, I'm Matt. We encountered each other at Cyrus Academy. You even said I was the same age as your younger brother. Do you remember? Oh, right, the spy boy in Byron's. Why are you near? She asked. Fearing that talking more would worsen her injuries, Althal stopped her, saying, Don't talk anymore, that's enough. You know my condition is incurable. I'm sorry, she said. Sorry for what? I feel much better thanks to you, he replied. Althal helplessly asked, What can I do now? I don't understand why this is happening. Why? Why are you in this state? Do you mean why am I still alive? He kept me alive this long for revenge, for harming him, she explained. She handed something to Althal, and he picked it up. This, even my shattered mana core, I should show you everything. Let your mana permeate my body. Althal touched her head and saw a terrifying monster before him. As everyone rushed to attack it, nothing worked, and they even had to die. The monster smugly gave her two choices. You can choose to fight and die, or kill all your teammates here and survive, he said. Do you think your efforts can change the situation? No matter what, there will be war, and I have prepared a quick death for you along with them. It's a pity you won't need these anymore. I've read that if one of your senses is destroyed, the others become more acute, he said as he approached, using his sharp claw to poke her eye. Red immediately appeared along with cries of Alex. No, please stop. How does it feel? Can you hear those desperate cries more clearly now? He taunted. Seeing such a horrifying scene, Altho felt nauseous. She trembled and said, Not everyone gets to witness such ghastly sights, especially a young boy like you. Not everyone needs to go through all the turmoil here. At least now, I can know clearly what everyone went through. Thank you for showing me that. In pain, she broke down and cried. I don't want to die. Altho, with tears in his eyes, moved closer to hold her. I'm very scared, she said. Altho comforted her. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Due to her severe injuries, she eventually passed away. Altho whispered to himself that Alexa's death was not in vain. From her memories, he discovered that there was not just one dark spirit. As he wondered how many there could be, they seemed to be hunting for something. Just like the first demon he encountered in Sylvie's cave. Whether this demon wanted the entire Sylvie or Dickinson, it didn't make any difference. As an elemental warrior or not, he had no other choice. If a war was truly about to break out as the demon had said, he couldn't afford to remain complacent. To protect the people he loved and cherished in this world, he needed to become even stronger. Looking at the string on his hand, he clenched it tightly. He stood up, walked towards Lance Alex, and used his magic to freeze her. He then placed a flower on her, saying, You won't be alone anymore. I'll make sure they go to hell with you, along with everyone else here. Thank you for waiting. Sylvie noticed the sadness on his face and called out, Father, although hugged Sylvie and said, I'm okay. Let's get out of here. There's nothing left to do. Sylvie took him away from that place. His clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in wounds. As he walked towards a door, he was stopped. What is a child doing outside at this late hour? Can you prove your identity? Altho replied, Cyrus Academy. I just returned from an expedition with my class to the widow's tomb. The widow's tomb, the place where that unusual incident occurred. Hearing this, the man immediately said, Inform Cyrus Academy and the Adventurers Guild right away. Yes, the Adventurers Guild is gathering personnel to search for and rescue you. Kid, wait a moment. Let me find someone to treat your wounds. Altho grabbed the man's hand and said, I just want to go home, sir. I will report to Cyrus Academy in the morning. All right, kid, the man replied.
When he arrived at the front door of his house, he thought everyone inside might be very worried about him. But if he went inside, everyone would ask what had happened. He sat down on the steps. I know this is very selfish, he thought, but I don't think I can deal with it. He looked at the necklace in his hand. Lance Alex's last words always echoed in his mind. Her fear of loneliness, her fear of dying. Whether it was accidental or intentional, he just hoped her ending would be like his, having a chance to live again. His father calmly stepped out. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's about time for such things in Phi City to have their own privileges. Father, he said as his father sat down next to him. You don't need to say anything, son. I don't know if you remember, but your mother could only use healing magic for minor wounds. She also had a scar that even to this day, she can't speak about. So don't push yourself too hard. Everyone has a battle they must fight, just like your mother. I will always be by your side, waiting for your success in the future. Life isn't just a simple battle, Altho. Sometimes failing is just normal. Stand up, look back at it, learn from it, and become stronger, and you will eventually win. Hearing his father's words, he lowered his head and cried. After a night, Altho was still dejected and sad. Principal Goodsuke opened the door and said, Don't just come to my office. He replied, The view here is better than elsewhere. Why don't I see your mascot? I told it to stay home when I dropped by. That's good. After everything that happened on the trip, you should rest a bit. Do you have any other plans? Yes, I promised my mother and sister to go shopping with them later. To be precise, what exactly happened, Altho? Professor Gary told me about the anomaly of the berserk snarlers. Did something go out of control in the crypt? Altho handed the necklace to Principal Goodsky. She was surprised when she saw it. No, it can't be Land Square. She answered sorrowfully. Yes, she is dead. Her body and her teammates are still down at the bottom level of the crypt, where Professor Gary led the class on the expedition. She thought, a lance was murdered. They've come here. Things might have started to get serious. She apologized for asking, but do you know the source of this? No, I don't. It's okay. I will report to the council about what happened immediately. Don't worry too much about this, Altho. This is beyond your reach. The council and the deceased lances will deal with whoever or whatever caused this. She hurriedly went inside, leaving him alone with his sadness. He thought, let's hope so. At the end of Part 7, Altho had a brief moment to talk with Principal Goodsky. He shared what he knew with the principal. Afterward, as promised, Altho went shopping with his mother and younger sister. Seeing his sad expression made his mother, who was walking beside him, feel worried. His younger sister then pulled him into a store. Under their mother's hesitation, his sister chose a suitable shirt for her brother. Welcome to her favorite store now, she said. Ahem, actually, Miss Sabioka. Are there any shops nearby that sell training items? What do you mean, she asked. Yes, there's a pretty famous store nearby. If you want, you can go ahead, she replied. Mom, don't worry, Altho said. We'll go together after. Don't worry about me. Have fun, Dad, he added. Don't go, Altho, he said. Your sacrifices won't be in vain. He walked quietly down the street, and a flower on the ground caught his eye. Looking at it, he thought of the flower he had placed on Alex's grave. He went to the place Miss Sabioka had pointed out. They sell potions in a place like this? He thought. It looks like a place full of diseases and poisons. After a few steps, he heard a voice. Got any spare change, kid? He was startled and pressed against the wall. Why didn't I sense anything from him? It's like seeing a ghost. Kid, I'm just an old man asking for some spare change. Ah, sure, he replied, taking out a coin from his pocket and giving it to the man. I don't know what he's doing sitting here, he thought. The old man took the coin and said, Thank you, Dan Kid. I accidentally gave him a silver coin. Altho panicked and rummaged through his pocket for another coin. Sorry, I wanted to give you this. But when he looked back, the old man had disappeared without a trace. No trace at all, Altho muttered, his face darkening. Just like that, it cost 100 stars. He walked sadly towards the store. When he reached the front door, he saw a round yellow ring. What is this? Is this how the store checks customers? He grabbed it to open the door, which made a sound. As he opened the door, he had to cough because the place was quite smoky. A voice said, Oh, a customer. How can I help you? Looking up, Altho recognized the store owner and the old man he had just seen outside. Immediately, Altho approached and demanded his money back. Give me my money back right now. You said you were homeless, he said. The old man, amused, replied, No, I said I was an old man. It's just that you saw my appearance and how I was sitting and assumed I was homeless. The old man gestured to the items in his shop and said, How about this? Take any item you want, and I'll give it to you for free. Then we'll be even. Altho looked around and asked, Is there anything here worth a silver coin? The old man confidently replied, Of course there is. You just need a keen eye to see it. Altho smiled, scanning the surroundings, and thought to himself, You need to respect elders, You need to respect elders. He began searching and wondered aloud, How long has this shop been here? Why don't you ever clean or repair it, old man? You need to know that manual labor is not good for an old man like me, the old man replied. Besides, I think the shop is fine as it is. Frustrated by his response, Altho ignored him and continued searching for something valuable. Looking up, he saw a cat with sparkling eyes staring at him. As he looked back, the cat ran away. Continuing his search, he opened a box containing rings and wondered about it. Just then, the old man splashed water at him. Altho angrily exclaimed, What the heck? The old man nonchalantly replied, You dodged it, didn't you? Don't worry, it's just water. Altho felt he might lose his temper if he stayed any longer, but was determined to find something worth the money he spent. As he searched, a pet jumped onto his back. "Dad, it's me. You abandoned me," it said. Altho laughed and replied, "You survived, comrade." Turning to the old man, he said, "I can't find anything. Are you okay, old man?" The old man replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Didn't find anything you wanted?" "No, so if you give me my money back, I'll leave," Altho said. "This kid is really annoying," the old man muttered. He went to find something valuable for the money Altho had spent. "You're not very good at recognizing valuable items, are you?" he said. "Ah, here it is." He threw something towards Altho, who caught it and asked, "What is this?" The old man pushed him out and said, "Don't worry, it's something you'll need. Now go." "Wait, wait," Altho protested. Ignoring his customer's attitude, the old man slammed the door shut and said, "Thanks. Come again." Suddenly, Altho noticed the cat from earlier outside the shop, staring at him. After buying things, the woman was sitting in a cafe to wait for him. As soon as she saw his brother's figure 2 steps out, the younger sister quickly waved to him. Holding a cup of tea, the mother then asked, "Have you found what you were looking for?" "It seems so, Mom," the girl replied. She was quite surprised. "If you couldn't find anything from that place selling items and medicine, because they're so famous, there have been a lot of students coming to get new training items." "What from that dump? Why don't you say that place is a dump? That tent is all torn down." When he looked back, a grand building appeared before him, and now a friend was leading Lucas somewhere in a dark cellar. After a while, he reached a door. Lucas stepped in, looked around, and then used his foot to kick the other guy down. "What the hell are you trying to do?" He heard a welcome sound, and the guy quickly knelt down and bowed. It turned out to be the leader of the people involved in Marquis's death, whom Altho always hunted and searched for. In front of them was a masked man sitting on a chair, and dozens of dark-cloaked men standing around. The leader greeted, "Welcome to one of our secret meetings. My lord has brought Lucas Wykes here. Is this as the lord requested? This is the famous Wykes, right? Welcome you to join our little expedition." "Who said I would join you?" said the other. "He has something interesting for us to see. I thought it had to be more impressive. Who are you anyway? You don't look much like a student. Don't tell me you're a professor." One of his angry minions pointed at Lucas. "Why do you feel honored when we allow such an idiot like you to come here?" Lucas asked the idiot to blacken his subordinate and show Lucas the power of the leader. He twitched his hand and said, "Now, don't say anything rude to our new member, Oak." After that slap, the fire erupted with a loud plea for forgiveness. He stuttered and said, "Please forgive me. I'm wrong. I'm sorry." Lucas was amazed at his power. "Do you think I can do that?" But that magic spell, I couldn't sense his mana level. He spoke out. "Now, about this little faction of yours, I want to know more. Why do you always strive to conquer, and why do you need me? You're an organization specializing in manipulating and recruiting students, right?" He responded, "I believe the mission we're fulfilling is much grander, far greater than what this academy represents. However, current circumstances prevent me from carrying it out. I need a more powerful magic to execute the plan while I wait, and you are one of those chosen. Everyone here holds noble status yet remains dissatisfied. They proudly boast about Cyrus Academy for its purest bloodlines. You might be an exception, but I am certain that the students and the operational structure of the academy do not trouble you Wykes." Lucas retorted angrily, "Why waste time and effort on these petty mistakes when I can correct them any time? Those country folk at the academy aren't any better, low-level adventurers always brandishing their weapons." He gestured dismissively towards those behind him. "Even these pampered nobles are worthless to me." He walked away calmly, stating, "I have nothing to gain by lowering myself to their insignificant rank, wearing their leech around my neck, and obeying your orders." The composed leader responded, "Rumors are not always true. Indeed, you are a proud, arrogant sorcerer, always belittling those of lower status as weak and ineffectual. But hasn't your friend proven otherwise?" Hearing his friend's name triggered Lucas. "How dared you?" He started, but was cut off. You may be hailed as an exceptional prodigy and favored by Eli for your awakening. The leader continued, but to Alpha, you are nothing. Lucas still gripped his hand tightly, saying, "How dared you?" The other guy pushed Lucas's hand away from his face and spoke mockingly. "There's a sad truth you haven't tested yet, isn't there? And perhaps you know that too, don't you? Remember the last dungeon exploration with Alpha?" Lucas was now infuriated to the extreme. Slowly turning towards the other guy, he shouted in his face, "Who are you, demon?" The guy stood up, raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture, and said calmly, "I am simply a philanthropist who came to this land to make it better. Lord Lucas, I believe everything is clear and transparent for us to cooperate in this matter," he continued. Lucas wondered how long he had been observed by him. "Go on," he urged impatiently. "Soon, I will be able to start a battle, and then the fragile alliance among the three factions will be broken. I have also seized the council and controlled the leader. Everything is ready. Lord Lucas, I just need your help to finish the rest." Lucas said, "Finish the rest? I will make sure Alpha becomes one of them." He clapped his hands and said approvingly, "Good, very good. It seems your half-demon bloodline doesn't affect your reasoning abilities much. And if what you say is true, that Alpha has never experimented before, how do you think I can kill him? If you wish, I will drink any kind of potion you gave to Marquis. He said it's because that pig is too weak. If you are as strong as you think, you can completely control the power surging in your body. Trust me, those energies will rise to a new height." Lucas guessed, "You must have also planned to provoke Alpha into fighting me." "Exactly," he replied simply. "Alpha is just a normal human. He's very important to his family and friends. But there's someone special." Lucas cut him off and asked Tessia, "He's right, isn't he? Tessia, a fairy, is a principal. Do you all think this is accurate?" The group in dark-colored robes shouted in unison. No disgust. "Never, Lucas. Do you think that if the princess just shed a little blood, your beloved friend, Alpha, would get angry?" Lucas laughed sinisterly. "Who says that's not the case?" In this dorm room, the four-eyed guy sitting on his bed wiped his glasses, then heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He stood up and opened the door to find Alpha outside, scratching his head and saying, "Sorry, I seem to have forgotten my key." As soon as he saw Alpha, his friend immediately hugged him, patting his back. "I'm here, I'm fine. You can't easily get away from me," his friend said while hugging him. "I know you're a stubborn bug," Alpha helplessly said. "All right, let me go now." The two of them entered the room. The friend recounted that yesterday, Principal Goodskay stopped by and said there was no need to worry about him. But when I heard Claire recount what had happened, it was hard to believe that you weren't harmed at all. Alpha asked if everyone was okay. "Yes, Kay and Curtis were discharged from the hospital this morning, and Tessia. Principal Goodskay said she is with her grandfather in the training room." "Training room? Yes, you should visit everyone so they can see for themselves that you're okay. I will go, but I'm afraid I can't handle everyone's questioning if I show up there. Can we meet in the conference room tomorrow? Just tell them you saw me and I'm fine, and they'll believe it." "Okay, I will say that." Then Alpha stepped closer to his friend. They fist-bumped, and his friend collapsed onto the bed, distressed, covering his face with both hands, while Alpha continued walking somewhere, thinking that Principal Goodskay might be with the council. Mr. Varian would never miss a meeting unless suddenly Sylvie sensed mana and urged his father to hurry up. "Hurry up, I'm coming, don't rush me." When he opened the door, inside was filled with dark gray smoke. "Alpha, is that you, kid? What's going on here?" "Glad you're here, kid. I need your help." The ring on Alpha's thumb glowed. "Dad, what's wrong with the ring?" "I don't know. Something inside is making it heat up a bit." Looking through the smoke, he saw Mr. Varian sitting in front of a pile of vines. He approached and asked, "What the hell is that Tessia?" "Is that Tessia?" "Yes, she's been like that since she got out of the dungeon." "What's wrong with her?" "I'm not sure, but the beast's consciousness is frantically resisting, causing the assimilation process to have problems. It seems to be trying to take over Tessia's body. I think something unusual happened with the beast you defeated. The assimilation process has taken too long, yet it's still transforming like this, as if it's mutating. Altho blamed himself. Is it because I didn't give her the beast core? He touched to sense it and was immediately thrown back, injuring himself. That almost killed you. Suddenly, it transformed into long vines and attacked Altho. He quickly dodged the whips, but they still managed to inflict some wounds on him. Mr. Varian asked, "Are you okay, Altho?" "I'm fine, but it seems your granddaughter holds a grudge against me. Look at this. Is this the time for joking?" The vines had no intention of sparing him. They continuously lunged at him and attacked. Sylvie anxiously asked his father, "What should we do now?" "Go to Mr. Varian. We need to be careful so that Tessia doesn't get hurt." He hoped that cutting the vines wouldn't cause any problems. Just as he was about to cut them, the gem he bought during his recent shopping trip suddenly flew towards Tessia. He was bewildered by what was happening, and the gem shattered the vines and touched Tessia's abdomen. At that moment, the vines disintegrated, creating a golden light. Tessia floated into the air without a covering cloth. Altho immediately rushed over, wrapped her in a scarf, and caught her. Mr. Varian, unsure of what Altho had done, placed his hand on Altho's shoulder and said, "You've just saved her. Thank you." Tessia slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Why am I lying on the ground?" She saw her grandfather and Altho in front of her and happily ran over. Mr. Varian extended his arms, expecting her to run into his embrace, but to his disappointment, Tessia ran to hug Altho instead. This action left him bewildered, standing like a statue. His beloved granddaughter had run in the wrong direction. Altho hesitantly patted her head and said, "Tessia." She looked at him with joyful, sparkling eyes. "You're alive." "Yes, I'm alive." A breeze passed over Mr. Varian, who hoped it would blow away his embarrassment. Mr. Varian and Altho took her to the hospital for specialists to examine her. Altho leaned against the wall, deep in thought. He still couldn't understand why the orb that old man had given him at the store had flown to Tessia like that. It seemed to have calmed her down, but had it really saved her? He definitely needed to go back to that store and ask the old man what exactly he had given him. Grandpa Varian, worried about his beloved granddaughter, asked, "How is Tessia? Is she okay?" Addressing his concerns, the man replied, "Her condition has stabilized. The measurements of mana in her body are no longer problematic, but there is a somewhat perplexing issue. You mentioned that Tessia's core state was bright orange, right?" "Yes, is there a problem with her core?" "Not just that. Despite having a deep golden magic core, I still cannot measure her mana core." Grandpa stepped forward and said, "That's impossible." Altho followed and asked, "Is she okay?" He placed his hand on her abdomen, saying, "I'm still examining." He was surprised. "No way." Altho, who was beside him, also worriedly asked, What's going on? Is there an issue with her beast will? Is her core okay?" He knelt down and said, "She's much better than before. Tessia's core is almost at the elementary silver level." "Elementary silver level?" Altho asked, puzzled. "Should we leave her here alone? Will she be all right?" "Yes, she's just exhausted. After breaking through 3 realms simultaneously, she needs rest. When she wakes up, I'll take her back to the castle immediately." "I've always wondered," Altho said, "can you tell me a bit about the lances? Someone mentioned them to me, and I'd like to know more about what happened. How strong are they?" Grandpa replied, "Well, what do you think about the strength of a white mana core?" Hearing this, Altho thought that it takes about 23 gold core mages to defeat a silver core mage, but the difference between silver and white cores increases exponentially. Grandpa continued, "I am an intermediate silver core mage, and it would take about 10 people like me to confront a white core mage. For example, the principal is an advanced silver core mage. It would take around 6 to 7 people like her. 10 people like you. Are you that weak?" Altho teased. Grandpa, angry, pinched Altho's cheek. "I am not weak, you brat. I'm telling you, they are very strong." "I'm sorry," Altho apologized. They sat down on a long bench. Altho rubbed his cheek and asked, "But how can a white core mage be that powerful? And some of the lances are very young. but they are incredibly strong. I mean, why don't they run a kingdom? 6 lances could easily rule, and no one could stop them. Looking up at the sky, Grandpa replied, "They can't. The lances only become stronger when they are bestowed with their titles." "What do you mean?" Althal asked, seeking clarification. "It has to do with how a royal family maintains its position and holds on to power since the establishment of their kingdom. This is a secret known only to those of royal blood. Don't tell anyone about what I just said," he cautioned. It seemed Grandpa trusted Althal deeply to share this information. "Do you believe in the gods?" Grandpa asked. Throughout the ages, beasts, elves, humans, and dwarves were nomadic, engaging in raids among themselves, trading, and negotiating with other races despite cultural and religious differences. But the relationship between the 3 major forces remained strong and harmonious. The 3 races would have lived in peace if it weren't for the emergence of mana beasts, always lurking, seeking them as precious prey. The number of survivors dwindled year by year. One day, a god descended to the human world and gave the 3 races tools to fight mana beasts and end this era. The god appeared before 3 individuals, the ancestors of today's 3 royal families, the Glader family, the Graysunders family, and the Aralith family. The god bestowed upon us 6 artifacts, divided equally among the 3 chosen to become kings. However, these 3 kings did not intend to monopolize these artifacts for themselves. Instead, they gifted 2 artifacts to their 2 most trusted confidants, who swore a soul oath and underwent a ceremony to be knighted. These artifacts gave them profound insight into harnessing the powerful energy around them. The 3 kings personally led the 6 artifact bearers to expand the world's understanding of the knowledge and power they had just discovered by teaching them these skills. This process led to the creation of the first generation of mages. Elves, humans, and dwarves banded together to drive the mana beasts deep into the blood-stained trenches that people now commonly refer to as Bitcoin. After that, true peace was established across the entire territory, ending the era of the beasts and ushering in a new era. The 3 races divided peacefully and naturally. The human king ruled his subjects in the west, a flat and fertile land, an ideal place for strong development. The elf king occupied the south, a place where they could genuinely live in harmony with the world around them, full of forests, magic, and symbiotic living creatures. The dwarves followed their king to the north, a place rich in ore, metals, and precious diamonds. The 3 kings and their lances governed their subjects and truly lived for a time in peace and prosperity. As Grandpa was telling this story, Altho suddenly said, "Wait, so the new lances are the first people to use magic through the 6 artifacts given to the kings by the god. Not to mention, this story is ancient and a bit outdated. Isn't there something wrong at the end? What about the war between humans and elves? Where did the lances go?" Althal asked. Annoyed, Grandpa pulled Althal's ear and said, "Of course, there will be inaccuracies because you didn't let me finish. I was just starting to tell you about the wars." The old man sighed, lowered his face tiredly, and said, "Since you already know about the wars, I'll skip ahead." But basically, after just a few generations, that peaceful life ended. One day, all 3 races forgot about the times when their ancestors stood side by side. They sought to settle everything, and greed overcame them all. Althal looked at him with an indescribable expression. Grandpa said, "The lances didn't go anywhere. They have existed through the generations, growing stronger and staying connected to the royal families, appointing each person to use one of the artifacts. Due to the exploration of other continents, we agreed to inform the lances." "I understand why these things were kept secret now," Althal said. "Even the lances who swore a soul oath to the kings, if the information that the artifacts have the power to create white cores was leaked, Decaden's downfall would be inevitable." Althal thanked him, saying, "Thank you for trusting me, Grandpa. You've really grown up, haven't you?" Grandpa replied, "Your body has finally developed along with a mature mind, unlike when we first met." He patted Altho's head as he spoke. Grandpa then grew pensive and called out, "Altho." "Yes, sir," Altho responded. "I'm telling you these things because you play a part in them." "What? My beast contract? It's not just an ordinary beast, is it?" "Your contract beast is a god," Grandpa revealed. Although, surprised, looked down to see the beast sleeping peacefully. He asked the old man, "A god, you say?" "Listen to me," Grandpa continued. "Gods are not like what you read in religious books. Simply put, they are beings that have grown from a body we consider mortal and have become fully integrated with mana." "Is it a dragon?" Altho wondered. "I mean, Sylvie is very strong and intelligent, but there's a reason dragons are considered blessings in our culture. And that's why you've always kept Sylvie a secret, isn't it?" No, I'm not blaming you," Grandpa reassured him. "If it were me, I would have chosen the same. Believe it or not, I don't think your contract with Sylvie was just a coincidence." Grandpa stood up and said, "The world is changing, kid. I don't know what role you and Sylvie will play, but you must be ready for anything." Ending the conversation, Altho and Sylvie walked down the road. Altho's face looked troubled as he gazed up at the sky, deep in thought. Sylvie asked, "Dad, where are we going?" "I need to check a few things," Altho replied. He arrived at a grand building and went up to a wall where he saw a gem in a corner. He reached out, took it along with a piece of paper, and after reading the contents, he smiled and put the gem away. The next morning, Altho woke up and had breakfast with his family. Seeing his thoughtful expression, his mother asked anxiously, "Altho, is something wrong?" He shook his head and smiled, reassuring her, "No, Mom, everything's fine. Breakfast was great. I really missed the meals you used to cook for me back when I was in school." "Really? That's why you always ask for beans." Altho chuckled. "If there's anything bothering you, we're here for you," his mother insisted. "No, really, I'm fine," he replied. "I promise." "We'll spend some time together at the resort," his father interjected. "Altho, you're always busy like Vincent," he added with a smile. "Your father just wants a normal son," Altho's younger sister teased. "As long as you're safe and happy, that's all that matters to us," she said warmly. Altho smiled gratefully at his family and bid them goodbye as he headed out, holding a note in his hand. "Let's go, Sylvie," he said. The note read, "If you want to know the whole story by tomorrow afternoon, come to the West Gate teleportation point in a vast space. There are 4 men standing below and 1 man sitting on a chair. In the space, 1 man stood and said, 'This is crucial, King Gray.' Another man followed, 'Strengthening our kingdom is of utmost importance for our kingdom and the people you rule over.' A third man exclaimed, 'King Gray, you must kill her, kill her. After you kill her, the world will never mock your kingdom again.' Then the space turned dark with red streaks." Seeing Altho looking weary, Sylvie asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Dad?" He patted her head and replied, "I'm fine, just had a bad dream, that's all." Why would that memory resurface now? He reached into his pocket, pulled out the note, and looked at it. Remembering the shop he once visited, he recalled Varian's words, "The world is changing, Altho. You need to be ready at all times." Altho pondered, "This note must be from the old man at the shop. I don't know how he heard that conversation, but he must know something Varian didn't tell me. I trust everything Varian said. He would never lie about something like that. But who could possibly know more than Varian?" After walking for a while, he finally arrived at his destination. Wanting to pass through that gate, a man said, "Please present your reason and identification papers." "I have my travel permit," he replied. "This gate is a westward teleportation gate connected to the kingdom of Elsano. We require identification papers to allow passage." Curious about Elsano, he pulled out something and asked, "Would this be considered identification?" At a glance, the man recognized it immediately. It was the seal of nobility from Elsano. Who is this kid to possess it? He wondered silently, then bowed and invited him through. "Thank you," Altho said, continuing forward. After a while, he reached a door emitting golden light. As he approached, the light intensified, feeling unusually strange. Suddenly, colorful threads wrapped around his hand, pulling him downward. Fearful that Sylvie might be swept away, he instructed her to hold on tightly. After a while, he landed in complete darkness. Sylvie trembled, saying, "Father, I'm scared." This is the first time. He could sense Sylvie's fear for the first time. He raised his hand, creating a small flame to illuminate their surroundings, observing everything around him. He wondered what was happening. The surrounding power levels forced him to kneel. He noticed a figure ahead and asked, "Who's there?" A pair of eyes emerged from the darkness. Altho was wide-eyed with astonishment at the scene before him, while Sylvie, overwhelmed with fear, covered her eyes. A white light emerged, followed by a voice. Finally, some privacy to talk peacefully, the voice said. The light was so bright that Altho had to shield his eyes with one hand, while the other held Sylvie, trembling in his arms. Gradually, behind the blinding light, he recognized the figure. "You're the cat that disappeared from that shop," he realized. "But who are you now?" From a black cat, he had suddenly transformed into a tall man. "I am his companion," he replied, communicating through thought. "We pass through here from the heart to reach individuals like you. We are the ones you consider gods." In the quiet night, Headmaster Goodsky walked with his contracted beast. Inside a luxurious room, a council meeting was underway. People were debating. "Someone say something," calmly remarked Lance. "Alex is dead. We need more information before acting." Another Lance asked if Lady Goodsky was certain the child found Alex's body. "Why hide anything from us?" he added. A person slammed their hand on the table. "Bring those students here immediately. We need to interrogate them. They can't bring any student here. They'll feel arrogant, imagining themselves heroes. Furthermore, Lady Goodsky has already questioned them and seen the scene. The next steps are planned. Let's deploy our best mages to search for any remaining evidence," he said. "Can you join us, Lady Goodsky?" "Unfortunately," she replied, "I have another urgent matter to attend to." Immediately, an angry old man spoke. What could be more urgent than this? "One Lance believes," he said from a personal perspective, "that Lady Goodsky has already contributed enough to the council. Once again, thank you for your help. Cyrus Academy welcomes you back early." As she left, her contracted beast asked, "What troubled you so deeply?" She replied with sadness, "I'm just pondering. I didn't tell the council that Altho, the student who discovered Lance Alex's actions, may be right or wrong. Of course, that boy is quite mysterious. If the council suspects him, it's not good. I think we were lucky he didn't find out what was below. As I was walking, I sensed something and suddenly got attacked. Maybe they were lying in wait for a long time." She felt something wasn't right. "There's more than one troublemaker here," she said, "but when they attacked, I easily took down each one, and I ordered Avi to handle the rest." One of them in the group said, "I've heard many great things about you. Seems like you've been living well here." She reminded him, "Your mana core is running low. I could easily kill you if you tell me their plans." He laughed loudly. "Do you think I'd betray someone like that? You're mistaken. They will gradually regain their former strength. You can assume whatever you like, but this continent will disappear in about a century. We have spies everywhere, from the forests to the deep seas. Even the decadent gods have only a few short years left. War will erupt. How long will you survive?" He was then struck with pain and cried out. Lady Goodsky thanked Avi for handling the mess. Avi chillingly replied, "No problem. There's plenty of human flesh left, and it's still edible." Approaching, she gently stroked Avi's head, concerned. Avi asked about her wound and if she was okay, sensing that things were too easy. "We should head to the coast first," Lady Goodsky said, hoping her suspicions were wrong. She then applied a green solution to her back wound, torn open by the attack, though she wondered why red characters, like those seen on the deceased boy, appeared on her back. Could this be related to her? Meanwhile, the main characters continued their conversation. The man said, "I feel it would be much more convenient if we could communicate this way. Altho." Altho sweated nervously, feeling a bit scared. Could this person be stronger than even the White Core Mage, a deity? He reassured himself to stay calm. Now was not the time to freeze in fear. He spoke up. "Before we begin, I want to confirm a few things. The guard earlier mentioned the gate connected to Elsano. What happened to Princess Tessia and Lord Varian? And does this relate to the orb you gave me?" The man raised his hand, and golden strands of light appeared. He said, "I only need to confirm that you will pass through the gate." The golden light revealed images of Princess Tessia and her predecessor. As you can see, he continued, the princess and her predecessor are both fine now. The princess is even much stronger, thanks to the stone you generously gave her to prevent her core from exploding. Remember to keep the second stone for yourself, it's meant for you. Although surprised, I apologize for the explosion. Now, let's talk about why I brought you here. Currently, you are a citizen of Dickaton. But Dickaton is not the only continent in the world. This is no longer a secret. Dickaton and Alaska always lie under the control of our gods, the residents of Asuras. Although those of lower rank, like you, call us gods and have maintained that title since ancient times, we call ourselves Asuras, Ephiotis, and Alakria. Just like the gods have handed down ancient artifacts, they have taught us magic. Right now, you only know about ancient artifacts because the compassionate king told you. But no one in your land can know the truth about Asuras, which is governed by a type of noble obligation. We never interfere directly in human affairs or your land unless peace or balance is threatened. But this rule has been broken. Different multi-ethnic clans have split into 3 factions, each holding power in its own faction, prioritizing themselves. But we still remain neutral, steadfastly against the lower classes. However, after Arona became the new leader of the Asuras faction, he broke that doctrine with his efforts to promote his party. Although Arona is a member of a party called Alpha, you may have encountered some of their members. He always acts recklessly, even confronting Asuras. Thinking they are scientists, they constantly study and delve into research on mana. When Arona took power, his strength increased exponentially. We'd have concluded that Asuras and those faction members experimented on the bodies of lower-class humans in Alaska to find different ways to enhance their abilities. You feel it's cruel, but I don't understand how this relates to me at all. That's right. Perhaps these things have nothing to do with you, but now you're forced to be involved because you connected with us, and the man used powerful beams of green light to turn Sylvia into a dragon. He said we've been searching for Miss Sylvia for years, and when we finally found clues to his mana, we saw a little boy carrying a god on his shoulder. Now you have a connection to the only daughter of our master and the granddaughter of the strongest man on the 3 continents of this world. Although surprised, all that Mr. Varian said is true. The dragon is a deity, as well as Sylvia's grandmother, and Sylvie is one of the strongest. If you talk about blood and potential, they mostly have 3 forms of gods. But it seems that Mr. Sylvia's daughter, Altho, said her name was Sylvie. The other person seems to feel that Miss Sylvie said that only the shape of that small animal was used to store energy. Although most Asuras tend to maintain human form to store mana, AC looks at Sylvie and then wonders if Sylvie's human form is correct. Yes, if now she hasn't transformed into a human form, it's likely because she can't. Miss Sylvie's mana core is still underdeveloped and considering other factors that are happening. We'd have found signs that Alacria's spy has set foot on this continent. War is gradually coming, and although the upper class will never admit it at all, your connection with Miss Sylvie can play a major role in this, as long as you agree to become our ally. Although, we won't cut you and Miss Sylvie. Although tightly held your hand thinking that way, if I don't help, you'll take Sylvie away. You calmly said that this war will involve my continent, my family, and friends. I will ally with you in another way. What you are investigating, whether I am willing to become a good wolf under your control or not, is small, but you are very clever. Although, your mana core has also developed very well. But once Miss Sylvie comes to the Vritra, we can train you with Altho suddenly. What do we have to come to the Vritra for? Yes, the power of Miss Sylvie, even Ashura's, also wants, is hidden under you, almost not exploited. The Vritra is the only place where you have a chance to learn how to unlock your potential, so both of you can become stronger, and only then can Dickaton resist the Wizard Guild from Alaska. One day, dark clouds rolled in, covering the sky in a room where the members of the disciplinary committee were meeting. The princess thought since Claire and Curtis returned, the field trip had been almost 2 days. However, they couldn't rest with all the crimes increasing on campus. Kai accused them of abuse and then tied the other guy to a statue right outside the building. Just because he's a commoner and a fairy, Curtis said, we need to stop this discriminatory treatment right now before they do something more serious. The princess continued to think, Big Brother hasn't told anyone since he told me what happened in the dungeon, and he and Claire had to leave Althal behind. How did the search go, Faye? Asked the professors, who didn't bother to lend a hand to help us find reliable evidence. They were too busy worrying about those stupid sponsors and how they think. I've only caught a few faces hanging around here, but they're not suspects, Kai said, watching closely to see what the other guy would do, but he couldn't just arrest him without evidence. Helgarth also said, What's the point of the disciplinary committee still existing if we can't resolve this? We can only wait for Principal Goodsky to return. I can't believe they're behind all of this just because they're dissatisfied with how the school is run. The princess was disgusted. Although becoming a professor is proof of his ability, not because he has support from behind. There's no reason for them to use this excuse for a member of the disciplinary committee to take the princess's wrist and say, Of course, Princess Serlin, we all know. And I hate them even more because they dare to use an excuse to commit a crime. Kai said helplessly. We just don't know what to do now. The princess said, her head bowed, if Althal were here, he would surely know what to do. I'm sorry, Curtis said, but we can't involve Althal in this. She said she'll be back soon. Fee suddenly called out for Serlin, and everyone turned to listen to the apology. Kai asked, Are you Althal's friend? Yes, sorry for interrupting, Serlin replied. I'm not sure when we'll meet again, but I'm glad everyone's here. Suddenly, there was a loud noise that shook the entire room. Everyone hurriedly ran outside, wondering what was happening. They agreed to meet outside. Althal's friend had fallen to the ground. Another friend helped him up and asked if he was okay. I'm fine. Thank you, Princess, he replied. As they ran, Serlin thought about her mother's emphasis on equality. She remembered from her childhood when she refused to attend classes with others because they weren't princesses like her. Her mother gently told her, Serlin, my little one, I know you're not doing anything wrong, but you shouldn't refuse to study with others just because they're not princesses. No one is better just because they're a king or queen, servant, magician, or even a fairy or dwarf. Everyone is different in their own way, but they're all still human. Never hate someone for what they can't do, and don't change that. Serlin realized her mother was logical and wise. She always thought of others, teaching her and her brother seriously about different types of people and the unconscious inequality they caused. Her mother fought hard to secure a building on the school grounds, which served as both a museum and a memorial to the alliance of the three tribes. When she was young, her mother took her here and introduced her to the Tri-Union Hall, considered a symbol of culture and peace. But now it was engulfed in a large fire. People were in chaos, fleeing from it, unable to be seen as a memorial or admire the flames like this. Professors and members of the disciplinary committee quickly rushed in to extinguish the fire and rescue trapped students inside. A warning was shouted to be careful because students were on both sides of the left-hand side, rushing them to the hospital right away. After a struggle, the fire was finally extinguished, but the once beautiful council was now destroyed. Although the flames were extinguished, Serlin was disappointed and hurt by what happened. Seeing her mother's spiritual child burn like that, Princess Serlin angrily screamed and rushed towards him to attack. However, he immediately used a nearby friend to escape. Unfortunately for him, Fee managed to grab his collar and lift him up. He begged those around him for help. Faye, furious, threw him to the ground and said, Stop babbling. We need to ask you some questions. Sweating, he looked around for help from anyone nearby. A professor stepped forward and asked what was happening. Now is not the time for attacking each other, he said, seeing the glimmer of hope for assistance. The accused quickly shouted loudly and pointed towards Fee. Professor, this disciplinary officer just grabbed me for no reason at all. I have no idea what's going on. I almost died in the recent explosion, and they're attacking an innocent person, he protested. Fee, infuriated, responded, You and your group have been noticed by the higher-ups many times, always lingering at crime scenes. How can you expect me to believe you're innocent? The professor intervened. Could it be that even the disciplinary council is now just wandering around and making baseless conclusions? Why attack students without evidence? Professor Gary, fearing escalating tension, stepped between the two. He empathized with Faye's frustration but couldn't accuse students without evidence. Right now, we mustn't act rashly, he urged. Outside, students began discussing. What's the disciplinary committee doing? They seem to be preparing to punish that student before the professor arrives, right? Princess Serlin was about to use her wand to attack the detestable person, but Curtis grabbed her wrist. She resisted and turned to Fee. Listen to Professor Gary. We need to apologize and ensure there's no one left inside the building, she said. Faye, furious, grabbed the accused by the collar, tossed him towards his two friends, and angrily turned away. Princess Serlin walked away but glanced back at him. Meanwhile, his two friends helped him up, and he looked back with a sly grin. Altho's friend was practicing diligently, feeling frustrated and inadequate. He tried again, but it still didn't work. He knelt on the ground, feeling defeated. Controlling his powers was difficult, even in a subdued state. He needed to train harder. Perhaps talk to Altho again about this. Only then could he harness the potential of being a quadra-elemental mage, driven by the will of the dragon. After rescuing everyone and extinguishing the fire, the members of the disciplinary committee sat down together to rest. One member remarked, if Altho were here today, he could have likely extinguished that fire himself. Upon hearing that Altho was still alive, the whole group rejoiced. One person chuckled and said, I knew it. I knew he was still alive. It's a fair match, one lost and one still standing. Thank goodness. Another member pondered aloud. Maybe we should resolve all these failures and embarrassments before Altho returns. We should spare him from having to deal with anything like this. The four-eyed friend lowered his head, deep in thought. I wonder, when they discover Altho's true power, will they still worry like this? Maybe not. With skills and strength like his, he's already famous, even without those elements. Members of the disciplinary committee and Princess Tessia genuinely worry for him. He continued, if only I hadn't grown up among the dwarves, would they treat me differently? We're all creatures of nature's wonders, but the only difference is who benefits. He shook his head, tugged at his hair, then suddenly remembered Altho extending his hand to pull him up in the training room. The times they laughed and rested together. The times they adventured and overcame challenges. He felt it couldn't end like this. He needed to stand by Altho's side, and to do that, he needed to become stronger. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed off to train, heading towards a wide, well-lit gate where several people with carts were waiting their turn. A muscular man leaned against a cargo vehicle, sweat dripping. He asked, how much longer until we're done here? The agile young man replied, at this rate, we'll be lucky to finish by the end of the day. Then let's cheer up, the muscular man said. At least we still have work here, thanks to the founding council. The large man noticed Altho walking with a fairy in an audacious manner, cutting the line despite arriving later. He angrily rushed forward, grabbing Altho's shoulder and saying, hey, wait a minute. Altho coldly replied, can I help you with something? Upon seeing his face, the man realized this wasn't just any fairy. He scoffed, hey, misty kid, making yourself blind in one eye or something. He pointed behind, kid, don't you see there's a line over there to get in? The girl quickly intervened, using her hand to restrain him. This person is a guest of King Elsano and has urgent business right now. Ignoring her words, he forcefully shoved her aside. Even when the man accompanying him tried to intervene, he brushed him off. Forget it, Roger. We're also licensed guests of Elsano and have matters inside to attend to. He pointed at Altho. I'm asking why this rude guy here doesn't have to wait in line while we've been sitting here for hours. Altho remained calm and coolly brushed his hand away, stating firmly, clearly, I have a valid reason not to crew up. This only infuriated him more. He sneered, seems like your dad didn't teach you manners, did he? Using his fire magic, he grabbed Altho by the collar and lifted him up, threatening, don't worry, I have enough control not to burn you alive, kid. Despite being lifted up, Altho showed no fear or worry. Instead, he calmly replied, if you're planning to burn me alive, you'll need more than this level of control. He then used his supreme magic to escape the man's grasp, causing him to fall to the ground in fear and shock. Everyone around was astonished, and no one dared to approach or cause further trouble. As Arthur walked away, he glanced back at Sylvie, recalling their conversation about the challenges they faced in finding her. He thought, why did it take so long to find just us? Isn't my determination and Sylvie's mana signature distinctive enough? Once Arthur had secured Sylvie's hair to conceal the contract seal, he had effectively masked her unique presence. Nevertheless, he had done well, and now that they had found her, it was time to depart for their destination. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived in front of a magnificent palace. He looked up at the sky and wondered where this place was. After walking a bit further, they were stopped by two guards. "Good morning. Who is this?" Arthur took out a pendant. They looked at it and asked, "Has this pendant been verified by anyone?" Arthur thought, if no one believes this emblem is real, then what use is it for me to hold it? The two guards suspiciously looked at each other and then bowed. "Please go straight inside." As they were about to proceed, a sudden blue force appeared. The two guards quickly raised their shields to defend and told Arthur to step back. Arthur was ready to attack with a skill at hand. He felt both relieved to see that the royal guards were not bad people and troubled by the sudden complication. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind the force, "Arthur, it's good to see you again." Arthur broke into a sweat. "Is there an intruder? Do you think I set up these traps just to prevent intruders?" The blue light continued to appear, now even stronger than before. "I can't control it," said the girl. He looked at her and said, "So her body has already integrated with the will of the beasts." Arthur was shocked. What? How could she fully integrate with an S-rank beast will? Don't tell me this has something to do with the gemstone from that shop, he thought. The old man said to him, "Even though she keeps awakening continuously, she still can't control the vines. No matter how many I cut, they just grow back double. Try to approach once. The kid will assist those behind from the ground." He asked Lord Varian, "Do we need any help?" He waved them off. "You just need to stand there. Clear this area and make sure no one comes here." Someone questioned, "But what about the kid?" The old man turned back and said, "The kid stays. Now leave." As they turned away, curious about Arthur, "Who is that kid?" "The fewer people who know about Tessia, the better," he said. "Now, are you ready?" Sylvie asked her father, "Should I step back?" "Yes, we don't want people in the castle to be scared by seeing a dragon in the explosion. I'll call you if anything goes wrong." Then he turned to the old man and said, "Let's go." The two of them began moving towards the vines. After dodging its attacks for a while, Arthur felt that using fire magic at this moment was too risky. He thought for a moment and then swiftly dashed towards Tessia, telling her to try to hold the vines open so they wouldn't close. She was quite happy to see Arthur and said she could hold them for a while. "Hurry up," she urged him. "I can't hold them for much longer." He got close to her and gently said, "All right, I'm here." He then hugged her tightly and carried her out of the tangle of vines. "Tessia, are you okay?" he asked. Tessia responded, "I hate that I always need your help." He gently hugged her and comforted, "It's not your fault. If there's any fault, it's with the beast will I gave you." She punched him in the chest and replied, "No, what you gave me is an opportunity to grow stronger. Now, I need to learn how to use it and become stronger so I can fight alongside you." He punched his hand to show agreement. "Then I'll wait for you." The old man stood aside, watching everything. It's still too early to tell him everything. But one day, that kid might know all the secrets from Miss Sylvie, especially the one behind his lineage. Princess Tessia and Arthur were looking at each other affectionately when they were interrupted by her grandfather's cough. "I don't like to ruin the mood, but think about the people who have to clean up this mess. Let's get started." The cleaners grumbled, "Master, at this rate, we'll be cleaning all night. Why did this have to happen?" Princess Tessia and Arthur looked at each other awkwardly and quickly moved away. She stood in a corner covering her face, while Arthur asked, "Where do we start?" The old man pointed behind them and said, "Somewhere that hasn't been blown to pieces." They sat in a carriage, traveling through a romantic, picturesque forest. Exhausted, they fell asleep. "It's my fault. I encouraged Tessia when she wanted to release the first stage of her beast will. We all thought she could control it because her body had already integrated with it. He continued, I thought I could keep her under control, but Althau didn't respond immediately. He thought, since her integration process was accelerated, she skipped the training stage and didn't have a chance to test her control. I can feel that her beast will is different from mine. Despite the full integration, it still seems to resist her mana. At this point, Althau said to the old man, Tessia needs to be more careful. If this continues to happen, both she and those around her will be in danger. Hearing this, the old man immediately got angry. Of course, I know that. I'm just an ordinary grandfather, a little excited and proud of my granddaughter's achievements. Is that a crime? If we had a seal to restrain her mana until she could control it better, that would be the best solution. But if we do that, she will be in a passive position whenever something unexpected happens that she can't handle. We should start by finding an artifact to protect her safety. Yes, an artifact for protection sounds good. Althau agreed. And if it makes you feel better, I will stay by your beloved granddaughter's side as much as possible. Oh, I'm sure you will, the old man said. Then he suddenly became thoughtful and asked, Hey kid, although I often tease you about Tessia, what do you really think about my granddaughter? Have you ever thought about marrying her someday? Hearing this, Althau was very surprised. He stood still for a few seconds and then called out, Grandfather. The old man continued, What I mean is, of course, the girl has a bit of a rough personality. Her parents and I may have spoiled her a little, but she's a very good person. Besides, you two have already fought side by side. You won't find anyone like her, you know. Althau thought for a moment. I think elves usually married very late. The old man laughed heartily. Haha, given the rapid changes in Dickaden, if we don't adapt, what will become of us? I want to know, Althau, do you like my granddaughter? Althau calmly replied, I do, but I can't be sure what the true difference between liking and loving is. I hope that in the coming time, I will find the answer. But until then, I want to improve myself more before thinking about marriage with your granddaughter. Hearing his response, the old man seemed quite pleased. That's a good answer, he said. Your mind is in the right place. Sylvie, sitting in Tessia's lap, said happily, I knew it, Dad likes Mom too. Seeing Althau's worried expression, the old man chuckled and said, Don't worry, Tessia is still asleep. But unexpectedly, she had heard everything he said. She broke out in a sweat. Oh my gosh, he admitted he likes me. I can't believe Grandpa got him to admit he likes me. Well done, Grandpa. Overwhelmed with joy, she felt herself breathing quickly even though her eyes remained closed. Tessia, breathe calmly. Did he hear me breathing too fast? Oh no, he can probably hear my heart beating. The two of them looked at her and wondered why she was sweating so much. I don't know, maybe she's having a nightmare. Althau looked out the window, lost in thought. His concern for Tessia was certainly different from everyone else's, but the best thing he could do for her now was to protect her. I'll become the best protective artifact for her. Knowing that Ellie and their mother also had phoenix pendants reassured him somewhat, but even so, it was just a temporary charm, and Ellie had not yet fully awakened either. Talking about the upcoming battle is the truth. I should find a strong and large contract beast for Ellie that can protect her. It should be hard to defeat. Furthermore, if the contract beast can protect Ellie's life, it can surely protect her from bullies who always pick on her. Yes, I should definitely find a beast for my sister that can pounce on anyone within 3 meters of her. The old man said, I don't know what you're thinking about, but stop it. We're here now. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived. As soon as she stepped down, she was overjoyed to see her parents. She immediately ran to hug them, while Althau looked around curiously. Where are we, Dad? Her father waved and called Althau. We're very happy to see you again. It seems that whenever my daughter is in trouble, you're always by her side. That's right. We don't know how to thank you enough, but perhaps someone kind enough could explain to everyone why we've moved here and why our mansion was destroyed. Everyone laughed together and then looked at Tessia. Her father, still laughing, said, Don't tell me you finally learned how to be mischievous, Tessia. Embarrassed, Tessia shyly replied, not really. But her grandfather intervened to save his beloved granddaughter, saying, "Let's not worry about that. I was just training Tessia, got a bit excited, and accidentally damaged part of the mansion." Altho, standing by with a puzzled look, was compelled to admit under the stern gazes of both the grandfather and Tessia, yes, what Grandpa said is true. Stretching and smiling, the old man continued, "It'll be fixed soon. It's just a small part of the mansion that might be a bit uncomfortable for now. Besides, it's been a while since we visited General." Tessia added, "We haven't seen Grandma General for a long time. Is she okay?" The old man hesitated and replied, "General is just a bit busy." Turning away, he told the others, "General has mentioned a few times that she is very eager to see Altho in the future." Altho responded, "I'm curious why she is interested in me. But where exactly is Grandma General now? I don't remember the last time we visited her. Since she moved, no one has been able to see her." The old man explained, "General chose to isolate herself near the edge of the kingdom. She didn't explain why, but I nearly died from her traps when I visited unannounced. I've told her that we'll visit again, but we need to be cautious. If she's on guard, it means there's someone she needs to be wary of." Looking around, Altho wondered, what could make Grandma General need to protect herself so much? They all proceeded into a rather deep forest. Spotting prey nearby, Sylvie approached and attacked it, clearly delighted with her catch. Tessia's father then said to Altho, "I have to say, your connection with her never ceases to amaze me." Altho replied, "Both you and I feel the same. It constantly surprises me." Her father continued, "But I realize I haven't had the chance to properly thank you." Altho asked, "Thank me for what, sir?" "For keeping my daughter safe. From what I've heard, Tessia has escaped danger several times thanks to your help." Altho scratched his head modestly. "It's nothing really. Tessia has helped me too." Surprised, her father asked, "Oh, how so?" Altho thought for a moment and then said, "There were many times she helped me keep a clear mind." Her father chuckled and replied, "That's not something I expected to hear from a 13-year-old boy. But for some reason, I've come to regard you as an adult." "Thank you for your kind words, sir," Altho responded. Her father paused and then said, "That might not necessarily be a compliment. Speaking as a father, no parent wants to see their child grow up too fast, let alone bear burdens meant for adults." Altho thought to himself, "I've not been a child for over 30 years, asterisk." "You know that because of you, the council was formed," her father continued. Altho pointed to himself and asked, "Because of me?" "To be honest," her father said, "I haven't had a good impression of humans since the war. I lost my beloved mother because of them. I never found a reason to forgive them, and a few years later, I almost lost my daughter when slavers invaded our forest. Then, a human boy brought her back home safely. His courage not only saved her from those slavers, but also disciplined the Elven king. Being lectured by a human child was the wake-up call I needed. Anyway," he continued, "I want you to know that I don't oppose you becoming part of our family." Tessia's mother turned towards them and said, "He might try to look tough, but my husband has always wanted you around, not just once or twice." Blushing, her father said, "If I wanted privacy, I would have summoned the council room. It seems I wanted everyone to hear this." Suddenly, Tessia exclaimed, "Wow, this leaf looks beautiful. Look at the symmetrical veins and how smooth it feels." The two adults standing behind could only smile at her innocence. Suddenly, her grandfather raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Tessia, standing nearby, asked, "Grandpa?" He responded, "Everyone, be silent." They all listened intently, hearing a faint noise, and prepared themselves for whatever was coming. Altho was about to charge forward and shout, "Monster," but was stopped by the old man. A voice called out loudly, "Are you swinging your sword at an old woman? It's because you all arrived late. If I were in your position, I would swing it too, seeing that expression on your face." Tessia quickly ran up and hugged the woman, exclaiming, "Grandma, I'm so happy to see you." Grandma patted her head and said, "I'm happy to see you too, my dear." The old man remarked, "I thought we would meet you at the entrance." She reasoned, "I got impatient waiting for you all, so I came looking to see if you got lost." She playfully pinched Althao's cheek, saying, "It's been years since I last saw you, young man. You've grown up so much and look quite handsome now. If I were 100 years younger, I'd have taken you away with me." Althao rubbed his cheek and replied, "After almost wetting my pants thinking I saw a ghost, I don't know how to respond to that." She laughed. "Ask Varian. Back in the day, I was quite a beauty. Men would fall at my feet the moment I appeared." Tessia's mother covered her mouth, laughing. "That's true, Althao. My mother always said girls her age were envious of Auntie." The old man rolled his eyes. "She was only decent at best." "Of course you would think so," she replied. "There was only one girl who ever caught your eye." Varian didn't continue, but she suddenly stopped and turned towards him. "Varian, I'm sorry. I was careless." The entire Tessia family lowered their heads upon hearing this. The old man said, "I should be the one apologizing. I understand how you feel." Cutting through the awkwardness, she said, "Well, we are almost there anyway." Althao said, "Wait," but a hand pulled him back. As they continued walking, they finally arrived at the place she led them to. They were amazed by her series of intricate actions. "Don't summon any light," she instructed. "We'll walk in the dark." After a while, she said, "Welcome to my home. There's much to discuss." As the story transitions to part 9, Tessia's family and Althao finally reach her grandmother's home. They sit together, sipping hot tea that she serves to welcome them. Althao pondered, "Asterisk, is there a kind of magic that can make the inside of a place bigger than the outside asterisk?" While they were chatting, they all suddenly fell asleep. Perhaps they were too tired from the journey and fell asleep without much thought. Without giving it much thought, Althao continued sipping his tea. She held a cup of tea in her hand and said to Althao, "I think you should be more cautious when everyone suddenly falls unconscious." His face showed a trace of sadness as he replied slowly, "I've been thinking about it for a few days now. It's hard to be surprised anymore. But it's very likely that you already know about this." She smiled and responded, "You're right about that." "So, can I say what you're preparing to tell me? Something that only I should know?" "No, but before that, I feel I still need to speak with my own power as a fortune teller." Althao looked surprised. In the history books of Cyrus, there's almost no record of dark magic because it's so rare. If it's taught by a fortune teller like you. She chuckled and said, "Looks like you're interested. Let me tell you." She placed the teacup on the table and began slowly. "As you may or may not know, those who possess dark magic can harness the essence of the 4 fundamental elements. They must discover the source of their power to charge their spells. That sets them apart from ordinary magicians who draw power from mana seeds in the air. For example, your mother was a healing catalyst with unrivaled curative abilities throughout her life. Those who practice dark magic, with their unique power source, are exceedingly rare, countable on one's fingers, and they all share a common trait. They draw mana from within to charge their magic. This sets them apart even from those with unusual elements, like you and the fortune teller. Our powers develop differently, often awakening at any point in our lives, leading to a process of refining and purifying our essence. From this, vague visions of the future often arise in our minds, mostly elusive and difficult to grasp. These fleeting visions of the future actually consume no mana whatsoever. Now, if we cannot control them, they aren't particularly useful powers. Indeed, Althao interjected, curious. "What about the chants you used when I was young? The ones that could locate and communicate with my parents?" She happily answered his question. "Those were the incantations I used, combining the powers of a fortune teller to illustrate images, predicting the future. That is, knowing when and where an event would occur." Althao listened with a sense of confusion. "I'm sorry, I don't quite understand, madame. If that's your true power as a fortune teller, and mana doesn't supply magic for that, how do you?" Madame interrupted with a serious expression. "Our lifespan, as fortune tellers who glimpse into the future, gradually shortens. That's the essence of true divination. Everything else is just choosing useful incantations within limits. Do you remember last time I mentioned Varian's wife? Her name was Lania. She was also a fortune teller, much stronger than me in subconscious divination and prophecy, with details far more extensive and frequent. Alongside her beauty and gentle nature, she always incited envy and resentment among the younger women of our generation. She was the pride of our kingdom, beloved by its people. After Lania and Varian fell in love, they had a grand wedding and became husband and wife. It seemed as if destiny smiled upon them. However, fate was harsh to her, and to both of them, as the war between the supernatural and human realms drew closer to its conclusion. They sat down to negotiate peace, but tensions remained strong. We suspected that humanity still wanted to assert its power. We were right, because after their marriage, Spain's dark forces attempted to assassinate Varian, the future heir to the throne. Hearing this, Altho was continuously astonished by her account, seeking confirmation of what he heard. He asked if she admitted that Varian became their target. Upon hearing this, Altho recalled her saying earlier on the way here, "Of course he'd think so. There's only one girl who can catch Varian's eye," her eyes gleaming with a sorrowful expression. Although softly said, "I understand," then looked towards Mr. Varian, who was peacefully sleeping. Grandma clasped her hands together and continued the unfinished story. Varian's wife was deeply tormented by his death. She could only foresee very little about his impending death. The boy protested, "But she's a prophetess. Can't she explain? If she tries to defy fate, surely someone else will have to die." Varian also knew that his wife would receive all the blame and pleas. "Please stop," he urged her, but she disregarded Varian's words and stubbornly continued behind his back. "We can only glimpse the future once, but we can also feel life slipping away day by day, month by month," she said. Every day she did this because she loved him. Despite everything, she endured it all. Finally, she managed to save his life until the day the beloved king regained his throne and led a rebellion, defeating her own father to end the war. She succeeded, but in return, her life was completely consumed. A few weeks later, she died in the arms of her beloved. That's also why I came to hate him for a long time. And later on, I also hated my sister, who callously abandoned me in this world. "Why, sister?" Grandma mused after hearing that heartbreaking story, although then looked at Mr. Varian with a sympathetic and understanding gaze. "I'd always thought Mr. Varian's cheerful appearance and playful nature were always present. I could never imagine that he had such a tragic past," Grandma said, sipping her tea and continuing. "I'm telling you this story not to upset you, but to foster empathy." Although immediately asked, "Then why?" "Because I had to use a similar power to kill my sister to see your future." Although questioned, "My future? Why does it seem like Sylvie sensed something and climbed onto your lap?" Sitting down with a troubled expression, he asked, "Do you see that?" She said, "It seems your covenant with the beast can sense that you're in trouble, right?" "Yes, that's right. Because the emotions of both of us are linked." I saw it and comforted it, although replied, "I'm okay, Sylvie, but thank you. Honestly, even before I saw you or your covenant with the beast for the first time, I had already peeked into your future, even before we met. Why did it happen like that?" Grandma calmly said, "Having the foresight of a specific person like this has never happened before, Altho. Decadent is a completely new era. Everything is changing, and it seems you are always at the center of it all." Altho pondered about this new era and asked immediately, "Why me? Why is it always me?" The answer is difficult to say, but revealing too much to you could influence the outcome I desire. Yet, saying too little could undermine my pursuit of a better result. By doing this, I am sacrificing my own life, media. Can you do something to help me, my child? Wait, does Mr. Varian know? Grandma waved her hand back and forth, then said, "Why him? I've lived long enough. If I can help someone's future, then I should. However, it seems that when looking into your future, I encounter a few more annoying enemies. Therefore, this hiding place is no longer a secret." Before Altho could say anything, Grandma raised her hand to stop him and said, "That's my choice. I only wish I could gather more useful information. Furthermore, Altho, you will have to face many difficulties no matter which future you choose. It will not change the path you walk. There will always be enemies and obstacles along the way. But after all, what I can tell you is that you need an anchor and a firm goal, Altho." She continued thoughtfully, "You want to fulfill your life, but how? That is the direction you choose to take. I just want to say two things. 1. Someone may do bad things for good reasons. Don't just judge by the surface of the iceberg. And 2. The most dangerous enemy may not necessarily be the one sitting on the throne, holding supreme power and pulling all the strings. Sometimes, a Forsaken soldier has nothing more to lose. She hesitated and then apologized. I'm sorry, I can't reveal more to you. Altho asked earnestly, what if I make the wrong choice? Grandma placed the teacup on the table, stood up, and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Making the right choice isn't always the best choice. We've talked all night. Before returning with Tessia's family tomorrow morning, you should rest a bit. Late at night, in a quiet corner of the forest, Lucas held a vial of green liquid in his hand and addressed 3 others. This is just some nonsense, like the stuff your leader's little kid gave to Marquis, right? He mocked. One of them, named Marquis, was willing to take it, but his body was too weak to resist its effects. Have you even tried this stuff yet, Lucas? One of them asked angrily, turning away. Lucas advanced, taunting. Come on, don't tell me you're not even planning to try this. The young man chuckled and covered his face before boldly proclaiming, so none of you dare to try it? Feeling ashamed yet? He glanced at the liquid in his hand and smirked, thinking, their cores are weaker than mine. In the moment the substance permeates their bodies, escape from death becomes nearly impossible. At this, one of them became furious, shouting at Lucas, do you think we have to watch over you like a child? There's still much to do before tomorrow. Their intelligence had warned them that the disciplinary committee was becoming increasingly severe, necessitating immediate action. Suddenly, a large flame shot past one of them, startling him. You think we're supposed to babysit you? Lucas retorted, surrounded by a fiery aura. Your leader is following a prearranged plan, while you're stuck here watching me. With that, he casually opened the vial and drank its contents without hesitation. The effects were immediate. He clenched his hand in pain and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, another smirked and remarked, excellent. The group began discussing. Look at him. There's no way he could resist this drug. The arrogant one continued to boast. He's nothing but a messenger boy. Why does he dare to yell in my face? Meanwhile, the leader's orders were being carried out as planned. He's suffered enough these past few days. Seeing this now is worth it, he sneered, disappearing behind a relative. A waste of time for us, he scoffed. A worthless one will always be a worthless one. You're going to die soon. Quickly, stand up and do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he was blown away by Lucas's power, crashing into a nearby tree. 2 of his companions were nearby. One ran to the fallen man, while the other frowned, holding his sword defensively against Lucas. Lucas knelt on the ground, staring at the power emanating from him, and recalled a conversation with his brother, Lance, who had visited the school for some business, and took the opportunity to admonish him. I heard you started a fight. Do you think you're strong enough to waste time deceiving everyone around you? Do you still want to rely on our parents and spend thousands of gold just to force your frail body to become stronger? Or have you finally learned to fend for yourself? Thinking of this, Lucas let out an evil laugh. The swordsman, terrified, quickly fled, abandoning his 2 companions. But before he could get far, Lucas incinerated him. Seeing this, the other man, who had been injured, stood up and shouted, Juno. The injured man, seeing his comrade planning to abandon him, grabbed his wrist and said, Where are you going? You need to heal me first. The other man shook him off and said, Let go. Juno is dying. He rushed back, heartbroken, shouting, No, no. Furious, he turned and screamed, You monster, you killed him. Lucas, unfazed and defiant, replied, So what? He then lunged at the man, grabbed his throat, and said, I just want to make sure you understand that this potion works much better for me than it did for him. The man was in such pain from being strangled that blood streamed from his eyes. He whimpered, Please don't, but Lucas ignored his pleas and killed him. Then he advanced on the last injured man sitting by the tree. Red symbols had appeared on Lucas's back as he menacingly approached. Try calling me useless again, Lucas said coldly. Terrified, the man stammered, No, no, no. In the forest, where although had arrived, His grandmother had prepared a meal for everyone. After waking up, everyone still seemed quite tired. She brought the food to the table and said, "It seems the sedative herbs I put in the tea last night were a bit too strong. I didn't know it would knock everyone out." Tessia's father cheerfully replied, "It's all right, we needed the sleep." However, Mr. Varian responded gloomily, "That's just you. I had urgent work to do." His grandmother continued, "Does it have anything to do with my dear Tessia turning a large part of the castle, which I spent years repairing, into rubble?" Hearing this, Mr. Varian, very embarrassed, quickly shoved some vegetables into her mouth and said, "These vegetables are delicious. Try some." Suddenly, she took a round box out of her sleeve and placed it on the table, although said that her uncle wanted something to help control her wild nature. This might help. Not believing her eyes, or maybe because she was too tired, she rubbed her eyes and picked up the box to open it. She was very surprised because inside was a beautiful gold bracelet. "Wow, thank you," she exclaimed. Although, puzzled, asked her, "We only talked about the beast seal yesterday. How did your family get this?" Tessia looked at Although with a questioning look, and he had to stop. "I guess I'm the strange one for still being surprised." Tessia's father expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, General, for always taking care of Tessia." She smiled and said, "It's my pleasure. Now let's enjoy lunch together before the children have to leave." After finishing their meal, General led everyone to a cellar with a door that would take the two back to the city of Cyrus. Although Curious asked, "I thought the teleportation gates from ancient times were strictly controlled by the empires. How do you have one?" General heard Although's question but didn't answer. She just smiled, and through that smile, she conveyed the answer to Although. Tessia's parents lovingly hugged her. "We will visit you soon." Mr. Varian approached, patted her head, and advised, "Remember to stop by Principal Goodsky's office before the school year starts. I haven't heard any news about her in a while, and I want to make sure she's still breathing." She cheerfully replied, "I will," then ran towards General, hugged her, and said, "Thank you for inviting us here, Grandma General. I wish we could stay longer." General hugged her granddaughter affectionately and said, "It's okay, dear. I cherish every moment with you." Although stood nearby, witnessing their farewell, his face was filled with an indescribable sadness. It seemed Sylvie sensed her father's feelings and asked, "Are you okay, Dad?" "I'm fine, Sylvie. Don't worry." The farewell ended as Although and Tessia stood near the door and waved goodbye to everyone. The two of them then stepped into the portal together. After a while, they arrived in the city of Cyrus. She asked curiously, "Aren't there supposed to be guards at every gate?" Although explained, "I heard many staff members quit when the Aurora constellation appeared because trade was halted during that time. They might just be short-staffed." The two of them walked silently forward, but she was overjoyed and surprised when she saw the Aurora constellation. She said, "No matter how many times I see it, the Aurora constellation is truly beautiful when viewed from Cyrus." Sylvie looked up at the sky and said, "Dad, the sky is still cracked." They walked together, gazing at the sky, until they reached a magnificent house. Nearing the house, she quickly ran ahead to knock on the door. The person who opened the door left, Although and Tessia stunned, it was Jasmine. She opened the door and said, "Long time no see, you guys." "That's right," she continued. Then two people peeked out from behind the door to welcome Although back home. "You've grown a lot. Without the music, I almost didn't recognize you," said the red-haired guy, putting his arm around a muscular man and teasing, "Stop pretending, Durden. It's been a while, huh? Does this bear look any different? At first, I thought he was imitating me, but it turns out you were the inspiration for this awful thing." A beautiful girl came down the stairs, ran over, hugged him, and said, "You're getting more adorable, princess." Tessia saw this and got so jealous that her face turned red. The girl noticed and immediately went over to hug Tessia, greeting, "Hello, cutie elf, isn't it?" Although's father joyfully said, all right," pointing inside the house. "Why don't we let them in now?" The girl happily welcomed him back. "Glad to see you returned this time, not half dead," she said, running over to hold Tessia's hand and cheerfully greeted her. "All right, everyone, come on in." While everyone was going inside, Tessia shyly said from behind, "Actually, I just came to visit before heading back to school. I've missed a lot of student council work, and I also need to see Commander Goodsky. But thank you so much for the invitation." Hearing this, although turned worriedly and asked, "Is there something wrong, Tessia?" He tried to grab her wrist, but she quickly dodged. "No, I just need her help adjusting this," she said, indicating the bracelet. "I'll be wearing it for a while." Tessia raised her hand, showing the bracelet she had been given. "As the student council president, I shouldn't be having fun here while Goodsky is still at school." Although thought about how he had promised to stay by Tessia's side, as most of her magic had now been suppressed. To reassure, although, Tessia said, "It's just one night. I'll be fine, really. But don't overwork yourself and make sure to rest. Your mana core still isn't stable." Suddenly, a woman ran out, holding a scarf. "Tessia, I hope you can stay, but if you must go, at least keep yourself warm." She draped the scarf over Tessia's shoulders. Tessia stammered, surprised, "Thank you," then left amidst everyone's farewells. All those family smiled at Tessia, but his sister interrupted. "Come on, let's go." Everyone happily joined the party. The red-haired guy raised a beer glass and said, "It's a pity the princess had to leave, but the night is still young, and just this once, I don't have to share a bed with Durden." Durden also raised his glass, saying, "Praise the gods for that." Although couldn't help but laugh, but his smile soon faded when he saw his sister wrestling with someone, looking quite pleased with herself. Everyone was chatting, and one person said, "You've shrunk again," although "How about giving me another 20 sets?" These comments created a very noisy atmosphere. Suddenly, there was a call. "Hey, although, did I mention how worried I was when you were gone?" After saying that, her face turned red with embarrassment. Another woman came over and said, "Yes, Jasmine, you've mentioned it 20 times already." Although was bewildered and could only smile awkwardly, "Haha. Hey, although, why don't we step outside for some fresh air?" Someone suggested. "Yes, please," he replied. Uncle Vincent, who was quite drunk, stood on a chair and proclaimed, "I am also a 4-element mage. Did Adam do that?" "Haha, yes, haha." The two of them went outside for some fresh air and found a quiet spot to sit down. She began the conversation, "Right, I heard that you took over caring for your mother after your father passed." Although felt that he was getting better at it without much effort. She continued, "Although, you're someone who takes on big tasks, stays true to what you want, and knows what you're fighting for." Although remembered what Lady Tessia had told him, but beyond those words, what he would say was, "You need to rely on an ultimate goal." In his mind, he thought about how Julia had said similar things. "Are you a bit tipsy too, Helena-san?" Although asked, "Where did you get that idea?" She laughed, "Haha, maybe. I'm just a bit worried with the discovery of the new continent. I'll head back in to make sure my teammates don't burn this place down. Thanks for dragging me out here," although said, "I'll join you in a bit." "You're welcome. You should sneak back to your room and get some rest," she replied, then went back inside, closing the door behind her. Now alone, although pondered what he was fighting for. He didn't understand why he was brought to this world, but didn't believe he was here to become a pawn. "Protecting the smiles of everyone I care about in this world is my reason," he thought. "Gods or whatever, this is the fate I will create." At that moment, the leader of the group causing trouble recently raised his hands and said, "Let's begin the attack." As he spoke, terrifying monsters appeared behind him. Meanwhile, the disciplinary committee was preparing to do something. Theo raised his hand and asked, "Kai, are you done yet?" Kai, holding something purple, replied, "Almost done. We just need to wait for Doradri to arrive so we can activate it." Claire wanted to be sure and asked Kai, "Are you sure you want to join us?" Curtis, standing nearby, added, "That crazed follower is about to launch a full-scale attack. We need to be on high alert and ready for battle." Kai held up the item in his hand and said, "I've been scouting today, and I think too much training could be more harmful than beneficial." Doradria, with her arms full, rushed over and apologized to everyone. "Sorry I'm late. I brought the energy resistance bands for training." Just as she finished speaking, She tripped and fell, scattering the bands everywhere. One of the bands rolled to Curtis's feet. He picked it up and asked, "Doradria, you want us to waste all our mana training with these while a real battle is starting?" Claire stepped forward, helping Doradria up, and said, "You get her point, though. Besides, training with resistance bands will be really effective once all this chaos ends." Feeling supported, Doradria stuck her tongue out at Curtis. Theo, with his hands on his hips, said, "All right, enough. Activate the barrier, Kai." Kai responded, "Already done." They moved down to a large courtyard with the disciplinary committee standing inside a red circle, while Kai was outside, busy with something. Sensing something was off, Claire asked, Why is the barrier red?" Curtis warned, "Kai, I think there's something wrong with this barrier." "Stop it." Fee laughed and joked, "Nice joke. Now, tell us what's going on." Kai touched the barrier and asked, "Can you hear me inside?" Theo touched it and shouted, "Be careful." Its action hurt his hand quite a bit. Princess Serlin looked around and advised everyone, "Stop wasting mana. There must be an emergency shutdown switch around here." Agreeing, Claire crawled on the ground, searching for the switch. "It's probably around here somewhere," she said. She opened a panel and saw something that shocked her and the entire committee. Suddenly, a loud noise from the door caught their attention. Looking over, they saw the mysterious group they had been chasing, now appearing in large numbers and advancing towards the disciplinary committee. The committee immediately went on the offensive, first defending themselves and then aiming to eliminate the threat to ensure the safety of all students at the academy. One person shouted, "Form up!" This was no drill. Everyone fought with all their might. However, the enemy's large numbers and strength made the battle challenging. Claire shouted loudly, "Everyone move forward. We need to create a diversion to help Kai. He's in danger out there." Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "So you still don't understand what's going on?" Everyone turned to see it was Lucas, looking arrogant. "It was I who set the trap to lure you all into this. Unbelievable that one of our own, a member of the disciplinary committee, would betray us and join that rabble." Doradri shouted back defiantly, "You call it betrayal, Lucas. We call it standing up against you." The disciplinary committee looked visibly shaken as Lucas began to attack them. Claire noticed a weak spot in Doradria's energy barrier caught within the boundary. She told Doradria, "I think if we can create a gap big enough, we can escape through it. Everyone, fall back here." Doradria replied, saying it is easier than doing it. "I don't know what those newcomers have, but he's even stronger than the professors." Lucas was preparing to attack when Fee intervened to protect her teammates. However, before she could act, Lucas grabbed her by the neck, threateningly saying, "Look at this. Seems like I'm about to crush this pest." At that moment, a signal sounded from Lucas' pocket, indicating that the target had arrived. He immediately released Fee, letting her drop to the ground. "Looks like the time has come," he smirked. Lucas swiftly headed towards the mentioned target. Seeing Lucas walk away, Kai asked, "Where are you going? Aren't you supposed to capture them for us?" Lucas replied dismissively, "I've captured them already. Now it's time for a more important task." A member of the disciplinary committee realized, "Lucas is gone, but they're coming in even larger numbers. We must leave now." Helgarth agreed, "She's right. Fee, use your defensive spell. We need to get out of here." Upon hearing this, Fee summoned all her strength to create a safe passage for everyone to escape. "Let's go, Faye. Everyone has tried their best to defeat those guys." Claire yelled loudly, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Faye responded resolutely, "There's no way I'm leaving my teammates behind. Don't be foolish. Let's go." Faye was immediately attacked in the chest. Despite this, Faye continued to fight back and shouted defiantly, "Die, you vile dwarf." Faye said, "I'll support you in taking down one of them. Let's fight together, you crazy fairy." Claire led everyone to escape from there and instructed, "This way. Everyone, run quickly." She urged them to find the professors. Suddenly, they heard a commotion and asked, "What's going on? What's all this noise about?" What they saw before them left them utterly surprised. It was incredibly powerful and fierce monstrous creatures attacking the professors and other students of the academy. Princess Tessia was sitting in her carriage on the way to the academy, her face grave. She pondered that she shouldn't worry about Alpha, but her body disagreed as her mana core was completely depleted. She looked at the bracelet on her wrist, hoping that Principal Good Sky could help her get used to it. The carriage suddenly stopped, and she jerked open the door and stepped out, asking, "What happened here?" The driver hesitated and replied, "When I looked towards the academy, I was also surprised by what was happening right in front of me." The driver asked, "Princess Tessia, what should we do now?" She hurriedly replied, "Turn back immediately." But before she could do so, she was thrown back by a powerful force, landing hard on the ground. She grimaced in pain, raising her hand and murmuring, "No, this can't be happening." Someone asked the princess, "Tessia, you finally made it here alone. How easy that was compared to what we imagined." In pain, she looked towards the voice and realized it was Lucas. She was greatly surprised by this, as he had a terrifying and sinister expression. He greeted her mockingly, "Hello, princess. Are you in pain? Scared that I might still be able to save him?" Struggling to get up, she tried to extinguish the flames of anger, but he scoffed, talking while being rude to others. "Why don't you think about yourself first? Why worry about anyone else?" Trying hard to stand up, she used her magic to speak. "You stop." He interrupted her. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but it's over." "Ah," he smirked. "So you're the one trying to stop me. You can't even focus on what to use against me." Princess Tessia felt the restraint of her grandmother's bracelet on her willpower, but it also limited her magic. He grabbed her collar, lifting her, and said, "That's right. You're as beautiful as this. Who knows? You might even end up liking me more than your pitiful boyfriend." Tessia, far from being fearful, responded arrogantly, "You can only stop me for now. Why haven't you killed me immediately? It must mean I'm not your target. You used a similar drug to kill Manhwa just to track me down. All those targets were just to lure Alpha out, right?" Angered, he retorted, "Shut up. What do you know?" He forcefully threw her to the ground. Despite the pain, she continued defiantly, "I understand your insecurities well, which only elevate me further." He slapped her across the face and said, "Not killing you doesn't mean I won't harm you." Tessia replied firmly, "Good," and grabbed his wrists with both hands, asserting, "I don't need your mercy either." Surprised, he asked, "What's this?" Then Tessia flung him away. She struggled to stand, telling herself she needed to stand firm and not let him use her as a pawn. He yelled angrily, "Fine," and approached her again, saying, "I can't let you use that magic of yours to kill yourself, so either wear this bracelet or I'll let it corrode your skin." He forcefully put the bracelet on her hand, grabbed her hair, and dragged her towards the inner grounds of the academy. In pain and helpless, Tessia couldn't move. She desperately needed to escape as all the students and professors in the academy were under attack by monstrous creatures. Some students ran away while others fought back. Amidst the chaos, suddenly a voice rang out, "Oh, human students, raise your hands and swear allegiance to us. If you do, these beasts will no longer attack you. All you fairies," continued the voice, "and all the professors of the academy, hear me. My pets will not bite you anymore. So you little dwarves, don't resist us anymore. Otherwise, we will destroy your mana cores, and you will depart peacefully." Alpha's friend hid behind a corner, observing and pondering. Why did Principal Goodsky let things go so wrong like this? Suddenly, a girl's cry for help rang out. "Help! Someone help me!" Alpha's friend was surprised to discover even the professors of the dark cult involved. Enraged, he rushed forward, shouting, "Let her go!" Ignoring his words, the professor aimed his magical staff towards him, threatening, "If you value your life, get out of here now." Just then, Curtis, a member of the disciplinary committee, timely appeared and rescued the girl from the professor's grip. Curtis explained that she was under his protection as a summoned beast pact. Seeing this, Alpha's friend was about to attack the professor, but realized it was futile as the professor chose to flee. Curtis advised the girl to run to the training base where some trustworthy professors could ensure her safety. She hurried there, expressing her gratitude for rescuing her from danger. Altho's friend approached Curtis joyously, saying, "Well done, Curtis. Are you all right? And what about the other members of the disciplinary committee?" Curtis reassured him, "Most of us are fine and dividing into different directions to assist everyone." However, Dora, Drea, and Faye, Altho's friend, anxiously interrupted, "What happened to them?" Curtis sadly recounted, "They fell into a trap set by the dark cultists. The cultists stay behind to hinder us and let them escape." When asked about Altho and Tessia, Curtis mentioned thankfully that they hadn't returned to the academy yet, and the student council was also safe. He added, only Lilia and Claire were separated. Relieved, Altho's friend sighed and asked, "So what should we do now?" "I'm not sure what to do at this moment," Curtis admitted. "Perhaps we should wait for reinforcements to arrive and even consider summoning the lances." Suddenly, a thunderous sound shook them both, forcing them to cover their ears. The voice echoed throughout the academy, addressing all students and professors. "Listen up, everyone. My pets will no longer attack you. Behave and head towards the clock tower. It's time to commence the final ritual, and I'm certain none of you would want to miss this moment." The parents of students attending the academy gathered anxiously at the gate, asking, "What's going on? I can't reach my daughter. Why can't we get inside?" They heard these words from the man standing there, blocking their entry. "Please stay back from the barrier for their safety. Our mages are trying to gain access inside. Stay calm." Another man spoke to his companion, teeth gritted in concern. "Update on the situation. Both our Mage Guild and Mechanic Guild have never encountered a barrier like this before. Its structure is completely different from our usual warding methods." The man listened to the reply and sighed, saying, "I don't care what it is. Can you break it?" He worriedly responded, "It's impenetrable with what we have. I've contacted the Mechanic Guild branch in the city to send a stronger drill, but it seems they are facing trouble there too. Perhaps we could request assistance from a lance. Surely they could break this barrier." "Do you think we haven't tried that?" retorted the man, exasperated. "All the lances are currently dealing with crises across the continent. This seems to be part of a comprehensive siege." Fearful of complicating the situation further for the parents, the man quickly covered his student's mouth, saying, "Do you want things to get even more chaotic right now?" Despite the pain, he continued, "Regardless, our guilds are spreading out to find weak points in the barrier. It will take time, but we will break through." The man glanced back at the academy, surrounded by the barrier, and fretted, "I just hope we don't take too long." Curtis sat atop his covenant beast, with his companion, Eleugia, following closely. He requested permission to pass through, where other students were gathered, tending to their wounds. Curtis instructed Eleugia to wait there as he went off to locate the remaining members of the disciplinary committee. Eleugia looked around helplessly, cursing under his breath at how this could have happened. The students demanded to be released, shouting, "Let us go! Let us go!" Another loud sound reverberated, and they expressed their gratitude to those who had arrived. The leader appeared, holding a dark bag from which red liquid dripped. The infuriated students demanded their release, pounding on the barrier relentlessly. The leader scoffed, "You think you can escape this?" He laughed arrogantly, mocking their ignorance of the severity of their situation. He reached into the bag, suggesting, "Maybe this will help," before tossing something spherical towards the students. To their horror, it was a human head staring right at them, prompting unified screams of fear. Eleugia was shocked to the point of feeling nauseous. "No, that can't be her, can it?" Faye, witnessing this, erupted in rage, shouting insults at the leader and charging forward. He struck the barrier with all his might, attempting to break through. Despite his efforts, Dora Drea, overwhelmed with pain and grief over the loss of his teammate, cried out, challenging the leader to face him in combat. The leader taunted, pointing at himself, "Me, cowardly." He then removed his mask, revealing half of his face as he sneered, "This weakling, huh? So it's you." Before Faye could finish his retort, the leader grabbed his arm and flung him aside. Faye quickly rose to his feet, ready to engage in a brawl. "You'll regret this," he shouted defiantly, as nearby students remarked that not even the professors could contain such a tumultuous scene. Indeed, contrary to everyone's expectations, The leader had subdued him, leaving Faye sprawled on the ground. The leader stepped on his face with disdain, asserting, "This is all you're worth." He then declared, "This is how it will be. I'm ready to give you what you want." Faye was injured to the point of bleeding profusely. "Hey," he said, "you've got a bit of blood on your face there. Let me help you with that." With a flick of his hand, flames erupted, causing him to scream in agony. Seeing this, he chuckled, "Ah, that's clean and beautiful, isn't it? Don't worry, he's still alive." Now let's proceed with the main event. The other students, horrified by what they witnessed, were then led inside by the dark-clad figures. Those captured were chained with yellow ropes around their necks, much to the delight of their captors. As they were dragged away, laughter echoed. Unable to believe his eyes, the sinister companion questioned his own vision. Behind this crowd was Lucas, gripping Princess Tessia's hair and dragging her inside, covered in wounds. Curtis, witnessing all this unfold before him, became infuriated. He was about to charge forward, but Claire embraced him tightly, restraining him. She covered his mouth and pleaded, "Please, Curtis, don't ignore me. You can't act like this." Curtis, in pain and gritting his teeth, replied, "I'll kill him." Claire continued to plead, trying to hold him back. "Please, just wait. Don't act impulsively like this. We can't afford to lose you too." Frustrated, he pushed her away and asked impatiently, "So, are we just supposed to wait while he kills those two?" Princess Serlin stepped forward and slapped him, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "We need to figure out a way to save them and stop those monsters. We need a plan to protect everyone here. But we can't do anything if you keep going on like this, or if you die." Her words brought tears to his eyes, and he reluctantly agreed. Another student raised their hand and pointed towards him, saying, "Look over there." Everyone turned to see Princess Tessia. The four-eyed friend wondered why she was there when she shouldn't have been in the school. Why was she there? He felt immense pain and helplessness, unable to do anything. "That scum over there is starting to speak," he said. "Now it seems like we've got everyone's attention, so I'll begin by introducing myself. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Drenive, and I'm here to save all of you. I come from a distant land, a place very cruel to the weak. All of you here are considered the elite group of Dickaton. But where I come from, all of you are just trash. So, I'll prepare for those who I deem worthy, so that when my Supreme Lord becomes the new ruler of this continent, you will have a position in his kingdom. Get excited for the opportunity to attain a new and unparalleled power that you can't even imagine." Lucas steps forward for everyone to see. He slowly takes off his hat and says, "Mighty officers, and even the genius fairy princess, they haven't had a chance to see him." The four-eyed friend angrily shouted, "Lucas, you damn bastard! How could you?" Hearing this, Lucas provoked his anger by pulling Princess Tessia up and pressing her face against her neck. The friend became so angry that everyone around him didn't understand what had happened. "What happened to me?" "Stop, please, it hurts too much, I'm scared." At this point, seeing his friend using his own technique, with a purple aura around, he bravely escaped the boundary and fought the monsters. Feeling nothing like this at all, "Who am I?" Seeing that, the others rushed forward to attack him, but they were stopped by their leader. Thinking it's okay as long as he kills Lucas, he vigorously attacks Lucas, causing him considerable pain, almost. But perhaps because he used all his strength to attack Lucas, he was bleeding and his body weakened. The leader came out and supported him. At this point, he feels his body is very painful and asks himself, "Although, where are you now?"
Claire remembered the times before. Loyalty, determination, and courage. Those were the words I heard even before I knew their meanings. They are the four essential qualities needed to have a mind as sharp as a sword. This is the creed of the Keen Mind family, and I truly believed that I would follow this sacred doctrine regardless of the circumstances. How foolish I was, she suddenly realized. She didn't know what kind of magic the enemy had used to break the barrier, but now was the perfect opportunity to counterattack. So why wasn't her body moving? A professor stepped forward and told the students to clear the way. Professor Gary anxiously said to Professor Grandier, "Your wound." He replied, "The barrier has finally been broken. We cannot waste this opportunity." Hearing this, Professor Gary agreed and moved forward to counterattack alongside him. Claire looked at the two professors and thought, do they really think they can defeat Rainf now? Why do they keep marching to their deaths like this? She thought they were fools. Then Curtis and the others approached her and called out, Claire, what should we do? She was astonished and asked, why are you asking me? Curtis said, because you are the captain of the discipline committee. We are ready to follow your orders. She worriedly thought, we can't just let the professors fight alone. But why do we have to risk our lives? Through her thoughts, she felt truly selfish. As the captain of the discipline committee, a leader tasked with protecting the lives and safety of the academy students, having such thoughts was unacceptable. She stammered, aye. Then she looked at her struggling teammates and saw Professor Gary turning back to smile at her. She recalled her childhood values of humility, loyalty, determination, and courage. All those memories awakened her, giving her the motivation to fight. She shouted, those who are injured or scared, stay back. The rest of us will fight for our honor. The leader approached and grabbed Lucas's shoulder, saying, there will be some changes in the plan. I will return first. I expect you to follow us through the gate immediately after handling these fools and discarding this trash. The cloaked minions were finishing up. The people they had chained were told to stand. Lucas grabbed the leader's shoulder and asked, why did you bring that thing along? He didn't answer, causing Lucas pain. The minions said they were ready, sir. He turned and told Lucas, don't disappoint me. The professors quickly rushed towards him and shouted, Draniv, you're not going anywhere. You won't escape. But Lucas blocked the professors. He used his technique and yelled, annoying pests, die. Professor Gary shouted back, is that all you've got? The henchmen advanced to support Lucas in killing all the professors. Professor Gary felt helpless. Damn it, I can't fend them all off. But fortunately, the brave students stepped up to fight, protect the hostages, and support the professors. Worried for them, Professor Gary said, what are you doing? Get out of here. It's dangerous. Claire replied, this is our battle too. Professor Gary, you taught us this, didn't you? She warned them to be careful. Among the crowd, Claire recognized someone. Wait, that. How dared he? How could he? She shouted angrily and charged at him. Kay, how could you do this to us? To Faye? To Doradria? No, we can't let him get away. Seeing her teammates rushing towards her, she wondered what they were saying. Why are they coming towards me? They should be chasing Kay. She had been injured and turned to tell everyone. Chase after Kay. She felt the pain and looked down to find a sharp object lodged in her. She wondered, how did this get here? Curtis shouted, hang in there. We'll save you. Suddenly, everyone turned towards Lucas, who was burning and lifting a professor. He looked in a direction, and everyone followed his gaze. Claire saw it and smiled with relief. Someone was approaching the battle, and it was none other than Althal and his contract beast, a dragon. Finally, he appeared to join the battle. Two horns, like two gleaming swords, grew from each side of its head, with their sharp points glinting in the light. Its crystal scales shimmered with a mysterious black hue, so dark that its shadow seemed gray. Its eyes blazed with intelligence and brutality, enough to make even a veteran explorer stand paralyzed with fear. But what was just as terrifying as the dragon was the boy standing beneath it. He made her heart tremble with fear. Each step he took exuded a confidence that was not easily noticeable but impossible to shake. Every inch of his body radiated an unbridled rage, so intense that Claire's only regret was not being able to see Lucas's defeated face in the final moment. The professors were all gravely injured. Lucas thought about enhancing his processing abilities, awareness, and reflexes to cast higher-level spells. With a mana source like his, nearly limitless, he could draw and use it freely. With the elixir he possessed, he had escaped the mundane world, and these so-called elites were now nothing more than ants to him. But why did his insides feel like they were being gripped and twisted by a cold, sharp claw? Lucas spoke. Althal's pet, you arrived just in time for the party. Do you think that oversized lizard can help you? Even the esteemed professors of this academy can't touch me. If you think you can. Althal, ignoring his words, moved past him and approached Tessia, who lay injured nearby. The henchmen were quite fearful at this point, saying, that's a dragon, right? I can't handle Althal's attitude. Lucas was furious at being ignored by Althal. Althal knelt down to check Tessia's pulse. It seemed she had been drubbed, but aside from some bruises and scratches, she was okay. Lucas turned to Althal and said, "She screamed your name. Did you know that? If you don't want me to touch your precious little princess, I don't think I will listen to him. Because what better way to break your spirit than to make you crawl on the ground, helplessly watching me break the limbs of the girl you care about the most?" Hearing this, Sylvie roared in anger. He thought Althal would be furious, but he was disappointed. I said all that, and although still ignored me, he shouted angrily, "How dare you turn your back on me when I'm talking to you? You country bumpkin! I'll break every bone in your body so you can only cry when I humiliate Tessia." As he aggressively approached Althal, he suddenly felt the same sensation as before, as if a mad demon was twisting and clawing inside him. Why do I feel this way? Why does this presence scare me more than the esteemed professors of this school, even more than my brother? At this moment, Althal finally responded to Lucas. "I see you as nothing more than a bee I can't be bothered to kill. But if that bee chooses the wrong sting, even the most sacred saint will crush it." Lucas felt even more pain as something tightly gripped his body. He painfully thought, "No, it shouldn't be like this. I should be stronger than him. How could a bug like him make me terrified?" He had killed countless legions of people and beasts to gain such bloodlust and oppression. "Get away from me," he shouted. Sylvie called out, "Father," although replied, "It's okay, Sylvie. Just protect Tessia for now." Although slowly walked toward Lucas. Lucas said, "You don't just hide fire techniques, do you? How can you use ice techniques too? No matter, take this." He used all his power to attack Althal, but Alvo easily dodged every move. He was astonished. What the? And he cried out in pain, My arm. It hurts so much. Damn it, it hurts so much." He stammered, You also have lightning techniques? No way, you're an anomaly, aren't you?" Althal lifted his hand and said, "Yes, it's me." Using his power, he crushed Lucas's rotten arm. Lucas groaned in pain and said, "You can't do this. I'm Lucas Wykes." "You can't." Ignoring his words, Althal stepped on his leg and violently pressed down. Lucas screamed in agony. Although asked, "You mentioned Drenive earlier. Is he the one behind all this?" Lucas replied, "That's right, and you know what else? He's captured that useless idiot you call your best friend. You've already lost, Althal. This world will change, and there's nothing you can do about it." "But wait, what are you doing?" Althal responded, "At least I can do everything in my power to ensure that trash like you won't contaminate future generations." Lucas, in great pain, begged Althal, "No, please don't do this. I'm sorry. I beg you, don't." Although coldly replied, "May your suffering extend into the next life." It had been a long time since everyone had faced such a terrifying power, and their eyes were filled with fear, shock, and reverence. "I forgot how lonely this is," Althal thought, clutching his stomach in pain. Sylvie called out, "Father," and Lucas cried, "Brother." Suddenly, Althal was startled by a burst of power, revealing that Lance had appeared, seeing his brother being brutally killed. Byron's, filled with rage, was about to attack Althal. Seeing the danger, Althal shouted, "Sylvie, get out of here." But it seemed too late. Althal and Sylvie were injured. Sylvie roared angrily at Lance, although stopped Sylvie, saying, "No, you can't fight them." Lance and his robots were helping the students escape, although thought, if only I could return to Phase 2. Byron's, enraged, approached Althal and said, "People like you don't deserve to live after committing such atrocities against a member of the Wykes family, my brother Lucas." Byron's was about to attack Althal when someone kindly intervened, stopping him. "You must not touch him. This guy tortured and humiliated my brother before killing him," Byron's retorted. "And you're telling me not to harm him. Do you want to oppose me too? This boy saved everyone from your brother. While I understand your loss, I suggest you be careful with your words when speaking to me." "Saved everyone from Lucas? Don't test me. I'm not here to follow your orders. My brother just died before my eyes, and I'm simply retaliating against his killer," Byron's declared. Seeing that he couldn't stop Byron's, the man used his power to command 2 robots to restrain Byron's. Although Byron's broke free after a short struggle, his face was full of determination to attack Althal. Princess Serlin and Curtis were shocked and exclaimed, "No." Fortunately, a girl from Lance intervened just in time, saying, Byron's, you are not the one to make decisions here. The council will decide what to do with this boy and the dragon. You are not allowed to disobey orders. Reluctantly, Byron's accepted, saying, understood. At this moment, the students were able to run outside to meet their families. They embraced each other with joy and tears, while others frantically searched for their loved ones. Medical staff arrived at the scene to provide first aid and treatment, either on the spot or back in their quarters. Someone was bandaging Althal's arm when the girl from Lance approached and asked, do you need further medical attention? Althal replied, no, I'm just out of mana. She pulled out something resembling handcuffs and said, then you'll have to wear these. No resistance. Althal extended his hand for her to put them on. She said, although I don't think you can break them, and then took out a golden circular object, aiming it at Althal. I also don't think you can escape. I understand, but can you do the same for my beast, so it can be more comfortable? Althal asked. She looked at Sylvie and asked, is this dragon your beast? Althal told Sylvie that she should return to her fox form. She replied, even if we fight, we can't defeat them. But I still choose to listen to my father. She then transformed back into her fox form and ran towards Althal, calling out, Dad, Dad, what are we going to face? I'm not sure, Sylvie. But don't worry. We'll be okay, the girl said. Follow me to the wizard's camp while we wait for further instructions from the council. Nearby, people murmured, I heard he killed a student from the noble Wykes family. But wasn't he part of the Wykes themselves, the terrorist group? Yeah, that's right. But how did he kill him? He's not one of Cyrus's people, remember. Although listened to these discussions while walking. Even when something like that happened, people only spread rumors. Then Altho heard a call. Looking in that direction, he saw his family. His mother worriedly ran up to him and called her son. Altho asked the girl, can I talk to my family? She agreed. Byron's asked angrily, after everything, how could he? Someone nearby reassured Byron's and said, listen to all sides first. The boy just did what was necessary, so don't let emotions cloud your judgment. Although approached his family to talk, separated only by an iron gate. Son, you're making your parents worry again, aren't you? It's just a misunderstanding, so don't worry. Mom, his mother anxiously asked, what happened in there? Why were you handcuffed? I'm fine, Mom. Nothing serious happened. Of course, so just worry about everyone when I'm not around. Mom, is there anything we can do? Although held his mother's hand and said, I'll be fine because I'm your son. The ring on Lance's hand emitted a sound. A nearby man said, the council must have already made their judgment. In her hand appeared a parchment, and she called out to Althal, please listen. Upon hearing this, Althal released his mother's hand and walked over. She opened and read aloud, by the authority granted to me by the Dickenton Council, I, General Varay of the Hex Church, declare that Altho Lewin, son of Reynold Lewin and Alice Lewin, has been decreed due to his excessively violent actions and involvement in unspecified situations. His mana core will be sealed, his title as a mage revoked, and he will be detained pending further judgment. This order is effective immediately. Upon hearing this, Altho showed no reaction other than a sad glance and a downcast face. It's so unfair to pass judgment like this. He thought to himself, I punished a noble like Lucas, but he's cruel and harmed many innocent people. If I hadn't intervened, how many more would have perished? All professors and students rushed to attack Lucas to save everyone from danger, but only Altho could do so. He punished the evil doer, and now he had to endure this unjust judgment. Where is the justice? Everyone discussed what was happening. What's exploding there? Did he really kill someone? Why are students being imprisoned? Altho's mother felt sorrowful upon hearing her son being detained. His father exclaimed, my son, he can't have. General Varay must have made a mistake. This is madness. He saved us. He deserves better than this. Many argued passionately about the situation. Princess Serlin felt outraged and shouted, how dare you? How dare you punish the only one who did the right thing? We wouldn't have survived without Althal of the Hex Church to rescue us. When his parents learned of this decree, they would surely overturn it immediately. Lance calmly presented the parchment to Princess Serlin and said, take a look. The King and Queen Glader supported this decision, along with King Shibation and Queen Shibation. Princess Sterlin was surprised. No way. They would never have stopped me with an arm behind the time, Curtis admitted. If the judgment is approved by the ruling figures of the two kingdoms, then it is futile to argue with the Hex Church. It's overly violent, no context. It seems like I'm behind this attack after all. Alvo spoke up. May I speak with my family one last time before you take me away? She agreed, and he'd approached his family. To ease their worries, he smiled and said, Don't be sad like this. This misunderstanding will be cleared up soon. I'm sure of it, Dad. Mom, I don't know what lies ahead for me, but seeing you, little sister. He gently rubbed her head. You've grown so fast. I only wish I had more time by your side. He comforted her and wiped away her tears. I'll only be gone for a while. I promise. Alpha, son, no matter what happens, whatever they say, your family will always be by your side. Remember to come home to us. Hearing the words and feeling his family's concern touched Alpha deeply. Byron's glanced at him with resentment, then carried his sister's body back. Others went their separate ways. Upon returning home, everyone greeted their Lord Byron's, who entered the main house. He angrily kicked the door. The maid, unaware of what had happened, cheerfully greeted him. Welcome home, Lord Byron's. Yes, indeed a surprise. We didn't expect you to return. But their joy didn't last long as the smile faded from the girl's lips when she saw Byron's holding something. He was furious and immediately called for his father. After a while, he reached his father's location. After learning what had happened, he angrily spoke out, That guy is a disgrace to our family. To erase that shameful act, I did everything for that wretch. Every teacher, every monster core, every vial of elixir became wasted because of you. Why did you bring him back here after failing to avenge our family's honor? You come to disgrace my evening in my house with the body of that useless fool. His father intended to slap him, but he calmly restrained his father's hand and said, Father, please restrain yourself. I'm still a member of the church. How could I forget? Ever since you've been so arrogant. But you get to stay in the church just because you're part of our family. Don't forget that. He became calmer and then asked, So what happened? He recounted everything to his father according to the testimonies. Lucas was terrorizing the school along with a group led by someone named Dranive. He clenched his fists in anger and said, That brat brutally killed Lucas. He said it himself. We'll act before Adeline. Upon hearing a girl's call, she opened the door and said, Yes, sir. He wrote a letter to the council that very evening, detailing the unfortunate attack on Cyrus, our beloved son, Lucas, under Dranive's control. There was certainly no choice but to obey him or lose his life. How could a young boy be forced to make such a decision? Just thinking about it is heartbreaking. But our beloved son, a victim, suffered a cruel death at the hands of such a despicable and unforgivable person. He's unworthy to continue living in our society. There's no greater remorse than death, which may be more fitting for such a heinous crime that harmed our family. As we prepare a solemn funeral for our precious son, I hope the council will reach a just decision. After finishing, he asked, Is this statement accurate, Byron's? He nodded. The secretary finished writing the letter for the council and bowed. I extend my condolences to you. I'll send this immediately. Byron's asked his father, What about the funeral? His father replied dismissively, Adeline can handle it. Now let me be at peace. I can't understand how that family could have a brother like him who did something so cruel, harming so many people. Yet they still strive to protect him, even though their own son is entirely at fault. Why don't they think about their son's wrongdoings that harmed so many? Do they not understand, or do they deliberately ignore it? Even Lance Byron's, who's a church member and protects the safety of all the people in Dickon, why would he defend a sibling who's done such foolish things? Now a good person like Althal has to endure all the frustration. I hope the council's hasty judgment can deliver a fair decision as soon as possible. After his father agreed to follow his plan, Byron's fulfilled his wish. He bowed to his father and left. Although was walking with Lance to somewhere, he asked, Can I ask how much farther we have to go? Lance replied, Not far. We're almost there. Although raised his hand and said, You don't need to handcuff me. I'm not stupid enough to try to escape from the two church people in midair. Most of it is because we're flying over monster forests. Can you figure out a way to bother us? You're in the church, and you have the mana demon that you can't deal with. How can the church be strong? But we're just human. The forest of monsters holds too many secrets. Surprisingly, I think you already know that, and with strange things happening, it's never too careful. After saying that, he suddenly wondered what he was doing. Saying all this to a boy. He asked an 8-year-old boy. I thought I was a prisoner. He smiled and replied, then you could be both. Although discouraged, and said, from what I've seen so far, I guess it's better for me to go with 2 people. He agreed to that, and told him he was right. Varian Byarons are not talkers, so ask me a question. How did you become such a good wizard? Although surprised to ask, well, he has never seen me fight. So why do you think I'm a good wizard? Because I've heard Byarons talk about his younger brother, and from the students I've talked to, I understand that enough. Why do I need to watch you fight? Really, I want to know what you've heard from them, considering that you're still escorting me to prison. He said you're wrong. We're in a very different situation. All those sad eyes looked down on the scene below. Then the man walking with him said, we're here, then immediately a road to a cave appeared, and that made Althal very surprised, and the sound welcome to the council's flying castle. The 3 of them set foot there. The man said to Althal, we always carry a lump of soil with us everywhere, especially when I can't take pieces of the wall and soil from this castle to use magic. He said, we can't use magic at the castle entrance, so we'll go up the stairs. And then the 3 of them walked up the stairs for a while until they reached their destination. A bright door appeared right in front of them. The man warned the boy, now that we're in the castle, it's best not to talk to us or anyone in the church. Heeding the man's advice, Althal felt that this castle was very similar to one from his previous life, beautiful yet empty and lonely. They arrived before 3 kings and a queen. Vare bowed and said, Your Majesty, we have brought Althal before the council. An angry, pompous old fat king said arrogantly, do you think you're equal to the church? At least kneel down. Althal looked towards Tessia's parents and apologized. I was not taught how to show respect to nobility and royalty. The red-haired king raised his hand and said, Enough, let's unshackle Althal so we can start obeying his majesty's orders. She immediately unshackled Althal. Aluin said, before we start, I want to thank you not only as a leader, but also as a father for saving the fat old king. Hearing that, the fat old king angrily shouted, We're here as leaders of this damn continent. There's no father or son. This kid cut off a classmate before killing him. I don't think I need to thank you for that. Do I need to read his cruel report again? The queen sitting next to the red-haired king intervened. I don't think it's necessary. Both legs were crushed to half a thigh. The left hand was severed and burned. The groin and pelvic bones were crushed enough to scream, and Mom Tessia has already voiced their opinion. We've all read the report, but we can't ignore the fact that he also saved the students of the Cyrus Academy, said the old man. He's right. This kid did save the whole school. But it doesn't justify the torment he put on the poor boy, Lucas. This can be used to take personal revenge. Chadist, angry, argued back. So you mean Althal recklessly jumped into danger just for revenge, right? Even so, we can't prove that was his motive. But what we can clearly see is that he saved our children and what remains of the academy. The queen sitting next to the fat old king raised her hand and said, And that's why I object to killing this boy. We only need to use magic to disable him. The fat old king nodded. Thank you. This boy is too dangerous. If he and his dragon want to confront us, what then? The anger of the fat old man sounded unreasonable. Tessia's mother spoke up. Oh dear, do you see how unreasonable you are? She turned to ask the 2 next to her what they thought of the whole situation. Muriel, as both a parent and husband, agreed with her on this. The red-haired king said, But as leaders, we also need to consider the council's viewpoint. They don't just think for themselves, but objectively for the whole continent. Tessia's mother said objectively, and Tessia's father angrily asked, So what now? We'll disable him and kill the dragon, to prevent him from harboring revenge against us and deciding on a revenge plan. The fat old king and Tessia's father began to get angry and argue. The old man said he had to know his position. Chakest also replied, We're not here to release accusations. The old man didn't give up and continued to speak. Do you think you're equal to me just because you're sitting here? Does it need to be mentioned that you were powerless in managing the church? No, it doesn't need to be repeated. The queen heard this and spoke up. What are you doing? You're being so unreasonable. The old man didn't intend to stop. The continent stands on the brink of war, And you're so careless as to lose one of our greatest assets. Although stood below to cut the old man's words short and said, I can, Your Majesty. The old man turned down a loud scream, saying, You don't get to say unless I say. I refuse to accept any requests that this kid is trying to make. Tess said, You're acting too unreasonable and defiant. Although calmly continued, Your Majesty, I find it pointless for me to stand here if I'm not allowed to speak or retell what happened, and why it happened like that. The queen sitting next to the old fat king raised her hand and said, He's right. This prisoner doesn't need to be here. Put him in prison until new orders are issued and lock his beast in a cage. Tess was angry. This council isn't run by you two. The old fat king was angry and said, Sit down. Remember that you only have one person in the church to support you. Listen to Tessia's father. If you have taken a step forward to near him, he has raised his hand to stop, and that ends the argument here. Altho was escorted to the prison cell. As he walked there, he thought about the entire argument he had witnessed earlier. On the way to the cell, he contemplated how both King and Queen Waff had opposed him, while King and Queen Glader didn't support either side. He was relieved that she was too exhausted to endure all of this. Although felt like he had no choice but to rely on those two to get himself and Sylvie out of this without harm. And so he arrived at the prison. The man escorting him said, Sometimes we'll come by to check on the kid. At least it's quiet here. Suddenly, a familiar voice asked, Is that you, Altho? Altho was surprised to hear it. The voice sounded so familiar, he couldn't place it. At the end of the previous section, right after Altho had been locked in his cell, he was very surprised to hear the voice of a woman. He approached the door to that voice. Principal Goodsky was there. According to Principal Goodsky, she had been imprisoned here for several days. She knew nothing about the attack on Cyrus Academy. I recounted everything that had happened at her school, but I still can't understand why she was imprisoned by the council shortly after meeting them. Shortly after they met, Principal Goodsky thanked Altho. I'm sorry for what you had to go through. I know you've already talked about this. But can you tell me a little more about what happened when you fought with Lucas? Altho immediately recounted that he had used a type of drug that had recently appeared in the school, but it affected Lucas differently. He became much stronger, but remained conscious. Or as conscious as he normally would. He could still tell what he was doing. Principal Goodsky was curious, asking, But aside from fighting him, did you see how the leader looked? Why didn't he wait for me when I arrived? There are just a few things I need to confirm. But now, I think I understand. It was an inevitability that had to happen, but it happened much sooner than expected. They're executing the plan much faster than planned. Altho was surprised to hear her say that and immediately asked, What do you mean it had to happen? And who are they? The former principal remained silent, although seemed to be drawing a conclusion by now. Madam Principal Goodsky, he said, a conclusion that I hope is wrong. She replied slowly, I'm no longer the principal. The council made me the scapegoat for them. A scapegoat for what? She sat in a dark corner and said, That's why I'm in here. I suspect the council will blame me for the incident at the school to steer public opinion away. I can't speak. I'm afraid I'm forced to keep silent about what I know. Not willingly, but through force and magic. Both were irresistible. Even when I told you it hurt a lot and slowly activated the curse, Altho seemed quite angry. He gripped the iron bar of the door and cursed. Convenient, right? He continued to punch the iron bar with his injured hand. He slumped to the ground and said, Thank you for your information. She helplessly apologized to Altho. The fat old man burst in and said, What on earth? The calm red-haired king poured wine and leisurely enjoyed it. The old man rushed in and said, I thought we had an agreement. Why did you come so soon? The red-haired king raised his hand and shook his head. He finished his wine and said, I know the agreement between us. Rest assured, you'll have my and my wife's vote, but you can't force me to make baseless accusations like that. Not with this kid who saved the future of this continent, including my son. He asked about the future generation, right? There wouldn't be any future generation if you didn't stand by my side. The king angrily slammed his hand on the table. If we want this continent to have a future, he continued, Altho and his spirit animal must return to him. That's the deal between us. The red-haired king continued pouring wine and said, I know what the agreement is. I don't need you to remind me every time you feel uneasy. Do you realize you and I are betraying the entire population? He arrogantly said betrayal. This continent is about to be destroyed. There won't be anyone to betray. Now we just have to save what's important to us. There's nothing right or wrong here. The red-haired king calmly said he wanted to deceive himself to sleep well. What we're doing is abandoning our people just to save our own lives. The old man replied, "That's really helping us sleep well. Thank you very much. We'll live and serve him while getting rich and wise from his continent." The red-haired king asked, "What about the people of this continent? We won't know what he'll do with the kingdoms of Sepen and Down, let alone what Elsana will face." The old man argued, "Fairies are always too fair, even with their own interests. Unlike us, they don't know what it's like to lead. Imagine, with his technology and wealth, what his eternal wealth could bring to the human land. Do you believe it's possible? It won't be a fantasy for us anymore." The red-haired king, angry, slammed the wine glass he held onto the table and said, "Be quiet. Don't lump me in with them. Following him is beneficial for my family only. He abandoned his own kind for his own benefit. Wealth and power. What about your people? Have you ever thought about what he'll do once he's here? There could be extinction, or if he's wise, he'll turn them all into slaves. But my wife's love for our children concerns me more than the entire kingdom of humans and what I've had to do to get to where I am. My responsibility is to preserve the glory of the Glader lineage. I hope my ancestors will forgive me for that." Seeing this, the old man left, regardless of the red-haired king sitting there looking sad. The red-haired king drank wine and pondered. The promised wealth doesn't mean anything to me. My only wish is to become the most powerful mage in Dickhedon, to make my ancestors proud. But I'm just a mediocre mage. Even with countless elixirs, I struggle to upgrade. I've invited my beloved wife and our child, but when I saw my father blinded by power, I swore I would never forget why I needed power to maintain peace and protect my family and people. But even now, with 2 people in the church, I can't erase my feelings of inferiority. Is it true that I made this decision for the safety of my family? Or, like him, I also crave power that he promised? The wine glass fell to the ground as the red-haired king lay down tiredly. His hand was bleeding from the shards of the wine glass. Perhaps the only thing greater than his magical power is the misfortune of the boy caught up in this conspiracy. Suddenly, he put his hand to his forehead and laughed, a big laugh that ended in a few short seconds. "I'm sorry, kid. I want to believe that your sacrifice is for the good of this continent. Indeed, it's for something better that I've done." Suddenly, a dark and misty scene appeared. Where am I? Why are there so many crows? You cling tightly to the iron bar until your blood flows. What are they eating? From here, you can't tell. I have to climb higher to find out. Something isn't right. What's going on here? 4 human heads are impaled on the sharp iron bar. Suddenly, they turn around. They are the heads of your classmates from Cyrus Academy, including Princess Tessia. This scene is truly terrifying. Overcome with fear, you fall from above. Altho jolts awake, looking at his trembling hands. Thankfully, it was just a nightmare. While still shaking, a stern face enters and warns you not to speak, then hands you a letter. You take it and open it. The letter reads, "Dear Althal, I fear the severity of this matter is deeper and more sinister than what is shown outwardly. You don't have much time. The council will soon announce that you and Good Sky are the perpetrators of the terrorist act. I overheard a conversation between King Glader and Dose. They intend to hand you over to someone alive. I have asked my father to take your family to a safe haven. You have done much for Tessia, but I apologize. For now, this is all I can do. Your sincere friend." As you finish reading the letter, it vanishes. You sit and contemplate when Byron's approaches with a disdainful look and says the council is waiting for you. The 2 of you stand before the council's door. Byron's leans against the wall with folded arms and says, "I have been looking forward to this trial. After the person is imprisoned, I will ensure the safety of your family, just as you did for my younger brother." Althal, without trembling, replies that he wants to fight a 13-year-old child. Honesty grabs his collar and threatens, "I don't think you understand. You're about to face something." Byron's, furious, throws him to the ground, accusing him unjustly to avenge his insane younger brother, who killed innocent students. He chose to participate in the attack. He chose to kill those students. He chose the side of darkness. Upon hearing this, Byron's angrily throws Althal to the ground. The council doors open, and amid the refusal to answer, Good Sky is publicly sentenced to death. Hearing this, Althal is shocked. Good Sky is escorted out and comes face to face with Althal. The two meet, their eyes and faces filled with indescribable sadness. After her sentencing, it's Althal's turn. The chubby old man opens a scroll and reads aloud. Remember that the council shows mercy towards you, even though your actions warrant death in other circumstances. However, we have agreed that your actions were for the greater good. Therefore, your sentence shall be as follows. Althal is stripped of his title as mage and all associated rights. He will remain in custody until further notice. Do you have anything to say? Tessia's parents feel helpless, unable to do anything for Althal. Upon hearing the announcement, they are deeply saddened. Alvo asks, what does remaining in custody until further notice mean? We will monitor the victims of this incident and their families. Once the public forgets about this event, we will release you. Think of it as temporary detention rather than imprisonment. At this moment, Althal recalls the words Tessia's father said about someone intending to take him alive. Althal speaks up. I understand. That's somewhat acceptable. What about my familiar? The elderly woman sitting next to the chubby old man slams her hand on the table in anger and exclaims loudly, You're familiar. The council has been merciful in letting you live, and you still dare demand more. Tessia's father sadly informs Alvo that losing the rights of a mage means he can no longer keep his familiar. Alvo suppresses his anger by tightly holding his own hand, then calmly says, I understand, Your Majesty. The chubby old man reassures him, Don't worry, young one. Your familiar will be well taken care of. The council understands that a creature of its size requires a powerful mage to handle it. It will be well cared for. The red-haired king speaks up, instructing Byrons. You may now escort him to the detention room and remember to restrain him. As Byrons escorts him to the cell, Althal reflects. I know the Lances are still very pleased to be helpful. As soon as Byrons arrived at the cell, he shoved Althal in without any mercy and then turned to leave. As Byrons departed, Althal remarked to himself, I know, even without these barriers, it wouldn't be so bad. He glanced around the stark white cell he had been led to. You should see the cell I used to be in. A man stepped out and replied, Looks like you were waiting for me. Althal turned back and said, Right on time. Winsome. Finally, the person known as the god had arrived. He had come to Althal's cell, holding Sylvie in his arms, who was asleep after the trial had ended. The chubby old man and his wife were delighted. Cheers, my dear. The madness is about to end. With a glass of wine in one hand and his wife draped over the other, he continued, Imagine everything unfolding as we planned. Together with our allies, we've chosen to lead this continent into a new era. His wife asked, How did you attain such power, my love? Long ago, he began, I fought terrifying mana beasts when it was just me and my axe. Those battles pushed me to the brink countless times, but nothing frightened me as much as him. When he first came to me, it felt like I was facing a deity. Yet, he chose us. He didn't need us to achieve his goals, but he chose us in later. They joke that the kings of this continent aren't as strong and skilled as their people. I was much stronger than them once. He continued, If it weren't for, almost revealing too much. He hesitated. Ah, yes, she doesn't know about that incident. The incident that nearly forced him to speak out. It's beyond the core now. I never expected my mana core to be permanently damaged, all because of a peasant mage who struck at my core. He caught me in bed with his wife. He didn't have many women to choose from, so he must have felt honored. Torture and execution couldn't make up for what happened to me. After thinking for a moment, he continued the conversation with his wife, sipping his drink while holding her close. His wife said, The incident that nearly forced you to speak out, what was the reason? He finished his wine and asked her to pour him another glass. Sure, my love, she said, promptly refilling his glass. She added, Oh, my love, I know our people respect you, but they only obey your orders. If not for the 2 in the 6 churches, they would have revolted and seized your throne long ago. She stroked his long, white beard and continued, So it's simple. Just eliminate anyone daring to do such things. Because you have the 6 churches and their power, and now you have his support too. Yes, you're right, he agreed. More wealth, more magical abilities, more people worshipping us, and best of all, immortality to enjoy it all. She reminded him not to forget, then climbed onto him. He said, Yes, the power to give birth. The two of them were intimately entwined on the chair at the height of their passion when an intruder dared to break in. Both of them were very angry. A tall man with white hair walked in and greeted him, holding the soldier he had subdued in his hand. He threw him to the ground and walked in slowly, apologizing for his intrusion. The chubby old man held his wife in his arms and angrily said, "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" The other calmly said, "I know," and something purple appeared on his forehead immediately. "You two are pests that I've been ordered to eliminate. When my king is in danger, I appear immediately to protect them. I apologize, Your Majesty and your Queen. The intruder won't escape." The man calmly said, "Spilling X blood is not what I want. I'm here only for the heads of the Ricanders." The other, fearless, replied, "Unfortunately, you won't get them." With that, he attacked. Not only him, but several other robots surrounded the man. With just a wave of his hand, he defeated them all. Meanwhile, a lance was focused, chanting a spell. "Grant me armor," and a layer of armor enveloped him. Confidently, he walked towards the man. The chubby old man and his wife were hiding behind the wall, observing. The old man said, "So this is what makes you so arrogant." But the man showed no fear, calmly standing there. When his fist neared the old man's face, he used some technique that sent him flying, crashing into the wall. Seeing this, the chubby old man became scared. Lance, after being knocked into the wall, struggled to stand up. The man said, "For someone as insignificant as you, your skills are quite admirable. With your strength, you could potentially benefit the future of this continent. But not now." With just a gesture from the man, everything shattered. He apologized for making them wait when the other two were in danger. Then, a lance appeared, apologizing for arriving late. He shielded his wife with his hand, visibly shaken, and angrily said, "Micah, your king is about to be killed." She replied, "Micah will handle the intruder." She then rushed to attack the man confidently, saying, "Welcome to Micah's world. I apologize if you die." Despite her threats, the man remained unfazed. When she used her technique, the man calmly walked away and said, "Excellent manipulation of gravity. That's your limit, huh?" This surprised her, and she asked, "How can you move so easily? Your body weight must be over 4 tons. She tried to remain calm and asked, "What limits?" Micah has no limits. She used all her strength to defeat the man, but unfortunately, she was the one knocked down. With just a gesture, she was sent flying. The chubby old man was shocked and scared. He knew she couldn't possibly match him in combat. "I can't die here," he said, kneeling down and bowing his head. His wife, oblivious, continued to shout, "You don't know who you're messing with. Once my husband becomes the right hand of Argona, of Alakria, the omnipotent deity, you'll see." He pulled her head down next to his, saying, "There are no holy gods in this world, only Argona." The chubby old man bowed his head, pleading, "Please, have mercy and forgive me. I'll do anything, Your Majesty." The man replied, "It seems Argona chose the wrong pawn for him." The chubby old man continued to beg, "Please, I haven't met him yet. He threatened my wife and people to force me to submit. I beg you, please forgive me." The man nodded approvingly. "Good. Release the 2 members of the Lukgio from their oath." The old man was stunned and asked hesitantly, "Is there a problem?" Shaking and unable to argue, he replied, "Of course not, sir." Deep down, he thought, "I was always taught that oaths are never to be released, but my life is in danger." Out of fear of death, he followed the man's orders. Once done, he announced, "I'm done. Please, forgive me now." The man calmly said, "Apologies. I said I'll forgive you when." Enraged, the old man said, "You." But he had no chance to say more, as the man sent the elderly couple back to heaven, after executing the order to kill them. Turning away, the man said, "And so the game has begun." Back in Althal's dark prison cell, when Winsome appeared with Sylvie, Althal approached and gently stroked her head, finding her still asleep. Winsome handed Sylvie to Althal, who thanked him for it. "I didn't expect that you'd let yourself and Lady Sylvie get captured so early by the allies of the Vritra." Althal replied, "There are people whose lives I deem more important than mine." He asked, "Is it because of the fairy princess?" Althal sighed, "Not her, but because of the disciplinary committee and my closest friend." The man consoled him. "Whatever has happened is in the past. Let it pass. But what I still can't understand is why the perpetrator brought your friend along. I don't know either, but now he's here to get us out. I need to find out where they took Elugia. And what about Alaska? Are you going to save him? We know they brought him back. Altho asked. Where? To Alaska. Altho sat down on the bed and placed Sylvie beside him, muttering, Damn it, you can't even escape from this place, and you want to save him. He rested his head against his hand, saying, I still want to follow him, hoping he's still alive so I can rescue him. But it seems he's very certain I'll be killed as soon as I step foot there. So what should I do? Luckily, that guy left before you arrived. His people are interested in you, so they'll let you live. But if they find out you have Lady Sylvia's original will and her daughter, even Ajuras's people might struggle to protect you. Although asked in resignation. So, I'm at a loss. Why shouldn't I abandon my closest friend? I hoped for help from Anduin, and I know he wouldn't leave me and Sylvie here, because almost the entire council works for Varoitra, so I don't have many options here. I can't flee with my family without Luggido tracking my mana signature, and I can't hide in the monster-infested swamps without mana monsters catching me. So, Winsome, what should I do? You seem to have had plenty of time to contemplate your situation. Although mentioned that House Recander has close ties with Varoitra, and House Glader seems aligned with them too, but he felt they were coerced. Impressed, Winsome said, Interesting insight, Altho. Just as they were conversing, Byrons appeared and asked to someone, How did you get in here? Did you break in? Winsome coldly replied, Yes. Byrons bristled and said, No need for more talk then, and attacked Winsome with lightning speed. Yet, Winsome remained calm and effortlessly countered Byrons' powerful technique with a small move of his own. He taunted, Kid, you can't match me. Your arrogance is too high. But Byrons refused to give up and continued trying to defeat Winsome. Eventually, Winsome declared, That's enough, and with a gentle move, Byrons fell to the ground. At this moment, Varian also appeared and told Byrons to step back. He stood up and addressed Varian. I don't understand how he managed to break in here. Varian coldly walked past Byrons and said, He is a god, not a mere mortal. Can you address him with due respect like that? Varian bowed. I apologize, Your Excellency. Our king respectfully invites you. And so, Winsome, and Altho approached the two kings and the queen, bowing and greeting. The man who had just killed the elderly couple introduced himself. Greetings to those who do not know me. I am Alder. I'll keep it simple. Winsome and I were sent here to offer the lowly people like you a chance to survive in the upcoming war. The four of them were extremely surprised to hear this. Chaites stood up and said, So our fears were justified. A real war is about to break out. The man continued, I have taken the first step by eliminating the traitors. House Recander has been removed, and their people will hear my orders. But we also decided to reconsider past mistakes that may have been made. The red-haired king interjected respectfully. May I say something, sir? Clearly, your abilities surpass ours. The Aces could not reach the continent of Alaska and defeat the other tribe without the assistance of us lowly beings. The man shook his head and replied, I'm afraid it's more complicated than that. Many tribes, including 3 others besides the Aces, have violated our laws. A battle on such a large scale will certainly tip the world's balance. The Aces and the other tribes have signed a treaty stating that the superior races cannot directly attack or interfere in the affairs of the lesser races. Altho interjected thoughtfully, Isn't killing the Recander house contrary to that treaty? The man remained silent, and Winsome shook his head before saying, Dickinson is currently opposing the forces commanded directly by Corona. He won't rush to break the treaty, as we only aim to level the playing field. Although still angry, continued to ask, What about the Blackhorn demons that have invaded our land for many years? They were here long before we knew of them. Clenching his fists, he said, One of them even killed a person in the 6. Father Tessia, who was standing, then asked, although, How do you know about this? Lady Goodski, sitting nearby, raised her hand, revealing a purple-colored fragment and said, Are you referring to the master of this fragment? The man closed his eyes for a few seconds, then said, Kid, Winsome wasn't lying when he said you were not simple. Those creatures that have always infiltrated this continent are not Argona. They were once lowly creatures like you, but they have undergone countless experiments. Mother Tessia, worried, asked, So there are monsters that are not Argona, but can still defeat the most powerful mages of Decathlon? Can we win against them? The man replied, these monsters are not many, and although is Ariana's trump card in this war, he is not in a hurry to send them out as before, because now he knows I am here. Consider me the leader of the upcoming war. For now, I will protect this continent. Their conversation continued, but although, carrying the sleeping Sylvie, left with Winsome. Although asked, where are we going? Shouldn't we be attending the war strategy meetings? He replied, Andy can handle the preparations for the battle. We are going to visit your family. You will need to say goodbye to them. Although surprised, asked, goodbye. What do you mean goodbye? Where am I going? He turned back and said, I will take you and Lady Sylvie to the homeland of the Azures. You will be trained in Epheotis. And so, the two began their journey, walking through the night, singing and grumbling. Although said, I'm not keen on this long trek through the forest. Can't you teleport us closer to the elder's place? He replied, I cannot teleport us directly there, as it would break the protective barrier keeping your family safe from any danger. Sounds reasonable. Although said, all right, you make sense. But now, do you understand what I told you about Eveltus and Bati? There aren't any Aryans with a tribe in Epheotis. Each tribe consists of many guilds, and one guild is considered among the 8 greats, like the Vika guild of the Barcelos tribe. I still can't believe the other guilds tried to assassinate Ariana. I thought negotiation was the first and only answer to that because, for peace and all that. Winsome replied, Ariana was too dangerous for us to consider negotiation from the start. We didn't know what he had done in Alaska or what he intended to do to us, so we agreed that directly eliminating Ariana was the best way. Although questioned, but I'm still a bit confused about why Sylvia got involved in these matters and why she appeared in Decathlon. He cautiously said, although what I'm about to reveal to you must be kept secret. Only a few members of the guild know this. At that time, Lady Sylvia went with the elite division to defeat that tribe. Startled, although asked, what? And they allowed her to go. You said they had no idea what was about to happen except that Argona was very dangerous. Wasn't that a suicide mission? He replied, Lord Inder did not permit her to do anything. She disguised herself and infiltrated the army, revealing her identity only when it was too late to turn back. As for how she was captured and why she hid from us after escaping, I don't know. What happened to the Azures who went with her? Although asked. Clenching his fist, he answered seriously, it was a matter of hosts and experiments. We were completely overwhelmed by more than 10,000 hybrids. Everyone from Epheotis was either killed or captured. Aruna appeared before Lord Inder to inform him that Lady Sylvia had been killed in battle. Lord Inder was ready to wage war regardless of the consequences, but the other guilds supported negotiation. This prevented the Azures from directly intervening, as the consequences would fall on this world if the 7 Azura tribes of Epheotis waged war. They wanted to shift the responsibility onto others in Epheotis, but punishing an entire race for the actions of a few was not right just to conduct such experiments. Hearing Winsome's words, although felt that they were terrible, he thought to himself that the other guilds of Epheotis must have done the same as the Argona guild, creating powerful warriors through breeding. But their conscience and pride must have stopped them. If Ariana had really been in Alaska all these years, then their numbers must have increased significantly, not to mention the imbalance between Alaska and Decathlon. Suddenly, he realized something and said, wait a minute. Then he asked, what about the 6 ancient holy relics you gave to the people of Decathlon? The man replied, they have been handed over to the people of Decathlon to create a more balanced battlefield. Battlefield. Although said, this is where I come in. How am I a pawn for the Azura guilds in this battle? Winsome explained, it will be easier for both of us if you just see it as a way to protect your friends and family. Speaking of friends and family, he suddenly remembered and asked, have you thought about how to break this news to your family? His face turned sad, and he said nothing. His family was at General's place, sitting outside by the fire. General handed something to Aldo's mother, who took it and thanked the elder general. Suddenly, there was a fragrant smell. Is there any for me? Aldo asked. Everyone turned around, and his younger sister looked at him in surprise, saying, no way. His father and mother were so shocked they dropped the plate they were holding. The whole family ran out, and his sister raised her hand and called out to him. They all embraced each other. His sister placed her hand on Sylvie's face and asked, "How are you doing?" Although feeling jealous, asked, "Why don't you ask how I'm doing?" His sister hugged him from behind and replied, "No matter what, you always survive and come back." His parents, standing nearby, laughed at the conversation between the siblings, but his family was surprised by something. Although said, "Hey Winsome, can you tone it down a bit?" Then Although introduced everyone to his family. "This is Winsome, the person who saved me and will be my upcoming master." General, standing behind, bowed and said, "Welcome, Master Winsome." Although mother shyly said, "You must be a powerful mage. Thank you for saving my beloved son." Then she moved closer, placed her hands on Althoug's shoulders, and gently asked, "You said he will be your next master. What will he teach you?" Although stammered, "That," but his mother interrupted, "Never mind, it's okay." She touched his face lovingly and said, "You've just come back from a long journey. Why don't you go take a bath and have some dinner first?" And so the family joyfully gathered for dinner together. However, their happiness was interrupted by Winsome's clearing his throat. Although looked at him and then put down the plate he was holding. "Elder Rena, may I speak with my parents in private?" The three of them went outside. His father looked back and saw Winsome watching them, while General was smiling happily and his sister was playing with Sylvie, saying, "Come on, you can eat it," and went to another room. His father slowly sat down and said, "Your master should join us too, right?" His mother took his hand and asked, "Dear, are you worried about us?" Although gloomily said, "I know I have caused you a lot of trouble, but there is something I must do. I will tell you all about it. But before I begin, there is something I have been pondering for a long time whether to tell you or not." He sighed and continued, "Since I came to this world." His mother, surprised, said, "What? Since you came to this world? You mean when you were born?" He looked at his mother and replied, "Sort of, but not exactly, Mom. You don't understand what I mean." Although then told his parents, "Please trust me. I remember more than anyone else the moment I was born. At that moment, I was teleported and reincarnated. Something happened, and I was taken away from my world and brought to this one." His father couldn't believe what he was hearing and said, Wait a minute, son. Say that again." His mother knelt on the ground, placed her warm hands on her son's face, and anxiously asked, "Although, what are you saying? Another world? Are you all right? Where did this idea come from? Did your master tell you this?" He took her wrists and said, "No, Mom. My master doesn't know about this. No one but you and Dad know about this. I don't even know what to call this phenomenon. I've thought about it for a long time. I guess it's something like reincarnation." His mother, worried, asked, "Did something happen to you when they took you away? Did they do something to you? Come here, let me try to heal you." His father, sitting calmly, said, "Honey, let the boy speak." His mother looked at his father with immense worry. During that conversation, although described to them my world, at least the part I can remember, my role there, and the relationships in detail, so they wouldn't misunderstand that I was making it up. Throughout this, my parents mostly sat in silence. Occasionally, my father asked a few questions, but his face remained expressionless. My mother, however, was clearly in shock. Her face was pale, and her hands and feet trembled more as I continued my story. I didn't know how much time had passed, but it must have been a few hours until my father said, "So, that war, that magical talent of yours." "Yes, Dad," although said, "the internal energy system in my old world is quite similar to the mana system in this one. And about that war, you've understood correctly." His mother, who had been crying with her head down, suddenly laughed. "Ha, Mother understands. This is all a joke, right?" Seeing his wife like this, Altho's father gently patted her back to comfort her. "Here, oh, my son almost fooled us, didn't he?" Reynolds' whole body trembled as she grasped her son's hand and said, "This is a joke, right? Although, tell me this is just a cruel joke." Tears fell onto her pale face from anxiety, and she said, "You can't possibly be some dead king transported into the unborn mind of my child, can you? Right?" Although avoided his mother's gaze, looked down, and replied, "I don't know exactly how it happened, but I'm not joking, Mom." He sat down on the chair, remembering the time when their family was playing joyfully together after his son was born. Whenever he returned home from a journey, his family welcomed him back. Reynolds lifted his son up and said, "Is your hair the only thing that grows long?" Although laughed playfully, grabbing his father's beard and saying, Your beard too, Dad. It's even thicker than before. Are you using it to hide your wrinkles? Or how worried she was every time he got hurt. She was so shocked by what she had heard that she cried out loud, clutching her head, saying, No, this isn't true. Ray, don't tell me you believe this. Our son is sick. He must have gone through something. It must be that. Reynold hugged his wife to comfort her and said, Honey, as although stood up and went outside. As he stepped out, he playfully interacted with his sister. Their father opened the door and said, Ellie, could you go sit beside your mother in the tent? She happily handed the sleeping Sylvie to him and said, Here, then got up and left, turning back to ask, Feeling better, big brother? As she neared the tent, she suddenly stopped, ran back to hug him. He held her close, patted her head and said, It seems now you are the one comforting me. She looked up at him with bright, innocent eyes and said, I won't ask anything if you have to go far again, as long as you always come home. Then she went inside to be with their mother, while Reynold and Although walked through the tunnel. Reynold, looking down, sadly informed him, Your mother is asleep now. Although asked about her condition, Is she all right? She was quite shocked, his father replied. After a few seconds of silence, Although asked, So you and Mom believe me? Reynold, trying to remain calm, said, You have no reason to deceive us. Looking up, he continued, Besides, everything makes sense now. Your early awakening as an extraordinary warrior and mage. It all fits. Although approached his father, Dad, are you okay? Maybe at this point, he couldn't stay calm anymore. He put his hand on his chest and said, Me? Of course not. This isn't something easy to accept. Are you Although or anyone else? Are all the memories our family has together fake? Have you been pretending to be the son we always wanted? He clutched his head and asked, How should I treat you now, when you're older than me? Yet now you're my 13-year-old son. Your mother has raised an infant, believing she was the mother of a middle-aged man thinking he was her own son. He angrily punched the rock wall beside him, causing his hand to bleed. I'm sorry, he said, but are you really our son? Or did you take over the body of the unborn child that should have been our son when you reincarnated? What really happened to you? Although stood in silence, unsure of what to say, Reynold, his hand bleeding heavily, put his injured hand to his forehead and stammered, I didn't mean that. Right now, I'm very confused. Although, with sadness in his eyes, said, You're right, Reynold. As I said earlier, I don't know why this happened. Maybe I took the place of the child that could have been yours, but I don't know how the process brought me here. I didn't want to hide the truth from you, but now I don't know if I made the right choice. I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but never had the courage. I wanted to say this before I left. His father, surprised, asked, Leave? Where are you going? Yes, given the current situation, it might be better if we stayed apart for a while. And how long will you be gone? At least a few years. His father looked down, sorrowful, and said, That long. Although turned and started walking away, saying, You know, I never had any memories of a family in my old world. Growing up without anyone truly loving me made me an unbeatable warrior but a terrible person. Since coming to this world, you and later Ellie taught me something I had never known. I may not be the strongest warrior or wizard in this world, but now I'm a much better person than I was in my previous life. With tears welling up in his eyes, he continued, I'm sorry for hurting you both. Thank you for teaching me to be a better person. And thank you for loving me as your son. Both of them cried a lot, and although walked toward where Winsome was waiting for him. Winsome asked, I see you've resolved your matters. Are you ready? Although picked up Sylvie and said, Yes, let's go. The elder general said, Wait, you're not going to say goodbye to your family? Although shook his head, No need. I've settled everything I needed to hear. He bowed and thanked her. Please take care of them for me. She pulled him back and said, Although that look of fear on your face doesn't suit someone with a kind heart like yours, I'm only just beginning to understand the weight of the battles you'll face. But don't fall back into old ways. You know better than anyone that the deeper you fall into that abyss, the harder it is to climb out. She released him and said, Now go. I'll take care of things here. Winsome sat down, took out a round object, and dripped his blood into it. Together, they traveled to another place. On the way, although asked, Hey, Winsome, does my face look strange? He replied, Your face reminds me of the Azura's warriors. They were skilled fighters who learned to hide their emotions to be most effective in battle. It's a very useful technique. Are you sure you've handled everything here? Although glanced back at the house and said, "Yes, I'm ready," Reinhold slowly walked through the dungeon. Earlier, he had a conversation with Althal, who believed that Reinhold hated what had happened. Part of me wished I had told Alvo that it was all right, that the kid was still family. But a larger part of me, the part that I despise, wished the kid had never told us. I knew from a young age that Althal was different, perhaps too difficult for me to accept, as it damaged my pride, my selfish pride, which maybe was just that. I nurtured a genius for 1,000 years, with signs always present, from the kid's strange behavior from a very young age, to his mastery of swordsmanship, his incomprehensible skill as a mage. He sat down next to General, who said he had left. He replied that I knew. She said, "I was afraid of the day he'd tell you too," and he was surprised. She asked, "Did you know, old man?" She said she had seen a lot, but only the kid could use half of this old brain to guess what his future would be like. "It's not the kid," she said, "but to me he's still a kid, like you're a kid to me." I always thought it was funny, the prejudices of everyone about age and intelligence. The older you are, the wiser and the more logical you think. Add those two together, and an older, smarter person would be a cold-blooded calculator. Do you agree or not? She put the object on her hand down on the table, and then leaned in again and said to Reinhold, "Don't you think I'm like that?" Reinhold stuttered and said, "Of course not, but I don't understand how that relates to Althal." She said, "Didn't you wish Althal hadn't spoken? That you would be happier not knowing who that kid really is? So you were wondering why he told you. Right, because the heart is always the biggest enemy of the brain. In fact, for men, the brain's most formidable enemy is something else, as we said. The emotions of the heart are always in conflict with things like reason, effectiveness, and practicality. Any things that are logical." She comforted him, saying that it was what made us hurt, or even killed. But we can't do anything else that makes us weaker when we're alone, but stronger when we're in a group. Reinhold asked, "So, Aldo acted more on emotions than logical thinking when he told us about this?" She shook her head and laughed. "Haha, how do we know what he was thinking?" She looked up and continued, "But we know one thing. We knew that boy when he was just a child in this world, and he has shared many stories since then." Standing up and stretching, she said, "Perhaps this is a significant step he must take to completely break free from the shells that used to be his safe and comfortable refuge." She handed him the white cloth bag prepared for the rope and said, "Hold this to help me prepare some food for his wife. Althal's teacher told me that it's a gift for the Lemon family." He took it and said, "A gift for you," and immediately a bear emerged from it. His daughter standing behind exclaimed, "Oh, how cute, Dad. What is it? Can we keep it?" Her father turned and chuckled. "You startled me there, unsure if it was a good idea." He pondered, "I once dreamed of riding a mighty mana beast into battle. It would be good if my daughter had a beast to protect her." The daughter looked at him, then picked up the bear and cheerfully said, "Here, I'll call you Boo." Her father standing beside her wondered, "Why Boo?" The daughter explained, "Because of the 2 black dots on its face that make it look perpetually grumpy." She hugged it close, then informed her father, "That's right, Mom and Dad are awake now." Upon hearing this, he immediately went to see his wife. After a nap, "Are you feeling better?" He asked her as she sat in her chair. He gently embraced her and said, "Just a few hours." She sadly asked, "Where did Althal go? Why did he leave?" She questioned herself, "Am I a bad person?" Her husband comforted her, "No. Why would you think that? I told Althal he was crazy. I didn't mean it." She leaned on his shoulder and wept. He reassured her, "It's normal," but he couldn't believe how easily one could accept the evil that had been spoken to them. Trembling, she asked, "Am I repulsive?" When she suspected whether Althal could be our son, he was startled into silence. But inside he thought, "I want to tell her no, but how can I when I feel disgusted with myself for sharing the same thoughts as her?" Alice was the one who bore and gave birth to our child after more than 9 months. She fed, nurtured, and cared for him when he was sick and taught him everything about this world. Now, everything she knows about that child has turned out to be a lie. I need to be strong. I need to be someone my wife can rely on. "I'm sorry," he said, hugging his wife. "You have nothing to feel sorry for. We just need time to sort out our emotions." Although knew this, and that's why he told us before he left. She asked how long he would be gone. He said a few years. I understand, she replied. I wonder what our son would be like if he hadn't been replaced by Althal. He was shocked and said, Alice, please don't say that. Don't ask such questions. She continued, would he be brave and outgoing like you, or perhaps a bit cautious and shy like me? He looked at his wife with tears in his eyes and said, my love, please. Althal is, she cut him off. Althal is our son. Why can't you see that? We've been talking all this time, and not once have we mentioned that Althal is our son. Right now, like me, you can't confidently say Althal is our son. I hope this will change when we see him again. But it doesn't change the fact that we've treated him as family for over 13 years. We've laughed, fought, celebrated, and cried together. Aren't these the things that brought us closer? Not the blood in our veins or our past. It's because of what we've been through together. Remember when Althal risked his life to save me on our way to this sea? He wouldn't have done that if he didn't care about you. He looked at her lovingly and said, you are not a bad person. We just need time to think things through. She wiped her eyes and said, don't look at me. I must look terrible now. But she was startled as her husband held her wrist, kissed her forehead, and said, you are very beautiful. The romantic atmosphere was interrupted when their daughter called her mother to come and see something. Boo, she asked her daughter. Which Boo are you calling? Her husband cheerfully said, I'll explain later. After her husband's encouraging words, she seemed more cheerful, no longer crying. The two embraced happily in a place with a beautiful clear blue sky and a garden of blooming cherry blossoms. Pink petals mingled under the golden sunlight. Althal spoke up. This is the land of the gods, isn't it? It's beautiful. Winsome said, welcome to Epiotus, or more precisely, the castle of the Indrath clan. Althal, amazed, slowly followed Winsome to a door. Although asked, aren't there any guards or sentries? Winsome replied, they have been watching us since we crossed the bridge. Come on, we shouldn't keep Lord Indrath waiting. They approached a magnificent castle. Althal thought to himself, so this is Sylvia's home. He asked, is there anything I should know before meeting this lord, Sylvia's grandfather? Winsome answered, unfortunately, I don't know what will happen either, as this situation is very unusual. They entered and reached a door where two people dressed in white said, Elder Winsome, you finally brought the human boy here. Is it appropriate for a human child to hold the princess like that? Winsome replied, stop bickering. They have already formed a contract. Now, will you let us in or not? The two people opened the door for Winsome and Althal to enter. Behind the door, a man was sitting on a chair. Winsome respectfully bowed, my lord. Stand up, said Lord Indrath. Althal thought, so this is Lord Indrath. I can't sense. But suddenly his body convulsed with pain. It felt like it was burning, so much so that he collapsed to the ground. The lord sighed, then lifted Sylvia, who had been in Althal's arms, and she suddenly appeared in the lord's arms. Althal looked at him in confusion, thinking, how can he? The lord said, did I permit you to hold my granddaughter? I don't see you training her. Her mana level is shamefully low, and looking at her current hibernating state, it seems you've overworked her. Althal clenched his fists in anger, but couldn't do anything. Winsome quickly apologized to the lord. I should have trained Princess Sylvie while I was in Dickin. If you wish, I can train her now. The lord replied, no need. I will personally take care of Sylvie. He touched Sylvie's forehead with his index finger, startling her awake. She looked at him and then down at her father, asking, Father, where am I? We are in a very distant place, Sylvie. How you feel? She yawned and said, I'm sleepy. Can I sleep some more? He smiled and said, of course, you can rest. Althal then addressed the Lord. Lord, Elder Winsome explained what you need from me, but he hasn't told me exactly why you brought me here. If it is simply for training, wouldn't the secluded dungeon in Dickin be more suitable? Why bring me to the land of the gods? The Lord replied, I believe you are the missing piece to help us fight against Ariana and his growing army. I think you understand the mutual benefits of winning the upcoming battle. It would be most beneficial to have a few experts assist Winsome in training you here. Consider it an honor, as only the most talented young generations receive the training you are about to undergo. Althal asked, how do you know when that battle will occur? How much time do we have left? The Lord replied, that's my concern. Focus on your training, and I will notify Winsome when it's time for you to return to your homeland." He then had 2 women use a cloth to cradle the sleeping Sylvie. Altho, panicked, asked, "Wait, what about Sylvie?" The Lord responded, "She will stay with me until her training is complete. When will I be able to see Sylvie?" Altho asked, but Winsome pulled him away, saying, "Let's go." Altho could only helplessly look back at Sylvie one last time before leaving in despair. They walked out into the cherry blossom garden. Altho said to Winsome, "I still don't understand the purpose of this meeting. I can endure being criticized by Lord Indrath, but I wasn't prepared to be separated from Sylvie." He was silent for a moment before replying, "The relationship between you and the Asherus clan can be considered a reluctant concession. That's why our Lord chose a private meeting like this. The fact that we had no choice but to rely on a lesser being has hurt our pride. But don't worry, both you and Princess Sylvie are very important to us." Altho replied, "It seems this means that Lord Indrath's words about a necessary peace for the upcoming battle are true." Winsome grabbed his hand and said, "We've arrived, right? Didn't we walk for hours just to train here?" Winsome warned him to hold on tight, and suddenly Altho was propelled forward and arrived at a cave. Winsome said, "It's good to see you again." A muscular man emerged from the shadows and asked, "You must be the human Altho, right?" Winsome replied, "Altho, this is my good friend Cordray. He is a warrior like Andia." Altho said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." The man asked Winsome, "Did the Lord really grant you the Ether Orb?" "Yes," Winsome replied, taking out the orb. The man said, "The Lord is indeed investing a lot in this human." Standing there confused, Altho asked, "What is the Ether Orb?" The man explained, "That orb will be very useful for your training. We will borrow the power of the dragon race to influence R, a powerful element that exists everywhere and affects the entire universe. The orb can be used to separate the body from the soul and manipulate time." Altho asked, "I'm sorry, what?" Winsome said, "Along with the orb, the Lord has allowed us to use his private training grounds." They walked past a pond, and Winsome held out the orb, saying, "The R liquid in this pond will help accelerate your training and heal any injuries you sustain during it." As Altho entered the pond, he exclaimed, "Wait, what is happening?" Winsome laughed and said, "You'll see soon enough." Altho remembered his past life at the academy. "In my previous life, we had to undergo 8 hours of combat training, followed by 10 hours of meditation, to cultivate our mental fortitude. It can't be denied that the training had its flaws. The only useful information the instructors taught us were the vital points of the human body, but their techniques were brutal and senseless attempts to inflict damage. Nevertheless, I strictly adhered to the trainer's regimen and tried to attend all the classes. Before my mindset was fully formed, I was repeatedly defeated by my classmates for hours on end. It's funny how memories from the past easily resurface when we're placed in similar situations. Altho and Cordray were training on a vast, lush green field. He was quite exhausted, and his body was covered in numerous injuries. He had just fallen to the ground, eyes closed, when he suddenly opened them in shock to see Cordray preparing to punch him in the face. He couldn't dodge in time and got punched in the arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Despite the intense pain, his strong willpower helped him stand up again. The trainer was ready to attack, and Altho was in a defensive stance when the trainer said, "That's enough." The two of them went to the pond for Altho to heal his injuries. After a while, his wounds improved significantly. He told the trainer, "I can continue." After a training session with Altho, Cordray said to Winsome, "The human kid has impressive willpower. How long did it take this time?" Winsome replied, "About 5 minutes out here, so around an hour for us in there." Winsome said to Altho, "The more you're expelled from the spirit realm, the less time you have to train. Even though time passes more slowly in there, you won't be ready for the upcoming battle if you keep getting expelled every few minutes." Altho, tired and running a hand through his hair, said, "Don't blame me, blame your friend here. He keeps killing me every few minutes." Cordray said, "I'm only using techniques you can handle. Even the young Asura, who haven't died as many times as you, have to deal with this pressure. You're handling the feeling of impending death quite well." Altho looked at him and said, "Good compliment." Then he walked away and said, "Let's continue." And so they continued their training. It had been over a week since Altho began this torturous training regimen. Here he learned that this was Lord Indrat's personal training ground. When they started, Winsome explained that Althal would face Cordry in a soul state, aided by the R-sphere, which significantly reduced the pain Althal felt when nearing death. This made Althal wonder just how painful it would be in his physical state, considering the time spent eating, sleeping, and resting in the real world after dying multiple times in the spirit realm. Over the course of several months in this grassy field, with a calm and patient Cordry, Althal experienced his first training in the spirit realm. Initially, he was killed by the first blow without reacting in time. Cordry's attacks were always the same, but after a few weeks, Althal managed to narrowly avoid them. Cordry reassured him to trust in his body. Althal only needed to believe he could do it. His body was the only thing that wouldn't disappoint him. Admitting it was embarrassing, Althal acknowledged the power gap between them. As the training progressed, Althal seemed to improve. Cordry praised him, noting that he lasted longer than usual and encouraged him not to despair despite the physical pain he endured. Cordry felt Althal had figured out how to avoid being killed and suggested resting until his soul state recovered. Though Althal still had injuries, they were much milder than before. Cordry informed him they should pause the training for a while. Althal stood up, rubbing his neck, and asked, "Are you saying I'm not learning fast enough?" Cordry shook his head and replied, "No. Your ability to grasp and learn is actually quite formidable. It's because of your stubbornness. I was afraid you would collapse if we continued at this pace." Althal expressed his discouragement, questioning why the world within the sphere wouldn't prevent his death. Moreover, he noted that his soul state was recovering rapidly. As long as Cordry didn't kill him instantly, he would be fine, right? However, Cordry intervened, pointing out that he was referring to Althal's physical injuries here. He emphasized that experiencing repeated deaths changed the nature of pain. It no longer signaled the end, but rather heralded a level of agony that even Soras found terrifying. Such trauma would impede the creation of warriors that Cordry aimed to train. When discussing this level of pain, Cordry warned that if endured too frequently, Althal's body would instinctively seek ways to save itself, whether he wanted it to or not. Enduring just enough pain would become his most reliable sword and shield. Althal stood up, insisting he was fine. But suddenly he turned pale, and Cordry delivered a strong punch to his abdomen, causing blood to spill from his mouth, the impact reaching through to the other side of his body. Cordry told Althal that he possessed other experiences and instincts compared to most people. Despite there being much for him to learn and much he would have to forget, Cordry comforted him by saying he would mold him into an unparalleled warrior, not just among the lesser beings, but also among the Azuras. After withdrawing his hand from Althal's chest, he began to tremble. Despite the mortal wound on his chest, he felt excited. He was exhilarated by training with skilled instructors and preparing for the upcoming battle, or maybe it was a mix of all three. Lying on the green grass, he looked up at the sky and continued to think. He felt that Cordry emerged from the shadows, wielding the sword. Although sensed and exclaimed, "He's a monster, a true predator." He stated, "He told me to come here." Although prepared to leave, and the two began training. More than a month has passed in the outside world, meaning more than a year has passed in here. Although attacked while talking, your movements are improving. Even when I use aura to suppress you, you're able to dodge my moves this time. You haven't gotten hurt, but you are quite tired. After finishing the training, he lay down on the grass and panted heavily. He tiredly asked, "How long did I last this time?" "With the king's power, you are making progress," Althal replied, then asked, "Not long enough, right? Don't be too fixated on it. Let's do it again. This time, we won't use weapons. I know you prefer fighting with a sword, and I must say it's a good sword. But for wizards, close combat is still the most flexible way to fight. For the upcoming battle, I need to mold your bones, develop your muscles, and train your mind to its limit so that you can become the knight who can protect your continent and those you love. Your performance in close combat training is very impressive, but your fighting style is more suited to dueling a single opponent. Since the Azuras tribe is not allowed to participate in this battle, their descendants, the hybrids, will become their strongest force. To prepare for the scenario where you are surrounded by enemies with Ashura's blood running through their veins, I am restricting your use of mana to help you learn to use it precisely. Fighting with enhanced physical strength using mana accurately and appropriately will be the most effective and reliable way to take down enemies. Altho was ready and said, I understand. The first lesson I taught you was how to survive, how to fight and dodge at a faster speed. Next was learning how to fight under great pressure, fighting under the influence of King's power, or killing intent, as you call it. It had significantly increased your endurance over the past few months. But now, the third point to pay attention to is your vision, which is too narrow. They continued their training while exchanging thoughts. Cordry said, I must say, that was a beautiful punch. Altho, how much strength do you need to deliver such a powerful punch? Do you think you can do it in 2 to 3 days? Speaking politely and knowing how to distribute mana properly in a long battle is very important, and it's the same with your body. Mana is like a sword. It's a tool for you to control and use. Your body is the foundation that unifies all the tools together to create a true warrior. Defend yourself with mana de ara, I permit it. After a while of training, the two returned to the healing pond. Suddenly, Cordry said, Ah, there you are. Someone came and talked to him, saying, I'm sorry for being late, master. He asked, Who is this child? Cordry replied, Altho, I want you to meet Kanji, your new training partner. Kanji was surprised and asked, Training partner? Master, I thought you asked me to come here, because I finally have the chance for personal training. He said, Tashi, you will receive training when you fight with Altho. Now come here so we can start. Kanji asked, Master, what will I gain from training with this inferior being? Altho has been specially trained by me. You have been given the honor of training with the rare R orb, and you still dare to complain. Kanji shook his head and said, No, Master. I just think it's not worth your time to train a human while there are many disciples waiting for your guidance. He sighed and turned to Altho, saying people from that tribe have different ways of using mana to increase the range of their attacks. Kanji has been trained in the ways of the Ace Guild. The three of them sat down, and Cordry said, By understanding the enemy's location, weight distribution, and strength, we can know how much force to use for an appropriate counterattack. This way, we will use less energy to break their attacks and maintain strength when we launch our attacks. I've only given you a little information about it, Altho, but I want you to practice it by fighting with Kanji. Use all your strength to fight with Altho without worrying about serious injury or death here. Altho, you are not allowed to use mana at all. You can only dodge and avoid. You can only attack by grappling your opponent. Kanji was surprised and asked, Master, this is unreasonable. Aren't you usually the one who restricts me from using mana instead of the humans? Kanji, I am tired of hearing you complain. Do you doubt me? He bowed his head and hesitated, saying, Of course not, Master. Then let's begin. They entered the green field for training. As soon as they entered, both of them immediately started fighting. Cordry stood outside observing and saw that Kanji, despite being only 7 years old, had shown extraordinary talent from the beginning, enough to catch the attention of the elders in the guild. But after just a few days, and with all the restrictions, Altho was gradually catching up with Kanji. His footwork, dodging, and movements became faster and more precise, as if his body was instinctively eliminating unnecessary motions. He was surprised and wondered how it was possible. How many people had he fought to gain such superior observational skills? During the years, he had been both a warrior and a master. He had trained many disciples who later became top figures in the guild. But training this kid, Altho gave him a feeling he had never felt before. Excitement, reverence, and pride continuously surged within him. These were feelings he couldn't even sense from himself. It was unpredictable what he would become, and the desire to find out was very thrilling. If he had been born as an Asherah's, he would have become an outstanding member, even within the ranks holding supreme power. However, the gods had arranged for him to be a sacrificial pawn, used until he was no longer of value. It was truly regrettable. Previously, Cordry had his disciples train with Altho while observing the fight and thinking to himself, that punch, his hand swung too far. Then just ducked down to dodge and step forward. That kick, her leg is too high, losing balance. Take advantage of that. The left hook, swung too early, lean back a bit. A kick to the face. Another kick aimed at the ribs. Their attacks are getting more accurate. Duck to avoid the kick to the head and block the kick to the ribs. Use the force from the kick to spring out of that disadvantageous position. He shouted, Time's up. After the fight, Altho grinned while the three disciples were either holding their heads and complaining, Almost got him, or wiping sweat and saying, "Damn it," or the last one, dissatisfied, went to complain to the master. "If you had given us even one more minute, we could have taken him down." He said, "Enough. 4 against 1, and you still dare to complain, when you couldn't even land a single hit on Althal. What do you think, Althal?" He smiled and said, "I've never felt better." He was about to throw a light punch, but it was easily blocked. Approximately 4 months had passed in the outside world, meaning that because of that orb, I had been training in this spiritual realm for nearly 4 years. Although physically my body had barely matured, under Cordry's guidance, my muscles and core levels had advanced by several years. My 14th birthday had just passed, and like every other day, I spent it honing my body, reflexes, and combat acuity. Cordry had also sharpened my ability to use mana for combat support, but he hadn't taught me any new concepts. I didn't know if it was due to the intrinsic differences between humans and Asuya, or if he was unwilling or unable to teach the mana techniques of their tribe to outsiders. I completely trusted Cordry, and absorbed everything he taught me. Altho stood next to Winsome, facing Cordry and his disciples. Altho thanked them again. "Thank you, everyone, for helping me with my training." Altho called out to Cordry, "Master, thank you very much for guiding me these past times." He responded, "Ha. This has been beneficial for me too." Altho stretched and asked, "What do we need to learn in the next phase?" Altho looked at Winsome and Cordry, asking, "Is something wrong?" Winsome replied, "No, we'll start the next phase soon. It's just that." Cordry interrupted Winsome and said, "It's just that you haven't changed at all." Altho asked in surprise, "What do you mean by no change?" "My Supreme Core has advanced to the next level of light gold and is about to reach the peak level," Altho said. Winsome looked at him and said, "Altho, training with mana blocks can bring tremendous benefits, but it is absolutely prohibited for use with children over a long period. The time difference between the two worlds can cause mental disorders if one's mind is not fully developed." Cordry continued from where Winsome left off. "Even the Lord and I were very hesitant to use it on you, but this ongoing war left us with no other choice." Winsome said, "But your manner of speaking, your demeanor, your mind has not changed at all from when you started training. Your mind should have aged by 3 years during your training here, but you haven't shown any of the changes that a normal child would." Altho explained, "I've had to act older than my age and have a mature mindset for most of my life. I've gotten used to presenting myself this way, and becoming a professor at the academy, teaching students my age, only reinforced it." Winsome said, "Well, that's good for us and for your training." Winsome thanked Cordry again for his help. "No one else, even in Isuza, can match your knowledge of close combat." Cordry replied, "No need to thank me. If Altho wants a chance to defeat those bastards, he must train well." He placed a hand on Altho's shoulder and advised, "Remember that the divine mages are trained by the Asuza. The mana techniques on that continent are far more advanced than what we have here in Dickin. Honestly, it's frustrating to be so constrained like this. But breaking the treaty could lead to a war that would destroy this world. If you don't want that to happen, you and your comrades must fight." Winsome, holding the letter, caught Altho's attention while he was bowing to Cordry. The contents of the letter shocked him. Altho and Winsome walked through the peach garden. Altho, with a charming expression, looked down and asked, "So the information provided to us by that person, the one named Good Sky, is about the so-called 4 death gods. Should I consider them my targets? According to the letter, we know that each of the 4 death gods has a close servant, a close aide, and direct subordinates. Each one can easily charge into battle, and there are 4 others with ranks even higher than those subordinates. We deduced this from Mahorn fragments collected from the dungeon where Alex was killed. But Goodsky also confirmed that we are dealing with a purebird with a rank equivalent to those servants." He stopped and said, "Wait a minute. I thought Commander Goodsky was bound by an oath not to disclose any information." Altho shook his head, thinking, "So the one who killed Lance is that so-called servant, not a death god. The scale of the upcoming war will see both continents sending millions of soldiers to fight in the name of their lands. Deccan and my family are still safe, but with the power of those vile beings, how long will that last? At least now I have a target, some enemies to deal with. That's my purpose for this training." Winsome introduced the next training location. Altho, feeling weary, said, as expected. Winsome asked, "Do you still remember what I said about the next training phase?" Althal replied, "Aside from the items in this bag, I am not allowed to use anything else, nor can I use high-level mana techniques." "That's right, and you understand what you need to do to complete your mission, correct? The skin of a carnivorous squirrel, the inner core of a silver leopard, and the claws of a bear. With these items, how will I be able to prove that I am ready to learn more about the legacies Sylvia left for me?" Winsome added, "Oh, and one more thing. You must wear this at all times. When you have collected all the listed items, break this bell to inform me. Also, I advise you to collect them in the correct order." Althal, irritated, said, "You know, I'm starting to doubt your training methods." They had reached the next training location. Winsome had given him a task with a bunch of requirements. Althal remembered the instructions and set off to complete his mission.
You leaped into a lush green area and immediately dove to catch the squirrels. However, the tinkling bell proved cumbersome, hindering your attempts to capture them. Deep in thought, your steps grew heavy, but you persisted without giving up. Lurking behind a bush, you observed the movements of the carnivorous squirrels for several days. I learned that the bell was their only means of detecting my presence. It certainly wouldn't help me, but I also discovered their keen sensitivity to my mana. Crossing your arms, you sat down to ponder. The carnivorous squirrels were at the end of the food chain and had developed extremely sharp senses to compensate for their strength. While contemplating, 3 squirrels dashed past, causing you to tumble backward. You realized that mere hiding wasn't enough to deceive them. I needed another approach. You chased after the squirrels and continued to strategize. Finding a discreet hiding spot, you settled down to meditate and concentrated on drawing back the flowing shiju through your body. It was a risk in an unfamiliar territory, but relying on mana alone wasn't sufficient. You soon understood the need to purify your mind completely and adjust your approach to deal with such prey. Spotting squirrels foraging nearby, you swiftly chased them away, creating a quiet space for yourself. Bowing your head in contemplation, you reflected on the challenges faced. Over the course of several days, I continuously tested their limits and learned 3 valuable lessons. Firstly, revealing a hint of pure mana didn't truly scare them off, but was enough to alert them, preventing me from catching anything interesting. Secondly, internal control, akin to Sylvie, didn't raise their suspicions unless I was overly focused, revealing intentions and prompting their flight. Lastly, the external flow of mana didn't startle or draw their attention. You observed for a while and spotted 2 squirrels competing over a mushroom. Swiftly, you gathered the mushrooms into a pile and sat down to meditate, deep in thought. Furthermore, the flow of Sylvie, responsible for spreading purity throughout my body from the core, intensified the mana flow. It absorbed impure mana from the air into my body. However, this technique required a delicate balance between pure mana drawn from the core and the mana in the air, transferred through the mana flow. It had been many years since Sylvia first taught me mana manipulation, allowing me to cease absorption and absorb mana while moving. If I had enough space, perhaps even fighting, I could automatically move mana, greatly assisting in mastering this new technique. With perfect balance, I could use mana without being detected by anyone or anything. Slowly, I opened my eyes to find the squirrels taking the pile of mushrooms I had gathered. I was ecstatic about this success. In the dark of night, amidst the forest, I continued to think. Each minute had to fill the mana core, slowing down the process considerably. But I couldn't do anything. It had been many days, but I still couldn't move much while maintaining the technique. And that stupid bell. I don't know if Sylvie's training was any better or not, and my family's gone. Tessia's gone. I lay on the ground and whispered to myself that no, I had to focus on training. That's the only way I can get back to them. Early the next day, I woke up and was full of energy. Standing in front of a fairly old tree, I said, I have to launch. Really fierce in the flesh-eating squirrels, before they responded to the bell, and had to go to the tree before the bell rang. Then a way to do it in your head appeared. I have to use mana to move, at a speed fast enough not to shake the bell in equilibrium mana, to hide out the tail of the squirrels to when I arrived. I keep testing it over and over, but it still didn't get it. I remember Cordry's words emphasizing control over the flow of mana and power. when I suppress the presence to hide or appear, to reach the sense of the opponent's sensory disorder. I took a deep breath, focused on walking and said, dismantling the presence with the use of mana, it's hard to track in the air to wrap up a continuous increase in strength until you're taking, and it left on the ground with a lot of prints after a long time. It was that it made you tired. Winsome stood above, observing, and wondered what he was plotting. 2 weeks had passed. Maybe I trusted him too much, but I thought he would have caught a squirrel by now. Their tails can sense any mana distortions or movements in the area, but they are simple creatures. He just needed to erase his presence and stand still with the bait in his hand. At least, he learned the skill I wanted him to. He seemed quite disappointed with Alpho, but he had to be surprised when he saw him quickly pounce to catch a squirrel. Alpho completed the first step of the Phantom Step. An ordinary human could grasp the basics of the Phantom Step, the essence that helped the Tessia family surpass others in combat. He could go this far just by observing Cordry. What else could he achieve in 5 years? With a determined look, Alpho sat in the bush, observing his target. A large white leopard attacked a squirrel. The leopard had several long wounds on its body, caused by the squirrel. Alpho took a deep breath and quickly punched the leopard. He swiftly moved to a cliff, below which was a stream with several large rocks. He punched the tree beside him for losing his target. He knew that Winsome had come to find him on the first night after he caught the squirrel. He leaned against the tree, informing me that what I did to catch the squirrel was just the first step to the true essence of the Phantom Step. After that night, it took nearly 3 weeks to delve deep into the forest before I found Claude, the silver leopard that was my target. I had mastered the burst step to the point where I could sweep through nearly 10 areas without making a sound. But beyond that, the path to catching Claude was not much closer. He looked at his reflection in the clear stream. Alpho, you don't give up easily, do you? Then he used the cold water to wash his face and clear his mind. Alpho looked up at the tree branch. A squirrel was eating there. He touched his hungry stomach and wondered, when was the last time I ate? He stood up and stared at the squirrel, only to suddenly see a bird swooping down from the sky to grab it. The bird calculated the squirrel's movements and predicted where it would jump. Another squirrel nearby was also easily caught by the bird. He rushed forward to try and catch it but missed. It seemed like his burst step still needed improvement. I've been observing the birds for a week. They are stealthy and agile, but their speed can't compare to a carnivorous squirrel. I know that when they are spotted, the squirrels will try to dodge in a specific direction. Instead, the birds control the prey's movements. From a third-person perspective, I can see the bird coming first and know what it's going to do even before it attacks, something the squirrels can't foresee. But leopards are different from squirrels. Claude is smart. He's smart enough to evade me without a direct fight. Even though the essence of the Phantom Step is to conceal mana and fully unleash it on the enemy, I still have to move. The muscles responsible for creating that technique require extremely fast steps. The technique might work on squirrels, but it only gives Claude just enough time to dodge. I have countless questions in my mind, but what if I could eliminate them? What if I could almost completely remove the necessary movements to create that technique? It would be effective if I truly had instant teleportation. Then I could catch Claude. Theoretically, in my previous life, I learned that the body's complex muscle system works in pairs, each responsible for half of the movement. The biceps contract when the arm bends towards the shoulder, while the triceps activate when the arm extends. The abdominal muscles contract with each step the body takes, and the calf muscles play a crucial role in pushing off the ground. Although smaller in size, the body's mechanisms are even more complex when put into action, such as running or jumping. The knowledge of the body I retained from my previous life isn't insignificant, even up to this point. Alpho took a deep breath and executed the actions rather quickly. He realized that I had been trying to control energy consciously and did not want to target specific muscles in a precise sequence or at an exact time. This was to skillfully activate a chain of muscles in the body, mimicking the use of other muscles without actually moving my entire body. If I could control timing and energy output perfectly, I could do something even Cordry couldn't do. I could use the Phantom Step without being limited to any standing position. He put his hands on his knees and wondered, "Come on, Alpho, How much more time are you going to spend catching wild animals out here? Altho walked barefoot in the forest and felt it was strange. Why is the forest so quiet today? I haven't seen any squirrels at all. He looked down at a nearby clearing and discovered a territorial battle between two silver leopards. No wonder the forest is so unusually empty today. He hid in a bush, observing the two leopards fighting. He suddenly wondered why Claude, who was winning, suddenly ran away. He thought this must be his only chance. Without thinking much, he rushed in to catch the leopard. After a while, he managed to catch it, but the leopard resisted fiercely, using its sharp claws to scratch Altho. Being too close to the edge, they both struggled and fell off a cliff. Seeing no other option, Altho had to use magic and apologize to Winsome. I hope you understand. By using magic, he landed safely. Smoke billowed around. The leopard lay still, but he was very surprised to see a giant creature. After looking for a while, he realized it was a Titan bear. It was too small, not as big as the shadow he had just seen. Maybe it was just something else. It walked towards the lying leopard, looked at Altho, and said, this meal isn't going anywhere. So fresh. Altho was surprised and thought to himself, hey, is it talking? In the conversation, Winsome never mentioned anything about this. It roared and said, next, it's your turn. It lunged at Altho. What the heck is this? Altho thought as it continued to attack. A moving meal, how delightful. What are you going to do about it? Altho dodged its attacks, but unfortunately, he was hit squarely in the chest and smashed into a dirt wall. The blow caused him to spit blood. Supporting himself on the ground, he thought, this isn't the soul realm. If I die here, I'll die in the real world. The bear stepped towards Altho and said, finally, you're done for. Altho continued to evade its blows. When it attacked with its paws, it was a truly sharp slash. It roared loudly, threatening, the more you evade me, the more pain you'll endure, and there will be little left for me to eat. Altho's body now bore many wounds from the leopard and the Titan bear's attacks. Realizing he couldn't do much more, he raised his trembling hands and said, all right, I won't run anymore. He felt his body about to shatter from its punches. I can't hold on any longer. I have to end this now. I won't fight through 2 lives just to die under the claws of a fat bear. During the battle, the bracelet Winsome gave him fell to the ground and broke in half. At this point, he tried using his strength to defeat the bear, but he was severely injured in the process. Shortly after, Winsome appeared. He wondered why Altho had come down here. He approached to check on Altho's condition. His ribs were broken, he had many internal injuries, and his legs were bleeding continuously. All this because of one beast. Even a fully grown 3-meter-tall bear wouldn't cause this much damage, he thought. Suddenly, the beast seemed to be in pain, then twitched and stood up, but it was immediately subdued by Winsome. It's rare, indeed, Winsome thought. It seems like its body was taken over. This is the ability to possess the host's body and enhance the host's core to an astonishing level, even potentially fail to a war god. Angela tested on them to create an enhancement serum given to the Decathan people during the attack. I don't know if it was a coincidence or bad luck that he encountered it. He took out a gem and placed it in Altho's mouth. To defeat such a beast, Altho would have to go through a lot of hardship and pay a great price. When Altho woke up, his entire body was bandaged. After the fight with the bear, he passed out and didn't know what had happened. What happened? He wondered as he sat up, realizing he couldn't feel his legs. A woman approached and said, your legs are fine, young man. I had hoped we would meet under better circumstances. She handed him a glass of water. Altho asked, are we still in Epheotis? The woman's name was revealed to be Mike Day. She smiled warmly and said, you can call me Meyer. Of course, there's no other place where I could help treat your severely injured legs. Using mana to heal them might be faster, but it would completely deform your bones. It's only been 2 days, Meyer said, to Altho's alarm. 2 days, he exclaimed. Meyer gently supported him and advised, don't try to get up tonight. It will take hours for your legs to recover. So rest. That is your top priority. Altho thanked Meyer for treating him and for her hospitality. Myri turned, smiled, and said, "You're welcome. After all, I don't usually treat anyone. I just wanted to meet the human boy considered the savior of the world." As she left, Althal's wounds began to ache. Wanting his body to recover faster, he tried to meditate. As he focused, he noticed, "Wait a minute, my core is silver." Suddenly, golden lines appeared on his body, emitting tiny, multicolored particles into the air. "I've never seen these purple streaks before," he thought, observing the changes. Just then, Meyer opened the door and said, "So it's true. You really have inherited the mind realm." She explained, "The external manifestations on your body show when you tap into the power of Sylvia. The purple eyes and the glowing runes etched on your body signify the essence of the mind realm. Only the bloodline of the Indent family can possess this ability. Tell me, can you see all 5 colors that make up existence?" Althal replied, "I think so." Placing the glass of water on the table, Meyer continued, "The mind realm is a skill named by the ancestors of the Indent family. When this power is used, the user becomes unmatched in the realm of existence. Although the skill itself doesn't hold much power, the energy that activates the mind realm allows the user to gain profound knowledge and understanding, something those who do not possess it will never know. Simply put, knowledge is the real power." Althal said, "The last time I used the mind realm in Stage 2, I could only see 4 colors. Now I can see the purple streaks. Is this one of the secrets that a lower race like mine isn't supposed to know?" Meyer responded, "Asheras are indeed proud beings. Even among our tribe members, we keep secrets from each other and are greedy. The Indent family is no different. I won't claim to be different from all of them, but I've lived and experienced long enough to care little for such trivialities. However, I can teach you a thing or two. Would you like to go for a walk?" In a breathtaking setting with towering cliffs adorned with cherry blossom gardens and a magnificent corridor, Meyer pushed Althal in a wheelchair to go outside. Althal was amazed by the scene before him. Meyer asked, "Beautiful, isn't it? All these creatures thrive thanks to mana in Epheovis. You can sense that, can't you? Initially, lower races or even Asheras couldn't control raw mana. The same goes for living creatures and magical beasts. Mages who are attuned to a specific element will absorb mana of that element from the air more easily." A bug landed on Althal's index finger, and Meyer said, "Let's use this bug as an example. It can interact with all the sea dew in its world, but it only absorbs the sea dew particles its body can utilize the most. Mages are the same. For those with the essence of the mind realm, a fire mage will only absorb red sea dew particles. But after the refining process, the sea dew used first will be white." They walked to a lake, and Meyer continued, "Now, let's talk about water mages. During the sea dew refining process, the amount of water element the mage's body absorbs won't be proportional to other elements. In the stage where the mage refines sea dew, the raw sea dew they absorb will alter their body. Their temperament will become more sensitive to that particular element. If they summon a fireball, they must focus on its shape, fire density, and speed. However, some mages can lift a stream of water, split it into multiple spheres, and shoot them to block an enemy's attack with just a flick of the finger." Meyer asked, "What do you think about this, Althal?" Althal replied, "Because their body absorbed the water element during the refining process." "Exactly," Meyer said. "After prolonged exposure to a specific element, mages will undoubtedly gain a profound understanding of that element." During their meditation, they reached a prepared tea table. Meyer sat down and said, "Now, Althal, can you tell me what you know about Aether?" Althal scratched his neck and said, "I don't know much either, but I know it can control time." Meyer responded, "Clearly, Aether is fundamentally different from Sea-Dew. Both are entities that make up the world we live in, but Aether operates in a very unique way compared to Sea-Dew. Some speculate that Aether is like the small bricks that build this world, while Sea-Dew fills those bricks with life and nutrients. To put it simply, Aether is the glass itself, and Sea-Dew is the water inside that glass." As she spoke, Meyer poured water into a glass and lifted it, swirling the water inside. She continued, "Without Sea-Dew, one can still manipulate the water inside easily, but it would be much harder if we wanted to change the shape of the glass without breaking it. Even the praised Aether users like the Indent clan have no solid theory to explain what they can do, things that no one else can. It's about the ability to detect Aether through the essence of the mind realm. Those in the realm of existence cannot sense Aether. She explained further, everyone knows there are laws of existence that bind our world tightly together, like this glass holding water. But they can't find the boundaries of that connection. You asked about those violet lights I saw when using the mind realm. That's right, that's Aether. Through the use of the mind realm, I can see the glass of this world from the inside. That's the boundary of this world. With Sea-Dew, the higher my core, the more water I can control. However, through impacting Aether, we can control our own philosophical doctrines. Do you understand, Altho? Altho looked bewildered. Meyer continued, Aether is made up of 3 components. Evu, which controls time. Spatium, which controls space. And Vuvum, which controls the components of life. No matter how powerful, deeply knowledgeable, or lucky someone is, they can only master one branch of Aether. However, over time, we have discovered a way for some Asuras to know where their capabilities lie. Curious, Altho asked, how did they find out? Meyer chuckled and somehow made strands of yellow light appear, imprinting them on her body. The old lady calmly spoke with ancient characters running along her body, using the realm of the mind. These characters on her body vary for each person using the realm. For me, they express a tendency towards Vuvum, which allows me to heal a child. Now, my child, activate your own realm, she instructed. As the child obeyed, she sat beside him, holding his hand, and remarked how impressive he appeared upon closer examination earlier. She then performed a series of gestures, creating violet particles floating in the air, playfully asking if this observation was correct. An inquisitive question from the child followed, wondering why he hadn't noticed this phenomenon before. Naturally, she assured him that this form was designed for study, often imperceptible to the ordinary. Aether operates uniquely compared to Sea-Dew. Attempting to control Aether, as one does Sea-Dew, only leads to failure. Once again, she likened it to a cup of water. One can drink, rinse, or divide it in many ways, but trying the same with a glass is futile. Although Aether exists around us, it also defines the boundaries that limit us and the child within our own confines. Vuvum controls the components that constitute life, a power I used to restore your crippled legs, she affirmed. And now eager, asked how Aether transforms into Vuvum and how it can heal the child's legs. The old lady chuckled heartily before calmly explaining that after realizing her own inclination towards the essence of life, she had studied Vuvum for centuries. Yet, despite her expertise, she admitted lacking enough confidence to provide precise answers to his queries, and insisted he genuinely wished to know. Firstly, he needed to understand that he couldn't absorb Aether like Sea-Dew does. Instead, he merely alters its presence and its impact on reality, and asked directly, does this mean the core doesn't affect Aether? The old lady explained that the core of an individual connects the body to the realm of existence. Therefore, the Sea-Dew core is crucial because Aether cannot be directly controlled like Sea-Dew. At some point, the child would recognize his own inclination, but they shouldn't rush during initial training. Over time, the child's training wouldn't depend on memory to refine Sea-Dew anymore, but would achieve profound insights into untransmittable knowledge. She admitted not knowing if this was mere coincidence or destiny, but there was a reason why the child had capabilities and limitations in using Aether, and guessed it was due to Sylvia's will, but Myra shook her head. She clarified that was only part of the reason the child could endure Aether's pressure, not control it, and pondered and recalled that it was because the child could control all 4 elements. Exactly, the deep insight into the 4 basic elements allowed them to see beyond the surface and gain awareness of the cup. Smiling, the old lady asked if and could now dispel his realm. Impressed by the child's ability to sustain it for so long, she shared that she could tell which type of Aether suited him best. However, she solemnly shook her head and warned Anne, I can't know if you can consciously control Aether like we do. You can control all 4 elements, grasp both the dragon's will and realcraft, but you're still just human. Altho sadly replied, I know, but I can tell you this much. She took out a pen, wrote something down, and told him she didn't know why he could control time but would never tend towards Buvum. He couldn't fully grasp how to control either, even with Sylvia's will. Like Sylvia, he controlled the very structure of the boundaries, keeping the realm of existence in its proper place. Though he belonged to a different branch, as she said, knowing these truths couldn't make him consciously control this power. Please tell me, what do I have to do to be this great until now? All I know about this ability is that I can use it, but because the physical limitations of my species, yet again, Mrs. Meyer placed her hand on the boy's shoulder and comforted him. I truly feel sorry for you, young man. You have the exceptional potential of a great figure, but your abilities are hindered by something beyond your control. I'm not saying this to mock you, but to remind you that you have every right to utilize this ability. Knowledge is a source of boundless power. With it, you might find a way to overcome the limitations of your species, something even the Asuras haven't yet discovered. I have broken many rules to impart this knowledge to you. If it falls into the wrong hands, it would surely be used against this world. So trust me, I genuinely wish the best for you. She held Alphau's hand comfortingly. Even when the mind cannot fully unleash its potential, it remains an incomparable asset in battles due to its sensory functions, elemental control capabilities, and superior combat skills. You possess all these abilities. Alphau stammered. But she said the movement techniques I created, which brought me to your house in such a terrible state, can't be one of them. She had instructed not to ever use that technique again. Altho lowered his head, pondering. All the days spent practicing and adjusting for a breakthrough seemed. She asked me about the operation of the acceleration, appearing surprised at how I trained myself. I hoped she might change her mind after hearing how it works. When he got home, Altho lay down on the bed, continuing to think. It was clear that the movement technique was very dangerous. The breakthrough to my silver core stage was a fortunate surprise. The battle with Cordry would easily help me become an AA rank adventurer, even without using elemental magic. He leaned against the bedpost. Currently, I have made some improvements with Sea-Doo. The acceleration is the only technique I have tried to create, but now it's no longer viable. There are indeed Asuras residing in Alakria, who possess the ability to control Sea-Doo, possibly beyond what I can imagine. According to Winsome's report, an attendant might have wiped out an entire squad with just one spear. Meyer emphasized that knowledge is power, but it won't help me defeat Alagia. Waking up early the next morning, he took hesitant steps. Mrs. Meyer had already come to Alphau's room and said, "You had a rough night, didn't you?" I could tell through Vuvum. Alphau sat down and complained, "It's awful that my leg is injured like this, but at least now I can walk well when I hear that. Because I mentioned Winsome will be borrowing you for a while. This period can be long or short, depending on what you can achieve throughout the process. I want to share some of my knowledge with you and guide you on the right path. But you are still human, and in terms of understanding Sea-Doo, the level of human knowledge is still very primitive. Now, my boy, think of all the spells you know, and when using any combination, try your best to attack me with full force." In his right palm, he was preparing a water orb, while in his left hand, he would shoot a small gust of wind. Alphau, surprised, asked, "What, you little kid? I told you to use all your strength to attack me." Despite being injured, he still diligently practiced and learned. Mrs. Meyer said, "You're planning to crack the ground beneath my feet? Clever idea, but I'd prefer you not ruin the grass." Alphau, surprised again, asked how. "How is that possible?" "As I said, this is an ability you already possess. I'm merely guiding you on the right path," she said. With those words, the training time with Elder Meyer quickly passed. Mrs. Meyer sat behind Alphau and said, "My dear boy, you weren't cautious about spells from behind." Alphau turned around and said, "I didn't think you'd use healing techniques as an excuse to inflict serious harm on me. Understanding the fluctuations of Sea-Doo begins with sensing the spell the moment it interacts with the physical world. Then, use your mind to determine exactly how they will manifest." Alphau frowned. "If you can heal all the injuries you caused me so easily, why don't you just cut off my leg so I can grow a new one?" She placed her hand on Alphau's shoulder and said, "Using Aether beyond a certain threshold comes at a price. No, I can't heal serious injuries. But to do that, I would have to extract the amount of either sustaining someone else's life or something else. If that's the case, then don't attack me anymore. That would be better, he replied. She laughed. Haha, it would be great if your father wasn't fooled by my bait anymore. Remember that even if your opponent chooses to chant his spell out loud, what he is imagining is what truly affects the size, shape, and duration of the spell. You will encounter enemies who use chanting as a bait to deceive their opponents. Altho ran his hand through his hair and said, "It's been 6 weeks already. You must guess that by now, I've engraved this lesson into my heart." She stood up, extending her hand, signaling for him to stand, and said, "That's because you're still too hasty and trying to face the spell before its shape is revealed. It took me decades to get it right, and among us dragons, that's considered fast." He stood up by himself and said, "No need to pull me up, I'm fine. Let's try again." He prepared his move and concentrated, chanting the spell Wind Bullet, and then releasing his technique. Mrs. Meyer saw this and said, "Good." He launched his attack while thinking, "That's an earth spike under the right foot." While practicing, Winsome grabbed his shirt and said, "I guess we no longer have time for this." Winsome knelt down, apologizing for the interruption. Mrs. Meyer said, "Stand up. I'm glad to see you, Winsome." As he stood there, Altho thought, "I figured out that Mrs. Meyer holds a certain influence within the Indent tribe, demonstrated by her power, and the fact that she can keep me here. But even Winsome has to kneel before her." Winsome, bowing, said, "I'm sorry for coming unannounced, but the Lord of Indent has arranged for the next instructor for Altho, and he is quite impatient waiting for his student. I understand. He's done very well with his mind training. I want to continue watching over this child, so if I occasionally intervene, it's no problem, right?" she asked. Winsome placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head, and replied, "Of course not." Then she turned to Altho and said, "Now remember what I've told you about the world around us. Keep training your mind." "Of course, by the next time we meet, I'll have mastered it," he replied. Mrs. Meyer and Altho waved goodbye to each other. Winsome and Altho walked together. Seeing that he had something to say, Altho asked, "What's the matter?" Winsome replied, "It's surprising that Mrs. Meyer not only took the time to heal you, but also to train you. Your luck continues to amaze me." Altho asked, "By the way, who exactly is Meyer?" "Mrs. Meyer. If she didn't tell you herself, then I don't have the right to do so either," Winsome replied. Altho smiled and said, "You know, the first time I met you, I realized that your position was anything but ordinary. Now it doesn't seem so extreme." Hearing this, Winsome threatened, "Watch your mouth, human. Even though I hold one of the lowest ranks among the Asheras, I am still far stronger than any of your inferior kind in Dickaden. Now, let's go in. Your instructor is not one to wait long," he warned. The two of them walked in together. Altho looked around and asked, "So, the next training session will be held here?" Winsome responded, "You've been taught how to harness magic and engage in close combat, enhancing countless skills. Now, you will start integrating all of them into a unified fighting style, utilizing your magic, elemental abilities, and combat skills." A voice asked, "So, this is the boy predicted to become the hero who will lead Dickaden to victory against the armies trained by Chrysra and his pathetic, disgusting minions." Before he could see what the next instructor looked like, someone jumped down from above where Winsome and Altho were standing, creating a thick white smoke. Before Altho could make out the figure, he was grabbed in a firm grip and heard a voice say, "Hello, kid," before being let go. A man jumped down and said, "From your expression, I guess this didn't scare you much, huh? Maybe just a little surprised." Winsome said, "Altho, I want you to meet Ren. He will be instructing you for a long time. Get acquainted with each other." Altho approached Ren and bowed, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Altho, and I look forward to your guidance." Ren ignored Altho's greeting and angrily asked Winsome, "In human society, what is the punishment for someone who arrives late?" Winsome looked startled and asked, "Punishment?" Ren said, "Maybe cutting off a finger or a toe." "No, that seems a bit severe. Imprisonment or social isolation would be more appropriate. Altho, frightened, said, "What are you talking about? Being late a little shouldn't warrant such harsh punishment." Winsome replied, "It might leave a bad impression, but indeed, humans do not have any formal punishment for tardiness." Ren, disheartened, asked, "What? No punishment? That's ridiculous for a race with such short lifespans. I would think you would value time more than anything. You humans are truly a backward lot." Altho thought to himself, "Yeah, we are backward." Ren turned away, flicking his outer coat, which hit Altho in the face, and said, "Let's set aside that ignorance for now. We should talk about why you're here and why I had to drag myself to this abandoned volcano." He then seriously told Altho, "Take off all your clothes." Altho hesitated for a few seconds, then started removing his clothes, saying, "As you wish." Ren looked at him and said, "Did you just say something?" Altho replied, "No, nothing at all." Standing there with his tall, muscular frame exposed, Altho asked, "Is this enough, or do you want to examine my privates too?" Ren approached, pointed at him, and said, "Quite the tongue for the savior of the inferior race. But this feather wrapped around your arm has caught my attention." Ren picked up the feather and realized it was a dragon feather. It's such a waste to use a rare crafting material like this for something so trivial, don't you think? Altho, curious, asked, "Crafting material? Explain." Ren said, "The feathers on our arms are a special type of scale with unique effects on both Sidu and Aether. Since birth, our feathers never fall off. So when a dragon gives its feather to someone, it is a symbol of their absolute trust and affection." Ren handed back the feather. Altho took it, looked at it, and said, "I never knew that." As emotions surged, Ren grabbed his hand and said, "Enough about feathers. Spread your arms out." Altho spread his arms wide, looking around from top to bottom, from his hands to his feet, inspecting his entire body and muttering numbers to himself. 8, 9, 2, 3. "All right," he said. "Now we will begin casting the basic spells of all the elements you can control. You can only use your right hand. Start with a stone pillar, 2.5 meters tall and 20 centimeters in diameter." "Excuse me, what?" Altho began to ask, but a stone pillar instantly appeared. Ren interrupted, "No time for questions." Altho then proceeded to cast spells for the 4 elements he could control. Ren stood by, observing closely. "Measurement and calculation complete," Ren said. "Next, we will assess the efficiency of using Sidu in combat. Begin." A massive beast appeared. Ren quickly instructed, "Cast a spell on it now." Altho immediately attacked the beast with all his might. Ren observed from the sidelines, offering reminders. "Missed," he remarked. Altho realized Ren was among those who meticulously monitored his progress. "Listen," Altho said, "I would be more willing to cooperate if I truly understood your objective. After all these notes and measurements, your evaluation seems rather subjective. I feel more comfortable using fire and water elements, but the Sidu element here is scarce." Ren responded, "Of course, I've taken that into account. How old are you again?" "Almost 15, Altho replied. Ren, deep in thought, muttered, "Not entirely brainless." Then said, "Continue the analysis of your Sidu manipulation from a distance." Altho, feeling frustrated, glanced at Winsome, who remained silent. Altho charged forward, ready to attack, but had to pause when he saw numerous massive beasts. "How many traps can you create at once?" he asked. Ren calmly replied, "Depending on their level, I can create a few thousand of these. Now, defeat them all." With determination, Altho advanced and systematically took down each beast. Once all the beasts were defeated, he walked confidently towards Ren, asking, "What's next?" Ren, appearing pleased, replied, "You seem to be enjoying this. Next, we need to study your physical limits. Winsome mentioned that your swordsmanship is quite skilled and that you have recently learned combat techniques under Cordray's guidance." Shivering from the cold, Altho hugged himself and asked, "All right, but how long do I have to stay naked?" Ren responded, "I need to analyze every movement. It's best to continue as you are. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your naked body." Altho chuckled. "That's somewhat reassuring." Now, show me the first weapon you'll use in battle. Altho immediately drew out his favorite sword. Ren took it and was visibly surprised, then suddenly burst into laughter. Misinterpreting the reaction as mockery, Altho said, "It may look simple, but it's not. Let me show you," and tried to take it back, but Ren stopped him. "I know what this is, kid," Ren said, turning to Winsome and raising the sword. "You knew about this beforehand, didn't you? That's why you asked me to train him." Winsome replied, "I had my suspicions." As Ren prepared to unsheathe the sword, Altho shook his head. "You won't be able to. Only I can." To Altho's shock, Ren easily drew the sword. How did you?" he stammered. "Are you a mage?" Ren twirled the sword skillfully and held it before Altho, saying, "No, puppy. It's because I created this sword." Altho was taken aback, recalling the time he first found the sword and noticed the inscription Dawn's Dance on the blade. "Wait, you made this sword? How is that possible?" Ren replied, "Did I speak in an alien language? Yes, I created this sword. Why do you think it's indicated?" "Dawn's Dance," Ren explained, "is one of my experimental weapons, a failed one. I casually discarded it in the monster forest on your continent during a mineral gathering trip. I thought no one would ever bother with this stick, let alone draw it. The odds of it ending up in your hands are incredibly slim." "Wait," Altho interrupted, "you're saying Dawn's Dance is a failure? I've never seen a sword crafted as exquisitely as this in my life." Ren shrugged. "While you may hold it in high regard, comparing any of my weapons, even the least of them, to the primitive tools of your inferior race is an insult. This sword was designed to be versatile in any situation, but it turned out to be just a sharp tool, nothing more." Ren then pretended to break the sword, causing Altho to panic. However, he only tested its strength and didn't break it. Turning to Winsome, Ren remarked, "This makes things interesting." Winsome agreed, "I thought so too. What do you plan to do now that you've met him?" Altho, confused, asked, "What's going on?" Winsome spoke slowly. "Altho, I brought you to meet Ren to accomplish two things. First, as I mentioned before, his methods, though unconventional, are remarkably effective in combat training. Secondly, I hope Ren will create a sword that suits your unique fighting style." Altho was astonished. "Really? You mean you'll actually forge a sword for me?" Ren corrected him. "I don't forge swords, kid. I create them. I agreed to train you because I owe Lord Inden a favor. But that favor isn't significant enough for me to waste time creating a sword for an inferior being. From now on, I'll be keeping the Dawn's Dance sword." "What? Will you return it to me?" Altho asked in dismay. Ren responded, "Dawn's Dance may be just a sharp tool, but it chose you. Although this special product isn't something I'm particularly proud of, I won't keep it forever." He then pulled a sword from the ground and handed it to Altho. "You'll use this sword for training from now on. I created it to measure the user's movements and the force exerted on it." Altho took the sword, swung it a few times and asked, "And you can summon it from the ground at any time?" Ren replied, surprised by such a small thing, huh? "Now, give me the dragon feather." Altho, puzzled, asked, "Why?" Ren covered his face with his hand and said, "Why do you question everything I do? Just hand it over." Reluctantly, Altho handed over the feather. Ren, suddenly remembering, remarked, "I just realized your inferior race needs more sleep than we do. Rest for a bit." Confused, Altho asked, "Wait, so tonight we head to the center of this volcano?" Ren turned back and replied, "Who said we? Winsome and I have matters to attend to. Besides, the battlefield won't have a comfy bed waiting for you. I'm only looking out for you." Winsome and Ren both encouraged him. "Try to get some rest." "Good night," Altho said, feeling a mixture of confusion and determination. So the two of them left, leaving me alone. Although back here, he grimaced and said, "Are you speaking well of me? More like lying." The night fell, and while Altho was sleeping in the tent he had set up, the sound of falling rocks suddenly woke him. He stood up, tied his hair back, and was unexpectedly attacked by a beast. Fortunately, he dodged it just in time, grabbed his sword, and fought back. After a tough struggle, he finally managed to defeat it. Ren stood above and called down, "You'll never truly rest on the battlefield, kid. You must always be ready to fight in optimal condition. Now, get your gear and continue the battle." Although frustrated, stripped off his clothes and cursed the old lunatic. His goal was to defeat the commanders, the ones with crowns on their heads. He charged at the regular beasts to quickly reach and take down the commander beast. Ren announced, "In this battle, you will have allies. Although you are one of the main forces, everything will depend on you, whether you choose to charge at the enemy or defend alongside your teammates, ensuring everyone's safety." After a series of attacks, he drove his sword into the chest of the commander beast, ending the battle. He collapsed onto the ground, panting, and said, "That was intense." Ren came down holding a piece of paper and read, "The total casualties on our side are 271, while the enemy lost 512. Not a very impressive victory compared to their weak beasts." He handed the paper to Although and said disheartenedly, "You let too much of your comrades die, kid." Although sat up and said, "Maybe it's because they looked like stone gorillas to me, so I temporarily put aside the recent battle." Ren had brought a loaf of bread and a bottle of water for Although. Seeing it, his eyes lit up. He took it and sat in a corner, devouring the food. "I feel no sympathy for them, whether they are on our side or the enemy's." Ren said, "I'll keep that in mind. Now go to sleep. Tomorrow won't be any easier." He laid down and closed his eyes to sleep but immediately heard a noise. He quickly got into a combat stance, surprised to see a beast with an evil grin holding Tessia by the neck, lifting her up. Tessia clung to her fingers and cried out for help. "Let me go. Someone, please save me." Although furious, rushed in and severed the arm holding Tessia to save her. Now freed from its grasp, Tessia was safe, but the severed arm suddenly regenerated and the beast immediately lunged at Although. Without hesitation, he attacked back. From his vantage point, Although saw Tessia lying unconscious below and leaped down to her. His arm was bleeding profusely. He said, "This has gone too far. Ren, enough is enough." The beast instantly vanished. Ren emerged from the thick smoke, saying, "You caught on quickly. I was waiting to see your next move if things escalated further." Although replied, "It wasn't hard to recognize this ridiculous scenario was fake. I hope you didn't do this just for fun." Ren questioned, "Why would I be kicked just for training you? Are you against my training methods? Is this some kind of punishment from your inferior race?" Although answered, "No, it's just an idiom. Forget it." Although had used a term meaning for fun or interesting, but Ren interpreted it literally as a kick. Ren continued, "Regardless, I did this for your own benefit. Look at your current state. You've recklessly spent most of your energy just to save that girl." Although grimaced and said, "Listen, I know it wasn't the best choice at the time, but to me, some people are more important than myself." Ren shook his head. Of course, familial and romantic relationships are important, even for ASU. Blushing, Although explained, "What do you mean by romantic relationship?" "Tessia is not my partner." Ren smirked, "Oh. According to Winsome and your own expressions, you clearly have feelings for her. So, have you two done anything yet?" Embarrassed and angry, Although snapped, "Done anything? No, not yet." He calmed down and said, "Come on, Ren, we're getting off track here." "So, you can create any kind of puppet just with soil?" Although asked. Ren replied, "I can create objects with my own hands." He fashioned a chair and sat on it, holding his face in frustration. "But not everything. I can't simulate water properties with just soil. Moreover, how did you realize it was all fake?" Although calmed down and explained, "I realized I could see the fluctuations of the seed dew particles, the yellow earth element, around them. Even though they looked very realistic, there's no way a deity would take her all the way to Epheotis. Can someone from an inferior race truly have such deep understanding to perform seed dew magic on par with the Asherus?" Ren continued, shaking his head, "In my dictionary, there's no such thing as impossible, but this is highly unlikely. Still, you don't need to worry about that." Although asked, "Why not?" "Because you are living proof that anything is possible. You are innately able to comprehend and manipulate all 4 elements, including their special forms. In short, mastering all 4 elements is the key to unlocking the mysteries of the gift the princess bestowed upon you. You are extraordinary, kid. Even Asuras don't have such natural talent as you do. Although smiled and said, "If that's a compliment, thank you. So, Master, what do we do next?" Ren took his hand and said, "First, show me your dominant hand." He held it up and introduced, "This is a mineral called lucky. Alone, it's just an ordinary, useless piece of rock. However, through proper refining and synthesis, something I'll take to the grave with me, it can become extraordinary. Remember, I once told you I'm not a blacksmith who forges swords, but one who creates them. With this crystal and the right tools, I can develop it into a weapon." Although curiously asked, "Develop it like a tree growing?" Ren replied, "Sort of, but not exactly. But if that's what your tiny brain can comprehend, then sure, let's go with that. Usually, it would take me years, even centuries, to observe your fighting style, analyze and compile the necessary information to create a weapon perfectly suited for you. But given our current circumstances, I'll have to risk trying this method." While Ren was embedding the lucky gem into the flesh of his hand, although asked him why, but it seemed Ren's actions were quite painful. "Why didn't you warn me about this?" Although inquired. Mumbling to himself, Ren apologized, "Sorry, I forgot to count to 3. He explained, "I synthesized this lucky gem from the feathers of Lady Sylvia and the scales of Miss Sylvie. But what's truly crucial is your contribution to who you are today. Every action, thought, and change within your body will determine the nature of your weapon. Even I cannot predict what it will be like, or if it will even become a weapon." Otho looked at his hand curiously and asked, "But why choose such an uncertain path? I thought you weren't planning to make a weapon for me. Just a sharp sword isn't enough to face those destroyers, and time is running short. I thought the war wasn't starting for another 2 years. Concerned, although asked Ren about the current situation in Dicketon with Winsome and Lord Indent. Ren replied, "Winsome and Lord Indent didn't want me to tell you this, but I want you to make an informed decision after hearing everything. While we can't determine how long the lucky gem will take to activate, it could take up to a year, maybe even 5, to develop it into your weapon. You still need to increase your strength before the war." Although frustrated, clenched his fists and asked urgently, "But why the rush? This isn't normal, Ren. Even though the army hasn't arrived, the war has already begun." He turned away and said, "I'm going back to fight." Ren created 2 massive hands to hold all those legs and angrily said, "And then what?" "Sit and wait to be killed." Although angrily responded, "I've been training Aether for months to face them. That's not the only reason I'm here." Ren sternly replied, "It's still not enough, kid. With your current abilities, you're not even a match for a foot soldier." Seriously, Ren continued, "Give me a year, and with my help, you'll truly have a chance to bring victory to the land of Dicketon." Although stood there, angered, contemplating for a while before saying, 1 year. In a grand building amidst the pristine air of Dicketon, Tessia, with a determined expression, expressed her desire to her grandfather, Varian. "I can fight, grandfather. I'm stronger now," she said, holding a stack of papers. Varian replied firmly, "I've already said no." Asuras, named Lasti, sitting on a chair sipping tea, added, "She's right, grandfather. Sending her to the battlefield now is too risky and unnecessary." Angered, Tessia turned and asked sharply, "So when will I be needed then? You yourself said I'm much stronger now." Lasti retorted, "That's still not enough." Frustrated, Tessia requested permission and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. As she left, Varian asked Lasti, "Is this really the best course of action?" Lasti responded, "You know how much she means to Altho. No matter how many years we've trained Asuras, sending the girl to the battlefield will surely affect his judgment." Tessia walked along the corridor to a door blocked by 2 guards. One asked, "Which wind brings you here, princess?" Tessia replied seriously, "Please open the door. I request it." The guards apologized, stating they hadn't received any orders from their commander or Lasti to let anyone out. Tessia insisted, "Open the door." At that moment, Lance Barret stood beside her and informed the guards, "I'm accompanying her." We need to attend to some matters." Hearing this, the guards did not hesitate to open the door for them. Tessia thanked Varian, and they entered. Inside, a soldier bowed and greeted them, saying, "General Varian, Princess Tessia, where would you like to go?" Varian glanced at Tessia, who then spoke up to the city of Editon. "Please ensure identification at the gate, as attacks from the outskirts are increasing day by day." Turning to Varian, Tessia whispered, "Are you sure you want to come along and watch over me?" Varian replied, "Well, I've just finished a training session with Princess Sylvia, so a little rest wouldn't hurt." Tessia chuckled at this. Editon used to be the capital of Sapin, a kingdom of humans. She remembered from school that the city was built on the western coast of the continent, far away from the dwarves' kingdom and the Elsano tribe, as well as to keep a safe distance from the wild forest beasts. Currently, all the battles were concentrated in the wild forest, making Editon the farthest city from the front lines, an ideal strategic defensive position with 3 sides bordered by the sea. However, several years ago, following the announcement of an impending widespread war, King Glader had destroyed the entire city and rebuilt it as the final defensive line to counter the armies of other nations. Varian and Tessia arrived at Editon City, bustling with people. Varian cautioned her to remember her knowledge and warned her to be vigilant at all times. Tessia innocently replied, "But having you with me, isn't that enough? Besides, this isn't the farthest city from the front lines, is it?" Varian replied solemnly, "During wartime, one must always be prepared for the worst-case scenarios." Tessia asked, "You said you just finished training with Sylvia, right? How was it?" Baijon reported to the deity that Sylvia was quite determined and diligent, but her progress was still quite slow. Despite being a pure beast tamer, her ability to manipulate sea-dew was only average. On the other hand, Princess Sylvia was progressing rapidly. Baijon heard that she was a natural genius above others, and after the last 2 years, the deity finally understood why. Tessia stopped to buy something from a roadside vendor and replied, "Well, it's not like she's better than everyone." Varian agreed, saying that it was indeed impossible to predict. The deity had forgotten that there was another extraordinary young man, Altho, who was in a completely different league. It remained unclear how his skills would develop after completing training with the Asuras. Varian hoped that he would be ready for the battlefield. Tessia sighed and said, "Do you think Alexia's army could sweep all the way here?" Grandfather said Principal Goodsky mentioned that Alexia is located to the west of Dickedon. Doesn't that mean Editon is the city closest to the enemy? Why must it be? Varian interrupted gently, but she also said that they have no way to transport a large number of troops across the sea. That's why they chose a more discreet method, using the teleportation gates they've set up throughout the wild forest. These gates could provide significant resources hidden in endless mazes and dungeons until they're ready to attack. Tessia nodded in understanding. She lowered her head in thought. All the information we know about the enemy comes from Principal Goodsky. Although Master Lasty partially lifted the curse, preventing her from revealing any information related to our homeland, she still remains in a coma. The war has strained the relationship between her and Grandfather, but I'm not the only one feeling uneasy. He and the council must handle everything possible on the societal front. After the deaths of King and Queen Green, the dwarves rebelled, making it even harder for the council to rebuild alliances with each city and prepare armed forces. Grandfather had to shoulder all of that. Luckily, I'm still training. Tessia's focus was so intense that she didn't notice her surroundings until someone holding a stack of papers approached cautiously. She startled, drawing her sword to attack, but then hesitated and stammered, "Emily." 2 figures embraced joyfully and happily. Princess Emily. Seeing Varian standing behind, Emily waved and greeted, "Hello, General Varian." Varian politely replied, "Princess, I'm delighted to see you again." Emily sat down and said, "It's so good to meet you. I helped my friend pick up these papers. I'm sorry I ran out suddenly." Emily apologized. I should be the one apologizing. I had to carry so much stuff that my glasses slipped down, and I couldn't see properly. She adjusted her glasses and smiled brightly. But it was quite exciting, you know, like an adventure game. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh no, I can't waste any more time here. She hurriedly stood up and said, I have to go. Tessia asked, What's the matter? Those papers seem very important. Emily replied quickly. Professor Gideon even requested aid from a merchant, and even the council. She trailed off as she hurried away. Tessia held a stack of papers in her hand and approached Varian, asking if she could come along. Glancing in the direction where their classmate had just run off to, Varian agreed. The two of them followed their friend. Earlier, when Tessia and Varian had arrived in the city, lost in their thoughts, they accidentally bumped into their classmate, Emily. After a brief exchange, Tessia, Varian, and Emily proceeded together towards Professor Gideon's research location along the road. Noticing Emily's apparent concern, Tessia took the initiative to ask, What have you and Professor Gideon been researching lately? It's been a while since we saw him at the castle. Don't call him Professor, Emily retorted. His mind isn't quite right anymore. Don't even mention education for our nation's lovely young ones. I swear, I can't remember how many times I've had to train my beloved professor up from useless piles of rubble and wreckage after his self-induced explosions. And you, how have you been, princess? Emily continued with a hint of frustration. Don't call me princess, you know I don't like it. Lately, it's been unbearable in the cramped corridors and low-ceilinged rooms of the castle. They say the castle's now out of season. Tessia chuckled. Oh, you think I'm funny, huh? Emily sighed. Try dealing with his ramblings all day long. See how long your sense of humor lasts. Tessia retorted. Try being stuck for a year in a castle with Asherus and a domineering grandfather who treats every breath like a threat. It's like facing danger with every inhale. Emily nodded sympathetically. But don't let the commander get to you too much. After what happened to you, you know, after that incident, I can't imagine how worried your parents and he must be. Tessia reassured her, I know. I'm trying my best. Last year was really tough for all of us. Training hard is the only way I can reassure myself that I'm getting stronger, ready for anything. Like the relentless attacks by Alexia's army into the monster forest. I just wish I could be out on the battlefield right now. Curious, Emily asked, What about Altho? Any news from him? Tessia sighed sadly. You know he's old news. Master Lastic repeats himself like a parrot every day. He's just training him to know. And him, how is he? Tessia looked disheartened. No news at all. It's been so long, and I still don't understand why he ended up there. All I know is, he tried to save me before he was taken. That's why Varian said we should go, Tessia added. As they stepped inside, Tessia asked, What is that awful smell? Emily replied, What smell? There are many minerals and materials here, either being melted down or refined, so it's hard to distinguish. Someone exclaimed, Damn it! How many times have I told your flat-headed crew not to mix those kinds of minerals in the same container? Their properties are incompatible, and we end up with two piles of useless rocks. Emily commented, just like our dear professor. A man bowed and greeted, Good afternoon, Princess. General Emily, it's a relief that you've returned so quickly. Professor Gideon is waiting for you. Emily said, That's fortunate. Is he having one of his fits again? I'm afraid so, the man responded. He is likely eagerly awaiting your notes. Do you know what these are, Professor Gideon? The man, along with Emily, focused on a stack of papers, reading through them while Varian and Tessia stood outside, understanding nothing. Emily asked, Professor, what is this? He opened a book, read it, then closed it forcefully, saying, General, I have sent a formal request to the council. Since you're here, you can come with me. It would be very helpful. Varian asked, So where are we going? Gideon replied, The eastern coast on the northern border of the Beast Forest. They set off together, and Tessia wondered, Why is Professor Gideon in such a hurry? Gideon announced, We have arrived. Stay alert. Tessia was startled. Is this the place? Gideon said, They have tasked us with finding a way to travel long distances across the sea, using an engine powered not by wanderer energy, but by steam generated from external materials. Tessia exclaimed, Wait, then this isn't it. Gideon responded, It's even worse. Worse? What do you mean? Tessia asked. Gideon didn't answer, merely urging them to hurry. Tessia thought, will he answer any of our questions? Tessia inquired, are these traces from a base? Emily remarked, how big must the beast be to leave such bite marks? Jay commented, no signs of life. Gideon said, a useless precaution, but thank you nonetheless for your observation. Then he pondered, if this isn't the ship, then what is it? Aside from Professor Gideon, who else could have created it and even launched it into the sea? And where have the people on the ship gone? Varian replied, everything has been completely destroyed. Someone deliberately erased all traces containing valuable information that could prove the ship's identity. Tessia said, it seems like someone on the ship doesn't want others to know their identity. Emily asked, could it be that someone stole the professor's design? Maybe one of his competitors? Gideon responded, that's impossible. Until a few weeks ago, the ship was completely submerged in the water. If it weren't for the receding tide, a group of adventurers who discovered it and reported back, we would never have known about it. Emily asked, but what about the crew on the ship? Do you think they all drowned? Gideon said, no, at least not all of them. There are no traces left, no evidence, nothing at all. The crew didn't want anyone to know about this ship, let alone the goods and people on it. Varian said, I have a bad feeling when I saw this ship, but I want you to confirm it yourself. After reading the report, I prayed that my judgment was wrong, but it seems I was right. At first, I thought maybe, just maybe, the missing crew repaired it and brought it back. But upon closer examination, I'm confident this isn't the case, and it has nothing to do with Dickiden. Emily anxiously asked, Professor, do you mean that? That's exactly what I mean. Gideon interrupted. Its existence will change the entire course of this war. Tessia said, this war? Do you mean to say, Princess, that Alisir has the capability to create a ship that can carry an entire army across the ocean to Dickiden? As Professor Gideon led Varian, Princess Tessia, Emily, and a man to a ship with strange markings, they asked dozens of questions upon arrival. Meanwhile, Tessia's grandfather sat in a room, feeling that things were far more serious than anticipated, or rather, the leaders themselves were being complacent. In the council meeting, the king pounded his fist on the table and said, "Dan it, are you sure about that, Gideon?" Gideon stood below, slowly presenting as he had said, "Your Majesty, whether this ship comes from Alaska is only my speculation, but I can assure you of one thing, it is not Chikatho." The queen held her husband's hand to calm him and asked Gideon, "How can you be so sure?" Gideon explained, "Chikatho is an invention I am extremely proud of. I wanted everyone to know about it, so I marked it, essentially signed it, and it is present on the entire frame of the ship. But on that ship, there is not a single sign. Moreover, the material used to construct the frame is completely different from Chikatho." At this moment, King Down angrily slammed the table and stood up. "Dan it!" Varian tried to calm him down, saying, "Calm down." Down replied, "Calm down? Did you not hear what Gideon just said? Forgive me, but how can I remain calm knowing the enemy is ready to attack? They can bring hundreds, if not thousands, of wizards and soldiers across the sea to here. It's bad enough that those bastards are lurking in the beast forest, and now..." Lasti interrupted, "Enough," and asked Varian for her opinion. Varian replied, "Although I do not understand the detailed construction of Chikatho, I agree with the professor's point. The fact that the ship has been wiped clean of any traces is enough proof." The king's wife asked, "Could it be a trap or a strategy to divide our forces and distract us from the beast forest?" Lasti reasoned, "If their goal is to divide our forces, bringing the ship's remains to the western coast would be much more effective, because that is where they want to trick us into believing they will attack." Tessia's mother added, "With the tide constantly changing like this, finding the ship truly is a miracle." Lasti said, "Now the question is it worth the risk? That Alaska, isn't it?" She revealed that Alaska is trying to move troops deeper into the beast forest. But to be so complacent that they have only one plan is truly foolish. We have no choice but to prepare as best we can to face both fronts. But without the help of the dwarves, it will be difficult for us to gain the upper hand. Belina said, "Maria Azun." please allow Piziala and me to join the next meeting in the Dwarf Kingdom. We need to continue strengthening the cities along the western coast." Her grandfather agreed. She is right. We need the help of the dwarves to win this war. After the council meeting ended, he returned to his room, his head filled with thoughts. He pondered how Alexia had managed to bring troops across the sea and how Tessia had discovered one of their ships. He couldn't even be angry when Varian took her out. Honestly, he was quite surprised that Tessia had left the castle for so long. Lost in his troubling thoughts, there was a knock on the door. He called out, "Come in." Tessia opened the door and said, "Varian said you wanted to see me, Grandpa." He stood up and said, "Yes, Tessia, I want to show you something." A beam of blue light revealed the battlefield scene from 5 days ago. "We sent over 400 people to that dungeon," he said. 200 soldiers and 20 mages never returned. Grandfather said sorrowfully, "I was the one who ordered them down there. Their deaths are my responsibility. The war has only just begun, but I have made decisions that I will never forgive myself for. It was a selfish desire of a man who wanted to protect you from danger, regardless of how significant a role you could play in the battle." Tessia, looking worried, stammered, "Grandpa." He walked over to where the weapons were kept, took up a sword, and said, "Tessia, you are an exceptionally talented mage. With 2 more years of hard training, you will be a valuable asset in the war. But no matter how great your power, you are still human. Just one small mistake. That is why I have always forbidden you from joining any battles until now." Tessia was surprised but remained silent, listening to her grandfather. "After witnessing what you are about to see, do you still want to be part of this war?" he asked. With a determined look, Tessia replied, "Yes." He threw the sword he was holding to Tessia. Tessia quickly grabbed the sword her grandfather handed her. He said, "Then prove your determination to me." The two of them headed to a large open field. He asked, "You understand the principles of the fight, right?" Without hesitation, Tessia quickly replied, "I understand." Immediately, they both plunged into the fight. Although it was only the first moments of the battle, it was already intense and fierce. Shortly after, Tessia was hit, but she was not discouraged or daunted by it. She continued to fight seriously to prove her abilities to her grandfather in the battle. Her grandfather commented, "Your ability to control beasts has improved a lot." Using that as motivation, she continued to prove herself, and he was surprised when she prepared for her next move. He said, "Tessia," while preparing to attack. She warned her grandfather to be careful, but contrary to her warning, it was Tessia who got injured, not her grandfather. He took her down with a kick. At this point, Tessia stammered and admitted, I lost. I couldn't even land a proper hit." Tessia seemed quite sad and frustrated with herself. Her grandfather sternly said, "On the battlefield, you must call me Commander, not Grandpa." Tessia was surprised and looked up at him. She suddenly realized something and joyfully asked, "Does that mean?" She moved closer to her grandfather and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you so much." But her grandfather said, "If you go to the battlefield, I will have one condition for you." He slowly continued, "You must have the permission of both your father and mother. You must bear the responsibility of a member of the royal family. The commander of your squad will surely bring this up, but whether you become a burden or not depends on you. If your teammates feel you cannot take care of yourself, I will pull you out of the battle immediately." Understood. Without any hesitation or doubt, she cheerfully and promptly replied, "Yes, of course, absolutely." Being allowed to join the battle made Tessia so happy that no words could describe her feelings at that moment. But her grandfather seriously instructed, "Also, try not to get into a situation where you have to use Phase 2. You still can't fully control it, so using it on the battlefield would be too risky." She was silent for a while, then pushed away that hand her grandfather was pointing at her. She said, "Master Lasti said the same thing. He said that the beast will I assimilated is very strange, but he also couldn't understand why it was like that." She turned her back and continued, "But don't worry, Grandpa. I will try my best. Now I'll go find my parents." As she was about to leave, her grandfather worriedly called out, "Sweetie Tessia." She turned back to listen to him speak, From today on, I will no longer be your grandfather. In the past, my actions and decisions regarding you were all for your safety and happiness. With his hands clasped behind his back, he continued, but now that you have become a soldier, I must treat you like a soldier. Whether the orders come directly from me or from your general, you must understand that those orders prioritize Dickaden above all else, not your personal safety. This is my final warning from now on. Before he could finish, Tessia ran up to him, beaming, "I understand, Commander." She hugged him for a moment, then saluted him with a serious expression and said, "I will be a soldier who can do anything to protect Dickaden and our people." Her grandfather saluted her back and replied, "Yes, I know." As he watched Tessia leave, he thought, "That's what truly worries me." One late afternoon in the magnificent palace, Tessia's grandfather walked alone to a certain place. When he opened the door and entered, a girl named Anna was quite surprised to see him. She bowed and said, "I apologize, I didn't expect anyone to visit." He calmly replied, "It's okay, Anna, I just felt like coming." He asked worriedly, "How is she doing?" Anna replied, "I just finished preparing the necessary medication to keep her body healthy. Physically, her body is always in good condition, but no matter how hard we try, we still can't wake her up." He asked sadly, "Still the same as always?" Anna stood behind, bowed respectfully, and said, "I'm leaving now. I won't bother you anymore. Please feel at ease." Her eyes were filled with sadness, her face weary and disheartened. He sat down nearby and asked himself aloud, "Is my old lady sleeping well?" He confided in Mrs. Goodsky, "I don't know if you're aware, but the military has managed to secure watercraft and may use them to transport tens of thousands of soldiers to our continent." Then he answered his own question, "No, you probably wouldn't know. Anyway, when this area was developed, you were here with us. Almost forgot the main purpose. I have some news for you, news you won't believe. I've just allowed my granddaughter to join the battle. If she wakes up, you'll probably be surprised by my decision." He chuckled, then continued, "I'll treat her like a soldier, not just my reckless granddaughter." But his eyes turned sad, his face filled with worry. "But I fear I know just how strong her desire to go to the battlefield is, and I know how stubborn she can be. So I've decided that if she insists on fighting, at least she must do so under my supervision." He sighed sadly, covering his face, then continued, "But ironically, that's why I abdicated, to avoid all this and everything I'm doing, which is even more burdensome. And Ashura's always closely monitors me, ensuring I'm psychologically, spiritually, and physically fit to command the war and have enough authority to order all generals and guild leaders. But I just want to be lazy, sitting in the garden and watching my granddaughter grow day by day. Will my wish be so disastrous? How ironic that I have to send my own granddaughter to the battlefield. Everyone tried their best to help, but in the end, they all turned to obey my orders. So Mr. Lasty saw that I was the only suitable person to lead the battle. I've been following my wife for a long time. I don't want to see all my children and grandchildren leave me. I can't stand that." He slowly took her hand and said to her, "I still haven't had a chance to apologize to you. I feel something is wrong. You know, don't you?" Even though Mr. Lasty had removed the curse from her, she knew she could die if she revealed information about Araxia. "I thought about it too, but I didn't stop her." His whole body trembled. He bowed his head down heavily and said, "To gain advantage in this war, I pushed her into this situation. I will never forgive myself. I shouldn't have let things escalate to this point. It's not just because we've been through decades together. Even though some have shunned her as a spy, I would never do that. She fought against her own people to help us. She's stronger than anyone here." As he spoke these words, tears fell from his eyes without him realizing. Since when? He wiped away the tears with his own hand. He continued, "The real battle is about to begin. I won't be able to visit her for a while. My friend." He stood up solemnly and promised, "But I promise you, once this battle is over, I will find a way to help you. Rest until then, Tessia." And with that, Tessia and her comrades set off for battle. Darvis rotated positions and cautioned Tana, "Be careful out there. If anything happens, tell Grandpa. She won't let us rest." Tessia reassured, "Don't worry. I owe you guys for saving my life more than you've helped me. Carria advised them not to argue with her anymore. Darvis turned back to ask Tana behind him, "Have you seen that? These Godzilla-like creatures just keep coming, don't they?" Tana replied, "Yes, they're relentless." Carria asked the commander if it was okay. "Should we withdraw? We've been fighting these monsters endlessly." Tessia agreed with the suggestion and added, "Our attack on their dungeon was more of a reconnaissance. Let's pull back now." Darvis commented on how the mages behind them were enjoying themselves. "We've taken all the heat off them." Tana remarked, "Well, every profession has its benefits." Tessia moved closer to Tana and said, "I'll hold them off. You unleash all your firepower." Tana confidently replied, "Got it." Loud and clear. Darvis and Carria both dodged a bit when she shouted loudly. With the two of them avoiding it, Tana aimed at the monster and unleashed her firepower. Together, the four of them managed to defeat the beast. Darvis asked Tana, "Is that some new magic you've got? Pretty strong, but the backlash seemed overwhelming." Carria, nearby, chimed in, "You yelled a lot. I've told you to train more." Tana is still training with her. I sighed. "I can only endure so much." Tessia said, "Enough now. This isn't the time for banter. The fire spell I just cast should hold them off for a while." Darvis chuckled and said, "All right then, let's rest." Tana grumbled, "Thinking about having oysters every day makes me want to die." Darvis teased Stannard, "Commander dear, or shall I call you princess? Can't you prepare a proper meal for hardworking warriors like us?" Stannard helplessly replied, "Enough already." Carria interjected between them and nudged Stannard. Darvis teased, "If you want to beg and flatter, look at her face before speaking." Then proudly added, "Don't envy my handsome looks." Carria snapped back, "What did you say? People find my short stature cute. You're just disliked, aren't you, Tessia?" Darvis retorted, "Enough, enough. Tana is the cute one here. She's just a little taller than a 10-year-old kid, and that kid is not only short but also bad-tempered." Darvis attempted to sling an arm around Tana, but she shoved him away. "Why drag me into this?" Tessia said, "All right, everyone. We just fought near-death battles, covered in blood and grime, and you're here worrying about looks. Let's go rest, everyone. Just thinking about bathing and relaxing already cheers me up." They walked back towards the exit of the dungeon, where several people in tents were set up outside. Tessia turned back and thanked her comrades before urging, "Let's go rest now." Darvis busied himself starting a fire to burn the wood in front of him, and after a while, he succeeded. Tessia looked at their radiant faces, thinking about the 3 months they had spent together, creating such close and fond memories. Tessia heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she saw Helensen waving at her. Smiling, she ran over and hugged Helensen, exclaiming how happy she was to see everyone. Tessia introduced Helensen to the team. "This is Helensen," and began introducing everyone else. But before she could finish, Darvis took a woman's hand and greeted, "Hello, beautiful lady. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Darvis, the most handsome man of the Liario tribe." Carria, behind him, covered her face, adding, "And also the laziest member of the family." Tessia thought to herself, "That arrogance must have its reasons. He is one of the masters in mana control." Helensen asked, "Are you a raider then?" Carria, surprised, replied, "Yes, ma'am. How did you know?" "The Raider clan has served under the Liario clan for centuries." Helensen explained smoothly, observing Carria's adept mana control. Hearing this, Carria blushed slightly and felt both pleased and embarrassed. The Raider clan is renowned for their formidable combat skills, while the Liario clan specializes in exquisite axe techniques. Helensen continued, noting Carria's lineage. Born into a family without any sons, Darvis, with his temperament, has achieved many victories on the battlefield, she added. By his side is Carria, treated like a son due to the lack of male heirs in her family. They have become a formidable duo on the battlefield. With his fiery temperament, Darvis focuses on 2 things in life: wooing beautiful women and caring for little Carria, Helensen remarked. Raised as a boy in her family, Carria has a tough demeanor, but is also caring and attentive to others. She is the heart that binds everyone together on the battlefield. Seeing Caria clinging to Darvis and playfully hitting him, Hellenson teased, "Darvis, why are you always so violent with me?" The whole team burst into laughter at their interaction. Tessia, embarrassed, turned red-faced. Durden looked at Tana and remarked, "Wow, they're just like Altho and Tessia, aren't they?" The entire squad burst into laughter again. Tessia blushed even more deeply. Durden then noticed Tana's weapon and commented, "Hey, this staff looks unusual. Haven't seen it before." Tana chuckled and explained, "Oh, I customized it a bit to suit my unique skills and strength. I created it myself." Tessia joined in, saying, "Tana can channel spells through those shots." Everyone marveled, commenting on its impressive capabilities. During Tana's assessment, he created many surprises. As a result, he was introduced to his grandfather by Professor Gideon. Tana is a gold core mage, possessing 2 magical attributes, fire and defense. However, due to his unique body, he cannot accumulate as much mana to cast spells as other mages. Despite this, Tana always strives to learn and has proven his excellent qualities through his innovations and proficient control of magic. His team is one of the youngest here, but they have fought very bravely to protect their homeland. They always perform well in every assigned task, holding their ground, driving away monsters, and helping people feel secure in battle. At this moment, Tessia asked, "Why has everyone come here?" Hellenson suddenly, with a serious expression, replied, We just returned from the defensive wall area. The situation there is very tense, but we received orders from above to send our team here to assess the situation and see if we can help in any way. I'm quite surprised. It seems like something is about to happen here, so you and your team should prepare well." Tana worriedly asked, "What did you see at the wall?" The whole team looked gloomy. Tessia then asked, "Have you all fought with the Alexia mages?" Hellenson replied, "Yes, we were at the wall for about 4 months. It was like a military base, but we fought at the border. The mages were not the biggest problem, it was the beasts." Continuing from Hellenson, Angela said, "That's why the higher-ups sent us here. The mutated mana beasts in this cave are all controlled by the Elagia. There are hundreds, even thousands of them. We have to find and kill them before the Elagia use them to destroy the wall. The mutated mana beasts tamed and controlled by the Elagia are usually the leaders of their own dungeons. Through them, we can use energy to control hundreds of mana beasts under their command. As long as those mutated ones are alive, the lower-level mana beasts will obey them and fight for the Alexia. Countless teams have entered the dungeons to find and kill the mutated ones before the Alexia can gather enough mana beasts and destroy the wall. My team and I were assigned a dungeon with an S-level mutated beast. The battles here are even fiercer than war." Tessia said seriously, "Tell me more about the battle at the wall, Helena-san." Agdam, angry, said, "Listen, princess, this is not a bedtime story read to you by a nanny. This is war, with deaths on both sides, and that's considered fortunate." Tessia replied, "I understand what war is like, Adm. I ask because while we are fighting monsters here, my team will be sent to the battlefield. I want them to be well prepared." Angela, laughing and hugging Adam's arm, said, "All right, it's time to set up camp. Take it easy, everyone. Dinner will be ready when you get back." Durden told Tessia, "Don't mind Adam's words. The battlefield is harsh. He reacts that way because he doesn't want you to know." Hellenson added, "The Alexia soldiers are much more brutal than the mana beasts here. At least the beasts fight out of instinct for survival, while the soldiers fight to massacre others. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for them." Tana asked, "What do you mean by that?" Jasmine said, "Information is the most important thing in war. Both sides want to gather all the information they can about the other side, which means there will be imprisonment and torture. The battle here is black and white. Monsters are bad, and we are good. But when we fight a human who can talk, scream in pain, and beg for mercy, everything turns gray. Distinguishing right from wrong becomes much harder." While they were talking and contemplating in worry, a voice cried out, "Please, let me in. Quickly, get a doctor here." Hearing this, everyone immediately went into a defensive state and looked toward the source of the call. Hellensen then asked Tessia, "Does this happen often?" Tessia replied, "No, it doesn't." In the healing room, Tessia led a few people inside, and everyone there was surprised and asked, "Princess, what happened? Are you hurt?" A red-haired man called out to Hellensen. She cheerfully shook his hand and said, "It's great to see you here, Drogo. Or should I call you Captain now?" He responded, "Oh, come on. You could easily take my place. But why are you two here? Are you all right?" His face showed quite a bit of worry at this point. Elder Albreda asked, "Princess, you must be curious about the information our prince brought, right?" She smiled awkwardly and said, "You can't hide anything from you, can you?" Elder Albreda laughed. "This shabby infirmary hardly looks like a place for chit-chat. Come over here and help me with these herbs." Tana stammered, "Me? Okay." Hellensen said, "We didn't mean to intrude, but I have to report to the superiors at the wall. I think the quickest way to get information is to talk to him." Drogo agreed, "You're right, but unfortunately, it might be a while before he can respond." Tana, holding a bunch of items, asked, "What happened to him?" Elder Albreda, checking his leg, replied, "Dehydration and severe exhaustion. It seems he hasn't eaten or drunk anything for days. Judging by his legs, he must have been running for quite a long time." Drogo wondered, but running from what? Suddenly, he sprang up and asked, "What? How long was I unconscious?" Drogo reassured him, "Calm down, Sayer. Just about 10 minutes or so." Elder Albreda handed him a glass of water and said, "Drink this first, then talk." Sayer gulped down the water in one go. Drogo, still worried, asked, "I know you just woke up, but we need to know the situation immediately. Where's your team?" Sayer clenched his fists and looked down. "They're all dead. I'm the only survivor. I argued with my team, so I didn't go with them initially, but I felt guilty and followed after they left. When I got there, I was terrified to see them ambushed by the beasts. They were far more dangerous than those on the surface, numbering in the hundreds. Some even had human weapons. I hid in a corner, shaking, feeling lucky to be alive. But I had to hide for days to finish setting up the teleportation gate. I couldn't activate it there, fearing the beasts would destroy it before I could use it, so I ran back here." Sugar, looking worried, asked, "You said you finished setting up the teleportation gate. Meaning?" Sayer, pale and anxious, slowly recounted, "Behind them, there's a large door. It seems they're guarding something behind it. I think we found it, the lair of the S-level mutated beast." After hearing Sayer recount everything he had witnessed and experienced just a few minutes later, Drogo's voice echoed throughout the large cavern, informing everyone about the scout team's message. Over 100 soldiers in the cave were bustling about, preparing for the imminent battle. "We had done very well during the 3 months we were here, but this is a real issue. Facing a true mutant, I could see that Caria and Darvis were also a bit anxious, needing to shake it off. But as for Tessia, the youngest among us, she remained calm and confident." Suddenly, Tana's face turned red when he looked at Tessia. He told himself, "Focused, Tana. You can't be with her anyway. Besides, she loves Altho." He picked up his crossbow and said, "The monsters we have encountered and fought before will be nothing compared to what we will find once we go through that gate. I have 25 low-damage rounds and 8 high-damage enchanted rounds. It might be better to add 5 more low-damage rounds and 2 more high-damage rounds. Or maybe..." "You're saying everything you're thinking," Caria said, startling Tana. She laughed and said, "Come on, Tana, you need to stretch before going into battle." She held out her hand. Tana took Caria's hand, smiled, and said, "All right." "Listen up, troops," Drogo called out. "Be cautious when you go through. We have no way of knowing how many beasts are on the other side." Tessia said, "Hey everyone, we will all survive this and have a grand feast to celebrate. Agreed?" Darvis, Caria, and Tana agreed in unison. Agreed. Drogo shouted, "All right, everyone, move out." Hearing this, everyone charged forward. As the battle raged with the monsters, Tana was terrified when he saw someone being attacked by 2 beasts. "No, that's Darvis," he thought. Caria and Tana tried to save her, but when he felt for a pulse, he was devastated. "Damn it, she's dead," he muttered. Someone shouted a warning to Tana. "Watch your left." Tana glanced left, then attacked the monster and said, "Die, Caria." She followed with a powerful shout. Darvis replied, "It's time for you to become useful, huh?" Tana coldly retorted, "Shut up." Caria had called her teammates here to assist. Darvis instructed, "Surround them." "Understood," said the magic master, finishing their job and dismissing them. Drogo told everyone to clear the path for Tana. Using her bow, she attacked the monsters. Her fireball defeated them. Drogo nodded and said loudly to the healers, "Go tend to the injured. If we can't fight anymore, retreat to camp." Darvis and Caria congratulated Tana. Darvis said, "Well done, young mage." Oddly, Drogo stood on a high rock, raised his sword, and told the warriors, "This is a decisive victory. Even though Mana's army unexpectedly attacked us monsters, we will continue forward. Our comrades' sacrifices will not be in vain." Tana pondered quietly. "A decisive victory." Drogo said so. But can it really be called a victory? "Look at this," he continued. "The weight of a life is not just a simple number. 10 lives have been lost, and we haven't even reached their den yet. How many more will die today?" After the battle, as everyone rested and tended wounds, Tana noticed Tessia looking at her. She asked, "What's wrong, Tessia?" Tessia sincerely expressed relief that they won, but mourned the loss of 10 warriors. Darvis abruptly cut in, always skeptical of their success, distributing goodwill and charm to rough people like us. "See." Tessia told Darvis to stop right away. Caria, sitting on the ground, looked up and firmly held Tessia's hand, saying, "We did our best, and we won." Tana stood up and agreed, "She's right, Tessia. We all know what can happen every time we go into battle. We can't save all the warriors." Tessia laughed and agreed, "You're probably right. I can't save them all." Darvis interjected, "That's right." Tana paused. "Wait, that's not what I meant. Has anyone asked if anyone needs healing?" Tessia sadly remarked, "At this rate, I won't be able to keep up with him." Caria questioned him, "But you just said the name you always mention, right, Alpho?" Darvis sighed and said, "Oh, it's him again. You describe him as all-around talented, charismatic to the point of not being human, with no flaws whatsoever. Isn't that biased?" Caria laughed and teased, "Oh please, you're just jealous because Altho embodies the ideal you dream of achieving. Plus, he's definitely more handsome." Darvis angrily retorted, "Say that again, I dare you." Tessia, standing behind them, interjected, "I mean, he's quite famous at school. Though I'm not sure if he recognizes that. At first, meeting him was a bit intimidating." Darvis and Caria persisted, asking Tessia if he saved her from human traffickers after she left home. "Yes," she acknowledged truthfully, "but I didn't really feel it was pure kindness. It was more like a calculated move." Caria's eyes sparkled mischievously as she quipped, "Bad boy." Darvis muttered beside her, "I might just vomit." "I don't see him as that great," he continued. "After you were kidnapped during the Academy invasion, he didn't even check to see if you were okay. Just went to a place no one knew about." Tessia quickly explained to Alpho that she had gone with my uncle to make sure I was okay, but he was busy. "Oh, right, somewhere to secretly train," Tana interjected, addressing Darvis. Caria also scolded Darvis for being too harsh. Darvis responded, "If you ask me, all I saw was him running from battle because he was afraid of dying." Tessia piped up from behind, "You're wrong, Darvis. Although may be knave and inexperienced in some areas, but he's not a coward who runs away. His desire to protect those he loves is too strong for that." Darvis firmly asserted, Well, Altho will be the hero who saves us all from Elegia's wrath or whatever." He left. The 3 of them looked after him. Caria teased the poor guy. Tana asked, "He can't be that strong, right?" Tessia shook her head and assured her, "He's very strong." Caria eagerly added, "I hope to meet him soon. Will you introduce us?" Tessia laughed and replied, "Of course, I look forward to meeting him again soon." The army finished resting and resumed their journey. Darvis felt a chill and asked, "What's the situation, Drogo?" He replied, we should reach the place where Sayer, our explorer, and his team were ambushed by mana beasts. Based on his report, we should expect at least a few hundred, if not more dangerous ones than usual. He reminded everyone to prepare mentally and hoped for their safety. Drogo glanced left and right, muttering, what kind of mess is this? They saw the beasts all defeated. Darvis commented, I don't know if I should feel relieved or scared. Drogo ground his teeth and instructed Tessia to keep the formation intact. As they approached the door, someone opened it and remarked that it didn't close properly. Drogo ordered it to be opened wider, with the others remaining battle-ready. When the door opened, they were surprised to find all the beasts already slain. Looking closer, on top of the beast corpses, Tessia spotted Althaw standing proudly, his sword resting on them, waiting for everyone. Althaw? Darvis questioned. Bewildered looks exchanged between everyone, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Sylvie jumped into Tessia's arms. Drogo worriedly asked if the princess was all right. Stopping him, she shouted, he's a friend. What's his name? Drogo yelled loudly. Althaw jumped down and slowly approached them, saying, I'm not your enemy. Helenson joyfully exclaimed, Althaw, you're back. Tana stood behind, thinking. So, that's Althaw Tessia talked about. But why isn't Tessia happy to see him? Drogo apologized for interrupting their reunion, but stated many issues needed resolving. What exactly happened here? He was angry. Althaw calmly replied, I'm sure no one was informed, because I just arrived here and hadn't heard a thing. I didn't expect to appear right in the middle of such a massive herd of monsters. Drogo asked, are you saying you handled all those beasts by yourself, including that class S monster? But you're just a kid, and we're a whole battalion of mages who have been preparing for weeks. Everyone asked who this kid was. Tana added sarcastically, how could that be possible? Althaw's composure remained, stating, my spirit beast really enjoys eating monster cores. Drogo was surprised. That tiny creature ate all those monster cores. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Althaw. Tessia was alarmed, but Althaw remained calm and swiftly struck it down. Sorry, I must have missed one, he admitted. Anyway, if you have any questions, please wait until I've rested and had something to eat, okay? Tessia turned to Drogo. I'll take care of him, Commander. I'll make sure he safely escorts back to base. Helenson added, he's also our former teammate. Althaw approached Tessia and thanked her, which made her smile brightly. There was no more doubt, this was definitely her childhood friend. Yet, something uneasy lingered in her chest. It had been years since they last met, and she had expected their reunion to be different. She could share with everyone the rest of her unexpected encounter. Sylvie fell peacefully asleep in Tessia's arms, delighted by Althaw's presence. They returned to camp together, sitting in a room where Althaw kept secrets, only summarizing the essentials, much to Drogo's dissatisfaction, but enough to plan their next move. Jasmine left, advising everyone to rest well. Althaw and Tessia waved goodbye to her. When only the two of them remained, Tessia looked at Althaw and reached out to hold his hand, saying with teary eyes, it's been so long, hasn't it? I've missed you so much. Althaw gently wiped the tears from her small, pretty face with his hands and replied, I've missed you too, silly. You're still such a tender-hearted kid. Tessia blushed and awkwardly said, shut up, I've changed a lot, you know. Althaw chuckled and said, I know, but you're still the same to me. He leaned his chin on his hand affectionately and asked, tell me about yourself. I want to know everything. Outside, Tana sat by the fire, deep in thought, while Darvis approached, covering his face, saying despondently, it's just so uninspiring. Karya, lost in thought, commented, I told you it would be different and more lively, even if we all united. I'm not sure we can return unscathed from such a battle. Darvis pointed at Karya and said, exactly, that's impossible. He's just one person. How could he handle all of them? Karya laughed and said, haha, why do I smell jealousy here? Tana asked if she meant envy, and Karya explained, jealousy is when you worry someone will take away what you have, while envy is when you chase after what others have. Darvis stood up and said, I understand now. I challenge him to a duel. They warned him not to do it. Karia asked, "Why are you upset about this? He's just a human." Darvis didn't need to know how strong he was. He couldn't end this war. Darvis replied, "I don't need your pity. I want to know how powerful a person who wipes out all the monsters and even that Class S beats can be and how he talks to everyone. He seems like a sly one." Tana pointed out that he had just arrived and didn't know anyone. Darvis angrily asked why he was standing up for him. "There's no side here. Simply put, I'm just speaking my mind. On the battlefield, it's normal to be cautious of strangers, but you've also heard Tessia talk about him constantly. Don't you think we should trust him?" Darvis replied, "Her mind has been clouded by childhood memories. You've also seen the tension between the two of them. Maybe you already have something with her, right?" Tana got angry, pointing at Darvis's chest and saying, "Are you so small that you act like a child?" Darvis, equally irritated, grabbed Tana's collar and retorted, "I'm just following my instincts, you nuisance." Karia intervened and said, "Enough, don't argue like this." Despite Karia's words, they continued arguing. Darvis suggested that maybe Tana couldn't handle the transformation of his mana core, hence his resentment towards Darvis. Tana replied, "At least I don't go overboard when I clearly see someone stronger than me, to keep my priceless dignity intact." Darvis was furious, but eventually let go without grabbing Tana's collar anymore, muttering, "Damn it, forget it." Karia sighed in relief and said, luckily he realized his mistake. Tessia and Arthur stepped out and announced, "We're done with the meeting." Darvis interjected, "But this is still different." He approached Arthur and introduced himself. "I'm Darvis, the fourth son of the Leo family. I formally challenge you to a duel." The people around cheered them on. Darvis affirmed, "Yes, let us see the strength of your axe." Arthur asked, "Although I've accepted your challenge, can you tell me why you want to fight me?" Darvis replied, "It's a matter of a man's pride." Drogo intervened, "All right, that's enough. Let me briefly explain the rules before we begin. You can only enhance your body with mana. Whoever surrenders or loses the ability to fight will lose." Although understood the rules and thought, Darvis is a skilled warrior, so I must fight seriously to see if he lives up to his words. Drogo shouted, "Begin." Darvis swiftly charged at Altho, but Altho easily evaded. Those outside wondered what was happening, telling Darvis to stop pretending. Darvis yelled, "Quiet down." Tana thought, "I've known Darvis long enough to understand the ferocity of an A-class monster. Though cruel, his fighting is effective. I've seen him defeat an A-class adventurer twice his size and smirk arrogantly. Now, I can't trust my eyes anymore. Standing here, I can still see the bloodthirsty monster Darvis is afraid of." Darvis yelled loudly and continued charging towards Altho, exerting all his effort to defeat him. However, to his dismay, Altho managed to dodge all of his attacks and landed a punch squarely in Darvis's abdomen. After that punch, Darvis realized the incredible reflexes of this monster. It was truly insane. Block this. Although easily broke Darvis's attempt to counterattack, Darvis kept rushing forward to attack, but he always ended up being the one receiving blows. At this point, Darvis's whole body was in pain and he collapsed to the ground. People outside observed and wondered what had just happened. Karia recognized it as a mana pressure point. Tana asked, "Is that the skill of blocking mana flow in the body? I read about this in Mana Anatomy. But aren't those points supposed to be protected due to mana-enhanced body?" Karia explained, "Those points are indeed very small, almost impossible to target in combat." Altho approached Darvis and asked if he needed help, but Darvis told him to stay away. Tana chuckled and said, "I think we just witnessed something amazing." Darvis lay on the ground, wondering what was happening and why he couldn't move. At this moment, Tessia's grandfather approached and reassured Darvis, "You'll be fine, kid." "Right," he added, looking around. Altho and everyone turned to look. Tessia's grandfather then held Altho by the shoulders and asked accusingly, "Why didn't you tell me you were back, son?" Altho replied, "I'm glad to see you too, Grandpa." "Oh, Lord Lasty," said Altho, "Sylvie and I have changed a lot." Altho added, "I hope so too." Tessia's grandfather then asked, "How did you and Jens know you were here?" He said, "Lord Lasty received a letter from Lord Winsome, so I came here right away." Lasty replied, "Tell me more." When Altho came to where Tessia was stationed, Lasty said, "Wasn't that Jens's idea?" "Your sense of humor," he added, "is unforgettable." Tessia replied, "Meeting Altho was more surprising than meeting an S-class monster while hunting." Altho added, "The day I arrived, a pack of monsters attacked me and Sylvie, and we couldn't even take a breath." Tessia eagerly asked, "So, what you told Drogo just now is true? You took down all of them alone. What about the door? How did you get in, and how did you?" Tessia's grandfather interrupted with a wave of questions. "Not now, Tessia. There are a few important matters we need to discuss with Altho, and not here either." Tessia asked, "So, are we leaving then?" Lasty replied, "Not you. You'll stay." Tessia then turned to Altho. "You've only been here a few hours, and they're already taking you away." Altho replied, "I still have a lot to say to them." Tessia's grandfather intervened. "Tessia, this dungeon has been cleared out, so everyone will be leaving soon. You have your own battle to prepare for, right? Your team will be very busy, so get ready for them." Tessia reluctantly obeyed. "My battle. I must fight with my own strength." Lasty praised, "Very good, Commander." "My own battle. I must fight with my own strength," Tessia repeated. Lasty added, "Go on now, Tessia. Child, you've grown stronger in just a few months. The battles you've been through have forged you well." "Thank you, Master," Altho interjected. Tessia was surprised. Master Lasty accepted Tessia as his disciple. Lasty replied, "Surprising indeed." Tessia and Altho stepped outside. When Altho was spotted by Tana, she cheerfully waved at him. Darvis asked, "What's this? Why are you greeting him?" Tana replied, "I think it's appropriate, as Master Lasty said." Tessia and Altho noticed that Tessia's grandfather and Altho had already gone somewhere. Altho asked Sylvie, "Why didn't you talk to Tessia earlier?" She replied, "A lady must have one or two secrets, you know." "So you're a lady now, huh?" Altho teased. She responded, "Next time, surprise Tessia." Altho looked up and saw Boo, a big bear. Ellie appeared behind it. "Ellie, what's going on?" he exclaimed. She rushed to hug Altho and said, "Congratulations on coming back, big brother." He hugged her back and thanked her. "Ellie, you're so grown up now. Don't jump on me like that." Ellie smiled. "Ah, they're here." She waved and called for their parents. At this moment, Altho's face was tinged with sadness, but surprisingly, both of them approached and embraced Altho tightly. He stammered, "Mom, I don't understand." "I thought." His mother's warm voice interrupted. "Our child, nurtured for over a decade, has returned. After years of training and hardship, I think a hug is well deserved." Reinhold ruffled his son's head and affirmed, "I'm sure you faced all kinds of difficulties." His mother added, "And I've invested so much in you." He scratched his head and admitted, "Mom's right. You both have given me more than I could have ever expected." His younger sister grabbed Altho's hand and called out, "Hey, big brother, why didn't you ask me about Boo?" Altho replied, "This big dog here is named Boo." Boo growled and teased, "So you're making jokes with my name now." It warned Altho. He turned to his younger sister and said, "Boo seems a bit hot-tempered." She immediately hugged Boo again and said, "He just wants to see if you're as strong as I've told him. Boo is very competitive." Altho asked in surprise, "Wait, can you talk to monsters? Can you bond with them?" His younger sister chuckled and said, "I guess so." Reinhold boasted proudly of his children, while their mother said, "At least we know who raised this daughter." Altho then asked, "When did this happen?" His grandfather quickly responded, "Lord Winsome didn't mention this. He gave the mana beast to our family as a gift before you moved to Ephiotis." Altho wondered aloud, "That's it? Winsome gave this stuffed animal to my sister? How can she ride it into battle?" Reinhold confirmed, "Yes, when Lord Winsome handed it over to our family, it was just a little one. Even so, I must say, Boo has grown so much in just over 2 years. His younger sister added, he's grown pretty fast, right? Grandpa Lasty said it was truly touching to witness such a warm family reunion like this. The rest of the story will have to wait until after we've finished discussing it, added. Althaw turned towards his parents and began. But Grandpa Lasty promptly interjected. Up until now, your family has always lived here. This place will indeed bring the best benefits for you. You will meet them again soon. Althaw respectfully bowed and replied, yes, thank you. He gently rubbed his younger sister's head and said, I'll talk to you later, okay? His sister happily responded, okay. With that, Lasty and Varian walked alongside Althaw. When he glanced back, he saw his family enjoying themselves. Boo was patting his sister's head and saying, I'll train harder to protect you. She laughed cheerfully. Haha, I know, Boo. Althaw confided in Sylvie. I'm glad my sister doesn't have to be lonely anymore. Sylvie simply replied, yeah. Eventually, the three of them entered a spacious meeting room. Althaw, curious, asked, is it just us? Where's the king or queen? Or the council? Lasty shook his head, and his grandfather wore a sad expression as he explained. There are still many things from the war that I haven't quite caught up on. Good Sky is currently in a deep sleep to counteract the effects of an activated curse when she reveals information about Alexia. Hearing this, Althaw grew angry, unable to believe everything he was hearing. He demanded, what about Alexia? But he managed to keep his composure and added, tell me everything. After that conversation, Althaw took action. I spent hours bombarding the two elders with countless questions. I had been out of the loop for nearly 2 years. Winsome and Wren only told me what they thought was necessary, so there wasn't much. According to his grandfather, Tessia, the Slight Eaters were focusing most of their efforts on the kingdom of Jamia, hoping to regain the loyalty of the dwarves. Meanwhile, Casting Gliner had done things similar to what Tessia had done, establishing a team to gain frontline combat experience. Althaw's family had relocated to the castle for protection, but the Hellstee clan had gone somewhere else. Sishin was using his resources to support the war effort. Althaw inquired, what about my parents? Are they also eager to join the battle? His grandfather replied, your father is, but I've advised him to restrain himself until you return or Elsano grows a bit older. Althaw thanked his grandfather and said, I can't imagine how I would feel if my father went to battle and died there, especially if I'm not here anymore. Grandfather Lasty responded, Tessia is very ambitious and has been trained extensively. Althaw interrupted, but you still worry about her safety more than anything else, don't you? I understand, Grandfather Tessia. If I say anything wrong, please correct me. But it seems like everyone is concerned about the current battle on the front line. He continued, although the defensive line at the wall is preventing the mutants and Alexia soldiers from advancing, the secret teleportation gates created by the Alexia and their ability to control mana beasts, especially those of S or SS rank, pose a significant threat. The sparse forest areas seem to be the perfect places for them to establish and control these dangerous forces. Althaw analyzed the situation further. However, it's too obvious. None of them can break through our defense lines, meaning either we are stronger or they are delaying time. Looking at the worried expression on Varian's face, Althaw speculated, I think it's the latter. Grandfather Tessia's face turned serious as he solemnly said, recent evidence has confirmed these suspicions. It's very suspicious. Lasty interjected, right now, Althaw, you can't blame yourself for what we're about to say. He placed a paper on the table, showing detailed sketches. Althaw was shocked and exclaimed, this isn't from this land. Lasty confirmed, if you're wondering, this is a ship constructed by Alexia, using your designs. Althaw angrily crumpled the paper in his hand. Grandfather stood up and said, now, Althaw. Suddenly, someone opened the door and announced, Commander Lord, Sir Varian senses something ominous here. His worried expression prompted him to inquire further, what's the matter? They're within range now, Commander, the soldier stuttered. They're here on the western coast. They've arrived at Alexia's ship. Upon hearing this, Althaw panicked and sprinted as fast as he could. While running, he encountered a guard along the corridor who tried to stop him. Ignoring the guard, Altho continued running until he reached the entrance where 2 sentries blocked his path. "Stop right there," one of them commanded. "Quickly declare your identity and purpose." Ignoring their words, Altho arrogantly replied and tried to rush inside, but the guards halted him. "Wait. Hold it," the guard said firmly. "Commander Varian or Lord Lasty must authorize entry. No one comes in or out without their permission." Altho retorted, "I just returned with Varian and Lasty. They know I need to go out. Open the gate quickly." The guard remained steadfast, reminding him, "Even if you're nobility, you should learn to respect your elders. It's dangerous for you to go out alone." Unperturbed, Altho asserted his authority and convinced them to comply, stating he didn't need protection at that moment. "Not now," he insisted. Just then, Lord Lasty arrived and, impressed by Altho's influence, assured the guards, placing a hand on Altho's shoulder and allowing him freedom to leave whenever he wished. However, he cautioned Altho not to act foolishly or waste time. Altho dashed inside and ordered the gate to Editon to be opened, where Good Sky lay. 2 men stood beside her bed, and Altho demanded, "Provide us with as much information as possible. Knowledge is the key to victory." Addressing Headmaster Good Sky, he urged cooperation, emphasizing the lives saved by their collaboration. Even risking death from a curse was acceptable if they could obtain the answers they sought. With that, he concluded his speech abruptly, seemingly waking up from a dream, possibly dispelled by Lord Lasty's intervention, realizing the 2 men earlier were just a nightmare after her long slumber. In the vast, sprawling field of flowers, a man and a woman strolled together. As they walked, they conversed. "Now that the war has ended, what will you do next?" the man asked. "We've known each other for quite some time now. Through the victorious years, whether as foes or not, there's something I've always thought," he continued. The woman smiled, curious. "Oh, what is that?" "Undying affection for me, perhaps," he teased. "But remember, I do have a family," he added. She shrugged, nonchalant. "That hasn't stopped other nobles from faltering. You've always thought of me as a great guide and inspiration. I can imagine you as a headmistress of some renowned academy, leading young minds toward a bright future," he mused. Suddenly serious, he suggested, "I think you should consider it. It suits you." She raised her hand, letting a butterfly alight on her delicate, pretty fingers, beaming brightly as she quipped, "Or should I start my own academy? I'm starting to like this city," he chuckled. "An academy for wizards in this famed city would be intriguing," he added. She placed her hand on his shoulder and suggested, "Or perhaps we should start one together." He laughed heartily, "Haha. What would we name it then?" "The Goodsky and Yiling School of Magic, perhaps." "All right, but I'll enroll our child or grandchild when they're old enough," he promised. "If your school proves good enough for them," she replied assuredly. "Just wait and see." She teased, "Silju Academy will become the premier school for wizards worldwide." He shook his head, jokingly remarking, "Yiling Academy doesn't sound too impressive." She quipped back, "Then let the Goodsky and Yiling School of Magic always shine bright." "You'd be lucky if your descendants get accepted," he teased. She knew he was only joking. "Well, here's hoping the academy will thrive splendidly," she smiled, hoping so. Their conversation ended there, the sky turning gray as the man walked away, leaving the girl behind calling after him. Blood drops began to appear, falling slowly to the ground. The man turned back, saying, "Now I'm just an old man. Quick now." A loud noise awakened Varian, who had dozed off at the table due to fatigue, realizing the earlier scene was just a dream, a memory of his and Good Sky's past. Varian stepped outside and asked the soldier, "What's happening?" "I'm not sure, sir," the soldier replied. "It sounds like a scream from below." Varian suddenly remembered that it was where Good Sky lay. He slapped himself and called for Anna. Altho had arrived at the city of Editon. A man grabbed his hand and asked, "Kid, what are you doing here? Don't you know this place is under emergency alert?" Altho replied confidently, "Commander Varian sent me here." He shook off the man's hand and said, "Please open the gate and see. Altho is still young. I don't know his true abilities." The man nodded thoughtfully. "All right, Commander Varian sent a handsome, skinny boy here to fight. If you're a noble kid, it's not the time to leave the house out of anger. He instructed another person to take the boy home. I don't have time to protect anyone else now. Seeing no other option, Altho used his powers to demonstrate his strength. He said, "If you won't open the gate, I'll go on my own." At that moment, Altho and Sylvie transformed into dragons and soared into the sky. Altho remembered the day he visited Mr. Gideon's house with Uncle Vincent to negotiate a deal. He walked on the thick snow-covered ground, recalling Varian's advice. Don't blame yourself, even if something happens. Always move forward and don't fight for the past. Fight for a better future. Altho realized he had never considered himself a hero needing to save the world. His reason for fighting was simple: to protect those he cherished. Now, after everything that had happened, he had another reason: to right the wrongs. Varian, upon hearing the scream from below, rushed down immediately. When he arrived, he saw a sorrowful scene. Anna was bowed in sadness, alongside others present. As Varian opened the door, he was stunned by the sight before him and realized that Good Sky had passed away. He cried out in anguish, realizing that her death, once a nightmare, was now a harsh reality. The video ends here. Thank you all for watching.